Our story is about a nerd who always loved computer games. At the beginning of the 21st century, games were uninteresting and unbalanced. That was until the first VR game, called Tower of Trials, came out. As soon as the game came out, nerds immediately got together to play it from start to finish. Players were willing to sacrifice sleep and food for a whole year to complete missions. Only after reaching the middle did the players realize that the Tower of Trials was an impregnable fortress that could not be conquered. There were too many insurmountable obstacles in the game. After the incredible cold, it was necessary to go through a huge labyrinth and then challenge terrible monsters. The game was not created for entertainment, but for real torture. After that, interest in the game instantly faded, because who needs such a headache? The only people left in the game are nerds, for whom completing the game has become a matter of honor. One of these nerds was an ordinary guy named Brian, who has been playing games and streaming on YouTube all his life. He was the first to reach the final level of the Tower of Trials. Unlike other players, he conquered the tower in a new way and brought his skills to automaticity. In this game, Brian lost more than 11 years of his life, but now it's all over. As he passed the last floor, the game developers sent him a message. They thanked him for his loyalty and promised that the game would soon be rebooted, which would surprise the players. Almost no one plays the Tower of Trials right now, so the update seems strange. It's unlikely that the developers will be able to attract new players. Even Brian is no longer interested in this. He is thinking about quitting gaming and immersing himself in real life. He is already over 27, his wrestling career has long been gathering dust on the shelf, and he himself has turned into a useless inhabitant of the welfare system. He once dreamed of a wonderful future, but now he doesn't even know how to meet a girl in the real world. It's time to fix this and start life from scratch. On the internet, they call him a genius, which is nice, but it doesn't bring in much income. You have to constantly get into debt and look for money for food. After completing the crazy game, Brian relaxed a little for the first time in many years. He went to bed peacefully, thinking that a new life would begin tomorrow. When he woke up, his head was splitting from a hangover. He automatically approached the computer and experienced wild horror when he saw the breaking news. The Tower of Trials burst into reality, and this was not a prank but the beginning of a nightmare. At first, Brian froze in place and didn't even understand how to react to this. The entire world was shocked, and every city had its own Tower of Trials. Nobody understood how this happened, and the government did not give any clear answers. Brian noted that this all looks similar to the prologue that a player sees when entering the Tower of Trials for the first time. The first update installation is complete, and the new reality officially begins. Whether the residents like it or not, they will have to get used to the idea that they are now players in the real world. People have 3 months to climb to the second floor of the tower, otherwise humanity will be destroyed. Brian was the only one who reached the final, and now the game has swallowed the entire world, turning it into a grand arena. Now he will need to accept this fact and use his main skills, experience, and knowledge. Now every level is deadly, and no one has the right to make a mistake. People adapted to the reality very quickly and realized that they needed to hurry. If the Tower of Trials really has become a reality, then we can't just sit back and do nothing. You need to act quickly to gain an advantage early in the game. All players start from scratch, but Brian has his own trump card, a guidebook that he has been writing for years. This gives him a hidden advantage over people who are new to such missions. Many people are panicking and trying to figure out what to do next because not everyone liked video games. Some people try to escape to another city, although the Tower of Trials has appeared everywhere. Brian doesn't pay any attention to this, but strives to gain an advantage as quickly as possible. He knows he must hurry to the nearest underground metro station. Very soon he entered a special area and saw many familiar faces there. There was tension in the air. Every look was full of suspicion. Every shadow was a threat. Everyone looks at each other suspiciously, and there is a tense atmosphere all around. Brian heard a familiar voice. Some guy came up to say hello. Turning around, he saw Harry, a streamer, and the president of the company Brian had a contract with, standing in front of him. Harry is a local celebrity and a very influential guy. He was not surprised by the changes in the world, quickly adapted, and decided to make money from it. Now, he offers Brian to sign a contract and continue their cooperation. The truth is, this guy is rotten from the inside and should never be messed with. In the past, he has deceived streamers, signed unfavorable contracts with them, and often failed to pay bonuses. Because of this, many players left the profession and lost their audience. This happened to many of Brian's friends, which is why he hates Harry. When this guy is interested in something, he seems cute and fluffy. In fact, he is a vile hypocrite who calculates the benefits of his every step. Their contract is no longer valid, so Brian can let loose. He remembered his sporting past and delivered a crushing blow right to the nose of this worm. At that moment, he felt instant relief. He waited for many years for the moment when he would no longer have to restrain himself. Now he better not get distracted. The show is about to begin. A strange tree appeared in an underground metro station within a few seconds. Although many players were surprised, this is exactly what most were expecting. The same thing happened in the original Tower of Trials. So far, the plot is completely repeated. In front of us is a large mangrove tree of greed with incredibly juicy and sweet fruits. Each of these fruits increases the level of strength, agility, endurance, and magic. These are very good items, but there are only 4 of them. There are many people who want to come here, and a serious fight is brewing. Only the best of the best will be able to receive the coveted prize. The Tree of Greed brought out the worst in human nature, and it was damn fascinating to watch. Now murder and moral choice are reality, not an interface. Harry continues to try to reach an agreement with Brian. He understands that this guy is the most experienced player in the world and wants to suck on him like a leech. Meanwhile, the players did not spare each other in the fight for the fruits. As soon as a person ate the fruit, he immediately felt his characteristics grow. Newbies think that this is the main point. Only experienced nerds know that things are completely different. Guys like Brian will enjoy the twisted ballet of human greed unfolding before their eyes. Now players will understand that the main enemy is not the competitors at all. The tree seemed to come to life and began to attack everyone nearby. The first deaths occurred very quickly. People began to panic and run in different directions. Brian decided to make a small deal with Harry after all. It is not clear what he has in mind, but now he is proposing to unite for a short time. This could be a serious collaboration or the cunning of an experienced wolf. All that remains is to watch and wait to see what this leads to. Brian knows how to get real fruit from this tree. First, you have to go to the roots. This can only be done by 2 people, approaching the tree from different sides. Harry doesn't have enough experience. He can't survive in this new world alone. He teamed up with Brian and prepared to take on his first challenge. Harry pretended to walk forward so that Brian would not doubt him. As the experienced player began to approach the tree, the danger level skyrocketed. It was at this point that Harry stopped and, with a nasty grin, declared that he would wait until Brian died so that he could then calmly take the main prize. The little rat showed its rotten side, and there is nothing surprising about it. At that moment, Brian, on the contrary, smiled and was glad that Harry had not changed at all. This guy is still as stupid as ever. Because of his stupidity, he never realized that the real knife was appearing in his possession. Brian easily dodged the tree's attack, but his partner was much less fortunate. In the last seconds of his life, he begged for mercy, but no one listened to him. Even his prayers were useless. His stupidity had left him behind in the dust of the past. Now Brian can focus on the present moment and finish what he started. He has a serious mission ahead of him that must be completed from start to finish. He's been through this test before, but that doesn't mean he'll succeed now. Now he has no right to make a mistake. Any mistake could be his last. Thanks to his experience, Brian still manages to maneuver and find the right angles for defense. Very soon he finally saw what he was risking his own life for. The core of the mangrove tree of greed appeared, a real pearl, for which it was worth going through hellish torments. Now you need to find the right trajectory and provoke the tree to attack in order to get to the roots. Everything is exactly as in the game, so an experienced nerd shouldn't have any serious problems. The mangrove tree of greed is currently using the skill blood-sucking stem. This can be very dangerous for an inexperienced player. Brian has faced a similar threat before, so he knows how to act in a critical moment. He easily repelled any attack and acted like a hero from a superhero movie. Sooner or later, this had to bear fruit. The core was already practically in his hands. It was not strength that was his main asset. Outwardly, he was no different from others. Now he has experience and confidence on his side, because he has gone through this mission an infinite number of times in the past. The closer he got to the tree, the more pollen appeared in the air. This pollen very easily puts a person to sleep. Inexperienced players always stumbled at this point. If you don't breathe during this time, the pollen won't be a problem and you can approach the tree without any problems. The core had already appeared on the horizon. All that was left was to reach out and take what rightfully belonged to the champion of the Tower of Trials. As soon as Brian touched the tree core, everything around him seemed to freeze in place. For a second, life stood still, and then the system notified the player that he had felt the mangrove tree of greed for the first time. Previously, he had no idea that constant analysis and practice of defensive and offensive techniques would help him in the future. He feels grateful for everything he has done before. The long years spent at the computer had not been in vain. Now, he had an unprecedented advantage in the new reality. The player received the heart of the peony tree, which was the main prize of the challenge. We already remember that each fruit of the tree increases the basic characteristics of the players. Peony does the same, only the stats will be increased 3 times more. As soon as Brian swallowed this pill, he immediately felt the energy spreading throughout his body. He checked his basic stats and realized that he was now the strongest Tier 1 player in the world. It was a great start, and within an hour, all the news portals were writing about what had happened. People quickly adapted to the changes and accepted the new reality. There was nothing surprising about this. Now everyone is trying to survive and climb as high as possible up the Tower of Trials. Many people didn't believe that some nerd could complete such a difficult mission. It was only when irrefutable video evidence emerged that the internet exploded in a storm of enthusiastic applause. Brian even received several offers for cooperation. He was offered huge amounts of money. At that moment, he even became slightly upset and remembered his past troubles. He always had a hard life. It was even hard to pay for his living. Sometimes he had to go hungry for days to buy food for the stream. Now he can earn crazy money, but he is in no hurry to agree to all these conditions. He does not intend to share information about the game with anyone. It is only his knowledge and only his power. Now Brian has increased his stats and is trying to keep everything a secret. The young gamer wants to play this game to the end again and experience the taste of real victory. No one calls him a loser and a pathetic loser anymore. The time of recognition, glory, and opportunities will come. In the game, the tower's magic has spread throughout the city, although no major changes have occurred, unless all the relics that possess legendary power have become real. Such artifacts are kept in the Tower of Trials, and obtaining something like this can be considered a privilege. Also, some of the artifacts are in the National Museum. This is where many players with experience in the game are now heading. The National Museum, which houses a huge number of relics, can now be considered a treasure trove. Many will be hunting for relics, and since there is only one museum, a bloodbath between top players will unfold there. Brian decided not to waste a minute and also went to the museum. When he found himself inside, he smelled a burning smell and felt a deathly silence. What he saw didn't surprise him at all. There had been a bloodbath here, and there was now too much blood around. When life changed, it seemed that people would change along with the world. The assumptions turned out to be naive. Powerful players, intoxicated with power, began to commit true atrocities. The local museum contains the legendary map that our hero came here for. The ancient magic map contains a lot of information about the Tower of Trials, so absolutely everyone wants to get it. The map only contains information on 10 floors, but that's enough to make it the #1 target for most nerds. Mass riots have begun, and even museum security guards are taking part in this battle. Everyone wants to get at least some artifact, not to mention something priceless. During the battle, one guy ordered everyone to stop immediately and shut up. He considers himself a superhero and promises to kill anyone who gets in his way. At first glance, it is clear that he loves going to the gym and lifting weights. Now, in real life, strength comes to the forefront. He will clearly need muscles. This guy not only has big muscles, but also magical skills. He was definitely one of the nerds, and now he quickly adapted to the new reality. He should not forget that he is not alone at all, and there is nothing special about him. Most people do not succeed in the Tower of Trials, but there are special players who have completed the game almost to the end. These players have received all the necessary knowledge in the new reality and have already managed to gain an advantage. Each of them passed the first test and improved their characteristics. Now these people have awakened their special abilities and can perform miracles. Some people turn into stone monsters while others begin to control fire. The fearless bodybuilder thought he was the toughest guy in the world, but now he's reduced to a charred lump, nothing more than a fried slug. This is what happens to those who do not understand that in reality there is no right to make a mistake. In the new world, even an ordinary grandfather can cause a stir and destroy the coolest guy in town. The same can be said about little girls who previously seemed fragile and defenseless. Margaret has special skills and can summon the devil dog Anubis to her. All she has to do is want it, and the terrible monster will carry out any of her orders. She informed all the players that whoever said even one word or moved even one finger would end up in Anubis's stomach. Everyone around immediately froze in anticipation. No one wanted to take any risks. Margaret was pleased. She came here to collect all the relics and calmly move on. She thought she had the situation completely under control, but then she heard footsteps. Some madman broke the rules and paid no attention to the devil dog. This guy's name is Brian. He came here to get a special card and he doesn't care about the rules. Of course, his actions angered Margaret. Her blood boiled in her veins. She immediately ordered Anubis to rip the head off the shoulders of this arrogant brat. The devil dog took out his weapon and instantly approached the player. Any other guy at that moment would have tried to run away and screamed like a slaughtered pig. Brian, however, was not nervous at all. He remained calm, cool, and focused. He was not at all embarrassed by the monster because for him it was just child's play. With a sharp movement of his hand, he disarmed Anubis and surprised everyone around. Margaret can't believe that her beloved pet is too weak for a normal person. The other players also did not hide their surprise, looking at Brian as if he were a god descended from heaven. Their reaction is understandable. None of them know how many bonuses this guy has. Now the puppy was unarmed and not as scary as before. Margaret said that she had more than one statue at her disposal and asked Brian not to go anywhere. She nervously began to sort through her statues in her backpack and then took out the strongest monsters. The incarnation of Anubis is capable of striking fear into the hearts of newcomers, but the champion of the Tower of Trials was only amused. A guy like Brian doesn't care at all, although he noticed that Margaret has some good talents. Only the strongest players, like the grandfather named Albert, can control 5 statues at once. In the modern world, there are not so few nerd players. You need to be careful and not overestimate your capabilities. Even an ordinary girl can turn into a deadly cobra, ready to sting at any moment. If Margaret is so keen to show strength, then Brian is more than willing to accept her challenge. This guy knows his worth because he was the one who made it to the very end of the game. Just now, he was about to clearly show what an abyss lies between him and the other players. 11 years of non-stop training, constant testing and missions, that's what this guy went through. With his experience, he can now perform miracles. The little princess must quickly apologize and fall to her knees if she wants a second chance. A monster from the Joseon era appeared before her, a fire tiger that no Anubis could hold a candle to. If the Hellhounds think they can challenge him, they are making a big mistake. Brian ordered his cat to destroy the overconfident dog immediately. The monster battle began less than a second later. Everyone expected a long, grueling battle, but the fight ended almost before it had begun, leaving everyone in disbelief. The baby Anubis was left without a head and did not even understand what happened. The golden tiger did not stop there and immediately rushed to attack the rest of the monsters. Dog cries could be heard all around. It was a real bloody meat grinder. Margaret froze in place and could not move. Cold sweat appeared on her forehead. She had heard before that such relics existed, but this was too much. Now she looked like a trembling lamb with eyes full of horror that penetrated every cell of her body. She felt like she was about to be skinned alive. The girl fell to her knees, and a tear of hopelessness ran down her cheek. At that moment, a man approached her who had never felt so confident in this world. Life turned upside down, and yesterday's nerd became the undisputed king of the new reality. Brian leaned over to Margaret and ordered her to hand over the mask of Tutankhamun immediately. The girl replied that in Korea this mask was useless and would not help him in any way. I had to remind her what would happen to her if she wasn't a good girl. After that, Brian immediately got what he wanted. The mask was in his hands. Now he has 2 relics and he feels much better. Now all preparations are complete, and you can go to the next location. Brian was eager to begin the fight for the most coveted abilities of the Tower of Trials. A few minutes later, Brian went up to the next floor of the museum. Here he met that same old man whose name is Albert. At first, they didn't even look at each other and pretended to be in proud solitude. Brian tried to unravel the mystery of this old man. Who was he and how did he manage to get so far? They are now in front of the portal and are clearly hesitating before taking the next step. It looks like a magical passage, and the old man clearly knows about it. Neither physical impact nor even special magic helps to pass it. Here the magic works in the opposite direction. You need to connect your head instead of your muscles. Brian said he knew how to destroy this passage, but for this, he had to meet the conditions. He asked Albert to use flame magic without stopping. This is the only way to weaken the barrier. You need to use the flame until Brian collects all the necessary relics and comes back out. It sounds like an adventure, but it was the only chance to get the coveted items. Brian promised to give the old man the map because he was interested in a completely different subject. The old man has no choice. He will have to trust this guy, otherwise they will get nothing. Albert immediately prepared to activate his fire effect. Even though he had long since retired, this old man could still turn up the heat and create a real firestorm. As soon as he started attacking the passage, Brian immediately took advantage of the opportunity and entered the back room of the museum. The old man is clearly having difficulty and asks the young man to hurry. Brian promised to hurry, but it was clear that he was clearly going to play his own game. The champion of the Tower of Trials looked around and saw no signs of other players. He then discovered that someone had actually visited this place and even stole Emperor Qianlong's iron sword. One can only guess how he managed to open the passage and get inside on his own. Brian knows all the best players of the Tower of Trials. Even now, he can guess who was here before him. Our hero is not at all interested in the 2 second-rank relics. Judging from his expression, he came here solely for the Ling Dynasty coins. These coins will help him create a completely new skill. Now all that remains is to find the last piece of the puzzle. A few small artifacts will help bring the original idea to life. Combining 2 relics can create something new. The objects began to interact, and Brian watched with joy. He's done it before, and now it's just a matter of time until the final. A flash of magical reaction lit up the room, filling everything around with a blinding light that had never been seen here before. The almost impossible combination of elements was successful. Thanks to this, the player received the SS rank relic Eye of Truth. Now he can open another person's information window and recognize whether the words spoken are false or true. By combining the elements, the player increased his level and acquired a new skill. He had long since realized that the ability to copy and save various abilities in the Tower of Trials made it possible to become the strongest player. Now Brian has obtained the fusion skill and opened his way to the top of this world. He still had a long way to go, but it was already clear. This guy was the embodiment of untapped potential. At the same time, he should not forget that the old man almost died of a heart attack. At his age, he can't activate magic for so long. Now he's already at the end of his life. Brian has leveled up and can now copy the abilities of other players. I wonder if he'll want to get old man Albert's fire skills. All his life, the old man wore a mask and hid his emotions. In order to gain his skills, Albert must ease his soul. To him, it sounds easy as pie. All he needs to do is upset Albert's mental balance. Our hero's face immediately changed, and he asked the old man to calm down and not use his skill. This sounded extremely strange, and Albert immediately tensed up. Brian originally knew the password, and when he entered this portal, he stopped the magic. Now it becomes unclear why he asked the old man to use fire energy. Brian has some kind of game in mind and is not going to form an alliance with anyone. He wants to get the old man angry and is ready to use any methods to do so. About the tower, which is probably why he doesn't need a map that contains information about 10 floors. He has no intention of sharing this card with other players to give them an advantage. Only now did the old man realize that he had made a deal with the devil himself, hiding under sheep's clothing. The game champion has come this long way only to destroy an important artifact. If the map exists, players will gain access to important information, and Brian's secret will be at risk. No one should know that he can copy skills and crossbreed items. It may seem strange to some, but this strategy has already led him to triumph in the past. Now he's going to do the same, even if it means walking over heads. He had just fulfilled absolutely all the conditions. Albert lost his head with anger. Thanks to this, Brian successfully copied the skill Mid-Level Fire Element. He retained this skill in the Memories of the World and has now become even more powerful. In a short period of time, our hero received many bonuses and pulled ahead in the race of nerds. For this, he will have to fight with an old man who wants to tear the arrogant deceiver to pieces. Brian was prepared for this turn of events and activated his fire skill. The old man shuddered like a child, realizing that his peculiarity had vanished, leaving only the image of an unremarkable old senile man. The old man realized that this was an unusual person, and he didn't even need a map. If Albert wants to climb the floors of the tower in peace, he needs to listen to Brian. The conflict ended very quickly, and our hero calmly left the museum. Several top-level players have visited this place today. Many of them do not want to put their lives on the line. They want to be ahead of the rest of the planet and at the same time are not ready to take risks. It's ridiculous. Brian has a clear goal. He wants to master as many skills and abilities as possible. His stats gradually increase, allowing him to dominate other players. A little later, he will contact Albert, who all this time must raise his level together with little Margaret. Now he begins to form his team, which will obey his orders. There is a very long road ahead. You need to identify the most important abilities and start absorbing them. By collecting the best skills, you can become the absolute ruler of this world. The former loser is now trying to become a hero, but he better remember to feed his body. Brian was hungry and went to the nearest cafe. There were a lot of people gathered here who couldn't tear themselves away from the TV. It has just become known that more than 23 corpses have been discovered in the National Museum. More than 5 dozen wounded players were also found there, all of them hunting for relics. The same thing happens in all museums around the world. Players go to their deaths for an advantage. There is nothing surprising about this. Everyone who played the Tower of Trials understands perfectly well how important artifacts are. Players from other countries are not sleeping, which means that Brian will soon have serious competitors. Recordings from the museum's video cameras are now available. The video clearly shows an unknown guy demonstrating outstanding strength. He called the Golden Tiger to his aid and dealt with the Devil Dogs in just a few seconds. Now this guy is already being discussed in the Tower chat. He has been nicknamed the champion among players. There is nothing wrong with getting such a nickname, although it does attract unnecessary attention. The government is currently investigating the tower's origins and trying to reassure residents. The Awakened Association was created to stabilize the situation. The association will include people who have abilities and know what to do in the new reality. The leader of the association will be a man named Hassan. He appears cold-blooded and ruthless. This player clearly knows what he wants. He plans to gather the Awakened, offer them a higher salary and better conditions for cooperation. He is especially interested in the guy who caused a stir at the local museum. Hassan asks the champion to join the association and promises to satisfy all his conditions. Brian didn't expect to become a local superstar so quickly. Now they talk about him on TV, and that's the best compliment for a player. However, Brian has no intention of being a pawn to be used. One experienced player is much more valuable than 100 newbies, and Hassan understands this very well. Working for the association is not particularly profitable because the player becomes dependent on the boss's decisions. Brian has no intention of giving his freedom into someone else's hands, so he's not considering that option for now. He noticed the time and immediately remembered the game. When the hour hand points to a new time, the Tower of Trials opens. Players can now enter the tower and finally dive into the world of uncertainty. There are a lot of people here who don't understand anything and just came to look around. Only Brian stood out from the crowd, like a seasoned predator among a school of defenseless fish. When entering the tower, players are given some coins by default. Players can record videos and upload them online to earn even more money through views. The live broadcast function can only be used starting from the next floor. It is there that the bloodiest trials will begin, filled with fear, doubt, and horror. The system warns that cheating views and other violations of the rules will be severely punished. Now the streaming system will connect absolutely all inhabitants of the new world. People will only watch videos of the players who get the highest. There is nothing strange about this. Nobody is interested in losers. With popularity comes money, which is the main goal of most players. Everyone around began to hurry in order to quickly begin passing the tests. These newcomers don't even realize that most of them won't be returning home today. Brian is in no rush to be the first to upload a video to the network. He doesn't want to share any special information. For him, this is stupid and irrational because he has long ago decided on a plan of action. In the past, he encountered a serious obstacle on the 30th floor. I had to go through the same path again and again in order to rise higher. After countless defeats, Brian finally found the answer in the ruins. He went to an unknown place, and that day changed him forever. Everything he did regarding character development was fundamentally wrong. The hero he had been raising for years turned out to be a nobody, and he decided to delete his character. It was hard to go through, but this was the only way to get a chance to get through the Tower of Trials to the very end. Brian promised himself to correct his past mistakes and destroy everyone in his path. More than 6 long years have passed since that terrible day, filled with victories and defeats. Now our hero is near the labyrinth of the Minotaur. This is where his journey in the Tower of Trials will begin. To overcome 30 floors, you need to at least collect all the basic items that are here. Brian never thought he would come back here again. Sometimes life throws you such curveballs that you are amazed. As he stepped inside, he felt the familiar smell of dampness and antiquity. It's a bit cold here. Everything is exactly as it was in the game. Taking a few steps forward, he saw several players exploring the area. They were looking for hunting grounds and ended up in a labyrinth by accident. Now we need to go back 10 minutes to figure out what happened. The players noticed that some guy entered the maze and decided to follow him. Some newcomers were hesitant and even afraid of the unknown. Emily behaved like a real man. She showed no fear at all and was ready to move only forward. People like her usually achieve success in life due to their unbending character. She guessed that if a first-level player enters the labyrinth, there shouldn't be anything scary there. Emily talked her allies into robbing this guy and taking him out of the game. 10 minutes later, Brian met her in the maze, and she seemed quite nice to him. She smelled of innocence, although her companions looked a little tense. Emily suggested to Brian that they team up and explore the maze together, at which point he immediately felt distrust. Thanks to the Eye of Truth, he was able to quickly analyze her characteristics. He learned that she had good stats and possessed the skill Approaching Strangers. To copy this skill, you will have to spend more than 240 hours with her. While Brian was trying to figure out what to do, the other players said their names. There are too many newbies here who could be a burden in the future. Brian tried to appear like a polite and sweet kitten. In reality, he doesn't even intend to remember these guys' names. They clearly won't be able to get to the second floor, so there's no point in teaming up with these losers. Emily kept pushing herself and getting closer and closer. Her communication skills are truly amazing. Just one touch is enough to make a stranger feel his heart start beating faster. It even looks like love, and it's a skill that's hard to get rid of. Brian tried to pull himself together to quickly close the distance. Emily asked him to tell her a little about the maze to save them from unnecessary trouble. She came to the right place. No one knows the labyrinth better than the champion of the Tower of Trials. Brian reported that the labyrinth periodically changes its structure. As soon as he said these words, everything around immediately began to change, and the newcomers began to panic. They naively believed that the first floor would be a walk in the park. This was their fatal mistake. Huge stones began to fall from different sides. If you stand still and don't move, you'll be flattened like a pancake. Something like an earthquake lasted for several minutes. Then, everything calmed down. Only the experienced player was not nervous at all and seemed to be mocking these newcomers. It is immediately obvious that this is their first time in a labyrinth that changes its relief. Emily panicked, suggesting an immediate retreat. "Too dangerous for level 1, she shouted. One of the girls knows how to find a way out of any situation, but now everything is different. After the labyrinth was changed, she lost her gift, and now she won't be able to find the way out. Brian was very interested all this time in why these people entered the labyrinth so calmly. They relied only on their navigation skills and thought that they would get out of here without any problems. It was obvious that sooner or later, sweet Emily would throw off her mask and reveal her true face to the world. She started yelling at Brian and accused him of being the one to blame for everything. This is exactly how angry girls behave. Her words had no effect on the guy at all. Not a single muscle on his face moved. He didn't force anyone to follow him. Emily and her team are to blame for what happened. If they are going to accuse him of something, they may regret it very much. If Daddy decides to punish his children, no one will escape a spanking on the bottom." The newcomers lost their self-control and decided to get rid of the arrogant stranger. They completely forgot where they really were. Don't these fools realize that the labyrinth belongs to the Minotaur? This means that you can meet monsters here that don't play by the rules. Now the real show begins. Get your popcorn and Coca-Cola ready. Finally, we will witness blood, violence, and cruelty. There was too much sweet talk and unnecessary psychology. Sometimes you just want to look at the special effects and battles. It was as if this was exactly what Brian had been waiting for, patiently awaiting the moment to spread his wings. Like a seasoned hunter, he waited and chose the perfect moment for a crushing blow. In less than a second, the champion of the Tower of Trials closed the distance with the monster. He dodged the first blow and took off like an eagle from the wild mountains. Absolute confidence in his own abilities could be seen on his face. Every movement he made seemed to indicate that we were facing a true legend of the Tower of Trials. Brian often faced difficulties early in his playing career. Through his failures, he finally found the only way to victory in the labyrinth of the Minotaur. He had to endure the attacks of this ruthless monster countless times. Only through constant analysis and training did I learn to masterfully dodge every one of his blows. Once you have acquired the skill of defense, all that remains is to learn how to strike back. It is during an attack that the opponent is in the most vulnerable position. This is why experienced boxers try to strike first. Timing is very important for this. Brian acted as if he was born for such battles. With the help of increased characteristics, he made newcomers respect him from the first minute of battle. Only the Minotaur was against human domination in his own labyrinth. His screams didn't frighten his opponent at all. He had been through this many times before. You only have to put your life on the line and you can get an equal reward. It was risk that had brought Brian to the tower's finale, and it was risk that he was once again going to build his triumph on. Now let's turn our heads and see what happens to the newcomers. Now they are paralyzed by fear, no one knows what to do, and everyone is just greedily gasping for air, which is becoming less and less. One thought comes into each of their heads, to run and save themselves without looking back. Sounds logical enough, the only problem is that you can't pass the test this way. If they want to get the reward, they will have to accept the rules of the game and fight alongside the champion. By dodging monster attacks, you can get secret points. It's easier than it seems. It won't be possible to escape anyway. The players are in the world of the Minotaur, and here they will have to take risks. They will have to change their thinking, because without risk, there is no life, and without faith, there is no luck. Of course, you can stand still, hide, and call your mom for help. Nobody forbids the player to do as he wants, but if a player is hungry for victory, he will have to attack and go straight ahead in any case. Experienced Brian gave some advice to the newbies and then said goodbye to his friend Minotaur. After changing the walls, he calmly left this area of the labyrinth as if it was intended that way. The enraged bull was left without his snack, but in this labyrinth, he will easily find another victim. Now it will be much more difficult to stop this monster. He has entered a stage of madness and wants to destroy everyone in his path. During the maze's modification, some of the newcomers managed to escape along with Brian. They were shocked and tried to figure out how to live on. Brian asked the brats to stand up and listen to him carefully. The sun moth's pollen is very attractive to the Minotaur, so the monster will follow them to the end. While the labyrinth is moving, you can rest and gain strength. Emily and Charles had to accept that they would spend the next month in this damn trap. They said that they would go separately in order to avoid being pursued by the monster. Naive fools think they will live longer if they stay away from the rule. Their thinking seems naive. Thoughtless actions will bring even greater danger. After just a few steps, each of them felt an insane horror and fear of death. These guys are too stupid to find their way out of the maze on their own. In this world, everything comes at a price, and Brian is planning to make good money on inexperienced players. He is ready to take them with him and show them the way out, but not for free. For this, you will have to give him absolutely all your money. While you're trying to justify our protagonist, let's move on to the other players and their equally exciting stories. Many talented guys and girls are now trying to climb to the second floor of the Tower of Trials. During obstacles and collisions with monsters, real diamonds are formed. Most players will die, but those who survive will have a chance to become legends. Hank is already gaining popularity. The cheerful and reckless hooligan quickly attracted the attention of the public. His videos are blowing up the internet, and together with his friends, he is already painting pictures of his millionaire future in a new reality. He thought he had set a record and completed the test as quickly as possible. Then one of the subscribers wrote a comment saying that he had seen a more talented player on the Rolls of Fame, and Hank felt cheated by fate. The new video received a lot of comments and a huge number of views. Everyone was going crazy and couldn't believe how this player had improved his skills so much. Now it's worth going back 10 minutes and seeing what happened in the labyrinth of the Minotaur. Brian ordered Emily and Charles to prepare a place to spend the night, light a fire, and find some food. As soon as they left, he immediately remembered the stock exchange. During this time, the champion accumulated an impressive fortune, exchanging experience for hard cash. With the help of money, you can buy all available equipment here and make yourself much stronger. If you think with your head, you can learn to use even the cheapest items. Also, don't forget that our hero can combine artifacts. He bought 3 cheap items and is now trying to make something worthwhile out of them. The merger was successful, and he received the unfinished Wheel of Fortune. This artifact increases luck to the maximum for 10 minutes, but the item is unfinished, so there are restrictions on use. Even with limited luck, one can expect serious success. Brian remembers everything that happened in the game very well, so he knows how to take advantage of luck. He activated the Wheel of Fortune and directed all his luck to the daggers he had purchased earlier. Now this weapon will become maximally deadly for anyone who stands in its way. After acquiring the skills, Brian felt goosebumps run across his skin, a long-forgotten feeling of anticipation. His achievement was instantly uploaded to the Fame roll. Brian is extremely satisfied that he finally got something good. Over the next 10 days, Emily and Charles' condition became progressively worse. It is difficult to envy them because they face terrible living conditions. There is too little fire to keep warm and you have to sleep on pieces of rotten grass. I don't even want to talk about what these guys eat. It's clearly not food from a Michelin-starred restaurant. Meanwhile, Brian doesn't complain at all and is content with what he has. He had already gotten used to the Minotaur coming at the same time. For him, it had become a training session. Running through a labyrinth on the edge of life and death makes a person look at himself differently. Only a true champion takes the situation calmly. For newcomers, this turned into a real hell, leading them to thoughts of suicide. Thanks to her subscribers, Emily tries to find out at least something about Brian. So far, we haven't been able to get any information. This guy is like a phantom that doesn't exist. He doesn't run his own channel or gain subscribers, which is hard to believe considering his talents. Emily asked me to pass this information on to the Raven Guild. Maybe there will be some kind of clue there. They have to live here for another 20 days, and it seems like a disaster. Emily decided to propose an interesting plan to her friend. You can kill Brian while he sleeps and hide in the newly discovered cave. Then all that remains is to wait for help from friends who will come here in the next few weeks. Charles agreed to try, picked up a nearby rock, and swung it to deliver the death blow. At the last moment, Emily grabbed his hand and stopped the killer. She reminded him that Brian had incredible reaction speed. A direct attack is the same as certain death. It would be tantamount to signing your own death warrant. Charles can't suffer any longer. He wants to get rid of surveillance and take revenge for the loss of money. Emily has a brother who is a member of the Raven Guild. He gave her an item to use in a difficult situation. The giant bee's poisonous saliva can eliminate over 100 trolls. If you try to kill Brian, you need to act reliably and use the most sophisticated method. When our main character woke up, he was not in the best mood. The whole problem is that he didn't get the breakfast he dreamed about while he was sleeping. I'm already pretty tired of mushrooms and moss, but there's nothing else to eat here besides this food. All of his teammates were eating the same thing, so Brian, ignoring the ingredients, prepared to eat. Charles and Emily waited with bated breath, eagerly anticipating the moment of truth. Brian calmly brought the mushroom to his mouth and began to chew it slowly, trying to feel the full taste of his dinner. Emily's friends were watching the stream, enjoying this cruel revenge and constantly writing angry comments. They all hoped that what they had been waiting for so long would now happen. A few seconds later, the plate of food fell out of the player's hands and screams and groans were heard. No, the person who ate the poisonous dinner was not the champion of the Tower of Trials. It was Charles who swallowed the poisonous mushroom and immediately experienced incredible pain. His skin quickly turned black and his internal organs began to burst out. At the same time, Brian enjoyed the process and called Emily a stupid girl with naive thoughts. Of course, he knew they were going to poison him and would never have fallen for such a cheap trick. He also reminded that turning on a hidden broadcast is a violation of the rules. The system warned that serious penalties would follow for breaking the rules. Let's see what this leads to. The broadcast can be turned on when fighting a boss to move to the next floor. The rules clearly state that views manipulation and other violations are punished very severely. Brian quickly prepared a letter of complaint and sent it to the system administrators. Whoever created this game has now received a notice of violation of the rules. Emily immediately felt the creator's sanctions on herself. Everything around her lit up with red lights. The girl looked scared and kept repeating that she was not guilty of anything. The number of her viewers immediately dropped to 0, and now no one will be able to watch her broadcasts. After 2 such violations, the user will be banned forever. But that's not all. The player must experience the full ruthlessness of fate, otherwise all his efforts will be in vain. Minotaur appeared behind Emily, who also wants a tasty dinner. He is not interested in mushrooms. He came here to taste tasty and juicy human meat. A terrified Emily begged Brian to fight the monster. She was sure that nothing would change today, and the champion would defeat the terrible giant again. A few minutes ago, she tried to poison him, and now she prays for him to protect her from a monster. That's what hypocrisy looks like. We already remember that Brian tried to copy the skills of this beauty and learn to gain the trust of strangers in a few minutes. To do this, they had to spend 240 hours together, which is why Brian decided not to kill Emily from the very beginning. Now all conditions are met, the communication skill is completely copied into the book of memories. There's no point in hanging around with this girl now. Emily has become an extra burden that needs to be gotten rid of as quickly as possible. She tried to convince Brian that they should stick together, but he no longer listened to her at all. The champion of the Tower of Trials abandoned the beauty and refused to cooperate. In the end, Emily tried to say that her brother would definitely avenge her and would come with the warriors of the Raven Guild. Doesn't this silly girl realize that the champion knows no fear? He is the boogeyman himself? I'll bet money that when the Raven Guild sees this video, they'll immediately refuse to deal with this guy. They're going to need the police to feel safe because this guy is a beast. Ruthless, incredibly strong, and insanely experienced. No one wants to conflict with such a person. He decided to use the fire element to fry the Minotaur's meat a little. Brian is so fed up with mushrooms that he is ready to take desperate measures. All that remains is to wait for the monster to reveal his last trump card. The Minotaur activated the Berserker skill and entered its most furious form. Now he has definitely shown everything he is capable of, and now it's time to end this performance. Any other player would feel doubt and fear if they found themselves in such a situation. None of this concerns Brian, because he has been through this mission countless times already. He is not at all afraid of the enemy's size, strength, and endurance. When you know your opponent's weak point, you don't have to worry about anything. All this time, Emily watched the battle, and before the final blow, she felt how the whole world froze in anticipation. In the past, reality was too harsh for Brian. He felt helpless in a frozen reality. This player died over and over again until he looked inside himself. He realized his incompetence and began to work day and night. Through training, he managed to raise his level to the skies and discover hidden talents. Risky players are always rewarded. That is the unspoken rule of the Tower of Trials. Using the skill Power Leap, Brian broke through the Minotaur's defense and rushed towards the target. He is not at all embarrassed by the level and skills of his opponent. It has long been known that the Berserker mode gives the creature incredible strength for 5 minutes. Usually all the players die during this time and don't even have time to find out the most important thing. After the skill's effect ends, a cooldown occurs and the monster loses consciousness for 24 hours. The Minotaur just fell into a coma, and it didn't even take ripping his heart out of his chest. Sometimes you don't have to be strong, you just have to be flexible and wise. Usually it is difficult for a new player to believe this, because everyone is used to pumping up only strength indicators. Emily may not even think about running away, because she still has 20 days to enjoy the process. The next day, the Minotaur regained consciousness and began to smash even the walls in his path. Brian calmly defended himself and paid no attention to him. A light morning workout only makes him better. Let's not forget that thanks to the defense against the monster's attacks, he gets a lot of points. That's why when he fights the Minotaur, he gets real pleasure. After a month of constant testing, it was time to say goodbye to Wild Bull. Now it's time to decide what to do with this beauty who loves to cook poisonous mushrooms. Brian recruits interns for his own squad. If Emily wants to survive and advance through the Tower of Trials, this is her only chance. She said she was interested and always wanted to be part of such a special group of players. Now we need to understand what benefits she can bring to the team. Her ability to communicate is no longer useful because Brian copied it long ago. Connections in the Raven Guild are also not relevant. Something more is needed, something more interesting. Emily burst into tears and said that she could provide the Brahmin ring. She desperately clung to the champion's leg, begging him not to kill her and to pull her out of this hellish labyrinth. It's hard to believe that this cunning woman had the ring of Brahman all this time. This is one of the best artifacts on the first floor. It increases movement speed and magic resistance. Thanks to his skills, Brian realized that Emily was telling the absolute truth. Now she is officially accepted as an intern into the new team. Her fate is decided. It is worth remembering that interns do not receive a salary and must always come to the aid of the captain. You also need to sign a contract. Everything must be official. Brian decided to activate the fusion and combine his two great skills. After combining the communication technique and the fire element, the skill Brand of Destruction was born. This is the very agreement he is talking about. Times have changed. No more paperwork. Everything happens completely differently now. From this point on, Emily is part of the Black Team and will have a brand on her body. She is forbidden to harm the owner or do anything against Brian's wishes. Thanks to this, she finally got the opportunity to get out of the labyrinth and feel alive again. She was even included in the honor roll, and her account was replenished with 5,000 coins. Until recently furious and ruthless, she now called Brian boss, behaving like an obedient child. Now she will no longer be a problem and will become a loyal ally. Also, Emily has to get used to giving her entire salary to her boss. That's also part of the deal. Within the next 3 days, she must bring him the Ring of Brahman. If she doesn't manage to do this, she will greatly regret being born. Emily will have to come to terms with her new life. She will no longer be the cool girl she used to be. Meanwhile, little has changed for Brian, except that he has become even more formidable. The strongest guild in Korea is Tangun, and their players are planning to defeat the third floor boss next week. Players from America, Europe, and Japan also compete fiercely in the tower. This means that the whole world has already adapted to the new reality. When Brian hears that someone is attacking the third floor boss, he thinks that these players are too hasty. Experienced and wise people know that everything needs to be done in a timely manner, and there is no need to rush anywhere. This kind of risk always comes from greed. Players are too eager to get as many resources as possible. To move up to the next floor, 3 months are always given. This time is quite enough to overcome difficulties and adapt to the floor. Brian is taking his time, realizing that rapid success could leave him vulnerable to future challenges. Greed will surely ruin players sooner or later. Only wise and unhurried warriors will be able to reach the top. Don't forget that no one will give you a second chance. This is not virtual reality. Now everything is real. Returning from the labyrinth, Brian decided to gather information about the events of the last month. He decided to talk to people he could trust. He has long since met informants who know everything about the Tower of Trials. One of such informants is Baldhead. His real name was James, and you have to admit, he was a really nice guy. He didn't come here alone. Sandra, also known as Fire Fist, is nearby. She has a fiery temper and has known Brian for many years. They played together for a long time and became real friends thanks to virtual reality. James is the Machine King, has high stats and extensive battle experience. Sandra has long been known as a taekwondo master with an unwavering will and desire to win. Each of them can be a good support for moving up, which is why they are here now. Brian had completely forgotten that during the game he was called Captain Boring. It sounds a bit trite now. He was very young when he created this nickname. Now everything would be different. Brian felt incredibly comfortable being among real, trusted friends. They are all very sociable and cheerful, friendly and extremely loyal. On his way, our hero has already met complete opposites. He saw people who wanted to use him for their own purposes, and thanks to them, he learned to distinguish good from evil. After a long time spent in the company of hypocrites, it is always nice to relax with friends. Thanks to a short dialogue, the champion was able to learn everything that had happened in the world over the past month. Large and powerful guilds emerged, as well as streamers who captured the attention of viewers. There was even alarming information about miners who created a kind of factory and kidnapped people. Brian was very surprised when he heard that the players were taking some kind of test. Apparently he missed too much and has now fallen out of current life. When the tower first appeared, all the players immediately ran inside. From the second floor onwards, the number of deaths increased and the association set a limit. Now only those who have passed the test can go up to the second floor. Such people receive a code on their hand. All this is nothing more than a trick by the association boss, who under the guise of reducing the number of victims is gathering people with powerful abilities. He's playing dirty, and Brian is willing to accept those terms. He intends to use the association for his own purposes, outplaying Mr. Hassan at his own game. After the tests were created, players began to receive different ranks. Those who receive a poor grade cannot ascend to the second floor and are deprived of the gates of glory and rewards. At the same time, players with high scores immediately receive offers from the best guilds in the country. The test is taken by 3 different types of people, mostly dreamers who want to get to the second floor. In addition to the losers, there are also superstars for whom partners come to the association. Everyone wants to capture the players who are famous for their special talents. Sometimes journalists get lucky and manage to photograph players like Emily and John. Today, even Richard, a member of the Father of Fighting Guild, could be seen in the association. He hasn't missed a single punch yet and has already become famous for his violent character. This guy doesn't like it when fans get too close to him. He prefers to keep his distance and therefore walks with security. One of the guards approached the newcomers and asked them to step aside so as not to interfere with the stars. These newcomers turned out to be Brian and his friends. They don't like it when people talk to them like that. Seeing a small conflict, John immediately rushed to the epicenter of events. He can't believe that some pathetic loser is trying to challenge Richard. Using his skills, Brian quickly analyzed the guy's characteristics. He saw that John was truly impressive and had some very interesting skills. If you provoke him into a conflict, you can copy his deadly attack skill. John's sister saw what was happening and decided to calm her brother down. She couldn't believe her eyes when she saw who he was in conflict with. Brian was nearby, with whom she had recently spent a whole month in the labyrinth of the Minotaur. When he saw Emily, he smiled and grabbed her brother's finger. These actions were enough to make John suffer. Everyone around froze, realizing that a real battle between the players was about to unfold. John is really determined. He is not going to embarrass himself in front of everyone. He is ready to do anything, even if it means killing a stranger to restore his honor. Brian realized that it was almost impossible to escape a fight. He acted as quickly as possible to show who was boss. One punch was enough to knock John down. A frightened Emily looked at this guy and tried to understand what he was doing here. Then Richard from the Guild of the Father of Wrestling intervened in the matter. He ordered the battle to be stopped and attracted the attention of the champion of the Tower of Trials. Brian tried to analyze his skills, but the system refused due to the difference in levels. Brian decided to play a little with this guy and show his fangs. He started making jokes about Richard being John's nanny. It was clear how much these words offended the local superstar. Richard was so furious that he decided to use his signature skill. Everyone around immediately felt the changes in the world. Richard closed himself and Brian in a protective space. Before this, Brian said that he knew what John was doing. He was supplying Koryo Dynasty ginseng to China. Ginseng helps restore stamina and mana, but if you just eat it, it will cause magic poisoning. Many players are currently suffering from this side effect. 3 items can help with this: Corasian Juice, Moonstone, and Mandrake Root. Brian is well aware of the players' problems and can even help them with this issue. His information completely coincided with the intelligence data, which is what left Richard so amazed. He can't figure out who's in front of him, but he knows that this guy is clearly strong. He is ready to trust and even begin to cooperate, but only on one condition. Brian needs to forget all his tricks and play by the rules. Our hero doesn't like being threatened with weapons. If someone raises a sword at him, he immediately switches to killer mode. Richard can forget about the title of the world's most powerful hunter. Now he is in the hands of a true master. Firefist and Baldhead also prepared to fight the guards. Each of them is going to show what they are capable of. The association could have been reduced to ruins if Brian had not pacified his friends in time. He said that everything was fine and they had achieved their main goal. He managed to find common ground with Richard, and now the conflict is resolved. No one ever understood what happened. John is still trying to punish the self-confident bastard. He asks for a chance to fight Brian and rip his head off. This worm doesn't understand that the champion is on a whole other level. Richard explained to his assistant that he needed to keep his mouth shut. Everyone realized that something had happened inside the dungeon, but it would remain a secret. Emily's brother still hated Brian and vowed to kill him sooner or later. He raised the hostility level to the maximum. This is exactly what was needed in order to copy his skills. Not only did Brian gain a new skill, but he also agreed to work with Richard, who was new here. Now you can go and take the test with peace of mind. After a few minutes of waiting, it was our hero's turn. Today he is ready to use only one dagger. An experienced master does not need to carry a large number of weapons with him. An association employee suggested that he attack a low-level stone, but Brian didn't listen to him. He wanted to immediately demonstrate his power by hitting the middle stone. The test looks pretty trivial. You just need to attack the mana crystal. With the help of an attack, the association employee will quickly understand the strength of the player. He expected to see standard indicators and was clearly not prepared for anything abnormal. It seemed absolutely impossible. Most of the players do not pass the selection. They do not have enough magical power to attack the stone. Almost no one could break an average stone in half, but Brian did it with just one blow. After this, the champion thanked the employee for his help and said that he would wait for the results. After that, he calmly left the office and went into the elevator. There, he met a beautiful girl who clearly did not want to see him. Emily hadn't changed at all. The sight of Brian still filled her with the same chilling horror as before. Only now did she hand over the ring of Brahman and keep her promise. Emily hoped that the cursed mark would be removed from her, but it was too early to talk about that now. Then our hero met with friends and learned that he had very weak test results. No one has yet figured out why his skills are so weak. Is it really a deliberate scam? He promised to explain everything later, when the second round of testing began. The first test determines rank based on magical power. Then those who pass the test get the opportunity to enter the tower dungeon to complete the second stage. Brian will go to the ancient ruins of the first floor, where he will have to face something unimaginable. This dungeon remained unconquered for 11 years of virtual play, and even now. The last time he was here was a long time ago, and everything was different then. The mountain ruins is the first floor of the Tower of Trials. Brian has been given an F rank, and now can't get in there alone because the guild that guards the ruins won't let him in alone. He will go into the ruins as a porter. It is still unclear why our hero decided to get the minimum rank. He clearly has something in mind and is not going to let anyone in on his plans. Soon the players received a raid task. They must capture the ruins. To do this, you will have to kill the boss and free the prince who is deep in the ruins. As a reward, you can receive a special relic of your choice. It also became known that if you pass the test alone, the reward will be increased tenfold. Greed immediately awakened in the champion, and he felt the taste of money on his tongue. There are an incredible number of different rewards in the tower. Getting even one of them is insanely lucky. This is why this mission is important, and there is definitely no room for relaxation here. Very soon the porters began to witness the appearance of players from the guild. These guys are distinguished by their equipment and fighting abilities. Their leader is called Christopher, a rather arrogant and cold level 14 player. He works for the Pahun Guild and has the steel defense and insane concentration skills. To copy this skill, Brian will have to gain this guy's trust during a raid. This won't be easy at all. You'll have to use your brain. For now, Brian is taking a wait-and-see approach and not forcing things. He calmly explores the ruins and moves in the right direction. There are experienced wizards among the team who will guide you on the right path. Any mistake in this dungeon can cost you your life. This is why porters are asked to stay close to guild members. It is imperative to stick together and respond quickly to any threat. Soon, the first battle with the monsters took place. None of the players died, and Brian found that strange. He immediately remembered the captain, who, despite his rank, had a low level. At that moment, he became lost in thought and completely forgot about his work. He is currently acting as a porter, so it is best not to get distracted. Foreign players can also be seen among the team members. Their equipment bears the mark of the Scion Guild. It would be nice to meet one of them to get some support. One of the players received a glass of cold water from Brian. This is the moment when you need to activate the communication skill and gain trust. The player immediately began to take a great interest in Brian. When the player took off his protective helmet, it turned out that there was a beautiful blonde in front of us. Brian has completed the entire game, so he knows exactly who she is. She is the youngest daughter of a family of aristocrats from Florence, Europe. A versatile player associated with divine power with defensive and healing skills. It was Teresa de Laurencia who saved Amsterdam from chaos and is now one of the most famous players in Europe. Brian tried to use the Eye of Truth, but it didn't work due to the difference in levels. Only after increasing my stats and spending a large number of points Was it possible to see Teresa's capabilities? It turns out she's one of the top 100 players in the world, which means that since she's been pulled out of her safe corner, it's high time to copy one of her unique skills. Its characteristics are truly amazing. Now it is clear why everyone admires it. She thanked the porter for the drink and said that now she had to work. Teresa has the skill of Heaven's Patronage, which is a dream for many players. It only remains to find out what situation could be dangerous for this paladin and how she can be saved. It's too early to relax. New, much more serious difficulties are already looming on the horizon. The squad captain learned that all the sentries were dead. No one even understood how it happened. The guardians of the ruins watch for trespassers. The ruin's security system will be activated when intruders appear, and there are only 10 minutes left until that moment. Some fool activated this system, and now everyone is in trouble. Fighting the guards would be suicide, and players are completely unprepared for this. There is no time to evacuate, which means the entire team is trapped in a death trap. Christopher worked hard to become the guild leader and therefore has no right to back down. He said they must continue the raid despite the dangers. Every player should feel confident when around St. Teresa. The players have already heard that the guards have awakened. Not everyone was scared because the Pawn Guild is here, and everything should go smoothly. Loners should listen to the boss and then everything will be fine. That's what they thought. The problem started when the first guardian appeared and everyone realized that the theory didn't work. Before the battle, everything seems ridiculously simple, but reality, as always, brings down a bucket of icy disappointments on your head. When the guards appeared, it became clear that now would be no time for jokes. The hunters prepared for battle, although they were under extreme stress. The main forces of the raid group also realized that they needed to mobilize. Every member of the team knew what to do, but there was still an air of chaos in the air. Christopher decided to activate level 3 steel defense to reduce the damage from the guards' attack. He also activated combat concentration to increase the level of his partners. Everyone tried to help in some way, and the wizards immediately got to work. The Angel's Song skill was activated to boost morale, but is it enough to stop the Guardians? Well, let's see where this leads. Anything can happen, and the stakes are higher than ever. I have no doubt that Christopher already regrets continuing the raid. Every action has a price to pay, especially when you are the leader of a squad. The hunters split into two fronts to hold back the onslaught of the monsters. Casualties will be inevitable, and Christopher understands this very well. He doesn't have time to think about players who aren't on his team. Guild warriors act in a coordinated manner, while loners immediately lose control of the situation. They feel abandoned and begin to panic even more. Usually at such moments, everything goes according to the classic scenario, and all the loners are destroyed. But today is the day when the rules go to hell and an unexpected twist appears on the scene. A special warrior appeared on the battlefield, and weak players now have a chance to stay alive. This is possible thanks to the paladin, which was mentioned earlier. Teresa de Laurentia makes even the weakest brats feel alive. Her skills, her aura inspire absolutely all living beings to great feats. Teresa realizes that the guards have passed through the rear, and now they need to hurry to protect the team's weak area. By that time, there were already a large number of casualties in the rear guard. The porters were not prepared for such a brutal spectacle, and most of them did not survive the first battle. The survivors understood that they had gained only a few extra minutes of their lives. And at this critical moment, Brian finally decided to throw off the mask and show everyone who the real champion of the Tower of Trials was. He hid his skills for a long time, and now his hands are untied again. A huge and powerful guardian can scare even an experienced player. This would probably have happened to Brian too if he didn't have fire skills. He quickly activated his power and delivered a crushing blow. The guardian, who had been a terror to ordinary players, was defeated in less than a second. Brian doesn't plan to defeat all the monsters on his own because it goes against his plan. He wants to stay on the first level and not attract unnecessary attention. This is exactly the strategy he chose. Let's see where this leads. Either way, this guy knows what he's doing. Teresa saved one of the porters, and then it was time for a serious talk. She believes that it was Brian who awakened the terrible guardians. She looked rudely in his direction and said that he was now under arrest. After that, she instantly approached our hero and tried to grab him like a child's doll. The girl asks him not to resist, because otherwise she will have to seriously injure him. It looks like they're in for a huge misunderstanding as these two are now pitted against each other. Teresa is sure that this guy is not who he claims to be, and Brian is just trying to maintain his freedom. His skills are enough to easily dodge any attacks from the paladin. With light movements, he made Teresa miss and crash into a stone wall. During the battle, she looked stupid and too naive. Naive as a girl, she fell into the skillful trap of a proud and powerful predator. Then one of the porters ran up to Teresa and said that it was Brian who saved him from the guard. Now this girl will finally understand that she almost made a big mistake. Within a few minutes, the incident was over and there was nothing to worry about. Teresa had to apologize for her actions and admit that she had jumped to conclusions. They quickly became acquainted, and Teresa immediately tried to understand why Brian was hiding his identity. He does this for the same reason as Teresa, because he knows that she wants to secretly obtain the Treaty of St. Peter for the career choice quest. She invited the guild to cover her and thought that no one would know about her plan. Brian also needs one item that no one should know about receiving. He knows all the strategies for passing the ruins and offers Teresa to join forces to achieve a common goal. The necessary items are in one place, so creating an alliance would be the right decision. After a serious conversation, Teresa returned to the rest of the team. The hunters managed to suppress the resistance of the guards. Now it was time to split up. Christopher couldn't believe that Teresa wanted to act on her own. Without it, the other players will start to panic and feel uncomfortable. It was obvious that Teresa would not back down from her plan, because she knew exactly what she was doing and acted decisively. Christopher had no choice but to let her act on her own. She just has to be back by the time the team reaches the boss room. Of course, she asked to take one of the porters with her and received quick permission. Everyone around was scared and didn't want to go with this crazy woman. Only one guy raised his hand and said he wanted to risk his life for the adventure. Everyone around him tried to dissuade him because they were sure that a walk with Teresa was a one-way ticket. Brian didn't pay attention to it. No matter what he said, they still wouldn't understand anything. I had to play the role of a guy in love and loudly declare that his heart belongs to Teresa. Judging by the faces of the other porters, that was enough. Now Brian is considered the last of the Mohicans of the new generation of romantics, and they have nicknamed him nothing less than the Young Romeo. Now they are finally free from extra eyes and can act independently of the group. There are always a lot of monsters in the ruins, and this can become a serious problem for inexperienced explorers. Only those who have been here before know how to get around the obstacles in their path. The Treaty of St. Peter is located in a sarcophagus protected by zombies. Teresa is not a stupid girl. She understands that first she needs to remove the protection from the sarcophagus. As the players prepared to act, the system notified them that the owner of the ruins was watching them. It's probably about a boss who never showed any interest in the players, and now decided to show himself. Before this, Brian said that he knew a way to get through it, and now Teresa wants to understand how she can help him. A second later, the monsters heard strange sounds above. As they turned around, they saw the appearance of a deadly paladin. The zombies immediately became angry and realized that someone wanted to attack their treasure. Teresa activated the Song of Battle. This skill will increase all her stats by 3 times for the next few minutes. Brian explained to her what to do. His plan was ingeniously simple and effective. The paladin must attract the attention of the undead as much as possible and open up space for Brian to maneuver. To do this, you will have to release your divine energy and rock and roll. The power of the Holy Woman is capable of tearing ordinary monsters into small pieces. Fighting the undead won't be a problem. They're not dragons or vampires at all. With monsters like these, you can have a great workout without even having to strain yourself too much. The only problem is the number of monsters, but even this will not stop Teresa. Brian took his chance and tried to remain unnoticed. Even though he was walking over the heads of monsters, the undead were still focused on the paladin. Everything was going like clockwork, but it is precisely at moments like these that the turning point usually occurs, when everything goes to hell. Just when it seems like everything is under control, something incredible happens. Elite undead appeared on the battlefield. Special dead people rose up. Now the real fun is about to begin. The boss's assistant, Riff, has arrived in person to protect the sarcophagus. Now it won't be possible to carry out a quiet mission. We'll have to make some noise. Not only the deputy boss appeared here, but also Dullahan. The player will have to fight against Black Lightning and the Iron Death Knight at the same time. Brian isn't panicking at all yet, but he needs to be careful. There is no need to overestimate your capabilities and rush too much to the sarcophagus. The atmosphere here gives him confidence, and so far everything is going according to his plan. The player managed to dodge the black magic, and all this power went to the sarcophagus. The protective barrier has been destroyed. Now all that remains is to take the main prize. The local creatures will do everything to prevent thieves from getting their hands on the relic. It will smell of blood here, be soaked in sweat, and the cries of pain will become new music. When Brian draws his dagger and charges, the whole world seems to stop. He feels comfortable during the battle. This guy's experience is on a completely different level. Now it's worth looking at how Teresa fights. It seems that everything is fine with her too. She is clearly less comfortable than her partner, but this does not stop her from masterfully destroying the undead. All this time, it turned out that the monsters were fighting 2 players. That was until another special guy got involved. No one was expecting his appearance, although he knew all this time that he would definitely meet the champion of the Tower of Trials here. There is clearly some animosity between Brian and Marcus. They haven't seen each other for a long time, and it's very difficult to predict how their next meeting will end. It turned out that Brian didn't recognize the guy at all. Had he forgotten everything that had happened between them earlier, during the virtual game? You can't do this without using the Eye of Truth skill to figure out who this guy really is. The additional effects leveled out the difference in levels, and before the champion stood none other than a true master of the sword. Marcus is convinced that he is the best swordsman in the world, so Brian must defeat him in a sword fight and break his confidence. It was he who visited that very museum and took with him a beautiful relic. Now Marcus fights with the Qianlong Dynasty Iron Sword and is unrivaled. Now Brian finally remembered this guy. They had already fought during the virtual world. Wherever our hero went, he met Marcus here, who challenged him. He was nicknamed the Thirsty Fighting Warrior, or Stalker. Now the game has become reality, and Brian could not recognize him the first time. He had always underestimated him, although now the battle would be from a completely different angle. The thing is, Brian felt confident because he was playing in virtual reality and wasn't afraid of making mistakes. Now any mistake is fatal, and this takes the battle to a whole new, truly threatening level. The champion now has the advantage of fighting with a very talented partner. She won't stand by and watch Brian get torn to shreds. The Saint will definitely step in and show what she's capable of. Apparently, Marcus doesn't care at all, because he just used the battlefield selection skill. This special skill is only available to melee warriors. Brian realized what was about to happen. The surrounding reality began to change rapidly. He saw that the sarcophagus had already been destroyed, and all that remained was to take the desired item. Teresa watched all these events in horror. She saw with her own eyes how Brian took an unknown pill from the sarcophagus and promised to definitely return. After that, he and his rival disappeared, evaporating like fog. Battlefield selection skill allows the player to take an opponent with them to another location. This skill is usually used to force a one-on-one battle and limit the influence of allies. Now that no one is interfering, you can safely activate the duel technique and begin a real fight. With this skill, Marcus increased his stats by 10% and decreased his opponent's strength. This skill is indeed useful, but it should not be overestimated. Either way, skills come to the fore, and Brian has no problem with that. He found himself at a disadvantage and therefore activated the special conditions of the synthesis skill. Rely primarily on skills, and only then on their strength. When Brian finds himself in a disadvantageous situation for copying, he activates a skill to even the odds of success. He had just copied his competitor's skill and obtained the sword song at his disposal. This will allow him to double his swordsmanship skills and feel like a fencing legend. The copied ability will be saved in the world's memories and will be available at any time. Enough of these skills already? The audience wants to see a real, merciless battle, not a parade of abilities. I want to see two first-class warriors fight each other without restrictions. The swords were quickly prepared for battle, which meant that sparks would appear now. Marcus was surprised by his opponent's strategy. Brian uses a dagger, but still fights at medium range, which looks stupid for an experienced swordsman. Apparently this guy knows what he's doing, or he just wants to piss off his opponent. Marcus has dreamed of defeating the champion of the Tower of Trials his entire life. For many years he played and lost to this guy time and time again. He missed his chance to be the best, and then he hated Brian. Now the world has changed and he has a chance to compensate for his pain. To prevent this from happening, Brian plans to use a special relic. Now he will gain the ability to resist the sword. To do this, you just need to activate Synthesis and combine the Song of the Sword and the Demon Soul. The result is an ability that can be called S rank Sword Graveyard. This skill strengthens the swordsman fivefold. Now his body will use only the most effective techniques. Brian transformed into a demonic swordsman simply by combining two of his skills. Night of the Dark Moon will allow him to reach a new level of close combat. Right now, he doesn't have enough mana to control all this power. He needs to make up for the shortfall quickly. Meanwhile, Marcus stood frozen in anticipation, trying to figure out where his opponent got this incredible power from. He created the best conditions for battle for himself, and as a result, he found himself at a disadvantage. Marcus immediately saw flashbacks from the past. In the game, he lost time after time, and could do nothing about it. He felt like an absolute, hopeless loser whose strength was powerless before fate. Can't he surpass himself at least once in real life? We will see this now, because the final round of the confrontation is approaching. Brian parried his opponent's main attack and rushed forward. He caught the intoxicating scent of victory and realized that Marcus needed to be finished off before he came to his senses. With his quick movements, he went behind his opponent to protect himself from unnecessary risks. Then it was time to deliver the final blow and emerge victorious from this battle once again. Although Marcus managed to parry this blow, it was clear how quickly he was losing the initiative. Victory, like grains of sand, slipped through his fingers, leaving him with nothing. He lost his sword and was left unarmed before the main rival of his life. He has lost more than 100 times and now does not want to continue living as a loser. He asks to kill him in the hope of getting rid of his constant suffering. Brian doesn't intend to do this. Sooner or later they must fight again, because it is through fighting that progress is made. The Tower of Trials is a challenge even for strong players. Here, death lurks at every turn, so talented players must be treated like treasures. There have been many cases in history where worst enemies became friends. Brian used the communication skill to copy his opponent's skill. Marcus is in no hurry to be friends with this guy, but in the future everything may change. The battlefield effect was cancelled, and players were returned to Teresa. Marcus felt offended and said that he would call Brian the same as in the past. He called him a stinker, and this always drove our hero wild. And now nothing has changed, although this nickname unexpectedly brought a smile to Saint Teresa. At the same time, the guild players continued their movement through the ruins. They noticed strange movement on the map and thought that not all the monsters had been destroyed yet. Some unknown object is moving quickly towards them. They better prepare for any outcome. Very soon they encountered a gigantic iron monster and realized that the previous fights were nothing more than a light warm-up. On this monster, it seems to be a higher vampire. The vampire descended from the iron monster and was in no hurry to attack people. He came closer, bowed his head, and greeted the dear guests. His name is Bellis. He is an assistant to the local lord who knows every corner of the ruins. Christopher remembered that he was the team captain and quickly threatened the vampire with his sword. For such a monster, the sword is not a threat, and besides, he came here with a proposal. Players can follow him without question, or the blood plague will be activated. In that case, everyone gathered here will very quickly regret raising their swords against the vampire. Everything can unfold so quickly that before you even have time to break a sweat, it's all over. Christopher was fascinated by what happened and lost touch with reality. Bellis will only take half of the players with him, the rest will become his prey. Brian and Saint Teresa have no idea what is happening in another part of the ruins. Now they are trying to regain their strength, and the Saint knows how to do it. She used the Frozen Tears artifact, which enhances magic and purifies mana. Brian quickly healed his wounds and felt much better. Now he is happy with the result and can continue to perform miracles again. At this moment, the system reported that the players were being called to the Master of the Ruins. When you accept the invitation, all monsters and traps are deactivated. It became crystal clear. The entire squad was being held hostage, and in order to save them, this ominous invitation would have to be accepted. Teresa is obliged to do everything to save her team, even though she is plagued by doubts. She is not at all sure that she can defeat the Lord of these lands. All this can be a cunning trap that will lead to the death of absolutely all members of the raid group. To win, you will have to team up with absolutely all players and hope for luck. By joining the party as a paladin, Teresa only wanted to protect the players and at the same time achieve her goal. She got the artifact she needed, but now her team is in danger. Marcus heard this whole conversation and decided to help with advice. Even though it has nothing to do with him, he still wants to do at least one good deed. He understands that Brian is selfish and is unlikely to want to save weak players. However, without him, this battle is meaningless because he's the champion of the game. Only this guy can challenge the Lord to satisfy his ego. So Marcus advises Teresa to take Brian with her to have at least some chance of success. Brian has always fought for greatness and nothing has changed in that regard. He still craves excellence. He is ready to fight, although it will require satisfying his financial appetites. Teresa is ready to give everything she has just to defeat the Lord. The negotiations quickly ended successfully. Now it was time to fight. The quest was accepted and the monsters automatically went into hibernation. The players calmly reached the Lord's gate and prepared to conquer the unknown. Brian tried to calm his partner down and said that everything was under control. It's not always the strongest who wins a battle. Sometimes all it takes is a flawless plan. No matter what happens, Teresa must have faith in her partner. When they entered the main hall of the ruins, they were amazed at the splendor and beauty of the Lord's chamber. There are many high-level monsters gathered here who have been waiting for guests for a long time. The lord of this place is Alice von Ataraxia. Although she had long since grown tired of waiting, nothing had happened to the surviving members of the team during all this time. John is here, and Brian is sure that it was he who woke the guards. Now is not the time to sort things out, because there are more global problems. Alice invited Brian here because of the special smell he had. For the first time, she feels such an intoxicating sweetness of blood, and it is incredibly difficult for her to resist this temptation. The arousing scent makes her go crazy, and Brian feels uneasy about it. He is clearly alarmed after hearing such compliments about the smell of his blood. Now it becomes clear that the Lord's main goal is to eat the team's main player. The champion said that he does not intend to end his life this way and will definitely continue his path. At that moment, he was almost destroyed by a laser attack. No one asked his opinion. So Alice was very angry when Brian opened his mouth without permission. She reminded him that he had no choice and must submit to the Lord's wishes. Brian then took a few steps forward and knelt down, then promised to give the Lord something sweeter than blood. It seems our hero intends to play dangerous games by deceiving the Lord with his cunning actions. He came here with a clear understanding of what needed to be done, and his experience is now coming to the fore. Instead of his blood, he offers Alice the freedom she has long dreamed of. All the vampires immediately got angry and started yelling at this narcissistic and arrogant worm. They were ready to tear him to pieces, but one gesture of the Lord's hand made them immediately fall silent. Alice even rose from her throne to order Brian to back up his words with actions. After this, the player gave his name and said that he was a representative of the Mains. Now it is worth telling that Main is a warrior who, because of money, revenge, or personal motives, turned away from other people. The Mains prevented players from climbing the tower and helped the monsters that were in the ruins. Alice had heard of such creatures before and immediately began to think seriously. Brian said he had established a connection with the temple on the 27th floor. It was there that he learned that there was a powerful lord who needed to be pulled out from under the barrier. While Brian was telling her that he knew how to trick the barrier covering the ruins, Teresa was trying to figure out what was going on here. All the vampires also became excited when they heard the words about the temple. A slight panic set in, and everyone waited with bated breath for the next words of this unexpected guest. It was clear that Brian wasn't bluffing, but for some reason the Lord decided not to trust this guy. She has met many chatterboxes with beautiful speeches, and now she is not going to believe anyone. She activated the blood sphere and prepared to taste the sweet blood of the special player. Our hero had a clear plan of action. I have no doubt that even now he will not waver. While he remained in place, Teresa got her bearings and rushed to protect her ally. She activated the Holy Energy Protective Shield to repel the monster's attack. Teresa tried her best to block the blows and asked Brian not to get out of defense. She hopes that divine power will be enough to deal with this attack. On the other side, the Lord just laughed loudly, as if it was some kind of fun. Alice hates everything related to the sacred. It has been this way since birth. A bloody explosion should quickly put an end to this divine presence. For a moment, Teresa was afraid and thought that she would not be able to hold back such a force for long. Then she remembered Brian and realized that together they would get through all the hardships. She feels more confident next to him, but this, alas, is just a deceptive mirage. A second later, the saint felt a burning pain in the region of her heart. Her body was pierced by the very man she believed in so strongly. Even the higher vampire thought and stopped for a while. No one understood what was happening, and only Brian continued to act according to the plan. He said that he had not been bluffing all this time, and now his words actually carried weight. He took a few steps forward and felt someone grab his leg. Teresa breathed her last and continued to hope that Brian would act according to plan and save the team members. He looked coldly at her, then raised his dagger high. The assembled monsters became unwitting witnesses to an act of unprecedented, shocking cruelty. Brian killed his ally without even blinking an eye. After that, Alice burst into loud laughter. She clearly has a talent for laughing sinisterly. She could easily pass the casting for the role of the Joker, but she is comfortable here. She decided to trust Brian and get the very artifact he was talking about, the Ring of Brahman. If you place this ring in your soul, you can temporarily deceive the barrier and leave the ruins. Alice had heard of someone suggesting that she seal her soul. Now it finally becomes clear why Brian gave up all experience points and received the minimum rank in the association. He specifically wanted to be at the first level and use the soul transfer skill. Only a level 1 player can activate this skill. Now, the whole puzzle has finally come together into a single crystal clear picture. Soul Transfer Magic Circle has been activated. This trick can only be done once every 365 days and only with one soul. The activation will occur after the object's consent, and then this magic circle will disappear forever. Alice has only 1 minute to give her consent and finally free herself from the shackles of death. Everyone around watched in surprise and were afraid to intervene in the situation. Bellis looked the most thoughtful, as if he was trying to look through the Lord and see the essence. Alice found it difficult to trust a stranger she was seeing for the first time. If anything goes wrong, she can always destroy Brian and break the magic circle. Alice doesn't want to put her life in the hands of a stranger, but on the other hand, she has lived in captivity for too long. 1,000 years have passed, and here it is, her chance to breathe in deeply the aroma of long-awaited freedom. Brian assured the Lord that she could trust him and would not regret her choice. As soon as she touched his fingers, he immediately activated the communication skill. After that, Alice felt trust in this guy and allowed her soul to be moved. The Brahmin ring immediately activated and made strange sounds. Now the soul of the legendary vampire moves into an equally legendary artifact. All this time, Alice felt like she was free and could now forget about the underground prison. Of course, this is not true. Now she has a new house, which is much smaller than her previous mansion. With the help of the patronage of heaven, Brian wants to solve one more problem. He activated his skill and a dead paladin rose up behind him. All that remains is to congratulate Saint Teresa on her return to the world of the living. The patronage of heaven helps to bring a dead person back to life, with the exception of instant death. Brian killed Teresa with 2 attacks and now easily brought her back to life. Even though she had to go through a lot of pain, a smile now lit up her face. Teresa has a lot of questions for her friend. They will have to go through a long conversation. There is no time for this now. The vampires have realized what happened and are preparing for revenge. The high vampire Bellisjad appears especially aggressive. He said that those worthless worms would pay dearly for what they did to Alice. He who betrayed the master of these lands must turn into bloody dust. You need to react with lightning speed and defend yourself as effectively as possible. The blood for a while and buy some time for the players. A blazing battle begins and the allies must split up. Brian must take on the monsters and Teresa must save the rest of the team. They will only be able to get out of here if they unite and fight the bloodsuckers together. The best of the best, the elite guards of the vampire squad, have gathered here. Now they don't even understand what happened when their owner was imprisoned. They have already lost, and now all that remains is to breathe their last breath. Using the sword graveyard skill, Brian is about to challenge a vampire who uses a dark martial art. This battle promises to be legendary because the chances in it are a perfect 50-50. Christopher had believed all along that Teresa was on a mission with a regular gun carrier. Only now did he watch in surprise at who this guy really was. He had just cleared the perimeter and killed 100 vampires on his own. To explain this in ordinary words, and Teresa does not even try to do so. Brian doesn't take off his mask so as not to show his face once again. Many people didn't pay attention to him, so they won't even remember what he looks like. Teresa has gone through death for the first time, and for her, it is not a problem for success. Thanks to Brian, they survived and went through all the hardships. He actually managed to save the paladin's life and completed his personal quest. Now the Heaven's Favor is completely copied and saved in the skill book. Teresa happily realized that Brian had known from the very beginning that she would be resurrected. In fact, this is not true at all. He only hoped, but was not sure of anything. Brian decided not to anger Teresa by telling her the truth. It's much better to focus on the good and take some prizes for defeating vampires. Christopher approached the Savior and said that he was ready to pay back for everything he had done. If it weren't for Brian, all these guys and girls would have died without ever seeing their home. Even though Brian doesn't like this guy, he still wants to do one more good deed and give the players relics. There are still a lot of good items here, so you can afford to be a little generous. Christopher immediately noticed the fragment of Merlin's staff. Now he can not only restore his authority, but also make good money. Greed enveloped the heart of the team captain, and he quickly regretted it. Touching the relic, he saw that a seal had appeared on his hand. Although Merlin's staff is a precious relic, it still bears a curse. If the Lord of Ruins disappears completely, the staff will become safe. Now Alice is trapped in the ring, which means the curse will make Christopher a little different. Brian never liked him, so the champion didn't interfere with what was going on. He assured Teresa that everything was fine and asked her to leave the place and not look at Christopher. After completing the trials, players must return to Seoul. Many representatives of the association gathered here and received a letter from an unknown player. Manager Lisa is currently talking to the department manager, Mr. Ronnie. Experts have already told them that the raid will last at least 3 weeks. The group's chief expert turned out to be Marcus Raitsidiru, who informed the association of everything that happened inside the tower. Nobody wants to trust this guy because he is not a member of the guild. However, he spoke the truth, and the ruins of the fallen dweller were officially cleared. The portal opened and tired and exhausted players began to emerge from it. Many died, and those who managed to escape were seriously injured and exhausted. Reporters immediately began taking pictures of the players and congratulating them on their successful raid. Then the guild leader appeared, and all cameras turned towards him. After the curse, Christopher has changed a little, and now he needs to get used to his new image. Everyone was shocked, speechless, not knowing how to comment on what they saw. Paladin Teresa appeared and said that it was not Christopher's squad that cleared the ruins. This was done by a masked man, and he didn't need any help from other players to do it. Everyone else just watched from the sidelines as this special guy's greatness was revealed. Having heard everything that had happened, it was decided to call the leader of the association. John made no secret of his fierce hatred. Brian and everything connected with him still turned him inside out. The next day, the champion finally got a chance to rest. The internet was bursting with loud headlines. Everyone was trying to figure out who the man in the mask was. It's hard to believe that it's possible to clear such heavy ruins alone. Brian involuntarily attracted everyone's attention, although he himself did not strive for this at all. He was lucky that he was wearing a mask and his face is known only to Saint Teresa. She promised to keep everything a secret. Now there is no need to worry about it. Now is the time to talk to the vampire trapped in the ring. Alice hates Brian for locking her in this dark and smelly pocket. She doesn't understand that she is now completely in his power. All he has to do is shake the ring slightly and Alice will instantly feel a hurricane earthquake and dizziness. She needs to calm down a little and accept the fact that she now has an owner. Vampires never forget a grudge, but for Brian's sake, an exception will have to be made. The carousel of death can make any vampire change their rules. If Alice wants to continue living, she must adapt and bow her head to the champion. Now, he allows her to go out and get some fresh air. The silly girl thought that as soon as she returned to the real world, she would immediately be able to take revenge. Here, she lost her former power of ruins, becoming nothing more than an obedient pet. Brian only pulled part of her out of the ring. Now she doesn't have most of her strong skills. Even after the restrictions are imposed, Alice still remains stronger than a normal vampire. It can be used for one's own purposes, but to do this, one will have to find a compromise. Brian is ready to give her the real freedom she has dreamed of all her life. If Alice helps her master, he will destroy those who betrayed her many years ago. He will then return the Ataraxia clan head to her, and Alice will once again become a legendary figure. The next day, a video of the raid appeared on the internet, where an unknown player in a mask completely changed the situation. Everything was heading towards complete collapse until that same guy appeared out of nowhere, whose fire tornado skills instantly turned the tide of events. Brian destroyed every monster that stood in his way, not paying attention to the difference in levels. Now he is called a hero and the masked champion. Now no one doubts that the best guilds in the country will want to get their hands on this hero. There is nothing new in this. Once a player has gained a little fame, he is immediately inundated with lucrative offers. Brian doesn't intend to get involved in guild affairs or squabbles between them. He chooses his own path. At the same time, he does not intend to forget the fact that the guild members tried to kill him. If they want war, they will regret it very quickly. He will tear to shreds anyone who dares to challenge him or call him weak. The time of defeats is long gone. Now the local bullies will have to admit, a new king of beasts has appeared in Seoul. Black Crow Guild boss ordered his men to kill Brian in the ruins. John woke the guards and still got nowhere. That's why the guild leader, Mr. Rogers, is furious today and can't find his place. This show is destined to end much earlier than planned. The guy who was supposed to be destroyed in the ruins of the tower walked into this office. Upon seeing the masked guy, Roger immediately ordered his guards to seize and behead the fool. John felt he had an opportunity to restore honor to his boss. He had long dreamed of revenge, and now he took out a dagger to show the speed of his hands. The naive fool doesn't realize that Brian is on a completely different level of training. He's not afraid to show his face and deliver some powerful knockouts. No one had ever allowed themselves to act so self-confidently in the Black Crow Guild boss's room. Brian walked around here like a king returning to his native lands. He is not at all afraid of the actions of the boss, who has long since lost his temper. Roger didn't become the guild leader by chance. He earned this right with his skills, connections, and influence. Now let's see what this mustachioed man is capable of, and is he really that good? With one deft move, Brian broke the legendary sword into 2 pieces. To do this, he doesn't need to get up from his comfortable chair. He feels right at home here now, and I wouldn't be surprised if he wants to swallow up the entire guild and become its new undisputed boss. The champion of the Tower of Trials can afford anything. To reach the top floor, he had already managed to destroy absolutely all the security in the building. With the help of skills, the champion can conquer any ordinary player. He no longer needs to hide his abilities and pretend to be a first-tier player. Now it's time to take over everything here and impose new rules of the game. Roger tries his best to negotiate. He reminds that additional high-level players will soon arrive there, and a bloody mess will begin here. Even if he dies now, his friends will definitely take revenge, and chaos will begin in the city. Blood always breeds revenge. The war will last until one side forgives the other. It actually makes sense. Blood and revenge prevent a good night's sleep. For a second, Roger thought that Brian had really settled down and that everything would be fine now. That was his main mistake. The champion of the Tower of Trials will take revenge and kill everyone until the Black Raven Guild capitulates. Its power is sufficient to absorb an entire large organization. He, like a hungry white shark, came to taste fresh meat. This situation should show the whole city that there is another big player here. Now the guilds must reckon with Brian. Otherwise, they will be crushed like bugs. John will only survive because Brian knows his sister. It would be better for him to never catch the champion's eye again. There might not be a second chance. One of the guards was pretending to be dead. Brian noticed this and ordered him to immediately stand up and tell about himself. This guy is 26 years old. His name is Kim, and he does general work in the guild after graduating from university. He seems like a hard-working and smart enough guy to die. Destroying such a guild is not at all profitable, so Brian decided to hand over control of the organization to this guard. He will be the official representative, and Brian will be the real king. Kim sees a danger in this. If an ordinary member of the organization suddenly gets a high position, then everyone else will be against it. Brian advises not to worry about it. He promises to solve unnecessary problems. To do this, you only need to use one interesting ring, and your whole life will immediately sparkle with new colors. Very soon, all Black Raven players received a message telling them to gather at the main office. These guys look scared and are afraid to look the boss in the eye. They failed the raid and they understand how it could end. Approaching the main office of the organization, they saw a terrible picture. Roger is no longer a boss. Soon he will become food for worms in the cemetery. The head of the guild is dead and the association building looks like a homeless cult. One of the main players was shocked by what he saw. Directly in front of him, in the boss's chair, is Kim's regular bodyguard. For a second, it seemed that another battle was about to take place in this very same place. Everything changed when Kim revealed that there was a new owner. Next to him is a mysterious short girl. Her name is Alice. And now she will be in charge of absolutely all processes of the Black Raven Guild. Everything that was happening seemed like absurd nonsense, and the players categorically refused to believe it. The new boss was even called a little rat who doesn't understand anything about the Black Raven organization. As soon as Alice heard these words, she immediately became furious. Now she will demonstrate with lightning speed that from now on, any disobedience will be punished with the most severe reprisals. The organization's office has now suffered even more damage. A large-scale explosion occurred on the top floors. Brian witnessed what happened and was not surprised at all. When you put a high vampire in such a position, it's not surprising that problems will arise from time to time. You will have to come to terms with this and go to the association to take the second test. The Tower of Trials appeared. The world has quickly changed and adapted to new realities. People adapted to the changes taking place and even found their new masked hero. The mysterious player attracted attention by single-handedly clearing out ruins that larger squads could not handle, and now only a few people know who is hiding under the mask. The leader of the porters, Uncle Raoul, and the brilliant paladin Teresa promise not to tell anyone about anything. The mask will make it much easier to act. Brian is not going to give up the image. Now he went to the Awakened Association to complete the testing. All preparations are complete, and now the time has come to seize all power in the country, leaving no trace of it. In the association, Brian met with his friends who hadn't seen him for a long time. He didn't come here alone. He had to take Alice and tell her that she was a player. Of course, it was necessary to hide her vampire roots. Otherwise, there would have been a scandal. Brian also introduced his friends to Kim, who will now manage the Black Raven Guild. He will explore the dungeon and help pump up the characteristics. For him, this is a great chance to prove to everyone that they are empty space. Now Brian's friends can constantly cooperate with Black Raven and receive various bonuses. Climb the tower faster and increase their ranking. Once Brian was alone with Alice, it was time to have a little talk. This girl needs to get it into her head that blowing up people in the office is, to put it mildly, unacceptable. There are too many cameras in the city center, but she doesn't care at all. Over the course of 1,000 years, she should have long since taught herself to control her emotions. She will have to learn to follow the rules so as not to upset her owner. Together with Alice, they are going hunting. Now they will become a team. The 3rd floor of the tower has been completely cleared, but the 4th floor is still not open. The most valuable dungeons are under the control of guilds, and everyone thinks that there are no more good places to hunt. For an experienced player, everything looks different. He knows where to find a good place to hunt. On the 1st floor is the Moon Lake, which is famous for having the most beautiful scenery in the tower. Brian hadn't been here for many years, as if it was in a past life. The fate of humanity hangs in the balance, and for a long time there was no opportunity to enjoy even the most picturesque landscapes. It turns out that you can hunt here, although only the best of the best know about it. There are 12 statues decorating the tranquil Moon Lake, and Brian came here to get one of them. This statue is not just a decoration, it has another function. There are only 3 players in the world who have discovered this secret. This statue is rarely talked about in the community. No one can find the right key. There is nothing strange about this. The key turned out to be very specific. All you need to do is shine a little moonlight on the statue and the secret will be revealed. To do this, you need to use your fingers and correctly adjust the amount and angle of light. The system immediately begins to react to the reflection of light and the statue begins to move. This opens a secret passage to the lower floors, which completely turns the usual perception of the world upside down. Everyone is sure that you need to climb the tower, and no one even suspects that you can open the way to the underworld. Even Alice, who had been to different parts of the world, had never felt anything like this. She had already forgotten what freedom tasted like, and now she even liked it. Brian noticed that she was glad that she had signed a contract with him. Although she now has an owner, she no longer needs to sit in a cage and constantly kill players. The heavenly protection activated the sacred power and started the process of defrosting the frozen tear. All this is necessary in order to better control the vampire. Alice has lived in the tower for over 1,000 years, and Brian has a lot of things he wants to talk to her about. I wonder how she identifies herself. Does she understand that she is just part of the game? As soon as Brian tried to ask this question, there was immediate interference. The system does everything possible to ensure that he does not find out the answers to all his questions. We'll have to be content with what we have and continue to plunge into the abyss. Alice sensed something coming towards them and asked Brian to make a fire. Having illuminated the path, he noticed a huge monster in front of him who had come here to feast on fresh prey. We'll have to fry this nasty bug and show him who the true masters of the dungeon are now. People! Brian wants to capture not only all the upper floors, but also the underground abyss. To do this, you will have to face a huge army of monsters. Knowing this guy, there is no doubt that he is ready for this. Giant scarab beetles can scare even a higher vampire. They are really very nasty and disgusting creatures. This is probably why the dungeon smells so strongly of dead bodies. Brian doesn't have time to fight the entire army. It's much easier to use the Heaven's Patronage ability. With this skill, you can quickly clean up the area better than any cleaning company. As the monster's physical strength decreased, Alice prepared to show her strength. The noble vampire was clearly not thrilled about the fight with these disgusting monsters, as if he had forgotten who was the boss here. We'll have to do whatever Brian wants. Otherwise, Alice will be forced to return to the Ring of Brahman. Bloody skills quickly put everything in its place. Now it's clear why Brian decided to keep Alice alive and make her his own slave. In the future, she will play an important role and help him fight the strongest creatures of the upper floors of the tower. By constantly destroying monsters, the player's level increases. Experience points also accumulate as stats increase. That is why our hero decided to go into the abyss and put his body to the test. He wants to make himself much stronger and thus prepare for the 4th floor of the Tower of Trials. His actions in the real world created unrest in the Olympus meeting room. Frederick is the leader of the Titan Guild, and today he gathered his friends to talk about all the latest news and problems. An attempt to enter the 4th floor ended in failure. Out of 100 people, only 9 returned alive. The boss of the 3rd floor seemed quite ordinary, but his skills surprised the players. He managed to summon thousands of creatures to his aid, which are almost impossible to defeat. Guildmaster China, Mr. Richard Ike, is upset that the players failed even with the help of the divine artifact. Maria is the leader of the Olympus Guild and says that they had too little time to prepare. Augustine is one of the most aggressive players at this table. He is the leader of the 3rd squad of the Tangan Guild. He completely agrees with Maria and says that all this happened because of the China Guild, which prevented the full preparation of the squad. Everyone gathered at this table needs to calm down and try to solve the problem. Yesterday, Frederick received a message from Maine, and it worries him a lot. One condition must be met, and then players from influential guilds will receive support. The Maines are wanted internationally, and cooperation with them is punishable by law. It is very dangerous to get involved with them. All the leaders understand this, even Teresa, who came with her boss. The influence of the guilds is now greater than that of the government. They must remember that their moral character comes first. You can't cooperate with unknown organizations, even if many are ready to step over heads for the sake of success. Another influential character has appeared at the table who is unhappy with what is happening. He believes that the guilds cannot cope without his support. He came here to show that he is not afraid of anyone or anything. The guild leaders became angry and promised to tear him apart. No one is going to cooperate with Dirty Maine, especially in times of no privacy. The man in the cloak ordered them to calm down and listen to what he had to say. Only if they cooperate will they be able to deal with the boss of the 3rd floor. His proposal seemed naive. Even if they united, they would not be able to gather an army of 1,000 warriors. Mr. Bronson knows what he's doing. He can create the required number of warriors using the Black Cemetery Guardian skill. At this moment, strange things began to happen on the street. The dead, buried here many centuries ago, began to rise from the ground. Even the most powerful necromancer is not capable of summoning such a countless number of the dead. Bronson is clearly very powerful and has now proven it. He was helped by the Staff of Greed, and now players look at this man differently. They have a chance to deal with the boss of the 3rd floor, although not everyone agrees to cooperate with Bronson. They can kill him right here and now, or they can make a deal and keep everything a secret. Teresa, terrified, held her breath as she watched the events unfold, trying to predict their outcome. Collaborating with Bronson is beyond the rules. If Brian were here, none of this would have happened. Teresa tried to figure out what she needed to do and whose side to take. Right at that second, she received a video call from her new masked friend. He immediately heard that Teresa was in danger somewhere. Bronson noticed the strange conversation and said that the voice was familiar to him. After that, Brian automatically switched to video conferencing. He quickly put on his mask and looked around the room, carefully examining each face. Everyone was shocked to see that same mysterious stranger who single-handedly cleared out the eerie ruins. Now all the big guilds from all over the world want to get him on their team. His mask became a symbol of battle, and of course all these people had heard of him before. They had to go to great lengths to contact him, but in the end it happened completely by accident. Everyone involved was left with dry mouths of joy at the unexpected appearance. Even Bronson smiled. He also heard about this guy and decided to talk about capturing a boss of a completely different level. He invites Brian to join the raid and share the battlefield with the dead. The champion hesitated and fell silent, clearly not expecting that a simple conversation with Teresa would turn into something much more. Brian quickly noticed that Bronson had been holding a fake staff the entire time. To create such an artifact, you need to use a large number of ingredients. Bronson did everything he needed to, but he still didn't find the last 2 pieces of the puzzle. He needs the heart of a saint and a prison uniform anointed with oil. The real Staff of Greed has a red stone under its skull. Brian has known this for a long time. Some materials missing on the open floors, which is why the staff summons very weak undead. These soldiers won't last more than a few hours in the boss's lair. At the slightest threat, they will simply flee. Brian quickly saw through Bronson and said that he was just a con man who wanted to deceive everyone. The old worm realized that his plan had gone wrong and quickly lost control of his emotions. He loudly promised that the next time they met, the pathetic little people would crawl on their knees, begging for mercy. He will keep an eye on them, but now it is time to disappear into obscurity. Brian's appearance disrupted Bronson's plans and shed light on his mysterious skills. Now the influential players don't know what to do next to move up to the next floor of the tower. The champion asked them not to worry and not to cooperate with unknown organizations. He is ready to take full responsibility for the future operation. As funny as it may sound, Brian wants to cope alone. For the players gathered here, this is a good deal. Even if this guy doesn't work out, they can still get close to him and gain his support. If he does succeed, the results will be stunning. No one will dare to miss such a good moment. Guilds are already ready to fight to finance the raid. Each of them will do everything possible to become as close friends with the local champion as possible. Brian calmed his interlocutors and said that he didn't need anything. He only asked to be launched into the tower. He is not interested in the reward either. It is enough to restrict the entrance so that no one else can enter there except him. At this point, doubt gripped everyone. No one could understand this guy's motives. Why risk his life without an obvious reward? Had to explain the reason in a sophisticated way. Brian said that he was doing it for the sake of his beloved ally. He had to add some senseless pathos, otherwise no one would have believed him. Of course, this is all a lie, which is enough to make Teresa feel like the happiest woman in the world. Augustine was delighted with the champion's motives. He said that for the sake of love, one can even move mountains. No one even noticed that there was a small camera next to Brian. This means that the video conference was being recorded all this time and will be saved later. The simple players would have asked for good pay, but the champion decided to think about the prospects. Now he can get much more than anyone could have imagined. He can't conflict with guilds. He will upload the video after he edits the moment with Bronson. Brian is playing a very cunning and dangerous game. Let's hope he knows what he's doing. Now he can calmly return to the trials in the abyss. Today he raised his level by 12 positions and completely forgot about Alice. All this time he left her alone, and she almost died fighting with a countless army of scarab beetles. Now that it's all over, you can spend some money to replenish mana for your assistant. This should make amends a little, and Alice will finally feel happy. She usually replenishes her mana naturally, that is, by drinking people's blood. She said that this was unavoidable, otherwise her energy resources would quickly be depleted. Just one little bite and little Alice turned into a contented princess. It's scary to even imagine where exactly she bit him. Perhaps we won't go into these piquant details. Brian continued shopping and treated himself to various artifacts. Minor relics should make his defense better and his attack faster. Now we can move on to the rest of the work, of which there are still too many. To do this, you will have to dive into the unknown, balancing on a razor's edge. When Brian was flying into the abyss, he was not worried at all and did not even doubt that everything was going according to plan. He has jumped here more than 100 times in the virtual world and now knows how deep it is. With the help of reverse gravity, which was purchased a few minutes ago, it was possible to quickly stop the free fall. Even a seasoned higher vampire was not prepared for such a dizzying roller coaster ride. Now everything is in order, and the underground space can be illuminated. Brian and his assistant have come to the right place. It will soon be a lot of fun here. The locals looked at the unexpected guests in surprise. There was a smell of rotten meat all around, and in front of me was a statue of Anubis. Brian looked the monster straight in the eye and smiled happily. He came to the right place. The bored devil dog still lives in the depths of the abyss. Brian is the first human to come down here, and Anubis is very happy about it. He will finally be able to unwind by tasting the taste of an earthly player. A frightened Alice took a few steps forward and asked her master to retreat immediately while she fought the monster. Apparently, she doesn't understand that all of this is just part of the plan, and it's too early to panic. Brian wants to show the monster what kind of person he made a deal with. This angered Anubis, and he activated his personal ability, the Court of Fate. He always uses the ability on the enemy to find out the truth. Now he is interested in how the person found out about this place. To gain Anubis's powers, you will have to destroy his incarnation and make him lose his temper. If Brian succeeds, he will gain the power to ask questions of any character in the game. Brian said that he learned about this place from a vampire and came here to get a special item that is worth a lot of money. He gradually answered all the questions and was not at all worried. Once all the conditions were met, sharp fangs began to emerge from the ground. Activated Judgment of Anubis. All player stats are halved. Abilities and skills are sealed for a minute, awaiting the boss's verdict. Anubis has chosen a representative, the monster Mendez, who will pass judgment. At that moment, the champion smiled and took out a mini gramophone. It cannot be turned off until the music has completely finished. Everything that happened next can safely be called pure madness, absurdity, and farce. Brian turned on the music, took out his dagger, and started showing off his disco skills. During the battle, the perfect music plays, which was found through trial and error. The rhythm fits the monster's attack patterns perfectly. Brian follows the rhythm perfectly and controls this fight. He's fought this monster 100 times already, which is why he knows the distance so well. Anubis can't believe his eyes. It all looks more like a dream. Only when the right moment arrives will the champion activate Sword Graveyard. Then came a brutal retaliation that stained the ground with crimson pools of blood. Anubis's assistant recovers in a few seconds. When the player has spent all his strength, he will find himself in a difficult situation. Brian knew about this in advance and was not at all embarrassed. It's like he's playing with a monster and making Alice admire his talents. Now she trusts this guy even more and even thinks that he can really help and take revenge. After 10 minutes of fighting, the Devil Dog representative decided to retreat. Anubis refused to believe that he had chosen the wrong one. Brian continued to humiliate and provoke the monster no matter what. He acted according to a pre-prepared plan and did not deviate one step. When the Anubis representative was defeated, the player felt a level increase. Now he has discovered the possibility of learning ice magic. Even for a champion of the Tower of Trials, this is a good purchase. Finally, the monster admitted that before him was an unusual man from Earth. He came to challenge Anubis and take all his skills. For Brian, it was just fun, and that was what infuriated the Devil Dog to the extreme. He can't believe that a common man would be so bold as to fight him on equal terms. Dungeon Boss has released a huge beehive, which is home to countless insects. He ordered them to attack the man and leave no living place on him. The incredible number of monsters can be frightening for an inexperienced player. Only a person with control over fire will not be afraid of meeting insects. These monsters live deep underground and are afraid of light. Let's see what happens when their bodies are scorched by a fire that can melt even titanic slabs. Brian decided to play some adult games and combined fire with the ice skill. As a result, he obtained the daylight technique, and all the monsters gathered in the abyss felt the bright kiss of Zeus. Screams and groans could be heard all around. The bright light destroyed all underground creatures. Anubis had no choice but to activate the chosen creature. At this rate, he risks losing his world. He needs to turn the tide of the fight urgently. To regain the initiative, we had to call in a special monster for help. Brian was ready for this, and with one movement of his hand, he attacked his opponent with an ice arrow. The giant bees quickly realized that today was clearly not their day. There were too many rivals again, so Brian decided to use a special pill. This relic helps to increase the size of an object several times. The effect will appear in a minute. You just need to drag out time and delay your opponents. Brian used to love superhero movies and always wanted to be like his idols. Now he could easily become the Bee-Man if he wanted to. His actions made the owner of this territory more and more angry. Anubis was losing control of the situation and understood it perfectly well. In terrible and absurd conditions, the enemy will never be able to assess the situation sensibly. Tower of Trials many times knows this. The champion constantly combined his skills and always remained one step ahead. Thanks to his past attempts, he had long since learned the monster's tactics and learned to quickly analyze the situation. Fighting with such opponents is nothing more than child's play for him. He trapped the monsters in a magic cube and then grilled them. All these disgusting creatures screamed so piercingly in pain that it seemed as if the abyss had turned into a complete madhouse. After each monster destroyed, Brian received a power-up pill. To become an equal opponent for a boss with a huge army, you need to get the maximum number of pills. Brian had prepared the items for the merger in advance when he knew where he was going. He created the perfect trap and provoked Anubis into conflict from the very beginning. The devil dog clearly didn't like this, and now he's looking for revenge. A human has no right to treat a high-level monster with such disrespect. Anubis became so angry that Brian automatically complied with the copy conditions. Now he can officially obtain the devil dog judgment skill. Now he can ask 3 questions of interest, after which the enemy's strength is reduced and all skills and abilities are blocked for a minute. This skill can only be used on one person once, otherwise the gods of Egypt will punish the judge. Alice continues to watch all these events, but she does not understand at all what is happening here. It would take too long to explain now, but it would be enough to say that her master had clearly become stronger. Just when the champion finally relaxed, he received an unexpected video call. On the other side of the system is Marcus. Did he really decide to make friends? When Marcus saw his eternal enemy, he became angry. He is angry because he does not know this place and guesses that Brian has become stronger once again. In fact, he called to make a proposal. A martial arts tournament would be starting in the Awakened Association very soon. High-ranking players are invited there to find out who is the strongest among them. Marcus invites Brian to take part in this tournament and fight him again. The champion of the Tower of Trials has no interest in this, but Marcus is not about to back down. He has a secret weapon to convince Brian to take part in the tournament. If the champion agrees, he will receive a pass to the legendary black market. Now we need to explain what the black market is in modern realities. This is not a place where players can buy anything with regular coins. This is a secret market where invited participants can purchase items exclusively with real money. After the Tower of Trials became a reality, people became interested in such auctions. To move on to the next stage, Brian needs precious artifacts, and he is clearly interested in going to the black market. We already remember that Brian posted a video of the incident in Olympus. He edited the video and put the guilds in a good light. Many people believed that the masked man could actually defeat the boss of the 3rd floor alone. There is a lot of excitement around our hero. He is once again in the spotlight. Brian posted this video on his channel and got a lot of views. Players get paid for watching, and that's how they become rich. Thanks to this, Brian replenished his balance and can now afford whatever he wants. If he gets a pass to the black market, he will actually be able to buy all the necessary artifacts. So he decided to agree and take part in the tournament of the strongest players. The best warriors in the world have gathered here, and the whole world is now watching their battles. The association wants to show the strength of the players so that people understand that the tower will soon be cleared. We need to rewind time and finish Brian's conversation with Marcus. Only high-ranking players can take part in the tournament. Brian doesn't have such a pass, but Marcus doesn't listen to him at all. The winner will receive any relic from the National Museum, as well as many other benefits. Marcus does everything possible to interest his enemy and defeat him in front of the whole world. These words were enough to interest our champion. He arrived on the first day of the tournament and decided to take a look at what was going on. The arena has already seen several brutal murders. A player has appeared who can summon monsters and attack opponents from a distance. These are our old friends, Mr. Albert and Little Margaret. The association and various guilds always pay attention to such players. Black Luck Guild. The highest ranked player, Master Daniel Deers, is here. He noticed one particular player who looked great. This guy does everything well. He controls the battle, has a wide vision, and combines different types of attacks. They already tried to invite him to the guild, but unfortunately, Marcus refused. This guy was the first player to refuse to join the Black Luck Guild, and now Daniel took it seriously. He likes ambitious guys and wants to get only the best fighters on his team. There was another player lurking in the stands who threatened to tear apart all the participants of this tournament. The self-confident and extremely ambitious Patrick from the Black Luck Guild also came to watch the fights. A lot of money was invested in it, and now the boss is waiting for it all to pay off. He has every chance of rising to the highest rank in 3 years, although he will have to sweat for it. While Daniel dreams of raising the prestige of his guild to the skies, the battles in the arena continue. Many might think that Marcus is a weakling who constantly loses. In fact, he had only ever lost to one person, the champion of the Trial Tower. All the other players never presented him with serious competition. As soon as he picked up a sword, he instantly demonstrated who was the best swordsman in the world. In the real world, nothing has changed. Marcus defeated everyone again and didn't even get tired. He became the winner of the tournament, and all eyes of the public turned towards him. Now he has the right to choose any opponent for the fight. Players dream of choosing the most powerful opponent for themselves in order to become famous, but Marcus chooses a different path. Patrick was sure that he was the one chosen. This is what he was waiting for. Daniel ordered his player to shut up immediately because Marcus pointed at another person. His sword points at Brian, who has been watching the tournament the entire time, although he has not taken part in it. He was initially interested, but without a high-level certificate, he was unable to get the commission's approval. Everyone around was very surprised and tried to understand who Marcus had challenged to a fight. This guy turned out to be a complete mystery, minimal level, and a complete lack of skills. Brian didn't pay any attention to anyone. He easily got up and jumped into the arena. It seemed to everyone around that Marcus would not gain anything from this and would simply mock a weak opponent in front of the crowd. People will be very surprised when they see that a beginner is capable of many high-level tricks. Brian advised his opponent to learn to accept defeat and to give up early this time. Marcus will not tolerate such insults and will definitely achieve results today. He trained hard to hone his sword technique and take his aura to the next level. Today was his finest hour. He was ready to bear the soul of his sword. For Brian, this is nothing to worry about. He has seen this technique many times. If Stalker is truly confident in his victory, then now we will see what he is capable of. Today is a rather quiet and calm day, sunny weather, and a great mood. That was until a battle of the Titans began in the center of the city arena. After that, no one felt calm and peaceful anymore. Fire, smoke, and blood raged all around, the result of a fight between two madmen who decided to find out who was the strongest. Marcus was not prepared for the amount of skill his opponent had. He lost consciousness and fell to the ground without having time to recover his health. Before the fight, they made a deal, and now Brian has the right to take what is rightfully his. The pass to the black market is now in his hands, another goal achieved without any problems. This is what experience does to people. It raises them to the top of the world, crushing all opponents. After his victory, Brian decided to talk to his old friends. Many days have passed since their first meeting at the museum, and Albert and Margaret have become much stronger. Now no one wants to become an enemy of such a talented person as Brian. Today, he is ready to talk to them as friends and offer something interesting. At the same time, one of the spectators could not bear the storm of emotions that was unfolding inside him. His pride was torn apart, and he refused to acknowledge the local champion. Some low-ranking guy can't take first place. He needs to be punished quickly. I already talked about the arrogant Patrick E. This guy has too big an ego not to interfere with the show. He has a special skill called Giant's Hand. To copy this skill correctly, you will have to guess the intentions. Patrick? Everyone was sure that a fight was about to begin, although Patrick clearly didn't come here for that. They have the same field of activity, and they will definitely have to face each other on assignments. That's why he wants to show common courtesy and get to know the new star. When Patrick extended his hand, Brian immediately smiled. He understood what was going on here. All these words are nothing more than a fake. Patrick feels rage and hatred, and this is exactly what the reporters were waiting for. All this time, Daniel is waiting for the outcome. He knows his player, and knows what will happen next. The giant was eager to defeat the local champion in front of the crowd. After that, his ratings will rise along with the ratings of the Black Luck Guild. In this case, he will receive all the public attention and increase the number of subscribers on his channel. Brian read this guy like an open book, which means he met all the conditions to copy the giant's hand skill. Now you can use gigantic strength, lift huge objects, and feel like a real Hulk. During the virtual game, Brian could only dream of such skills. Now he has become much more powerful, and with the help of copying technology, he is constantly increasing his level. He happily agreed to shake hands and meet Patrick. The player from the Black Luck Guild was confident that everything was going according to his plan. He smiled and rejoiced in anticipation of a strong male handshake. At the last moment, Brian's face changed and he said that he would not allow anyone to challenge him. After this, Patrick immediately activated his skill and tried to tear off his opponent's arm. He was sure that the same thing would happen as before. He had pulled this trick many times. This fool never realized that today he met a man with exactly the same power. Now we will finally be able to witness the judgment of Anubis. Patrick became nervous and began to sweat quickly. For the first time in his life, strength did not help him achieve success. He quickly found himself on his knees, feeling like a pathetic and defenseless Barbie doll. Brian is not going to turn a blind eye to the attempt to dishonor him. If there are a lot of reporters here, then this is also a great opportunity for him to make a statement without a mask. The champion of the Tower of Trials wants to prove that his victory over Marcus was not a fluke. Daniel was furious when he saw his top star being beaten in front of the crowd. He had done everything he could to ensure that his guild succeeded, and now he was eager to punish the scoundrel. Brian realized what was coming and prepared for battle. For him, this is nothing new. Another battle, another victory. Perhaps our hero should have been a little more serious, given Daniel's characteristics. This player did not become the guild leader by chance. His skills and mastery are at a high level. Brian is confident that he can defend himself with his blade and daylight skill. He calmly waited for the approach and demonstrated the sharpness of his blade. Had to spend experience points to reduce the difference in levels. Daniel immediately remembered the battle against the second-floor boss, who was called the Divine Warrior. At that time, the guild boss was the leader of the vanguard, and it was thanks to his actions that victory was achieved. Now he's fighting some newbie and he's not going to let him take his glory. The battle promised to be extremely intense and uncompromising. No one was ready to retreat. Everyone was burning with the desire to rip the heart out of their opponent's chest. Another second, and the spectators would have witnessed a bloody massacre, but this was not destined to happen. The president of the association intervened in the conflict in time and ordered everyone to stop immediately. Hassan will not allow a serious tournament to turn into low-grade entertainment. Brian immediately greeted the association leader and said that the arrogant newcomer needed to be punished. Hassan asked him to calm down and not to forget that in the tournament, everyone is fighting each other, so there is nothing strange in Brian's victory over Patrick. The association boss calmly approached Brian and introduced himself. To be honest, 20 minutes ago, he didn't even know that a player like Brian existed. That was until one of the association representatives contacted the boss and told him what was going on here. In any case, now the moment has arrived for which Hassan came to the tournament. He was quick to congratulate Brian on winning the tournament and officially making him an S-rank player. There are only 16 warriors of this rank in the entire country, so this news caused a global shock. Hassan also apologized for the fact that the association initially gave Brian the wrong rank. Everyone has forgotten about Patrick. No one is interested in him anymore. Daniel finds it difficult to accept the fact that the tournament was supposed to be a stage for the Dark Luck Guild, but ended up being a disaster. Together with his best warrior, they were simply trampled, and now it became unbearably difficult to keep the situation under control. He grabbed the reporter to tell him about the guild's future plans, but the reporter no longer listened to him. Journalists are only interested in those who are in the center of public attention. Now, with such a person as Brian, who quickly became a celebrity, it is unlikely that Daniel will forget everything that happened. He will definitely try to take revenge. The guild boss didn't even realize that during the battle, the opponent had secretly copied his Blood Rage skill. We will witness this skill in the future, but for now it is worth enjoying the champion's victory. The public gave a warm welcome to the new top-ranking player. Everyone was surprised that even an ordinary newbie could quickly turn into a star. For new players, this is a great motivation. The association boss apologized to Brian and, as an apology, provided him with a plane to travel to Las Vegas. This is where our hero is heading because he now has a pass to the black market. As a child, he always dreamed of being in first grade and feeling rich. Brian had always been poor and had only seen such privileges on TV. Now he can enjoy the process as long as Alice doesn't disturb him. His assistant noticed a bright guy flirting with a flight attendant. He smells strange. He has a terrible smell of blood that you don't even want to taste. For the higher vampire, everything is obvious. This blonde is far from an ordinary person. Alice knows her stuff. Brian should listen to her. He analyzed this guy and found out that his name was Alex Zudro. He was a necromancer with the Forgotten Gravedigger skill and also Main. To copy skills, you need to get close to the object, and to do this, you need to join the main association. He was the first to approach Brian and said that he had seen him on TV and would be glad to meet him. The champion is not stupid at all. He knows that their meeting is not an accident. After the news about the rank increase came out, now not only large guilds are interested in Brian. Alex told me a little about himself and then even gave me his business card. He suggested having a drink to help pass the time on the plane. A minute later, this guy had already managed to get hold of some expensive cognac and began telling the story of his life. He has a thriving cosmetics business, although it recently had problems with financing. Brian also plays the role of a cheerful guy who doesn't suspect anything. In fact, he knows perfectly well who is sitting in front of him and is already planning his actions several steps ahead. Alex came to Korea to expand his business and do business with the Awakened. He wants to adapt to the new world, and to do this, he will have to overcome all the trials. Just recently, he wrote about a masked player who caused a lot of noise in the media. This player promised to attack the third-floor boss without guild support. The problem is that Alex and his team also wanted to go on this raid, and now the masked man is standing in their way. These actions angered many interested players. Alex and his team are now looking for support to feel more comfortable on the third floor. He happily invites Brian to go with them. Alex's team will get a strong player who will help them overcome all obstacles. In return, they offer support and funding for the special operation. The major guilds blocked the entrance to the third floor so that no one would interfere with the masked man. Alex wants to get around these limitations by using a new superstar to do so. This all seems like a lot to ask of someone who has only recently been promoted. Brian explained that he was a serious businessman and offered serious terms. Besides funding, it has more to offer than just ordinary artifacts. The elixir that makes the heart beat again is now in his hands. Such items are not lying on the road. They need to be found, conquered, and snatched from the hands of the opponent. The main association has done the impossible and obtained such a rare item. Even the champion of the Tower of Trials will be interested in such an item. If Brian signs the contract, he will receive funding and the elixir. A deal with a dead person is never too sweet. That's something to remember. It looks like a normal contract, but if Brian doesn't fulfill the terms, he will be struck by a deadly curse. That's why he wants to refuse to sign and not worry about anything else. Alex was a little upset and said that in that case, Brian would not get the elixir. After that, he saw how his interlocutor snatched the relic from his hand. It all seemed strange. Was Brian nothing more than a petty crook and thief? Of course it's not. This guy is calculating and ruthless. He always gets what he needs. The situation quickly escalated to the limit, and seeing a battle in an airplane would have been a wonderful sight. It was at this moment that all the travelers felt turbulence. Brian triggered this effect with his mana. The captain of the plane immediately warned the passengers that they needed to return to their seats and fasten their seatbelts. Brian said he needed to return to his seat immediately and thanked Alex for the pleasant company. The necromancer is shocked, angry, and scared at the same time. Alex warned that Brian would definitely suffer for such actions, but the champion knows very well who he is dealing with. It was Alex who was kicked out of the guild meeting when he looked like an old sage. The necromancer was angry, but at the same time he tried to calm himself down. He was sure that his interlocutor was bluffing. Meanwhile, Brian continued to mock and said that he was not going to give up the sacred relic. He promised to meet later when he had some free time. It all looked very strange. Perhaps after receiving a high rank, our hero felt even more confident. Now he is in Las Vegas and does not have to worry about anything. Colorful lights, a crazy atmosphere, and the intoxicating smell of money surround him on all sides. Even Alice enjoys being in this crazy city of people. The necromancer's scent. Now Brian gave her a little freedom to thank her. With his mana level, he can allow Alice to grow up a little and feel like a full member of society. Now you can start combining the Eye of Truth and the energy of the Blood Rage. Through the fusion, the player has gained the Greedy Gaze skill. Now he not only sees the player's status, but can even read thoughts. Now we need to go to the place that made us fly to Las Vegas. The private and mountain house Tortuga has been waiting for its guests for a long time. They didn't come here to have fun, but to fulfill a mission. Near the entrance, Brian witnessed an unpleasant scene. A man tried to ask a security guard to take him back, but all he ended up getting was a few punches to the face. Brian decided not to interfere and simply walked past. There was a lot of interesting and brilliant stuff inside, and the highest beau monde had gathered there. Brian came here for serious business. He needs to pacify the vampire so that Alice doesn't do anything. He sat her down at the bar and ordered her to remain silent. Then he went up to the bartender and asked him to pour Alice any drinks she wanted. Now the champion was free of unnecessary attention and ready to enjoy the evening. The man who was kicked out of this house spoke about the employees using magic. The guards didn't believe this guy, even though he was telling the absolute truth. Tortuga's dealer is Pedro, a calm and seemingly balanced guy. Brian has been sitting here for over an hour and has lost a large sum of money. Everyone around him thinks he's a loser, but that's not true at all. It's time to win and upset the dealer. To do this, you will have to play big and go to the bank. Brian looks like a madman who is ready to lose absolutely all his money. Only a person who is either stupid or confident of winning would bet $5 million. While betting, Brian also learned that the place was run by the Cleaners Guild. He is not just collecting information, he will need it in the future. Brian used his mind-reading skill and understood everything he needed. Pedro was a little scared, but then he instantly pulled himself together. With his skills, he is confident that he can deceive this guy and make a lot of money for the trading house. He knows how to change cards at the moment when the process of disclosure is underway, and the guest can do nothing about it. This skill is called sleight of hand, but it seems to have misfired today. It is always pleasant to watch the expression on the face of a person who is experiencing terrible shock. Now it becomes clear that only Brian is in control here. Mind-reading and greedy look helped him earn a big jackpot. Now it's time to cash out your chips and enjoy your win in peace. It won't be that easy. The local employees will never let go of someone who just took their monthly profit. They are sure that Brian was cheating and acting through skill. Such people are not considered visitors here. They are beaten and forbidden to return again. Winners are not welcome here, but that's nothing new. All casinos operate on the same scheme, but today these guys will not succeed. They wanted to grab the lucky guy and take him to the interrogation room. Everything went wrong from the start. Brian is not going to be a soft toy to be beaten. If he has earned money, then now no one will dare to put their hand in his wallet. One of the guards took out a gun and decided to show a masterclass. Brian remembers the movie The Matrix very well. He always wanted to be like the main character. Now he has such an opportunity. The only thing left to do is learn to dodge bullets. During all these events, the guests' attention was focused on the player who won millions. Only one person in the room didn't pay attention to this: the cold-blooded and calculating Alice. She calmly enjoyed the cocktails and the wonderful atmosphere. Even when everything around was covered in fire, Alice didn't even blink, and she was absolutely not interested in it. Getting to know the human world seems much more attractive to her than another massacre of players. By that time, the guards no longer knew what to do and began to panic. There was no trace left of their confidence. They turned into doubting children. Even though they are in a crime-ridden area, these bandits still have no privileges. The average player destroys them like they're stuffed bunnies. One of the guards found information about Brian and showed it to the boss. Now they will understand that they are fighting with a person who received the highest rank from the president of the Korean Players Association. Even in America, such warriors can be counted on the fingers of one hand. This means that a real devil has come to the Tortuga trading house today. If he is not calmed down, he will simply destroy the casino in the center of Las Vegas. The head of security ordered all his employees to stop immediately. He fell on his knees and began to beg the guest for forgiveness for his tactless behavior. Brian immediately smiled and understood what was going on. It wasn't the first time he'd seen people change when they realized who he really was. In addition to winning, the champion of the Tower of Trials also felt that his rights had been violated. In addition to the winnings, he asks for moral compensation. In the end, $10 million will be enough. Very quickly, his account was replenished, and he was able to calmly go out into the fresh air. Now, with that kind of money, you can safely go to the black market to try your luck. During the auction, you can't do without luck. The competition is too high to rely only on yourself. The location of the auction has been carefully kept secret for many years. Brian is driving in a tinted car and doesn't even understand where he is. The car stopped near a large castle where the auction would be held. Alice asked him not to forget the promise and the agreement they had made. She will also take part in the auction. Today is her big holiday. The main thing is not to attract attention and remain indifferent to internal conflicts. There are too many eyes here watching for arrogant newcomers. You can't fall flat on your face. You have to remain neutral and conduct business like serious gentlemen. According to rumors, there will be special items at the auction this time. Thanks to the appearance of the Tower of Trials, there are now too many precious relics in the world. Many ancient jewels are being revived and exciting the minds of aristocrats. Alice quickly sniffed the perimeter and grimaced at the unpleasant smell. She feels such moments very well because she is a higher vampire. Soon they were approached by Julius Zedrick, who is a student of our old friend Alex. It is immediately obvious that after Alex lost an important relic, the teacher was very strict with him. He returned without results or elixir. It was a complete failure for the main organization. With the help of Greedy Gaze, Brian learned that Julius was also a necromancer with the ability of the Pyramid Keeper. He has great abilities and skills, and with minimal mana costs, he is capable of many tricks. Brian recalled that thanks to Alex, he received a good elixir, and now he is not afraid of death. Julius replied that he had come here specifically to meet the talented player personally. This old man is very straightforward, but Brian is not going to play by his rules. He said that he had no time to talk now, and his actions angered the old man. We can't put off this conversation until tomorrow. Julius is not someone to be disrespected. He is ready to tear apart anyone who shows disrespect, although Brian is still not afraid of it. With his new abilities, he is now ready to challenge anyone. He is not afraid of the Mani organization and everything connected with it. If these guys want to fight, they will regret it very quickly. Alice suggested grinding these fools into powder because of their unpleasant smell. She should calm down and not attract unnecessary attention. Now is not the time for fighting. The auction is just beginning. You need to be cool and patient. The first item will be a meteorite that fell on Arizona. It has been emitting strong magic ever since the Tower of Trials appeared. The minimum price is $100,000. The bidding is officially open. In less than half a minute, the price was doubled, and this is just the beginning. Only Brian knows that there is currently no one who could process the meteorite. For experienced players, this is an opportunity to get a good item for little money. The champion officially entered the bidding and raised the price to $300,000. He should be warned that he will face fierce competition here. Someone just offered $1 million for a meteorite, which means the fun has only just begun. Julius has decided to take a different approach. He will also be cunning. He cannot be written off. During further trading, absolutely nothing changed. Brian was willing to buy good items at reasonable prices. As soon as he made his bet, Julius would step in and offer 3 times more. He easily won the competition and left no chance for other aristocrats. Again and again, this greedy old man got all the jewels into his pockets. Few people will like this behavior. It seems like someone is about to explode with rage. When it came time to play for another relic, Brian was determined to fight to the end. He first offered $500,000 and prepared to raise the stakes. Julius entered the fray and offered twice the money. At this point, the champion of the Tower of Trials showed his character and raised the price again. He thought that this show-off was enough to win. It was too naive. In the end, he lost again, although he made Julius pay much more. Perhaps this is his strategy, but for now we can only speculate. The old man paid huge amounts of money again and again to stay ahead. Even his assistant Alex was starting to worry about their bank account. He made a remark to his teacher and very quickly received several punches to the face. Young people don't understand anything these days. It's better not to interfere when old school comes into play. The old man wants to get absolutely everything that his rival is aiming for, and then exchange the relics for information about the guy in the mask. Julius has no doubt that Brian learned about the situation that happened at the guild meeting from the mysterious player. As soon as the next lot went on sale, Brian started bidding again. He kept raising his stakes and forcing Julius to pay more and more. Ultimately, this old man will now be 8 million poorer. He may be happy, of course, but from the outside it all seems stupid to pay such a lot of money for small artifacts. During the next auction, Brian raised the bid to 10 million, even though that was all the money he had in his account. The greedy old man offered 3 times more and felt like a powerful god. In reality, he's just a fool who just wasted a fortune. At the same time, Brian can't be proud of it. He came to the auction to get precious artifacts, and now he is forced to leave with nothing. Alice is not going to give up the artifact called the chessboard to her competitors. She also enters the fight and offers 100 million. Nobody expected this plot twist. It's pure madness. The old man has already spent more than 70 million on all sorts of junk, and his trade balance is not elastic. He realized that Brian really wanted the chessboard, and there was no way he could let this guy win. He needs to get all the artifacts in order to then blackmail the player. Alice is well aware of what is going on and keeps raising the stakes. The auctioneer was so surprised that he was forced to ask Alice for proof of income. He clearly can't trust this girl until she confirms that she has that kind of money. For a higher vampire, this is not a problem. There are billions of gold coins in her treasury. All the aristocrats gathered here swallowed their tongues. Just 1 crown from the vampire's collection is worth more than $500 million. Finally, the old man realized that he definitely wouldn't be able to win today. It will not be difficult for Alice to do everything to satisfy her master. The most interesting thing is that she didn't warn Brian about what she was going to do. It's too early to rejoice. A greedy old man puts into action Plan B. After that, he left the trading floor and left the situation under Alex's control. Meanwhile, Brian is ready to get the first chessboard he has been dreaming about so much. Alice gave the artifact under his control as a gift. It is unknown whether this is part of their deal, or simply a gift from the immortal vampire. A moment of peace, joy, and satisfaction has arrived. This is exactly what Alex was waiting for. Now he is ready to disturb the general peace. The building began to collapse, and stones rained down on the heads of wealthy aristocrats. Panic set in. Everyone tried to get out before they were crushed by a stone wall. All these well-mannered and beautiful people quickly turned into panicking rats, fleeing a sinking ship. In their haste, they don't even see the additional danger. The threat was always there, waiting for the moment to strike a crushing blow. Alex used melt magic and started chopping people into small pieces. Then all the survivors felt a terrible headache and nausea. People began to fall to the ground and beg for mercy, clutching at their last hope. All this time, the highest-ranking player was in a stupor. Only now did he analyze the situation and understand what needed to be done. Alex has crossed all boundaries. The damn psychopath needs to stop immediately, or his head will fall off his shoulders. It is unlikely that a necromancer will listen to the advice of a player he hates. He started this whole plan in order to see it through to the end, no matter what. With his skills, he has already created several terrifying monsters. Brian is the only one who managed to stay on his feet after the activation of the Mad Storm. It shows his skills, but can he stand up to such an opponent? The player had never faced such a difficult challenge before. In addition to the Mad Storm, he is attacked by monsters, as well as the one who controls them. Danger is everywhere. You'll need to be a genius to get out of here alive. First, you need to start repelling the first attacks, and only then improvise. Alex noticed that Brian was fighting without support, which meant that Alice had run away somewhere. He still doesn't know that Alice is a higher vampire and can come to the aid of her master at any moment. Brian certainly wouldn't refuse help, otherwise it would be a long battle. There is no point in wasting time so that the energy does not run out. You need to hurry. With the help of the sword graveyard, our hero quickly moved from words to deeds. He had dealt with the monsters and now turned his gaze to the main culprit of the disaster. Now we need to talk in more detail about the necromancer, his abilities and skills. This is not an ordinary person with magical artifacts. No, Alex is much stronger. He uses magic in various directions and revives the dead. The necromancer doesn't just summon zombies to help him, he turns them into horrible evil spirits. This is how necromancers fight, this is their standard tactic. Brian had faced similar threats in the past. It is thanks to the experience of the virtual game that he is still alive today. In past battles, he suffered several failures and only then found the key to victory. Now everything changes. The slightest mistake could cost him his life. We'll have to burn all the monsters to the ground before they have time to recover. Daylight turned out to be a skill that Alex hadn't had time to prepare for. He realized that he needed to quickly regain control of the initiative. To extinguish the light, you will have to call upon the darkness of the abyss for help. The monsters received the support of the necromancer and moved forward. They were confident of their success, but as a result they began to crumble like sand statues. Brian's skills turned out to be much more powerful than expected. The player is progressing too quickly to be stopped by normal dark forces. Something much more is needed here, such as the divine presence. Alex can't afford this, which is why he now becomes easy prey. For a few seconds, the necromancer lost consciousness and found himself on the floor. When he opened his eyes, he repeated the word impossible several times. All his beloved monsters were wiped off the face of the earth. The show doesn't end there. It's time to settle scores with the main culprit of the celebration. No one will let him escape. Even the teacher will not help this fool. For every robber, sooner or later, the moment of reckoning comes. Bad deeds accumulate and tip the scales. Brian did what he was supposed to do. He took out the trash and got rid of the problems. That's not all. He seems to want to enjoy the agony of the wounded deer. The champion is about to tell the necromancer exactly how he will die. Details always stir the mind, especially when it involves death. By that time, Alex was already choking on his own blood, and Brian was calmly enjoying the show. He even got hold of an elixir that could help a person avoid death. He is ready to share salvation, only if Alex tells everything about the main association. The necromancer decided to show his courage and remain faithful to his teacher. He said nothing and chose the path of a painful and long death. Alex Judro choked on his own blood and remained in the past. During the incident, chaos ensued inside the shopping mall. All the survivors had already run out into the street and left the artifacts unguarded. Here is the safe created by Michelangelo, in which the heart of the ichthyosaur has been lying all this time. If you combine these artifacts, you can create a huge inventory space. Brian better not relax. He heard a familiar voice and approaching footsteps. The manager of the trading house came up to thank his savior. If it weren't for Brian, he and the child would have been buried alive under the rocks. Brian realized that now he wouldn't be able to steal the items he needed. He would have to pay for them. The manager saw everything that was happening, and also saw how the player saved the lives of ordinary people. After such an act, it is impossible to pass by and not help Brian. That's why the manager allowed him to take the items he needed. Now let's talk about the third floor of the Tower of Trials, where players enter the Cathedral of Hatred. Only the strongest representatives of humanity have made it here. All the weak slugs and spineless worms were thrown far back. This is where the fun begins. Every day there will be fewer and fewer talented players. Melina is unhappy with what is happening. Because of the fool Alex, things have gone downhill. Because of this, she even has conflicts with her own ally. Soon a man appeared who intervened in their conflict and ordered them to calm down. These two constantly behave like cats and dogs. It's high time for Milena and Thomas to finally grow up. They were gathered here for a reason. A new character has appeared that needs attention. This character's name is Brian, and he's been making a lot of noise lately. This doesn't mean he's the strongest player in the tower, but he's still a force to be reckoned with. Perhaps he played the virtual version of the game and moves so confidently due to experience. Melina and Thomas do not take their allies' words seriously. They underestimate Brian, although this threat must be eliminated immediately, without delay. Now they will follow Kedrick to fulfill their destiny. In parallel with this, other players continue to prepare to conquer the tower. Constant battles have become something ordinary for people. Morning sparring is perceived as easy and relaxed.
Girls have not been considered the weaker sex for a long time. They are ready to tear to shreds any man who looks down on them.
Everyone wants to climb to the top of the tower to get relics and get rich. Recently, the masked man has been in contact again, appearing on the third floor of the tower. This guy is truly special. No wonder he managed to capture the public's attention. The champion is standing near the temple in the third floor boss room. If you answer the wooden man's 3 questions, you can receive a reward. At first glance, it seems that everything is too simple, but it is not. The questions are too difficult, which is why many players stumble on this task. Brian has already played this game, which is why he is broadcasting from the scene so calmly and leisurely. He is ready to solve any riddles to get a valuable prize. If he makes even one mistake, the punishment will be as merciless as possible. They will slowly tear off his arms and legs and then leave him to die in a pool of his own blood. Now that the player is scared, he can hear the first riddle. Brian needs to tell me what is the optimal depth and temperature for the Kelgorns to live in seawater. The viewers of the stream are shocked. They put themselves in the hero's place and understand that they would never have solved such a puzzle. Brian, however, behaved calmly. He reacted very quickly and answered the question. At such moments, even those who doubted him understand that they are faced with a unique person. Everything that happened next was nothing more than a formality. Brian quickly became the first person to answer all of the wooden monster's questions. The subscriber chat was bursting with delight. The man in the mask just got even more fans. Now he can get any leaf from this tree, red, yellow, or green. It sounds confusing, so I need to explain a little what's going on. The red leaf is a fire modifier, and the yellow one increases defense. According to rumors, the green leaf increases the speed of movement and makes a person elusive. For the boss fight, most would choose speed, which is the green leaf. Brian responded in an unconventional way. He doesn't want the usual sheets, he wants to get something different. He knows that the wood monster is hiding a black leaf and wants to get it. No one has heard of the black leaf before. Even James and Sandra don't know about it. The wooden monster said that he couldn't give the black leaf because it was against the rules. Did the monster forget that the player who answers all the questions correctly will receive any piece of paper? The masked player has no intention of chatting. He came to get the black piece of paper, and without it, he won't take a step. The monster was clearly upset. The managers might find out about this incident. The tree will have to keep its word and give the required reward. Black leaf adds a decay effect to the player, dealing additional damage when attacking. Now the last piece of the puzzle is complete, and it's time to begin a completely new era. The wooden monster is in no hurry to let go of the guy with the black leaf. He ordered his monsters to attack. Dirty play is a part of the entire Tower of Trials, something we should have gotten used to a long time ago. Many warriors have already heard that the ghost has started the third floor boss raid. The guilds ordered warriors to guard the entrance to the third floor, although this sounds absurd since only a madman would come here anyway. Sometimes warriors start to fantasize too much and forget about their direct responsibilities. At such moments, one may discover that their allies have disappeared somewhere. An unknown force came from underground to do terrible things. The security failed to fulfill its duty and allowed black people into the portal. Julius already knows that the ghost has started the cleanup, which is why he is in such a hurry. It is worth explaining in advance that the masked man was called the Ghost, who is not afraid of the rain. Sometimes it really does seem that way, especially when Brian takes on monsters much stronger than himself. Right now, many people around the world are watching this stream and feeling a slight tingling sensation all over their bodies. All this happens because of nerves. Even through the internet, you can feel the crazy tension of the third floor. Many streamers do everything they can to make friends with their audience and increase their views. Brian is not like that. If someone doesn't like something, he immediately ends the stream and blocks the chat. Many people like this concept and believe that the Phantom is real. This is not a plastic and soulless character at all. He is alive and natural, despite the hidden image. The ghost noticed suspicious activity on the left flank. He decided to end the broadcast so as not to be distracted. After the energy flash, many armed soldiers appeared on the third floor. This could not have happened without the magic of the mains, who had already been at the scene for a long time. A great battle begins, in which the dead will take part. On one side, you can see stone statues designed to destroy. On the other side, the dead, who have risen from their graves, await them. A brutal massacre begins, which Brian witnesses. He stands at the top of the hill and calmly enjoys the bloody picture. Initially, the forces were equal, but then the wizards entered into battle. Lately, Phantom has come to love being the center of attention and basking in the limelight. That's probably why he couldn't hold back and rushed into the center of events. This is a great place to stretch your legs and try out your new skills. The patronage of heaven is always ready to help its master destroy any enemy. Due to the holy skill, Brian's mind cannot be controlled. He becomes too powerful and even magic can't stop him. Julius didn't plan anything like this, which is why he now looks like a squeezed lemon, down to the last drop. An uncontrollable genius has appeared on the battlefield who does not listen to anyone. As a result, the 4 teams created to effectively control the undead experienced serious problems. One of the teams was completely destroyed, and the rest retreated out of fear. If the army's formation breaks like a chain, then there will be no point in dreaming about victory. We can't let control break down. We have to stop the ghost. It's much harder to do than to say, but the fighting Moai statue is willing to try. This statue was bought at auction. Julius paid a fortune for it. Then Brian was very upset. He did not receive one of the important artifacts. That's probably why he wants to upset Julius so much now. Brian always ruins the old man's life. That's why he hates him. Finally, this old man activated the Guardian of the Pyramids and decided to show what he was really capable of. Before this, everything was just words. Now it's time for action. Julius wants to concentrate all his power and kill the bastard. To do this, he calls upon all the evil spirits of this land to wake up. The old man is undead, so he can afford it. His assistant wanted to make sure the boss was okay and came closer. This became his biggest mistake in life, and he paid dearly for it. Sometimes it happens like this. You trust a person and he turns out to be a monster who wants to suck all the juices out of you. This is what Julius is willing to do in order to defeat his enemy. He absorbed the energy of his comrades, and Brian needs to prepare himself for the same thing to happen to him. Now, back to the battle. The old man had completely lost his mind and should have been sent to a nursing home a long time ago. Now it is too late to call for help. The evil spirits have awakened from their eternal sleep and are preparing for battle. Brian will have to perform a deadly virtuoso dance if he wants to get out of here alive. The third floor proved to be a challenge even for the best player in the world. I'm even afraid to imagine what would happen if ordinary players without experience came here. Now we can return to the battle against the Heartless Army. While Brian tries to figure out how to defeat all the monsters, Julius's assistants watch the battle from afar. They are not going to interfere unnecessarily. Apparently, no one wants to get their hands dirty. Julius has many different abilities that make him incredibly dangerous. Sometimes he gets so carried away by the skills that he loses his mind and starts to demolish all living creatures that stand in front of him. While Thomas was paying attention to his boss, Melina was looking in a completely different direction. She noticed a guy in a mask who was quickly walking over heads. His actions were extremely easy and technical. Real talent cannot be hidden behind any mask. During this fiery battle, Brian seemed to have returned to the past. He remembered the old days and the valuable experience that the Swordmaster had passed on to him. Back then, his weapon was strong and sharp, but he didn't use it well and wasted his energy. A true master is able to deliver a good blow using a minimum of force. All you need to do is take the rope in your hands and imagine that it moves as freely as the wind. The rope becomes responsive and flexible, its chaotic structure becoming a deadly danger to enemies. At the right moment, it is enough to simply release energy and direct it in the right direction. This is how one can learn the spiritual art of the sword of the legendary master. Thanks to these memories, Brian awakened the spiritual art and restored the skill. Now he is again capable of performing real miracles with a minimum investment of energy. Anyone who doubted this guy before now needs to shut up and fall to their knees. Julius was a monster, and now he is nothing more than a cornered tarantula who is afraid to even sting his opponent. He felt the whirlwind of spiritual art upon himself and felt helpless before fate. By that time, the tornado had already swept away everything in its path. All that was left was to run and pray. Many years later, this skill would be called the fifth type of sword dance. Some people will even say that they witnessed this massacre, but this is not true. After the mad tornado, no one can survive. This power is too difficult to conquer. One of the leaders of the main organization still can't understand where this guy got so much power from. No one makes rapid progress at such a young age, but Brian did. If all the other players had the same experience with virtual games, they would also feel much more confident. Without experience, skills become useless. Warriors lack the foundation to deliver that devastating blow. When the death tornado ended, Julius raised his head and immediately decided to run. There is nothing strange in his thoughts. You can't win a fight, so you need to think about saving your life. He called upon the dead for help, but only one responded, a barely alive dead man. Brian used to respect Julius, but now he realized that he was no better than Alex. Beads of sweat ran down the old man's face, and that's when he realized who was standing in front of him. Now the whole picture opened up to him in full scale. Brian and the ghost were one person. This old man had never experienced such aggression before. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Using the fire hand, Brian set his opponent on fire and made him suffer. He enjoyed watching the old man die and felt superior. The warriors who had been fighting all this time stopped and felt their magic no longer work. The undead began to evaporate. The dead will no longer be able to help the wizards. This means that Alex is dead, and now his army is nothing but empty space. Much blood was spilled on this battlefield today, and the stone statues won a crushing victory. Brian no longer cared. He used soul destruction and continued his journey to the top. I had to buy a solution to restore mid-level mana. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult to recover. There's just a little more patience left. The goal is already too close to stop. Brian used to love using shields. Now he feels nostalgic. He will need good protection to overcome the next obstacle in his path. He already knows these guys. This is not their first meeting. The guard of the temple is the lord of the four beginnings, and together with his warriors, he will not let anyone in here. Fighting low-level monsters is no longer interesting. The ghost gets much more emotional when challenging stronger creatures. Moreover, these statues are large in size, and as a result, have enormous combat power. You can't do without a shield and proper control of your defensive reflexes here. The player came here to get the key and wants to do it as quickly as possible. If the statues don't give him what he needs, they will quickly turn into a pile of lifeless rubble. During the battle, one of the monsters finally showed the key. The beautiful and golden artifact emitted green energy and an aura of invincibility. The key leading to the main hall immediately began to react. The entity behind the gate responded to the call, the surrounding aura changing color. The monsters called for help from their big brother, Ariel of 1,000 Arms. Brian was in no hurry to get scared. He had just destroyed huge monsters, and he had more than enough confidence. It's been a long time since the four great heavenly kings summoned Ariel. Brian came to destroy the boss from the third floor and caught the attention of the golden statue. Ariel acknowledged the player's bravery and was amazed at his strength. The ghost said he wasn't in the mood to talk to statues today. He came there not for a conversation, but for a massacre that would end in his victory. Ariel promised that before he died, he would remember his stupidity with annoyance. It might happen, but I'd bet on the Phantom to win. Brian knows very well that the first assault must be endured. The monster's attacks are very strong, but if you can withstand them, sooner or later there will be a chance to strike back. Taking every blow, the player feels his body crumble into tiny, barely discernible grains of sand. To avoid turning into sand, you need to act and counterattack. That's why the ice creation technique was activated. Now this battle becomes much more interesting and intense. Brian was smart and used an unconventional strategy. At first, he threw a shield to distract the monster's defense. Only after this did the real attack follow, which hit the target right on target. The poison blade won't work on such a powerful creature, but then what's the point? The thing is, this is not a simple poison, but a bloody energy that causes continuous damage. The monster now has one less hand, and it is necessary to quickly develop its success. Brian knows that the same method won't work twice. He's been through this before and now knows what he needs to get to defeat Ariel. He had his sights set on the hand with the gemstone from the very beginning. Now all that remains is to combine the Principality Grimoire and Ariel's gem. The result will be the Golden Dawn of Lemigaton. This can be called a kind of book of magic, which allows you to reveal magical abilities to their limit. Brian has gained a lot of different skills in the Western world and now plans to take advantage of them. He wants to copy the skill of a monster who hates Western magic to the point of horror. To do this, you will have to piss off your opponent using ice magic and create a beautiful statue for him. To fulfill the conditions, you need the right music and outfit. It sounds really weird. The system is going crazy more and more. The tasks are becoming ridiculous to the point of absurdity. There is no time to think about it now. I will have to improvise and arrange a carnival. Ariel probably won't like it when she hears Western music. I doubt Snoop Dogg will be playing now, although that would be nice. Brian found the most spectacular suit imaginable. He is not at all delighted with what is happening, but tries not to show his emotions. This is enough for the monster to activate the mandala skill and go berserk to the limit. Now the most interesting part begins. Distractions are prohibited. Ice creation is a prerequisite for copying the skill. So far, the ghost is acting according to plan and is not violating the original strategy. Even here, he is being watched by two warriors whom he noticed during the first battle. They are surprised that the player is fighting a monster with music playing. He must be crazy. Plus, he put on a weird wig and now looks completely unconventional. This guy's actions are impossible to predict. Now I'm even scared of what he will do next minute. Ariel is one of the strongest bosses of the first floors. Even players who have reached the 10th floor will not be able to defeat such a monster. Brian clearly went beyond his basic abilities. Otherwise, he would already be dead. At first, Thomas suggested attacking this guy from behind, but the idea was quickly rejected by Melina. She said that without management support it was too dangerous and it was better not to take risks. Thomas objected. He believed that without risk they would not be able to advance, so they needed to take a risk and use a special relic. These guys want to progress and take a high position in the main organization. Because of their thirst, they don't even realize that Brian noticed them during the first battle. He knows that an attack is being prepared against him, and he will be ready for any blow of fate. Now he is more interested in Ariel, who is putting more and more pressure on our hero. Using ice and fire, you can stop her attacks for a while. Such actions will not destroy the monster, but will help to irritate it. This is exactly what is needed to copy Ariel's main skill. The player's only problem remains survival. Before he can gain the opponent's skill, he simply needs to stay alive. He stubbornly continues to follow the plan and does not turn in another direction. Ariel is sure that resistance is futile. It is just a waste of time. Anyone who falls out of favor with a monster always signs his own death warrant. Brian must be destroyed with the Divine Spear immediately, right now. He clearly doesn't like it, and will definitely try to defend himself with ice. During battles like these, time flies. Now this plays into the ghost's hands. He needs to stay alive as long as possible. During his constant defense, he was just waiting for the moment when he could strike that very blow. Brian played the weak victim just to distract his opponent. Now he used the ice prison skill and showed his worth. The monster hates ice magic, which is why she is now forced to shiver from the cold in the ice prison. With such aggression, there is nothing that will help better than shock therapy. Brian finally got his way. The monster completely lost control of his emotions. Methodical and systematic work always bears fruit for a patient player. Now all that remains is to take the mandala ability, which can only be used by a player who has found harmony with himself. This skill allows you to imbue weapons with special power and direct the attack in the desired direction. Now the horrible wig is no longer needed. It's time for true freedom. Only now did the octopus monster realize that his ability was not unique. Brian copied the skill and will now use it against its creator. The potential of this technology will not be wasted. You don't even have to worry about it. The crushing blow is aimed straight at the target, that is, at the heart of the legendary Ariel. No amount of screaming or pleading for help will help. The death sentence cannot be appealed. After winning, Brian automatically received a level up notification. It was a long and sweaty battle, all for the sake of the Golden Lotus Stone key. Now the ghost can always call the boss of this territory to help him. Such a skill will clearly be needed on the upper floors. All characteristics are increased, the level gradually increases and approaches the top. Brian was ready to go home and only then remembered that he had unfinished business. The Tower of Trials is a place with a special atmosphere. As night falls, the temperature drops rapidly, and the aggressiveness and strength of the monsters grows inexorably. Therefore, at night, most players leave the tower or stop hunting to find a safe place. This is what all wise and rational players do without much experience. The madmen who fear nothing do something different. They stay in the tower overnight and fry giant shrimp.
You can only indulge yourself with such delicious delicacies in the tower.
There is nothing like this in the real world. But even this is a weak explanation for such a risk. Even an experienced nerd wouldn't want to stay overnight in such a dangerous place. Brian knew what he was getting into and wasn't even surprised when he heard footsteps approaching. Melina and Thomas said that they didn't manage to leave before dark and were now forced to stay here. Brian didn't react to this in any way. He knew in advance that these guys would soon come to visit him. The ghost treated them with friendliness and invited them to sit down near the fire. The players behaved very calmly and restrainedly. Melina was especially smiling and benevolent towards Brian. She turned out to be a sweet little girl, and the ghost decided to reciprocate by offering them some food. The players were clearly hungry, as can be seen from the drool that ran down Melina's face. Thomas intervened and was the one who said that they don't eat food from a stranger. This immediately shows the player's wisdom, as well as his experience and restraint. Brian is well aware that these players are embarrassed by his mask. If they don't like it that much, he can take it off at any time. He is ready to do this immediately after they play a small but interesting game. Everyone wants to know more information about each other, so Brian suggests answering 3 questions. If he gets answers, he will immediately take off his mask. Thomas saw this as a suspicious request, but Melina, on the contrary, was happy. She decided that this was a wonderful chance to see the face of the stranger that was talked about so much. With the help of a coin, Melina suggests deciding who exactly should be the first to answer the questions. After the first try, she won and got ready to start the game. Brian is not stupid. He knows that Caligula's magic coin was just used, which can influence the opponent's mind. It doesn't affect him at all. He remains absolutely conscious and impartial. Melina tried to find out who else was in this forest. Brian replied that he was alone here. After that, he said that he knows that the local players are hunting the boss and wants to understand why Thomas and his partner were just watching. They replied that they were merely waiting for the right moment to enter the temple and were being careful. After that, another stupid question followed, nothing out of the ordinary. The moment of truth has come. If Brian gets an answer to his question, he will finally take off his mask. The warriors froze in anticipation. The surrounding silence and tension electrified the moment to the limit. He wants to understand if the main association really thinks that 2 warriors are enough to stop the ghost in the mask. Oddly enough, Melina was not at all surprised, as if she had been expecting a trick and an escalation of the situation. They had been preparing to fight for a long time and realized that their opponent knew who they were. The scoundrels are confident that the 2 of them are enough to stop the ghost in the mask. Before us are yet another group of naive fools who catastrophically overestimate their strength. When it came time for the battle, it became clear that their skills had absolutely no effect on Brian. They wanted to use Caligula's special coin and suffered a crushing failure. The coin is fine, they just can't use it now. Anubis's judgment has been activated. Now all of their stats are reduced, and their abilities and skills are completely blocked for a minute. They wanted to go to Plan B, but even then nothing worked. The temple gods are now pleased with the offering Brian brought. All that remains is to select a subject for the Anubis trial, and the process will begin. The Great General is chosen by the enemy, along with the Afterlife General. These 2 have never heard of such monsters, which is probably why they look like scared children. The giant monsters are the guardians of the earth, and they now feel threatened. The sacrifice awakened the pillars, which is why Brian was in no hurry to eat, and waited for the right moment. He was tired all day, and now he just wants to watch the battles, not take part in them. Sometimes battles are too exhausting, and you want to stay away. This is exactly the case. Brian deserved to enjoy the process and see the blood spurting in all directions. The great commander warned the players not to move under any circumstances. When Thomas broke the rules, he immediately received a warning. 1 warning hurts, but a second warning eliminates the victim. Melina is left all alone. She is scared, and she doesn't know what to do next. It was too late to run. The monsters had surrounded the girl and were preparing to grind her into dust. Brian quickly stopped the trial and offered to continue the conversation. If Melina doesn't want to turn into a pancake like her friend, then she must answer the questions sincerely. The ghost has heard a lot about the main organization. Now he wants to understand their motives and plans. If the players don't climb the tower, humanity will disappear. So why are the mains bothering the players? Melina was ready to tell the truth. At that moment, Thomas showed the last signs of life and ordered her to remain silent. He begged her not to tell anything, although it would have been better to continue pretending to be dead. Because of his own stupidity, he lost the opportunity to survive. Brian reminded them that they would let the girl live if she did not reveal valuable information to him. Good information is very expensive. Now is the very time when Melina must make the right decision. Everything was mixed up in her mind. Loyalty, thirst for life, rules, and insane fear. She was sent to kill Brian by bosses called Lancelots. Their real names are unknown. There are more than 10 such Lancelots. They are very secretive and taciturn. With his skills, Brian realized that she was telling the absolute truth. The leadership ordered the warriors to collect the 12 cursed relics of the tower in order to survive the disaster. If humanity goes extinct, the organization will still survive and thrive. Brian remembered all this information and realized that his enemies were even more insane than they seemed at first. The purpose of the organization is to summon the devil, the only way to survive after a global catastrophe. Now we need to act on this information and figure out what to do with this beauty. The ghost promised to keep her alive, but that doesn't mean she'll go home peacefully. It's time to activate the contract using the Soul brand. Melina was very scared, and her whole life flashed before her eyes like bright fireworks. She'd better calm down and realize that a deal is much better than death. She will have to serve a new boss, but as a result, she will get the opportunity to live and enjoy her youth. A little later, Brian informed his subscribers that he would not be broadcasting the battle with the third floor boss. He will simply upload an interesting video for particularly interested subscribers. When the sun rose high in the sky, the ghost took out the stone key. With this key, he intends to open a portal that leads to a meeting with Trouble. The boss of the third floor immediately felt the energy and responded to the call. The huge gates opened, and immediately the very loud and frightening steps of a giant were heard. This boy did not come here alone. Below are his loyal commanders, ready to fight to the last. The giant is not the boss of the third floor. Things are much more confusing here. It is Mukhtar who will become the boss that you will have to overcome in order to climb to the fourth floor. It will be impossible to copy his skills. He is too strong for such cheap tricks. Many tried to fight against his army, but only Brian challenged him to battle using the key. Mukhtar's stone army numbers over 100,000 souls. The boss wants to know if this naive boy really came here alone, without his own army. In response, Brian smiled and activated the first chessboard. He then summoned the magic chess pieces and felt the energy circulating throughout his body. This guy was never a fool. When he decided to go to the boss of the third floor, he already knew what to do. Brian always has interesting ideas. With this method, one can become a full-fledged replacement for an entire army. Our hero is not finished yet. Let's not forget that he has a huge number of enhancement pills in stock. With the help of these magic pills, you can give your army special skills. Now even Mukhtar will be worried about the upcoming battle. Brian commanded respect and showed that he was not at all like those who came here before him. He has summoned an army of chess soldiers and is now ready to challenge his destiny. Before we witness the battle, let's dive into the backstory. To prepare for the boss raid, Brian turned to other players for support. He made a contract with Margaret and Albert and ordered them to imbue the chess pieces with magic. They understand perfectly well that if they fail, they will regret it very much. It is thanks to their support that Brian now has a chance of success. Now we can return to our hero and prepare for an epic battle. On this horse, Brian looks like a knight from ancient times who is trying to conquer new territory. He knows that this boss has only defeated weak players and does not have the ability to climb higher in the tower. Trial monsters guard their floors and use the tower's energy to develop themselves. Monsters can also climb the tower and increase their strength. In some ways, they are similar to players. Brian is sure that Mukhtar cannot rise above the fourth floor because of his weakness. The ghost does everything to irritate his opponent and take advantage of this during the battle. We have already seen how this strategy helped him achieve success before. Today he hopes to continue his winning streak, even against a large stone army. The first chessboard skill helps to double the strength of the pieces. The battle will begin in just a few seconds. All the preparations are complete, and the air is filled with a ringing tension. Already during the first clash, it became clear that the chess pieces had not come here simply to play the role of whipping boys. These warriors were well prepared and immediately began to use the hail of arrows tactic. The other part of the army also did not retreat and activated the wave of fire for maximum effect. In just a few seconds, Brian managed to deal with the boss's advanced group and earned his praise. Let's see what happens when the chess pieces meet the second and third lines of defense. Any war is a game of chess. Strategy always comes first. He who organizes his army and resources correctly will have the opportunity to win. Brian never had a problem with this. As a competent commander, he always knew what to do. It's hard to catch this guy off guard. No matter what happens, he always takes a hit. Moreover, he is the first one ready to go to fight, so that like a true leader, he can lead the army. It's not just chess pieces that will take part in this battle. High Vampire Alice also tried on the crown and felt like the queen of this party. Brian knew he was taking a risk, so he couldn't afford to refuse her help. Alice has her own strategy, and she is ready to prove to her master that she can be counted on. After the first small victory, the enemy lost more than 3,000 warriors. For Brian and his army, this is a good sign. They are moving in the right direction, and now they need to build on their success. The battle will not be quick. It will be a long and tedious battle to win back every millimeter of space. Every soldier knows that from many small victories, one big success is added up. There will be some tough moments during the battle. For example, Alice is now surrounded by huge titans. The boss finally brought in the big soldiers and ordered them to tear the pathetic creatures from the human world to shreds. Oddly enough, Alice wasn't scared at all. It even seemed like this was exactly what she was expecting. Brian also started having problems. Mukhtar had not forgotten about this guy. He directed a magical influence at him and forced the large statues to turn their attention to their main rival. The monsters even began to mock the man and said that they expected something more from the human world. They perceive the ghost as a small child and do not understand that within this child there is hidden enormous power. Before the battle, the player and the vampire had a serious conversation. Brian said he wanted to go there alone, and Alice kept saying she was too worried about her master. She warned that after the third floor this is no joke and it is better to be prepared for anything. Ultimately, Brian decided to organize a special squad led by a vampire and take her with him to the battlefield. Now Alice finally found herself in the thick of things. She was very smart and strong in words. Now let's see what happens in real combat conditions. Using the blood spear skill, she plans to paint the perimeter red. These statues have no idea who they just tried to kill. Alice is not just a higher vampire. She is a monster on a whole other level. Now a bloody explosion will show all these brats who is the real boss here. They used to be afraid of their boss, but now they will panic at the mere mention of Alice. Mukhtar was clearly expecting something different when he ordered the monsters to kill the arrogant girl. He wanted to behead the queen so badly that he completely forgot about the king. Brian managed to get closer and activated the energy of Blood Rage along with Black Leaf. This unlocked a new attack modifier for him called Mind Break. The affected target becomes disoriented and cannot distinguish between allies and opponents. To do this, you just need to deliver a precise blow with the poison spear. As we remember, Brian never had problems with accuracy. The poisonous aura spread throughout the battlefield, and conflicts began between the statues. Their minds became clouded, and many warriors went over to the enemy's side. This unit is led by a statue of the legendary warrior David. His perfect abs and pumped-up biceps have long been the envy and irritation of ordinary soldiers. They can't hold back their emotions anymore. This handsome guy needs to be destroyed right now. That's how quickly and easily a conflict began among the stone statues. They started knocking each other out and made Mukhtar look ridiculous. Because of one man, his army is now close to self-destruction. If you add a little ice here, the boss of the third floor will have a nervous breakdown. The champion of the Tower of Trials is closer to victory than ever before. The final chord remains. There is still the main and huge monster left on the battlefield that still needs to be defeated. It wasn't possible to capture his mind, so I'll have to use the mandala skill. Combining skills has always been Brian's strong point. Today he needs to checkmate, and he is fully prepared for it. When Mukhtar realized that defeat was much closer than it seemed, it was already too late. The boss of the third floor was indeed too weak, and because of this, he was defeated. Alice played a key role in this battle. Without her, more blood had to be shed. The fourth floor of the Tower of Trials is now officially open to everyone. Players have an additional 3 months to conquer the new floor. Absolutely all players received notification and began preparing for the new level. This is thanks to the player who successfully passed all the tests of the third floor. It is worth remembering that he did it alone and fulfilled his crazy promise without any problems. Its level is relatively elevated. It is a good springboard for new challenges. Now he can also get various treasures for successfully clearing the territory.
It's hard to get anything of real value on the ground floors.
Only through luck can a player count on great success. Today, Brian has a real jackpot. The vault will be filled with mountains of diamonds. There shouldn't be any problems with money now. This guy is provided for until old age. In addition to diamonds, there are also various skills that improve attack potential. At such moments, Brian looks like a devil who constantly wants to win. Now it's time to return to the guild owners, who still can't believe what happened. The ghost actually fulfilled his promise and cleared the third floor alone. Now we can say without a doubt that humanity has received a new hero. Not all participants in the meeting are happy with the successes. Guild leader China believes that clearing the third floor did not do them any good. It was Brian who got all the treasures and views. He became the star, and the guilds remained in the shadows. Even Teresa couldn't resist and intervened to remind them that thanks to the Phantom, the guilds didn't lose any precious soldiers during the battles. All this time, Teresa was waiting for support from other bosses. She was surprised that no one shared her opinion. The hot-tempered girl quickly made a decision, leaving the association and becoming a loner. She no longer wants to be around people who don't share her views on life. Of course, you can't just come and go to the guild association. It will be impossible to go back. Is Teresa ready for this? It seems that she has already trusted one person and has no doubts about her choice. Teresa is now on Brian's side, and she doesn't care what anyone else thinks. Now we can return to the ghost, who finally got some time to rest. He feels incredibly tired, but at the same time fabulously rich. Sandra Firefist called him to tell him some bad news. Grandfather does not open his eyes and feels extremely bad. Now we can talk about Sandra in more detail, so that all viewers understand who she really is. It's not for nothing that she was named Firefist, because she is the granddaughter of the legendary martial artist, Master Chun. Sandra can be described as an always persistent, active, and cheerful martial arts goddess. As soon as Brian heard what happened, he immediately came to help. Probably for the first time in his life, he saw Sandra in such a serious condition. Now it's time to calm down and tell absolutely everything that happened. They are in the center of the city hospital. Grandfather's problems began after the appearance of the Tower of Trials. Grandfather went to the first floor and defeated the monsters. It was in this battle that he was seriously injured. Now he has become even worse, and now he regains consciousness too rarely. Mr. Chun was previously considered the strongest man in Korea. He possesses the yin-yang technique and can cultivate the heavenly flower. He is currently between life and death. If Brian can save him, he will be able to copy one of the legend's skills. A young guy burst into the room like a whirlwind, oozing discontent. He doesn't like it when people come to the hospital who only know how to fight, which is clearly a reference to Brian. Frederico is a high-ranking healer, and he is confident that even an S-rank hunter will not help in this situation. I had to explain to him that Brian had known Sandra for a long time and had come to help. Federico didn't pay attention to all these words and continued to make fun of the famous player. It was clear that the situation could get out of control at any moment. Sandra herself could not stand it and ordered Federico to shut up because he also still had not helped his grandfather in any way. The best specialists just shrug their shoulders and say that they are doing everything possible. Even with modern equipment, no one can research the disease that appeared after the influence of the trial tower. All the people gathered here are trying to help, but Grandpa is only getting worse. Sandra asked Brian to leave with her so as not to disturb the doctors. He ignored her and activated Greedy Killer's gaze. The ghost looked at all these doctors and read their thoughts very easily. These guys are unhappy that a famous ranker has appeared here, preventing them from earning easy money without doing anything. Federico stated that he was in a coma and said that the treatment would be expensive. Doctors will try to help the patient with magic stones, although their price is currently too high. For her grandfather's sake, Sandra is ready to do anything, even if it means going to extremes. Federico was waiting for this swindler profits from the misfortune of others and does not even feel remorse. It was probably the first time in a long time that he heard himself called a pathetic liar. Brian saw through this guy and said he wouldn't let the scammer cheat his girlfriend. He continued to read the doctor's thoughts and see right through him. Brian calmly listed all of Federico's thoughts, taking him by surprise. A real scandal broke out in the ward, with everyone blaming each other. During his train of thought, Brian even learned that the Black Guild had contact with the Dweller. This information shocked him and made him think seriously. The tower's inhabitant has made contact with people. Previously, one could not even dream of such a thing. Daniel contacted the Dweller. But what did they talk about and what did they agree on? For the inhabitants of the tower, people are a serious external threat. Any experienced player knows this. It's better to put these thoughts aside now. The legendary master began to choke on his own blood. As soon as this happened, Federico immediately tried to escape from the crime scene. He had done virtually nothing to cure his grandfather, and he felt that he would now be blamed for all the sins. He would have calmly run out into the corridor if Sandra hadn't turned on monster mode in time. If Grandpa dies, then Federico may not even dream of leaving here alive. Brian intervened in the conversation and asked his girlfriend to calm down. All this time, the doctor tried to justify himself and said that he just wanted to go out for some useful medicine. This could have been done without any problems. But no one has believed it for a long time now. It is time to put an end to this farce. Firefist waited a long time for the moment to deliver a crushing blow. Her technique is still beyond comprehension. Meanwhile, her grandfather is on the brink of a life and death. His body is overflowing with mana. The case is very serious. An ordinary person would have gone to the next world long ago. Brian can't let this legend die, which is why he is willing to use the relic. The elixir obtained from Alex Judro is now ready to show its true power. The ghost had known Sandra for a long time and was always ready to help her. Besides, he can't miss such a chance and not copy the skill of the legendary martial artist. The patient quickly consumed the elixir and felt better. Brian had been keeping this elixir for a special occasion, and today, that moment had arrived. Happy Sandra did not hold back her emotions, and the room was filled with an atmosphere of happiness and harmony. The conditions are met. Now the champion of the Tower of Trials copies the Sky Flower cultivation technique. This skill will allow you to absorb magic that is in the atmosphere. With the help of this technique, you can look young even in old age. Federico tried to escape. For this, he must be punished. He deceived Sandra for a long time and only extorted money from her, without offering anything in return. You need to have a serious conversation with him and tell him what's what. It's unlikely that Brian will kill this guy for such misdeeds. It would be enough to just order him to return all the money. If Federico continues to deceive sick patients, he will face inevitable retribution. The doctor was surprised that they were leaving him alive. At first, he didn't even believe it and thought it was too suspicious. Then he finally made a deal and returned the money to the deceived girl. More than $28 million were deposited into her account. Now Sandra and her grandfather will definitely not go hungry. Federico found himself free and immediately began to flee. He gasps for air and hopes that getting his money back is the worst thing that has happened to him. Brian ordered Alice to follow this worm and figure out where he was rushing to. He deliberately left him alive in order to find out who exactly he was working with. It would be foolish to kill a man who could be useful. After the problem was solved, Brian decided to talk to Master Chun. They were left alone. Now no one would interfere with their confidential conversation. The master opened his eyes and looked closely at his interlocutor. Now he feels much better. All the problems quickly faded into the background. He thanks the player for his help, admitting that without the elixir, he would have faced certain death. His granddaughter suffered for a long time, but now she can feel confident about the future. He felt that for the first time in a long time, he again felt the fullness of life and the intoxicating aroma of possibilities. Now it's time to have a serious talk and find out what happened during the raid. After the battle, the master was left with a large scar and he was just on his way to a conference when it all started. At that time, no one understood that the world would change and people would have to fight for their existence. In the middle of the road, a dungeon of another world broke through. Horrible monsters appeared and began to crawl in different directions. People were not prepared, and widespread panic began. The martial arts master reacted quickly and decided to act preemptively. He started fighting the monsters and ordered the police to evacuate people immediately. The experienced hero took control of the situation and then heard a human voice. The man with glowing eyes became interested in the master and invited him to play a little. It wasn't difficult to destroy the monsters because they were just big bugs. Problems arose when Chun met an unknown person. This stranger quickly showed that his skills were enough to fight with the best people on this planet. With one powerful movement, he wounded the old man and did not even blink an eye. The Tower Dweller is the proper name for this mysterious samurai. He had never seen a human in his life, but only skillfully controlled a speed sword. A long-haired man in Asian clothing, a samurai killer or a ninja. Call him whatever you like. All this means that the forces of the Murams, who dominate the 21st floor, have begun to act extremely unpredictably. They can be called persistent guys who use any possible ways and methods to achieve success. When Brian was playing the virtual game, there were always problems with the Murams. Now they have come out into the outside world and are trying to achieve something. The situation quickly became complicated, something that never happened in the virtual world. Here, our hero's experience will not help him. He will have to act differently. The master noticed that Brian had been friends with Sandra for a long time. He even started hinting that it would be a good idea to get married. During his long life, the master learned to understand people well. He knows that to become a professional in his field, you need to go a long way. The tower appeared only a few months ago. This means that many modern experts are greatly overrated. They are simply better than ordinary people. Only Brian can be called a person who goes beyond all conceivable boundaries of possibilities. His stats are impressive, and the master sees right through this guy. Now he wants to repay the one who saved him from death. Brian has no right to refuse the gratitude of Korea's most renowned martial artist. A few minutes later, Brian finished talking to the master. It is not yet known what he asked for, but judging by our hero's satisfied smile, everything went well. In a few days, grandfather will be completely healthy and will be able to be discharged from the hospital. He has already fully compensated for all losses. Sandra does not have to worry about anything. The master looked happy and peaceful, but there was still a tear in his eyes. Only if you look closely can you see a tear in his eye. Apparently, Brian asked for something very important, which we will find out a little later. Still, money is a very good thing. It allows you to feel comfortable and not think about the little things in life. After all these battles with monsters, sometimes you just want to sit down and indulge yourself in nothing. For example, taste delicious food and wash it all down with wonderful expensive French wine. Today, Brian can afford it, but he shouldn't relax too much. The climb to the 4th floor is just around the corner. We need to start preparing now. There is a program on TV related to the trial tower. They even invited a ranker from the Tangan Guild, a guy named Johnny, to tell them about the tower's monsters. He looks confident on camera and speaks to the fact that every player should constantly strive to improve. To become stronger, he identifies two main methods: the classic method of developing skills, as well as using coins that can only be spent in the tower. Buying useful and powerful items always leads to the development of skills and talents. Relics improve defense and attack and make the player more versatile. Brian has played this game from start to finish and has no interest in listening to this tired crap. Alice was left alone and decided to take advantage of her proud solitude. Any modern woman will not deny herself the pleasure of drinking good wine on Friday evening. She continues to watch TV and tries to find out news related to the 4th floor of the tower. It is there that there is a special dungeon where you will have to clear out 100 attacking waves. The key to clearing is capturing and holding the base, but there are some unique challenges. If the player fails to defend the stronghold, the 4th floor will be completely locked down for 3 weeks, so even the ghost in the mask must tread carefully. If the 4th floor is not cleared within 3 months, humanity will come to an end. The tower system is the supreme ruler of the world, and one must be extremely careful with this. A scenario in which humanity completely disappears from the face of the earth cannot be ruled out. Johnny believes that players need to spend at least a month preparing. Only then can you confidently climb up to the 4th floor. As soon as the live broadcast was over, Johnny got ready to go home. As soon as he got into the car, he saw an announcement that the ghost had already announced the passage of the 4th floor. All remaining players should now prepare themselves. The first wave starts in 8 hours. We need to gather all the rankers and declare an emergency. The players are completely unprepared, which means that chaos will break out very soon. The ghost didn't warn anyone, as if he decided to arrange a little surprise. Brian is simply not used to sitting idle. As soon as he finishes one task, he immediately takes on the next. With an hour and a half left until the first wave, buckle up and get ready to see the show. On the 4th floor of the tower, players will have to face a special obstacle. Only those chosen by fate will be able to pass through 100 waves of monsters. There are 2 ways to defend yourself, for example, by preparing defensive towers. You can also choose a base that can effectively hold the defense. This is usually how it's done, but we know that Brian is not a classic ranker. He became the first player to enter the 4th floor. Here he immediately felt an oppressive and heavy atmosphere of despondency. First, you need to set up a base and prepare for battle. Brian chose the World Cup Stadium Senamyoni as the base for the battle. He began to improve the environment and prepare the base for defense. A little later, excited players began to appear on the 4th floor. There was a sense of tension. Everyone looked a little scared and nervous. Brian immediately met his friends, the only madmen who were smiling and eagerly awaiting the start of the raid. Teresa also came to join the fight. Nobody was waiting for her here. Brian didn't tell anyone that he would call his girlfriend. The Korean star and his friends were also noticed by other players. Everyone around felt more confident around such a talented guy. Brian said he chose a huge stadium as his base. To protect such a base, at least 100 people are needed, which is probably why his friends called this plan absurd. Even Teresa thought that their team leader was a pervert. They don't understand at all that the stadium is the best place to destroy your opponents. The problem is, rather that at least 5 people are needed to defend the base. Brian has only collected 4 so far, but it looks like the 5th is on the way. To be honest, I had completely forgotten about this cursed swordsman, a fencing legend who constantly loses to special champions. Marcus is already here, and this time he definitely intends to cut off Brian's head. Just recently, he was in the wilderness and training hard. His muscles are taut like iron cables, and his movements are polished to perfection. While training, he received a message from Brian. He invited him to go through the 4th floor trials together, promising in return to definitely fight with swords. Brian said he would not use his left hand or right leg during the fight. It seemed like a childish provocation that might work. Anger is the fuel of Marcus's soul, which is why he agreed. Now the 5th member of the team is here, and he is not holding back his emotions. He is not afraid of anyone and will definitely achieve a confident victory today. He needs to slow down and calm down, especially with his sword. Currently, the weapon does not reveal all of its full properties. For the sword to become truly powerful, you need to obtain the artifact that is given for clearing the 4th floor. Only by passing this test can you upgrade the attribute sword and then challenge the ghost. Brian planned everything carefully. His cunning is always at the highest level. He gained a smart and strong ally, gave him motivation, and calmed his anger. Now the whole team is assembled and we can begin preparations. Sandra almost forgot to give Brian a valuable gift. Twin dragon swords. To hold such a weapon in your hands is an incredible privilege. The player felt a chill down his spine. He was so happy about this gift. Now it became clear what exactly Brian asked Master Chun for. Grandpa still hopes that he will be able to marry his granddaughter to this guy. Let's see where this leads. I already said that there are a lot of cool players around. One of these warriors decided to step forward and greet Brian. He keeps a special sword on his belt that can cut even the skin of a dragon. The long-haired guy in the hat looks like a homeless person from the underground subway. His name is Floyd Philidor, and you shouldn't underestimate him. The pattern on the sword indicates that he is one of the members of the Muram of the 21st floor. It seems like these guys are starting to cooperate with the Dark Guild, and now they've really come out of the shadows into the outside world. Brian already knows that the Philidor family are fools with porridge instead of brains. It turns out that they already know each other thanks to past events. The Philidor family consists of high-class swordsmen. Members of this family have incredibly huge egos and do not like to be looked down upon. Brian always made fun of this family for their inflated egos. Now nothing has changed. He happily got his interlocutor mad. Floyd is a professional swordsman and has various god-level skills. To copy his technique, one must discover other Muram denizens in the outside world. The players gathered here had been preparing for a long time to fight the monsters. As soon as the moment of truth came, they quarreled with each other and forgot about their purpose. Call it whatever you want, stupidity or intransigence. In any case, we will now see an unforgettable spectacle and a sparkling battle. James C., who is called Bald Head, activated the mechanism skill. He is the Machine King, and Sandra has always been the Fire Fist. This girl doesn't know how to take a step back. In this, she is similar to Teresa. Brian surrounded himself with unyielding warriors with whom he would not be afraid to go to the ends of the earth. Think it's even worth talking about Marcus? This guy has already proven his level a long time ago. Together, they created a nuclear fireworks display. Various skills were combined into team actions and surprised players who were not taking part in the battle. Although Marcus often loses to Brian, for the other players, he is a real devil. Filigree technique and uncompromising character. That's how he can be described. He considers himself the best swordsman in the world, just like Floyd. It will be a pleasure to watch these masters fight. The Imperial sword technique had been waiting for its moment of glory for a long time. Marcus immediately felt the harshness and uncompromising nature of his opponent's blows. He felt his swordsmanship skills starting to crack. This guy is lucky that he is not alone. Teresa reacted in time and came to the rescue. Brian saw that the situation was getting heated and decided to intervene. With the help of the fire element, he will quickly create a nuclear atmosphere here. Floyd thinks firebending is just a kid's trick, but what will he say when Brian starts adding other elements? Usually after a fire attack there is an ice freeze. Brian was ready to deliver the final blow. Just at that moment, another warrior appeared on the battlefield. His technique immediately caught my eye. A bright and dynamic style always commands respect. The rivals stopped. Everyone around froze in anticipation of the outcome. The same man who fought with the martial artist during the dungeon breakthrough appeared. Just a second ago there were screams and groans here. Now there is complete silence. The mysterious warrior did not think that there were people outside the tower with such developed internal energy. Brian finally found all the Triad residents. He fulfilled his part of the conditions. Now you can safely copy the Endless Step skill and combine it with Sword Graveyard. The result is Demonic Sword King's Steps, which doubles the speed. Floyd was unhappy with his performance. The rest of the Triad began to mock him, as if he were a younger brother. No one will like this attitude, especially an arrogant and self-confident warrior. He needs to be reminded that the boss ordered him to reach an agreement, not to kill everyone around him. Brian already knows that all these guys came from the tower. It's no longer a secret for him. Sean asked his brother to calm down and not complicate the situation. A wave of zombies is approaching from the right, only a few minutes left. The swordsmen from the tower are going to head to another base. They have already prepared a place for the battle. They will definitely meet again in the future, and then rivers of blood will flow. Even during this small battle, many players managed to lose a large amount of strength. Now we need to quickly organize ourselves and prepare to fight the monsters. The Triad went to the supermarket. It had strong walls, lots of food, and an optimal place for a long-term defense. There is one downside to this place, which Brian is in no hurry to talk about. Now he is busy with his own team and the defense of the stadium. The zombies are already approaching. The first wave promises to be extremely brutal. The monsters are motivated and determined to succeed. Will the players be able to stop them? Brian prepared for battle and took something interesting with him. The flowers of the sun have already been planted and are ready to help in the defense. Now we need to explain the plan, so come closer and listen carefully. The most important thing is to prevent the capture of the flag, which is located in the center of the stadium. The stadium has 4 entrances, and Brian planted plants near each entrance. Players must save the plants to win and get the reward for the maximum number of kills. The plants will kill most of the zombies, you just need to help clear the perimeter occasionally. Everyone received their assignment and prepared to defend the stadium. The team feels confident. The perfect plan is the key to success. The twin dragon swords had been waiting for a long time for Brian to test them. The master was very reluctant to part with this relic, but was obliged to thank Brian for his help. Everyone activated their skill and prepared to show their maximum capabilities. The zombies were rapidly approaching. The atmosphere became tense to the limit. At the last moment before the battle, your head becomes empty and your muscles tense to the limit. Some people are worried, some are calm. It all depends on experience. Sunflowers use the sunlight skill. This ensures increased brightness. The zombies came here to kill and didn't even realize that they themselves would become prey. Roasting the dead is not difficult at all. The problem is rather in quantity. All that remains is to wait and hope that the flowers of the sun will cope with such an abnormal influx of monsters. Even the players were not prepared for such power of plants. They're lucky they're fighting zombies and not the flowers of the sun that Brian brought. Seemingly cute plants can very quickly turn into devilish creatures. The second wave of monsters is just around the corner. We must not relax under any circumstances. The twin dragon swords will finally feel the sweet sound of crunching bones and joints. Only now does the real battle begin, and Brian is ready to lead the death team. At this exciting moment, Teresa could not help but admire her general. Like a fearless commander, he instilled hope and faith in success. In moments of danger, Brian was always there and always came to the rescue. Even when it turned out that he was not playing by the rules, everything ended up being successful. For such a man, Teresa is ready to show her insane threat potential. Now, let's take a look at the other players who have just defeated the first wave of monsters. It wasn't easy, but most players survived the battle. They feel confident and rejoice at their first success. Let them not rush to celebrate the victory. There are still 99 tests ahead. The system indicated that the battles would be broadcast in order to eventually conduct a popularity vote. So far, the most popular base is the city's central stadium. There are only 5 players who used the help of plants to stop the zombies. Their captain displayed incredible mental agility and impeccable battle strategy. The team acts as a single whole. Each member supports his comrade in difficult times. It's a pleasure to watch these heroes. Even other players admire their talents. Teresa won the hearts of fans with her fury during battles. Guild member Tangen, Christopher, has not forgotten how she supported him in difficult times in the past. Now he has become accustomed to his new image, but the memory of Teresa remains in his heart. By this time, Teresa and her allies were feeling exhausted. It took a lot of effort to survive and clear the perimeter. Brian kept planting more and more plants in preparation for the next battle. With the help of special skills, he can help plants grow at phenomenal speeds. Then he said he wanted to go for a walk and clean up the area a bit. It all seemed strange, but Teresa decided not to stop the captain. Brian walks calmly around the city and doesn't even suspect that he is being followed. It doesn't matter now. Before the next wave of monsters, you need to catch your breath and regain your strength. The ghost looks down on other players as if they were insignificant kittens. Only fools prepare for a long battle. Experienced guys know that things are different. He hadn't been here for more than 8 years, but there were still a lot of cobwebs in the corners, just like before. He came here to look at that very relic that had not disappeared anywhere. You only need to touch the mirror to activate the strange aura. The players in the supermarket are still trying to catch their breath. They don't even pay attention to the mirror covered with a dirty rag. If they had been more attentive, they would have seen that the champion of the Tower of Trials himself had emerged from this mirror. Meanwhile, Floyd was pacing the supermarket, still unable to calm his anger. He feels that his honor has been touched and dreams of taking revenge on Brian for the insult he has caused. Julia believes that in order to gain influence, you don't have to team up with someone you can't control. She agrees with Floyd that Brian could have been slaughtered like a pig. They met many people outside, and only the ghost was able to understand who they really were. All this says a lot. This guy cannot be underestimated. Soon, one of the assistants came running to report breaking news. There was a disaster at the warehouse that is now difficult to stop. Brian decided to wreak havoc on his opponent's defensive base. He secretly entered the supermarket and brought with him horrific plant monsters. Sean tried to intimidate him in every possible way and said that the consequences would be catastrophic. Brian just laughed in response and said that he knew absolutely everything, even about the queen. After this phrase, all the representatives of Murim opened their mouths in surprise. The average player doesn't know about the queen. They are at a pathetic, childish level and are just creating a crowd. Only a select few know what will happen if the huge base is destroyed before the third wave of monsters. In this case, the mistress of the fourth floor, the womb of the dead, nicknamed the Queen, will arise. Brian has been waiting for her appearance for a long time, and that is why he is trying to destroy a large base in the supermarket. This may not please many, but when did this guy ever care what other people thought? Many believe that the queen cannot be defeated even by uniting, and challenging her to battle is a great stupidity. Brian explained that he was simply too lazy to clear out regular zombies 100 times. He wanted to speed up the process and feel the sweet taste of risk. If this requires summoning the Mad Queen, then there is no problem. Brian quickly left the supermarket and left the players to fight the terrible monster. The base could not withstand it and was soon completely destroyed. This was shown on all news portals, and we should not forget about the live broadcast on the network. The entire death team was on edge, and the players hoped that the incident was not related to their captain. In the meantime, the conditions were met and a unique event began. Only Brian knew exactly how to summon the queen of the fourth floor. Pendariel now officially joins the equipment, and the players learned about the beginning of a unique quest and screamed like slaughtered pigs. You can't envy these guys. They came here to fight zombies, not the fourth floor boss. All this became reality because of one guy who was too bored, decided to have some fun and speed up the process, even at the risk of being killed. The solar eclipse stone is used in ceremonies and causes darkness by blocking out the sun. This relic weakens light skills and strengthens shadow techniques. By activating the solar eclipse stone, Brian opened Pandora's box. Players who used the light immediately felt weak and despondent. Teresa was terribly frightened. Her holy powers were reduced by half. All the dark monsters immediately felt a surge of strength and energy. The queen now wants to find this arrogant boy who dared to interfere with the solstice process. The monsters are approaching the stadium. This is a perfect opportunity to start the live broadcast. When all the players found out about the news, panic began. Fear gripped the minds of even the bravest warriors, and players scattered in an attempt to escape certain death. By that time, a video had appeared online showing a strange plant destroying a supermarket. Watching this video, it seemed like Brian was doing all the dirty work after the Triad's failures. Flattering comments poured in his direction, and the hero became even more popular. His walk turned out to be a bubble, and the team members are clearly not happy about it. In any case, the captain knows what he is doing, because he is always responsible for the strategy. He knows how to defeat the queen. He has a clear and polished plan for this. This time, the role of the swordsman comes to the fore. Marcus has long dreamed of being the main character of the tower. Now the moment of truth has come for him. They need to hurry. The monsters are approaching at a stunning speed. The zombies are under the control of the queen, for whose sake they are willing to kill and eat children alive. The queen dreams of punishing everyone who does not bend their knees to her. She thinks that Brian, who blocked out the sun, is too impudent to live. Players have been waiting for a long time for the monsters to come close. As soon as Teresa reported the attack, James immediately connected the machine gun. Brian was also around and managed Plants of the Sun. Within seconds, the entire stadium was engulfed in flames, fueling hatred. The queen became angry and ordered all the plants to be destroyed immediately. She prepared to punish the pathetic humans who defied her. It's hard to even describe her surprise when she approached the center of the stadium. A strange picture opened up before her, a huge ice cliff with people inside. 4 members of the team are frozen and cannot move at all. A small purple crystal burst from the ice and fell right at the queen's feet. Let's take a step back to see how Brian convinced his team to follow his crazy plan. He had to pay each one dearly to calm their nerves and dispel their doubts. He'll have to use his friends as bait, which is something a swordsman like Marcus clearly doesn't like. He didn't want to be the main character, but now he has to content himself with acting as an appetizer to the main course. The crystal is about to play a major role, and now we are about to witness something amazing. As soon as the queen took this shiny stone into her hand, the ice creation skill was activated. The ice prison struck everything around. Absolutely the entire army of monsters, along with the queen, turned into frozen statues. To escape from this prison, the queen had to activate the plague technique, which took no more than 3 seconds. The monster considers this territory its home and wants to drive away unworthy people from here. Because of her anger, she doesn't even realize that she could now become a target for the silent breathing technique. All this time, Brian controlled the situation from a distance, activated another skill, and disappeared with the help of demonic steps. Arrogant and self-confident, but at the same time extremely attractive and sincere. This is the only way to describe this player who, using his experience, is trying to take over the whole world. He headed towards the queen's fortress in order to leave her as a homeless puppy forever. Penderelish, or the Womb of the Dead, nicknamed the Queen, is the one we should talk about in more detail. Her level and skills are especially deadly with poison. The 4th floor boss is strong in all parameters except intelligence. The essence of passing the 4th floor is to protect the base, and this rule applies not only to players, but also to zombies. The queen is currently at the stadium, which means her base is at its weakest. Brian specially arranged bait to lure the rat into the cage. The queen quickly saw through his plan, but realized the horror too late. I immediately remember how he combined several skills to obtain the demonic speed technique. Now this speed has come in handy for him, and with the help of this skill he is going to do the impossible again. Sword graveyard technique should work even better with the Dragon Twin swords. The zombies that defend the area shouldn't be a major problem. Without the queen, they are nothing more than pins, easily knocked down on their way to the central flag. This runner has the finish line in front of him, he just needs to take a few last steps and get the main prize. Usually at such moments, something unexpected happens, a sudden attack or a heart attack. Brian knew that there would be something much bigger than the average zombie on the way to his goal. A huge pig giant, guardian of the queen's flag, nicknamed the Butcher. As soon as he sees live meat, he is immediately ready to cut it into pieces. The Butcher is hardly an intellectual. If you want to play chess with him, then this is a bad idea. That's probably why he's often called a stupid pig, but this stupid pig has insanely strong muscles. To avoid becoming an easy snack, you will have to act smart and stay focused. The element of fire should help in this difficult situation. The Butcher had never experienced such problems before. After his encounter with fire, he no longer looked like a formidable master of meat. Brian has fried this pig, now it's time to thinly slice some bacon. With 2 twin dragon swords, this should be heavenly pleasure. Smart movements, easy jumps in different directions, and a stunning sense of distance. All these skills quickly guaranteed success in the battle with the Butcher. The player's level is automatically increased, and he receives a pair of scissors with a soul thirsty for revenge as a gift. Now you can safely take the flag that so attracts fearless players. The system reported that an unidentified black object was approaching him. The representatives of the Egyptian gods made Brian an offer, which aroused his genuine interest. Brian was sure that Anubis would sit quietly for a while after expending his strength in the dungeon. For some reason, this dog decided to climb up and have a serious talk with the tower champion. Mozart came to ask Brian to calm down and not to take out the queen's flag. The Egyptian gods want to see the battle's logical conclusion and ask the player to change his mind. They can't take part in this battle, and at the same time, they can't watch the floor be cleared without defeating the boss. They probably just don't like the impudent man who thinks he's a god. Brian can take the flag and automatically secure an easy win for himself. A cunning and devilish dog offers the player to make a deal so that all parties get what they want. Brian thought about it when he saw what kind of offer he had been given. After a few minutes, the queen finally emerged from her lair. She was fierce and unwavering in her desire to destroy man. When she saw that the flag was in place, her heart seemed to stop for a moment. She doesn't understand why he didn't take the flag and get an easy victory. Brian explained that someone had forced him to fight the stinking queen after all. He has already received an advance payment and now cannot take the flag until he defeats the 4th floor boss. He's sharpened the Butcher's axe a little and is now ready to rock and roll. Brian looked so pleased with himself for agreeing to Anubis's terms that even the queen became nervous. With the help of heaven's protection, he plans to pass through this monster. Due to the influence of the solar eclipse stone, skills will be weakened, so keep this in mind. Basic stats won't be enough to defeat the queen. Let's not forget that this is a 4th floor monster we're dealing with, not some pathetic zombie from the psychopath graveyard. You will have to combine many skills together and reach a new level. This is exactly what the ghost did. He called in the mandala technique for help. In this battle, you will have to be very fast. You can't do without demonic speed. Speed skill helps you defend, and ice technique helps you attack. Combining skills has always been part of the ghost's strategy. This is how he completed the virtual game. This is how he wants to complete the Tower of Trials in reality. Constant pressure and unexpected attacks from different sides are his trump card. The queen is very strong, but one should not forget that her weakness is intelligence. It's too difficult for her to calculate the battle several steps ahead. In this regard, she is very similar to the butcher, whom Brian recently destroyed. All this time, Anubis watches the battle and does not hide his sincere interest. This chained dog has been sharpening its teeth for a long time. Looking at the arrogant champion, he thirsts for revenge at any cost. When he came to Brian, he offered Jackal's Fang as an advance payment. This item increases any attack by 50%. His generosity seemed suspicious, so Brian asked for one more condition. He became interested in the white branch, which is mainly used for medicinal purposes and seems like a very ordinary item. The white branch can be obtained on higher floors, and for the insanely strong Anubis, it seems like trash. He happily accepted the terms and began to laugh, anticipating sweet revenge. As a result, the player received the Jackal's Fang and the white branch. Now he cannot take the flag until he defeats the queen. The white branch is only considered trash if it is not combined with other items. Brian is a master of unification, something Anubis had completely forgotten. If you add to these items also the scissors with the soul thirsting for vengeance, you can get a nuclear cocktail. This is not some kind of green Mexican. This is an elite swill that will turn even the most hardened pirate into a pig. The merger was successful. Brian received the scythe that ripped space. This relic represents absolute justice. Now you can kill what cannot be killed and cut what cannot be cut. Even the system decided to intervene when a relic appeared that didn't match the 4th floor. Because of this, such an item can only be used once at lower levels. The system seems not to understand that once is more than enough. The queen was stronger, more powerful and faster, but what did all this give her? As a result, she will be destroyed. There is no way to avoid it. All that remains is to accept her death. Many people underestimate the importance of intelligence, but the ability to think strategically and calculate moves ahead is the most important key to becoming future champions. Brian once again shows that wisdom and intelligence can take even an ordinary guy to the elite league. With her last strength, the queen tried to defend herself with her sword, and after the first blow, it was completely destroyed. All that was left to do was to cut the head off those terrible shoulders. For an experienced and fearless warrior, this would not be difficult. Now try to find Anubis' smile. That's right, he's clearly not laughing now. In the last seconds of her life, tears of regret appeared in the queen's eyes. Her whole life flashed before her eyes. She remembered herself in the body of a little girl. Once this monster was sweet and innocent, back then she had not yet tasted death. Great opportunities opened up before her, which corrupted her soul and turned her into a monster. Now she has nothing to regret. She had a choice and she must take responsibility for it. In any case, the queen is much stronger than the fool Mukhtar, who was hiding behind the backs of his soldiers on the 3rd floor. The 4th floor boss has been defeated. The queen can sleep peacefully. She no longer needs to defend her base. The winner of the battle has had their level significantly increased, and their skills have automatically received additional use. The base has been successfully cleared. Humanity can put aside the fear of death for a while. Each group member is given a random high-ranking crate. In the end, this guy made it. But how could it have been otherwise? Even after the pitchiest night, dawn always comes. We must not forget this. Only 24 hours have passed since the 4th floor opened. Brian surprised not only ordinary people, but even his team members. Everyone was sure that it would take at least 20 days to complete the mission and destroy 100 waves of monsters. They knew this guy was good, but this time he outdid himself. Alice is a little upset that she was not invited to the raid. She also wanted to fully experience the taste of victory. She needs to calm down. There will still be work for her in the future. No one thought that Marcus would come to the celebration. Is it possible that the irreconcilable enemies are starting to find a common language? They need to take a few steps towards each other, and then everything will be fine. Old friends came too. Brian couldn't help but invite them. He wants to unite absolutely all members of his large team and seat them at a big table. In honor of the victory, you can fork out and spend a little money. Today is the day when no one will refuse you anything. The higher vampire is used to feeding on blood. Eating fried chicken seems absurd to her. There's no fresh blood at the table today, which means Alice will have to improvise. One bite was enough to understand. Chicken is no worse than sweet blood. Teresa was a little late. This celebration would not have been complete without her presence. A radiant smile and always in a good mood. That's how you can describe this beauty. Brian watched his friends calmly and felt an inner peace. When he played the tower as a game, he was always alone and celebrated his victories in private. After the world changed, Brian changed too. Now he is not alone, and this makes him happy. His stats went through the roof, and anyone else in his place would have been pleased with themselves. Brian is a different breed of person. He is never satisfied, he always wants more. Now he is only on the 4th floor. There is still a long way ahead, strewn with adversity and obstacles. He is ready for this, especially after receiving the main reward of the 4th floor, the Scroll of Strengthening. He also received a random high-ranking box, which can contain any useful item. This is more like a casino. Gambling guys better move away from the screens. Brian turned out to be a cunning and ruthless con man. It turned out that he had long ago found a way to endlessly spin the wheel of fortune. When an unwanted object falls out, he repeats the trick again and does this until he gets what he needs. When Marcus saw it with his own eyes, he didn't even believe it at first. Now it is clear what endless immersion in computer games leads to. Brian did everything he could to ensure that Marcus got the item they had originally agreed on. However, he didn't tell Marcus that there was a side effect. The item obtained in this way would disappear after a week. When the swordsman finds out about this, he will obviously be insanely angry, but Brian will already be too far away. In turn, our hero received the 3-colored medicine in case of serious injuries. It also wasn't without getting a pass to the Great Library of Magic. But this is much more serious. The library can become an excellent foundation for raising the level. Without knowledge, it is impossible to reach the tip of the tower iceberg, and Brian understands this better than anyone. The librarian knows that the 4th floor has been cleared and has been waiting for guests for a long time. Rick Hennessy is always ready to help an inquisitive mind find answers to questions of interest. Rick Hennessy is a powerful mid-level manager and is responsible for the Library of Magic in the tower. Meeting with the manager is always very interesting and exciting. This is always an unusual event, even for a person with a huge amount of experience. Brian explained that he was lucky, which is why he passed the test so quickly. Now he can look at and take any books, although this does not mean that everything is so simple. There is not a single book here that you can read calmly. You need to at least know the runic script. Brian smiled confidently and said that it was no problem for him. He is very curious, so he knows a lot of things that are hidden from the eyes. A player who is just about to reach level 5 already knows runic writing. Fantastic. He's clearly different from the other players, and it feels like Ghost has some special support. There really are Egyptian gods behind him, thanks to which Brian climbs the tower so quickly. Rick felt the energy of Anubis and was surprised that the gods were already showing interest in the players. Finally, the librarian realized that before him was an extraordinary person who needed to be respected. If Anubis saw this, he would strangle himself with rage. Rick apologized for his previous disrespect and promised to give the player any book he wanted. Brian immediately took advantage of the situation and chose what he needed. Only an ancient people who know the ancient runic language can read such a book. For a person who has received the blessing of the gods, this will not be a problem. Now even Rick will look forward to their next meeting and watch the ghost. Brian behind for a few minutes and look ahead. Some frightened people are fighting to survive. There are fanatics here who are thirsty for blood. This place looks like a huge mental hospital. Very soon, TV started showing a guy who was able to get out of this hell. He said the psychos attacked him and tried to rip his heart out of his chest. Is this whole plot related to the 5th floor where you can't use skills? All that remains is to wait for Brian to explain to us what's going on. Teresa showed him this video. She wants to go to the next test with him. Brian is clearly not interested in this. This guy is used to a solitary lifestyle and does not want to ask his friends for a favor once again. She was extremely persistent and was ready to do anything to achieve her goal. Her main task is to protect Brian, and as strange as it may sound, she wants him to promise that he will not jump above his head and risk his life unnecessarily. He listened to her attentively and then went about his business. He recently received a gift from the Caladium Kingdom, completely without warning. The Kingdom of Caladium is an enemy of the Murim world. With each new chapter, we delve deeper into the exciting twists and turns of the tower, making the story even more intense and interesting. Brian has gained the smell concealment skill and can now hide signs of presence. There is no doubt that he will find good use for this skill. As many have already guessed, the ghost went to the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials. Here, all his skills are automatically blocked, and only a random low-rank item is given out. The only goal is to survive and escape. But Brian knows how to bypass all the rules. With the help of a special book, he unlocked one of the skills. Now, Greedy Look is available to him. He is not alone here. Other players have also gained access to enter. They don't interest him. The path of a loner is much more productive. Just as Brian was about to move on, the tracking bracelet on his arm activated. It seems that the beautiful blonde has finally achieved her goal and will now be keeping an eye on her friend. She couldn't let him go. It was too risky and too dangerous. Teresa will be there no matter what. Brian doesn't like it, although her actions deserve respect. It's too dark around, so the players use improvised means to see each other. Teresa brought a flashlight, but it was too early to turn it on. Brian advises her to take her time and watch other players make the same mistakes. As soon as the light is turned on, the crazy sectarians will immediately begin their attack. People who didn't know this rule quickly regretted it. Teresa offered to save people who found themselves in a difficult situation. Her heart yearns for justice. Brian had to explain to her that she had to listen to his orders and forget about her rules. Helping others can be a big challenge for oneself. Every experienced warrior knows this. Teresa knows she's underestimated, so she didn't come here empty-handed. The 5th floor requires return stones, and she took 2 such artifacts with her. Brian wasn't happy about this at all. Apparently, he had another plan to get out of here. The other players are not to be envied now. The cultists have already killed more than 10 warriors. At first glance, sectarians seem like fools without any special skills, but this is just an illusion. Many players decided to get out of here quickly and not risk their skins. They were confident that the return stone would help at a critical moment. It turned out that this entire advertising campaign was nothing more than a myth for making money. Dishonest organizations sold return stones to make money by convincing players that the stones would help them return home. In reality, everything is completely different. Climbing to the 5th floor is a one-way ticket. There is no turning back. When the players finally realize this, their nerves give out. They start screaming and calling for help from their mother, not wanting to accept their death. Now, Teresa will also understand that she was shamelessly deceived. Because of scammers, a huge number of players will not leave the 5th floor. Here, you need to take a completely different approach and not yawn under any circumstances. The slightest loss of concentration can cost lives. The cultists will gladly seize anyone to make a sacrifice for their god. It won't be easy for them to capture Teresa. She is a martial artist and a woman with a fiery character. At times like these, she doesn't even need Brian's help. Only when there are more sectarians will you have to hide behind the ghost. Now that very moment has come. It has become unbearably hot. The air is filled with an atmosphere of hopelessness. God demands sacrifices and orders the sectarians to bring new meat. Brian only has a pen in his hand as a weapon, which might seem like too little. John Wick is famous for killing 5 people in a bar with a pencil. Brian watched this movie and now wants to surpass his teacher. With one pen, he plans to tear apart all the righteous people on this floor. The sectarians prepared for battle and did not even suspect that they were not alone here. A huge deputy appeared next to him, his gaze full of undisguised displeasure. He came here to punish, and he doesn't care who exactly deserves punishment. Teresa was not prepared for such a brutal scene. While the Phantom calmly enjoyed himself, the guy with the big head clearly wants to play and is not going to take no for an answer. He feels at home and wants to have a fun party with his guests. It would be strange if Brian and Teresa refused this. They would have to accept the owner's rules. Only Brian knows that his every move is being closely watched. The cultists constantly catch victims and prepare an offering for the god. They carry out the orders of their boss, who does not hide his good mood. After the tower opened, it was full of tourists who could be used for their own purposes. The madmen want to return the Lord to their world and think that no one will stop them. This is a mistake. A man has appeared in the tower who is capable of disrupting any plans of the villains. The main representatives of the sectarians see the deputy suffering like this for the first time. He usually crushed players like bugs. That was until he met a special guy. One of the sectarians knows this person. They have crossed paths before. There is no doubt now that Brian will be a big problem for the plan to be implemented. We've seen this mask before. The man behind it has tried to destroy the champion of the Tower of Trials on multiple occasions. This time he will throw all his strength against Brian. It will not be easy to withstand the blow. There is no time to think about it now. The battle against the deputy continues. Teresa didn't just go on the raid. She wanted to help and not be a burden. Her skills are enough to make Brian truly feel supported. Together, they create many more problems for their opponents. The deputy is a bunch of muscles. His main drawback is his clumsiness. For a while, the players managed to escape from this guy. Now you can rest a little and make a plan for victory. Brian promised to lure the monster to the right place. While Brian distracts him, Teresa must find the other players and evacuate. Everyone was hoping for the returning stone, and now they can't come to their senses. Experienced Teresa should help while Brian tries to clear the 5th floor. Finally, he asked her to remember something. These were quiet words that no one heard. Then Brian went out hunting and decided to play a little with the big guy. Being small and fast is always nice. It gives you an advantage over the big boars. It's not hard to get attention, but it will be much more difficult for Teresa. She listened carefully to her boss's instructions and plucked up the courage to take decisive action. Brian gave her one valuable artifact that could be used at a critical moment. Now he left her alone with her doubts, and he went to fight the monster. Greedy Look is activated. All deputy stats are no longer secret. This monster has insane strength, good endurance, and minimal speed. When Brian used Greedy Gaze, he broke the rules of the 5th floor, and now the Rotting Heart takes an interest in him. The Rotting Heart is one of the perfect creatures from the upper floors of the tower. This monster is also called the Demon King and even the Devil. When someone breaks the rules, the devils start to pay attention to these players. At such moments, the Black Apostle is ready to give the player power, but the person will be forced to obey the devil for the rest of his life. Many people do this, but Brian is not like that. He is a tiger who will not bow his head to a bald dog. He happily refuses the Black Apostle's offer and goes his own way. The devil is furious. He has never seen such impudence. The player is now inflicted with the devil's curse and forced to endure the torments of hell. Brian automatically becomes a target for all demons. The curse will haunt him until his death. Pirates would call it the Black Mark. All this worsens the hero's situation, but it is unlikely that he will give up and admit his defeat. When a tiger is cornered, it becomes as ferocious and ruthless as possible. The cultists think they have the players and will now sacrifice them. This is a big mistake. Overconfidence will lead to their death. Teresa is already here, her fiery gaze reminiscent of a leopard on the hunt. Speed, grace, and dedication are what Teresa has become famous for since the Tower of Trials appeared. She has always fought on the side of good, and nothing will change today. Many players have already gone crazy. They are sure that they will not be able to get out of here alive. She risks her life to save these people, and they don't even bother to thank her. This is what could become the main problem on the way to survival on the 5th floor. Here you will have to try hard to take control of the situation. Players have no right to give up. Hope must burn in their hearts until the very end. Teresa is a symbol of hope. She calls to take up arms and rise from our knees. The naive girl is sure that the 5th floor is already being cleared by her friend. If she is told what happened, she will refuse to believe it. Brian was cursed by the devil and now found himself in a critical situation, like many other players. The local prison is overcrowded. These are not ordinary prisoners, but those sentenced to death. Brian was brought to this very dungeon. Now he will be seen by the people who make decisions at the highest level. The chief cultist looked at the champion as if he was looking at a pile of trash. Then the same masked man appeared, the representative of the mains, mysterious and emotionless. This is his first personal encounter with Brian, and it's a big moment for him. If you look into the eyes of our hero, it immediately becomes clear that he is not afraid of the situation in which he finds himself. He looked at the guy in the cloak and felt his incredible aura. Greedy gaze was activated, but the technique did not work because the subject was using a high-level mental barrier. Brian wanted to use one of the artifacts in the fight against the main enemies. He's in a bad position now. He'll have to take a risk and do it right now. Its stats have been increased and Greedy Gaze now penetrates defense. In front of him is Jose, a knight of the Round Table with the mental barrier and Sword of Conviction skills. He is an important person in the main association. Brian would not mind copying his skills. To do this, you will have to sweat, make the target say his knightly name, and until this happens, you need to behave like a schoolboy with 8th grader syndrome. Sometimes the system seems to mock the player, and it's funny to watch. Jose approached Brian and looked at him as if he was expecting some kind of answer. Brian was in no hurry to answer. He was pretending to be a fool, incapable of thinking. The sectarian even began to doubt that this was that special player. He is sure that it is definitely him. Such people cannot be confused with anyone else. Meanwhile, Alice watched everything that was happening and did not hide her pleasure. Seeing her master in the guise of a fool gives her real pleasure. Jose reminded that Brian was captured to be sacrificed. In response, he saw only children's screams and the mischief of a madman. The knight doubted. He felt that Brian was playing a role, but he was not sure about it. The player has shown incredible skills before, and now it's hard to make anyone believe that he's mentally retarded. A second later, incredibly loud cries of pain and suffering were heard in the prison. Everyone around shuddered and almost cried from fear. Only Jose remained calm. He knew that these were the cries of a dying victim and all the captured people would soon find themselves in the same situation. The Knight of the Round Table is ready to give them a way out, the key to freedom and hope of returning home. If Brian tells him about the ghost, he will receive this key. This is a great chance for our hero to take advantage of the situation. He said that he would be happy to tell everything that was needed after the knight gave his name. Mayan is sure that this man will soon die and now does not hide the fact that he is the knight Hosey, who is also called Lancelot. The conditions were automatically met. Now Brian received the mental barrier. The skill will help protect consciousness and aggression from mental attacks. After that, it was Brian's turn to answer questions. The champion of the Tower of Trials smiled calmly and said the name. He did it so quietly that no one heard what exactly he said. However, it was enough to get the key. Jose kept his promise. One of the players grabbed the key and began to rush to open the doors. Brian didn't react to this at all. He imagined himself sunbathing on the sunny beach of Bora Bora. The only thing he cares about now is Teresa. Her plan failed miserably, and at this very moment, she is also in prison. The cultists had seen a victim who resisted so strongly. She had defeated no less than 20 opponents before losing consciousness. Her vitality is enviable. Teresa is truly a holy woman. An unexpected conflict occurred in the prison cell. Teresa tried to intervene and stop the fight, because it looked stupid. It seems that the saint does not understand what is happening now and does not realize who she is protecting. The little girl, who at first glance seems sweet and innocent, is actually a resident of the tower. People hate the inhabitants of the tower because their lives have changed due to the appearance of the test. This is why players so fiercely wish them harm and seek revenge. The little frightened girl didn't know what to do. She felt like she was cornered. At the last moment, Teresa decided to intervene and stop the offenders. She declared that everyone was equal here, and not a drop of blood would be shed in her presence. If anyone dares to go against her words, that person will face the most severe punishment. After a few minutes, the situation calmed down, and Teresa learned that the girl's name was Andrea. The little girl told her story, which began last year. One day, believers came to her village, and from then on everything changed. The sectarians demanded that a man be given to them for sacrifice. They promised that if everything went well, they would not touch the rest of the villagers. The residents decided to sacrifice a small child who had no parents. This girl turned out to be Andrea. That's how the girl ended up in this prison. Although she is a resident of the tower, she is no different from ordinary people and does not deserve cruel treatment. Now the sectarians are choosing who to sacrifice next. Everyone around is scared, because no one wants to die and sacrifice themselves for the sake of madness. The same story unfolds in the prison as in the village. People decided to give away the little girl because she was a resident of the tower and they didn't feel sorry for her. Teresa instantly jumped to her feet and declared that this would only happen over her dead body. In the next cell, one of the people raised his hand, expressing his desire to become a victim. The sectarians had never encountered such crazy and desperate people. That man turned out to be the champion of the Tower of Trials, the phenomenal Brian. Along with other potential victims, he walked out into the corridor and looked around. No one paid any attention to him or noticed that he had a small pill in his mouth. Then he threw it into the water, doing it as discreetly as possible. All preparations are complete. Now the fun can begin. Brian is well aware that Teresa has already been captured and is most likely in a cage too. Given her character, she will be the first to volunteer for the sacrifice, which means everything is going according to a pre-prepared scenario. Brian just received a hidden quest: destroy the cultists and thwart all their plans. If successful, all stats will increase and skill adaptation will be improved. Crowds of sectarians gathered around, terrifying ordinary people. In the center of the circle stood a huge, pumped-up executioner, a real devil from the underworld. The victims trembled with fear and prayed to all the gods of the universe. Only Brian remained calm, like a boa constrictor, assessing the situation with cold blood. The sectarians called for the sacrifice to begin and fresh blood to be shed. The beautiful Teresa actually did as Brian expected. She decided to become a victim so that little Andrea would have a chance to stay alive. The sacrifice was supposed to begin any minute, but one madman decided to ruin everything. He used the skill book and freed himself from the 5th floor master's control. Now all of his sealed abilities are available again, which means it's time to activate the fire element. Together with the red fire pill, this will create a real precedent. Everything around will be painted in a fiery color, and the sectarians will feel like meat on a hot frying pan. They were all shocked. According to God's laws, it is impossible to use skills in this building. Only the champion was able to bypass all the prohibitions and impose his game. The first thing he did was rush to help Teresa, because she meant more to him than just an ally. The blonde had long since lost consciousness and, after being released, collapsed into the arms of her hero. There was blood on her head. The cultists had wounded her to get rid of their problems. At this point, Brian stopped caring about stats, quests, and achievements. He decided to simply kill everyone who used dark methods of struggle. A smoke screen enveloped everything around, and the cultists found themselves in the abyss. While these slugs can't see anything, all that's left to do is take out the magic sword and chop them all into pieces. For Brian, it was pure pleasure. He savored every second of the carnage. The cultists fell to their knees and began to call upon their demonic god. They saw a strange creature emerging from the darkness and approaching them. Each of these crazy fanatics thought that their beloved god was coming towards them. In reality, everything was not like that. Death itself was approaching them. Within a second, they felt the hot blade cutting through their flesh. Blood splattered everywhere, and Brian inhaled the scent of madness. Teresa was still unconscious and needed medical attention. Half an hour ago, she was fighting fiercely and trying to protect Andrea. The little child deserved a second chance, and Teresa did everything she could to save her. Because of the fear of death, people turned into monsters without conscience and compassion. They gave the child to the lions to eat and quickly regretted it. Teresa demonstrated her holy power even without using any special skills. Her martial arts were at a high level. If someone doubted, she could quickly make them suffer. To avoid bloodshed and protect the child, Teresa took a desperate step. She said she was ready to become a victim. She had nothing more to lose. Thanks to the efforts of her best friend, Teresa was still alive. The territory was completely cleared of sectarians. These madmen finally experienced heavenly punishment. When the blonde finally opened her eyes, she saw the champion in front of her. With her soft smile, she showed that she always knew that Brian would definitely save her. It was time to get out of here, but Teresa asked to look in one more place. She ran to the prison and began to free all the hostages. Little Andrea was still alive, although scared to death. Teresa picked up the child in her arms and hugged him with all the warmth of a woman's heart. She had to explain to Brian that this was not her real daughter, but a girl who needed to be saved. At first, the champion thought that they had just wasted 10 minutes of precious time. Then he looked at the situation differently. When he realized that Andrea was a resident of the tower, he immediately began asking questions, trying to understand why the little girl did not become a believer, since the locals worship their own god. The child replied that he did not want to believe in such terrible creatures. In her opinion, if God exists, then he is the creator of a real hell, full of despair. It was God who forced people to sell her to the sectarians, and it was he who created all these monstrous conditions. Brian told the little girl that his story was very similar. After birth, he was left in an orphanage and survived alone, without parents, friends, or support. In the end, he still decided to live, fight, move forward, and give up regrets. Now he's going to kill the cult leader and cleanse this place of some sin. He advises the child to try to live in a world that will be freed from the oppression of this scoundrel's will. In return, Andrea will become his ally and play her role in future history. Brian performed the ritual and said that they were now connected. "We need to go and destroy the main occultist, and this guy is clearly strong." He looks even crazier than expected due to the effects of magical power. The leader is different from the fanatics. He cannot use skills, but is not inferior in strength to the destroyer. In the last battle, Brian spent a lot of energy, and now he can't use skills either. At the same time, his opponent possesses a relic that gives him an advantage. A pot that absorbs evil spirits and can kill any target it chooses. The relic has a cooldown before it can be recast, but Brian will need help to win. Teresa will have to reach the boss at the exact moment when his relic is on cooldown and becomes useless. Everyone around was already prepared for a brutal battle and held their breath, waiting for a bloody and furious outcome. Victory must be achieved at any cost, otherwise this entire journey, all the suffering and losses will be in vain. But before the fight, we can talk a little. Brian wants to understand where the boss's main ally went. He planned to eliminate this mysterious masked guy, but he somehow already managed to escape. The occultist boss cannot understand how the champion used skills in gross violation of the laws and prohibitions of the god himself. Now this madman is obliged to sacrifice Brian and make him repent for all his previous crimes. Teresa clearly sees the relic and remembers her friend's instructions. She waits patiently to dart into battle like a poisonous cobra. Once the cursed relic is on recharge, Teresa will immediately begin to act with lightning-fast precision. Until that happens, Brian boldly steps forward and fights with a furious rage like a true demon. The cult leader felt a heavy titanium heel crash into his forehead with a loud thud, knocking him out cold. When the right moment arrived, Brian discreetly signaled to his girlfriend using a prearranged gesture. Golden confidently stepped forward and with determination began to attack the boss from behind, like a wind of death. Everything happened incredibly quickly, but Andrea watched every movement. The whole essence of this fight was revealed to her. The boss managed to break free from the grip and forcefully threw Teresa several meters back into the wall. After that, he viciously showed off his heavy fist and gave Brian a nice black eye. Who does this upstart think he is? Does he really believe he can surpass the Tower Champion? Brian has played this game from top to bottom and back to back. For him, this battle is just a warm-up for the real nightmare. His hands have destroyed monsters tens of thousands of times stronger than this occultist. Even without skills, his blows are deadly. Teresa can rest assured that her close friend will not allow this madman-ridden enemy to leave here alive. The troubles are just beginning. The relic has been activated and is ready to unleash its cursed power on everyone. The madman began to utter dark spells, and it was almost impossible to make out the meaning of his mad mutterings. But it all worked. The mysterious pot flared up, sparkled, and began to pulsate with multicolored light. Only now everything really begins. Absolutely everything, including everyone's life, depends on Teresa's reaction. The relic has a long cooldown between activations, and it is in this vulnerable window that the blonde must deliver the decisive blow. To do this, she carefully watches the artifact's eyes. Their shine will indicate the exact moment of attack. Brian looked at his friend, smiled softly, and she instantly felt that he trusted her completely. At that moment, everything seemed to freeze for the champion. Time stopped, and reality shrank to one point. The relic worked without warning. Within a second, Brian fell, struck down by its inescapable power. His allies froze in horror. No one knew that he was actually going to accept his death voluntarily. He had no other choice, because the cursed relic kills anyone who gets into its sights. The system notified the player that his life force had been exhausted, and the devil's curse had dissipated, along with him. The boss smiled contentedly, feeling the new energy boiling in his veins. He was enjoying the excitement of a fresh victim. For him, this is the perfect offering. The devil god will surely bless such a valuable trophy. Tears came to Teresa's eyes, not of grief, but of rage, resistance, and pain, all mixed together. At that moment, she automatically became a new victim, and the boss immediately unleashed his fury on her. Then his gaze fell on the child hiding in the corner, the very girl he had long wanted to devour. He tried to grab the baby, but missed a crushing blow from behind and growled in pain. Teresa is not a woman with whom you can allow yourself to be distracted even for a moment. She does not forgive the slightest mistake, which is why she is called the Holy Knight of Valor. Only now does the real fight begin. The spectacle will be merciless, without censorship or pity. All this time, Brian's body lay in a pool of his own blood. The champion took his last breath and froze. Now Teresa is also at a disadvantage. Her physical strength is inferior, and her skills cannot be used. She does not dare to think about defeat, because then her ally will never return to life. So much depends on her decisions. Brian gave everything to trust her with the final blow. There's almost no time left. Once the relic's recharge is complete, Teresa will become the next victim. She quickly realized that she couldn't survive a head-on collision. She had to play differently, slyly and cunningly. The girl decided to use the Tom and Jerry strategy to lure the monster into a trap through deception and pretense. She deliberately stuck her golden hair out from its hiding place, luring the monster into a trap of despair. The pervert boss smiled contentedly. He could already smell the sweet scent of fear emanating from his prey. A plan had already formed in his sick head. First knock out Teresa, then find the baby and deal with her. When Teresa wakes up, he will show her how her friend is becoming a sacrifice on the altar of madness. But this plan is not destined to come true. It is too dangerous to allow the monster to get close to Andrea. For a moment, Teresa was overcome with despair. The world collapsed, and only darkness and anger remained inside. All the responsibility fell on her shoulders. Never before had she felt such colossal pressure. Meanwhile, the enemy noticed the golden hair and headed towards it with the intention of tearing the head from the shoulders. He was blinded by the confidence in his own invincibility and became vulnerable to the simplest deception. At the last moment, Teresa cleverly cut off her hair, leaving in her place a decoy for the blind fanatic. For her, it's not a sacrifice, it's just hair, and she would give much more just to get Brian back. Hair doesn't matter unless the Trial Tower champion rises and opens his eyes again. At such moments, reality seems to slow down, and a million thoughts and decisions flash through your head. The boss tried to activate the relic again, but at that moment, Andrea entered the arena. The little girl boldly pushed one of the pots, breaking the ritual and distracting the monster's attention. All this time she was hiding in the shadows, waiting for the moment, and now she decided to take a crazy step forward. Thanks to her intervention, Teresa was able to gain control over the Relic of Death. She is once again the mistress of fate. Before the battle, Brian taught her how to cast the correct spell to activate the ancient power. This required not only knowledge of a dead language, but also a huge supply of energy. After all, the soul is depleted. When the right moment comes, Teresa will have to say the key words and end the battle. Now she felt hot blood rushing through her body. This was the moment Brian was talking about. She spoke a few phrases in a dead language, and the relic burst into an ominous blue flame. The leader of the occultists howled like a wounded animal, horror in his eyes and fear on his face. A mad energy rushed towards him, trying to tear the last remnants of life force from his body. He cried out to his dark god, begged for mercy, but this time no one heard him. He who has once chosen darkness must die in pain and hear the crunch of his own bones. It's all finally over. The boss is defeated, and little Andrea is not hurt at all. Teresa immediately rushed to Brian's side. She couldn't believe that he hadn't come back to life yet. Her close friend lay lifeless, motionless, hopeless. It seemed like it was all over. But with the disappearance of the boss, the restrictions also disappeared. The skill block was removed. The curse was dispelled. The automatic skill of heavenly patronage was activated. Brian was given the opportunity to be reborn. His life energy returned. His body began to glow as if the saint himself had descended from heaven to earth. A few moments later, he rose from the dead and greedily breathed in the air of freedom. Yes, dying is unpleasant, but this guy has long since conquered death. He just repeated his old trick. Teresa couldn't contain her happiness. And it's hard to believe that she sees him only as a friend. It seems there has long been something more. The 5th floor leader was destroyed, but the passage to the next floor still did not open. To exit, you need to leave the floor? Then the clearing conditions will be considered fulfilled. This level has a special feature. The boss status can be transferred to another person, regardless of strength. Oddly enough, killing the boss is not the main condition for defeating the floor. Whoever picks up the pot will automatically become the new owner of the 5th floor. Brian is going to give this relic to Andrea, as strange as it may sound at first glance. He promised her that she could live without a cult, without fear, and he kept every word. Andrea deserves a chance for a peaceful and happy life. Now no one will harm her. Along with the relic, the title was given to her. The girl was filled with power and in an instant turned into an adult. Now she is the new mistress of this place and will serve her savior and mentor forever. After Brian's blessing, she ran into the arms of Teresa, whom she now considers an older sister. After several hours of warm embraces, it was time to part. The tower was calling, the path to the top was not waiting. Rumors quickly spread. Everyone learned about the triumph on the 5th floor. Brian once again lived up to his legendary nickname, his name thundering like never before. The common people celebrated the victory as if they had defeated the boss themselves. It was a pleasure to watch. Only one man made it out alive, thanks to a champion who seems to be living a second life. But only one observer did not feel joy from these events. His name was Marcus. Marcus looked upset because he was second again, although he desperately wanted to be first, the best, unsurpassed. At that moment, he heard someone knocking loudly on his door, although he clearly wasn't expecting guests today. A second later, the front door exploded with a roar, as if an enraged Tyrannosaurus had flown into it. A blond man burst into the house with a gun in his hands and a mask on his face, without an invitation, without knocking, without warning. This guy's name is Gawain, and his manners are more than a little unusual. One can only guess why he came here at all. It turned out that it was Brian who was the instigator of this chaos, having created a mad pogrom in Marcus's house. When Marcus realized that the champion was behind this, his face twisted with anger, fury, and an insatiable thirst for blood. His cozy apartment was turned into ruins, and it all turned out to be just a stupid joke by the tower champions. At this time, Brian was enjoying life and did not even suspect the consequences of his fun. He returned home and decided to thank the people who always support him by throwing a small celebration. Alice happily ran around the shops, buying everything she liked, from sweets to jewelry. Her actions could cause inflation, but this creature doesn't care about the economic problems of humanity. In exchange for Andrea's training, Alice received the freedom to live as she pleased and not deny herself anything. Meanwhile, Andrea had to master the basics of a boss's life: his position, habits, and daily routine. She was expected to take classes on the basic skills that a floor owner must possess, a sort of etiquette course for bosses. Brian was doing great. His growth and development exceeded all expectations, even the wildest ones. The guilds raised an army of rankers, pumped up in dungeons, but even they did not reach the level of a champion. For clearing the 5th floor, Brian received a special reward, a mirror that can break through any barriers. This relic connects the user to the desired location, but can only be used in truly critical situations. Brian decided to check if everything was okay during his absence, if anything important had happened. At the same time, he wanted to ask his old friend for a small, but very significant favor. Now the champion's face appears on every channel. He is discussed around the clock. He has become a real star. Crowds of people line up just to join the guild and fight side by side with the legend, but Brian himself is preoccupied with other matters. It is important for him to meet with certain people, not for PR, but on business. Just a few hours later, the meeting was organized and our hero went to the Central Cafe. There he met a representative of the Fathers of Fighting Guild, an adult man named Kim. A lot of time has passed since their last meeting and a lot has changed during that time. The former formidable guild leader now looked humble, polite, and even a little scared in front of the champion. Brian apologized for the trouble with the mandrake, explaining that he had been completely absorbed in clearing the tower. As an apology, he offered to improve the terms of the contract. After all, the Fathers of Struggle own 10 high-ranking dungeons. His request is simple: 1 dungeon on the 3rd floor, in exchange for an alliance. Despite his outward politeness, Kim clearly harbors hostility towards the champion and can barely contain his irritation. He is still poisoned by the mandrake venom and hopes that Brian will give him a restoration potion. But in return, he demands too much and behaves as if he has all the power in his hands. After much thought, Kim became tired of the negotiations and wanted to end the conversation. However, he froze when Brian mentioned something that no one else knew. It turned out that the Fathers of Struggle were unsuccessfully trying to pass the Grey Temple and were losing their reputation. Failures and raids put the guild in a dangerous position, threatening its standing and the trust of the players. Brian is ready to personally go through the Grey Temple in exchange for access to the dungeon he needs. This proposal was a turning point. This is how real negotiations are done. Now let's move far away from the noisy cafe to the ancient city of Vienna, the heart of Austria. Today, connoisseurs of high culture, classical music, and true art have gathered here. Brian brought Alice here to fulfill the conditions of the quest, to enjoy the work that changed an entire era. Once the task was completed, he gained the skill of perfect pitch and a deep understanding of the musical world. It turns out that even while resting, you can improve your skills and become stronger. Now, you can allow yourself to relax a little and then return home to Korea. Although, to be honest, music is not the only reason for visiting. There is something else, no less important. This is related to the Elven Forest, which is located on the 6th floor of the tower. Oh yes, those same elves, who consider themselves a superior race, guard the forest with maniacal zeal. They say that if you live there for 3 months, the door to the next floor will open, but players make the same mistake. They are fixated on leveling up, and once they have checked in, they immediately go off to level up on other floors. This is a fundamental misconception. Each floor has unique purposes and requires a thoughtful approach. After a serious conversation with Kim, Brian realized it was time to move on. He completed everything necessary and found himself at the entrance to the Temple of Profession Choice. This majestic building on the 3rd floor is visited by players seeking to determine their future path. Here you can find a mentor, change your profession, a real paradise for those who are still searching for themselves. However, no one suspects that a terrible, deadly labyrinth is hidden under the building. It was here that Brian met Kim again, who realized the importance of this meeting. With them were other members of the Fathers of Struggle team, led by the captain of the 2nd group, Leo. Leo turned out to be an ardent fan of the champion, watched all his videos, and even hung a poster in his room. The rest of the team is also crazy about Brian. After all, he is now a national hero. Even the best fighters of the guild bow before him, so great is his influence. Despite the fact that the formal leader is Leo, in reality everyone listens exclusively to Brian. Now only victory is important. Everything else does not matter. Brian announced that the operation would begin in half an hour, but in the meantime, they could prepare the equipment and check the ammunition. He himself decided to take advantage of the moment and visit the teacher of his choice of profession. She tried to understand his aspirations and opened up many possible paths of development for him. But in his head there was only one thought: to surpass the stalker Marcus. This guy was insanely proud of his barrier skill, and now Brian wants to bypass it by accepting the Barrier Master quest. He wants to beat his opponent on his own field. Boldly? Perhaps, but that's his style. While walking along the Avenue of Stars, he noticed samurai entering the building. It looks like they're in conflict with the Fathers of Struggle, and the situation could escalate into a violent fight. Tim is not going to let these Japanese pigs into the Grey Temple, but the samurai don't care about his prohibitions. Many are disappointed with the failures of the Fathers of Struggle and want to remove them from the course. The Samurai Guild is rapidly developing thanks to excellent organization and competent intelligence. They can really cleanse the temple, but now such competition can destroy everyone. Brian realized that if he didn't intervene now, everything would explode like an atomic bomb. As soon as he appeared, all eyes instantly turned to him, a figure that could not be ignored. The Korean legend and rancor is an object of admiration for everyone except the samurai. Approaching them, he decided to use his wit and play with fire a little. He admitted that the Fathers of Struggle had failed against the Grey Temple, but the samurai had also failed in their previous attempt. His words did not extinguish the conflict, but on the contrary added fuel to the fire. Then the samurai leader accepted the challenge and said something that turned the situation on its head. There's a man on their team who has reached the 30th floor, an absolute master, the strongest. Brian was dumbfounded. Could anyone really get past him? It sounded absurd. The samurai have information about floors that most players have never even dreamed of. They are confident in themselves. Their progress is rapid, all thanks to this knowledge. You can't do this without activating the greedy look skill. The champion was stunned. His interlocutor was not lying. At least he sincerely believed what he said. He began scanning every warrior gathered in the hall, analyzing and checking the details. All samurai went through a system of lies, but one guy in particular caught my attention. His name was Yakamoto, 25 years old, and he was truly special. This warrior has the ability to partially foresee, allowing him to see into the upper floors of the tower. The big problem is that Brian now has to copy his ability. The samurai became suspicious of his talent a couple of months ago after a significant incident. Yakamoto then foresaw that the trap would not work, and the guild achieved success thanks to this. The truth is that his ability is not the real future, but only an incomplete reflection of it. He carefully hides his skills, trying to gain respect for himself. After all, before he was just useless trash. He can indeed see fragments of the future, a little more accurately than a forecast, but still not as clearly as experience. Brian figured out this player, and from that moment on, the real game finally began. Kim suddenly became furious. He considered all this complete nonsense and did not believe a single word of it. He was about to hit him, but he noticed how Brian was confidently controlling the situation and made it clear that he shouldn't interfere. The champion suggested joining forces with the samurai and going through the Grey Temple together to finally achieve results. These words struck not only the fathers of the struggle, but also the samurai themselves. No one expected such a turn of events. No one dared to refuse. Everyone agreed, and the group headed to the temple, ready for the slaughter. Only Kim was seething with anger. After everything he had been through, he would not have agreed to deal with a samurai even for a pile of gold. Brian gently but firmly asked him to cool down. After all, he knew perfectly well what he was doing. He wants the Samurai Guild to realize that they are nothing but dust in the air compared to the tower champion. And so, step by step, they entered the cursed labyrinth of the temple, and goosebumps immediately ran across their skin. Dozens of players once died here, becoming martyrs of this tower, frozen in stone forever. The punishment seems unimaginably cruel, but not for the self-confident, proud samurai. For every achievement, Brian gets skills, and today, he got the Moon Seal. This gift allows one to accelerate the activation of all barriers, opening up new horizons for him. Once he learns the forgotten languages of the tower, the possibilities become endless. Nowadays, no one even suspects about the ancient languages associated with the very nature of the tower. This reward will only be given to the first person to conquer the tower to the end, and only Brian knows about it. Now he is like a predatory tiger, smelling blood, ready to sink his fangs into his target. This guy never gives up and is going to go all the way. Meanwhile, Yakamoto received a new vision and urgently reported it to Harry, his leader. Everyone immediately took up fighting positions when they saw the giant cobra approaching. Yakamoto's hint worked. The samurai were the first to rush into battle. The players began to act like a well-oiled machine, leaving the enemy no chance of survival. The monster felt the full power and fury of the best fighters of this tower. Not a single chance. After one attack followed a second, then a third, and so on until the end. Harry behaved like a real captain. He boldly went forward and did not hide behind the backs of his allies. It must be admitted, he is worthy of respect and perhaps even the title of boss. The fathers of the struggle merely watched. They did not even have time to intervene. The battle was too fast. Levo admitted that they are not yet so well coordinated, and they have a long way to go to achieve true greatness. Let's take a moment back to the 5th floor, where the fun is going on today. Alice continues to train Andrea, a little girl who has gained enormous power. A vampire with 1,000 years of experience knows what she's talking about. She lived in the tower for entire epochs and studied every one of its laws. They have much work ahead of them, no less than those who fight in the Grey Temple. The players in the labyrinth stopped at a fork, left or right. Yakamoto's skill fails him. He can't pinpoint the path and begins to lose confidence. Brian decided to play on this. He pretended that he had heard the correct answer from his ally. He loudly announced, "You need to go left. Supposedly this way, you can bypass all the traps." Harry believed and ordered the group to move in that direction. Brian began a cunning game where every word was a tool and every gesture was a weapon. He already understood that Yakamoto's foresight was far from ideal. In fact, the path doesn't matter. Both lead to hell. This is why the Grey Temple remains unconquered to this day. Harry gave Yakamoto a hard look, as if blaming him for the failure. He just shrugged and said that it was an easy trap and there was no need to worry. But the calm disappears when deadly fire flies into your face. The players screamed in pain. Their bodies were burning as if in hell. Panic began. Calm gave way to chaos. Composure disappeared. Reason drowned in fear. Yakamoto mentally cursed Brian, believing that he had lured everyone into a trap. However, he was surprised when he looked at the champion. Brian, as if nothing had happened, uttered a mysterious spell. The first stage of the profession quest began. He was as calm as a stone and didn't pay any attention to what was happening. His barrier illuminated the entire corridor, blocking the deadly lasers. The players breathed a sigh of relief. The attacks had stopped. The corridor was safe. Although he has not yet officially received a profession, even now Brian is doing the impossible. He has completed the first phase of the quest. Now new abilities await him. Ahead, hundreds of laser dodges and a path to relics. It's crazy. No one expected such a challenge. But Brian is in complete control of the situation and has no intention of dying. His body moves precisely, elastically, like a hunter in the forest, dexterously and gracefully. For ordinary players, this is magic, a movie, not reality. Compared to Brian, even the best samurai look like a flock of frightened sheep. And the champion is even smiling. Yes, he is definitely crazy. Before the start, Leo doubted why Kim trusted a stranger. He explained, there are times when it is better to retreat than to die with stubbornness. He is ready to give in for the sake of the goal, so that at least someone will cleanse the temple. Kim made the difficult decision to give up control for the sake of the future. Thanks to his alliance with Brian, he got his chance, and he grabbed it with both hands. For his efforts, the champion received a special relic, the Crystal of Blazing Flame. Unfortunately, not everyone was so lucky. Most could not cope with the lasers. Many players lost limbs, some lost their lives. All eyes turned to the one who promised a safe route. Brian scoffed. You believed in the wrong hero? There was no point in telling stories about the master from the 30th floor. At the critical moment, all this turned out to be a fiction. It's time to come down from the sky. Miracles do not happen. The champion did not reveal the danger to anyone. Such were the conditions of the quest. Half of the raid must die, otherwise the mission will not count. And Brian had to take the blazing flame to awaken the temple guardian. Everything is going according to plan. The real fun begins. We open the champagne. Fire Snake is a guest at the party and she came to have fun. The survivors rallied and prepared for battle. This is a level 55 monster and Medusa's pet. It is engulfed in flames and is immune to physical attacks. Only someone who possesses ice magic can defeat him. To defeat fire, you need to cool your passions. Sometimes, the simplest solutions are the most effective. The samurai were not prepared and fell under the fury of the underground monster. First they lost allies because of traps, now they are burning alive. Harry, yesterday's captain, is now just a charred corpse. Only Yakamoto survived, and he saw Brian raise the shield of Perseus. This is a legendary artifact filled with ancient protective power. Yakamoto tried to understand, who is this man? How does he know everything? Brian is already openly mocking. He even knows about Yakamoto's hidden abilities. From the very beginning, he knew that he was just a false seer. Their dialogue was interrupted by a new attack from the monster. The snake is used to incinerating enemies, but this time everything is different. He was faced with the perfect enemy, experienced and ruthless. With one movement of his hand, Brian activated an ice spell and froze the monster. Ice prison is the perfect solution for hot opponents. After this, it is simply impossible not to recognize him as the god of the tower. That's what experience does. Even a weakling can become a legend. Yakamoto fell to his knees, begging for forgiveness from someone he didn't recognize, his real boss. Brian, with an unperturbed expression, began to say that he really was a god trapped in a human body. And while it might sound dubious, after all, a real deity wouldn't have to go through the tower floor by floor. It was better to keep that thought to himself for now. His words were so powerful that Yakamoto immediately bowed down, trembling with fear and adoration. He was sure that fate had given him the chance of a lifetime. The god of the Tower of Trials himself had noticed him. Yakamoto swore that he would become a loyal follower and carry out any orders from Brian. All that was left was to make a deal. If he ever betrayed his god, he would regret it, as he had never regretted anything in his life. Brian touched his face with his flaming palm, and the contract was sealed. The system disabled the damaged barrier, and the players were finally able to look around. They saw that the monster that had destroyed the entire samurai guild had been defeated by a single man. All the survivors felt awkward, because the victory was not achieved through their efforts, but thanks to the feat of others. But it was too early to celebrate. The jellyfish had no intention of silently watching the death of her beloved animal. Those who relax too early will soon bitterly regret it. The main battle is still ahead. The air was filled with an icy shudder, a familiar signal that trouble was coming. One of the players felt the icy fingers of death touch his head. He turned around automatically to see his attacker, but it was too late. Just one look is enough for a person to turn into stone. In this fight, sight is the enemy. Only those who trust their instincts and intuition survive. Medusa the Gorgon came to take revenge, destroy and wipe from the face of the earth all who dared to touch her favorite. She views players as monsters for destroying her only bonded creature. The Gorgon's magic quickly engulfed the entire space of the temple, and Leo felt it was time to act. He reminded the others that this was the battle they had come here for, and now they must fight with honor and valor. The head of this monster who killed so many fighters must be cut off at any cost. A battle for life and death has begun. Light against darkness, honor against rage, compassion against revenge. Leo led the squad forward, but was met with a crushing blow and immediately thrown back. His body was shaking with pain. Blood was streaming from his mouth, and his insides felt like they were being turned inside out. It's scary to even imagine how hellish this pain was. And he was not the only one who experienced it. The warriors, who had just been rushing into battle, were now rushing about in panic, having lost their will and reason. Monsters like the Gorgon fed on fear, and every frightened cry only made her stronger. If it weren't for the champion's intervention, the fighters would have been reduced to dust in a matter of minutes. Brian waited patiently, sacrificing several players in order to mislead his opponent. And when the moment came, he rushed forward like an enraged lion, smelling blood. The Gorgon tried to turn him to stone by looking him straight in the eyes. But it was useless. The activated greedy gaze skill gave complete immunity to petrification. Now he could stare at her as much as he wanted, and even mock her, without the risk of turning into a statue. Realizing that her main trump card was powerless, the jellyfish activated her own territory. In this field, she moved faster and cast spells at double the speed. Streams of acid rushed towards Brian, corroding the air and the walls of the temple. The champion had no choice but to activate the demonic Sword King's steps and rush towards the danger. The two opponents rushed towards each other, each of them dreaming of being the first to deliver the fatal blow. In Brian's hand was that same legendary shield of Perseus, and it gave its owner a decisive advantage. He easily avoided the attack and imposed a feeling of fear on the Gorgon, the same one that his enemies had previously experienced. Now all that was left was to touch her forehead and use a special technique. The skill was called Sealed Coffin, a grim name but entirely justified. As soon as Brian activated the skill, the system recorded his new profession, Barrier Installer. Gorgon's freedom was over. Now only eternal prison awaited her. She will beg for mercy, but strength will no longer help, only the mercy of the champion. The quest to change profession is completed, the monster is sealed, the players are in shock. Usually, to complete such tasks, they catch goblins from the first floor. But not Brian. He decided to tame the most dangerous creature right away, and succeeded. Now he has become not only a master of barriers, but also an expert in runes, with a new level of access to the secret knowledge of the tower. His secret profession made his break with the other players almost hopeless. However, unknown runes and new pages of ancient knowledge awaited him ahead. There, he will be able to gain even more strength and accelerate his ascent. After all, without such reinforcements, the top of the tower remains unattainable. He has already passed the final in the virtual world. Now, he is going to do the same in reality. Usually monsters are killed, skinned, and made into trophies, but this is different. There is no real reward for killing a jellyfish as there was before. Her head loses magic outside the temple, and her skin secretes a poison that kills the owner. Then Brian decides to perform a special ritual. He mixes the rare ingredients and draws a bloody symbol on the floor. This sign opens a channel to the secret temple hidden in the depths of the tower. There he contacts the librarian, a man who knows more about hidden possibilities than anyone else. Their conversation was supposed to clarify what to do with a live jellyfish now. No one has ever caught her, so there are simply no clear instructions. Judging by Rick Hennessy's reaction, the man is clearly intrigued. He loves Greek mythology and can't let such a rare artifact pass him by. If the library delays, the champions will simply finish off the monster. Realizing this, Rick immediately stops Brian. He opens a portal to discuss the Gorgon's fate in person. Brian feels like something new is opening up before him and decides to take a risk by entering the portal. It is surrounded by ancient architecture, the scent of lotus and dusty columns, Egypt in all its glory. He found himself on the 42nd floor of the tower in the city of the ancient gods. This place is known as the White Oasis, and no one has ever arrived here alive. For the first time in history, the champion met the gods before reaching the top of the tower. The librarian came to this meeting because the Egyptian gods had long been waiting to meet the legend. His name resounds in every corner of the tower, and the gods want to see him in person. Brian follows the guide, hoping that this is not a trap, but an opportunity. He feels magic, the scent of dreams, and the presence of creatures that cannot be described. Soon they reach the crater where the majestic Sphinx once stood. He disappeared after Brian lied under the name of Anubis. The lie did not go unnoticed. The plot took a sharp turn in a new direction. However, the champion was not afraid. He fears neither the gods nor their power. He challenges fate and says that until they reach the top, there is nothing to fear. Rick Hennessy burst out laughing, not from madness, but from shock at such impudence. This challenge brings a new player onto the scene. Osiris, the god of rebirth, and Anubis himself, the god of death, appear. The librarian tries to smooth things over by claiming that the player's visit is officially sanctioned. He asks the gods to respect the laws of the tower and not to cause a massacre. Brian didn't flinch here either. He spoke to them as if they were old acquaintances. Anubis doesn't have the right to kill him directly, he will have to follow the rules. He summons a warrior, the strongest servant of death, prepared to fight with players. Guide of the Dead Soul Catcher, Reaper. His name is lost in legends. This is the most dangerous enemy available to fight on the 6th floor. With current skills, victory is impossible, and the question arises, what to do? If Brian can hold out for at least 5 seconds, he will receive any treasure from the temple. He could have refused, but of course he didn't. He realized that he needed an impulse, and acquired royal blood for 2,000 coins. By activating the demonic Sword King's steps, he increased his strength by 1,500%. The monster didn't last even a second. The champion's blow was fatal. Absolutely fantastic. Brian defeated the god of death on the 6th floor. The gods refused to believe what was happening. None of them could even imagine that an ordinary player was capable of such a thing. However, the deal was made, and now Horus, the sun god, will not allow his brother to break his promise. Brian was given the right to choose absolutely any treasure from the ancient treasury of the gods. It contains relics, artifacts, and treasures whose value has long since lost all bounds. The champion of the Tower of Trials is free to choose whatever he wishes. There are no restrictions, either in power or in price. And then he receives a new, no less tempting offer. One way or another, he would have reached this floor sooner or later, because even the gods recognized his strength. Brian was offered to stay here as the floor's governor, exchanging gold and gifts for power and influence. It's called choosing a patron, a rare privilege never offered to the man on the 6th floor. The patronage of a deity was a powerful advantage, and the librarian was confident that Brian would accept it without hesitation. That's why he was so surprised when he heard a confident no in response. Brian doesn't even consider such options. His path lies higher, and he is not going to stray from the course. Instead of power, he prefers a special object, knowing in advance what exactly he needs. A few minutes later, Horus emerged from the vault and silently walked towards Anubis. The death god's impulsiveness has caused problems again. Nothing new. Anubis was surprised to learn that Brian had chosen a black wooden egg. Did he really understand what it was? This egg contains a power so dangerous that even the gods prefer not to touch it. If you make even one mistake, the egg will turn into a disaster for all of humanity. When Alice learned of Brian's choice, she thought her boss had gone completely mad. Incorrect incubation will result in death. Extreme caution must be exercised here. Even if successful, the resulting creature is quite capable of wiping out an entire city from the face of the earth. Alice reacted so violently to what was happening that she had to be isolated in the storage facility again. She talks too much. Sometimes you really want silence. For the first time in a long time, Brian felt real excitement. His mind was boiling, his heart was beating wildly. Now he needs to concentrate and squeeze every last drop out of himself. One day he heard a phrase from a strange adventurer named Fez and remembered it for the rest of his life. Delicious mana is the key to everything. It seemed like nonsense to him then, but now it makes sense. He activated all his internal energy and merged with the fire element. Several techniques were combined into one to cause the ancient egg to absorb mana from the atmosphere itself. There is no doubt. The creature inside likes it, one might even say that it smiles. The shell cracked, and the head of an ancient dragon appeared from it. Now Brian needs to concentrate some mana and feed the newborn monster. The dragon was pleased. This means that he recognized his new master. The tower's inhabitants are shocked. No one has ever tamed such creatures. Brian gave him a name, Bruce, and immediately activated the tamer skills. Several days have passed since those events, and the champion was finally able to catch his breath. CWB channel manager, Mr. Fred, had long dreamed of interviewing him. He hosts the most popular show in the world and hopes Brian will answer a few questions. Typically, players of this level refuse interviews and send agents in their place. But everything changes when a real star appears in the studio. The excitement breaks records. Viewers want to hear the secrets of passing the tower. That's why the ratings of this show are off the charts. However, the champion does not intend to spend his time for free, only for magic crystals. The TV studio agrees and offers a generous, virtually unlimited contract. But in exchange, Brian must appear on air with one interesting person. The offer is tempting, but who is this mysterious guest? It looks like something very exciting is coming our way. Time to make some popcorn. Tired of endless battles? Then you will see the Tower of Trials in a completely new light. Daniel, the head of the Black Luck Guild, came to the show. He has old scores to settle with Brian. He is not alone. He is accompanied by top players from China, Cheeto, and Betty. The lineup of participants promises phenomenal views and maximum intrigue. Finally, the tower champion himself appears in the studio, his name thundering across all floors. He smiled affably and asked how his old friend Daniel was doing. He had already restored his reputation and brought his friends to show off to the public. Let's see how it all ends. Brian is still relaxed and casually cheerful. The other participants cannot say the same. Everyone is wary. You can tell from their faces that they are tense to the limit, as if they are preparing for battle. The show also features Amsterdam's holy woman, the mysterious Teresa. Next to her is the famous Korean martial artist, Mr. Chun. And then the legendary stalker arrived, a swordmaster named Marcus. Daniel clearly doesn't like this. He wanted to make fun of Brian, but things didn't go according to plan. Marcus didn't come for small talk at all. He doesn't hide his hostility. These two can't stand each other, and nothing has changed since then. The studio is a real powder keg, and it only takes one spark for everything to explode. Brian has too many strong allies. Daniel's partners begin to turn away from him. They achieved their goal, and now they don't want to be his shadow. That's how Brian won the battle before the show even started. Journalists stopped noticing Daniel, as if he had become a rotten banana on the side of the road. Brian himself feels at home in the studio, confident and calm. He thanked his friends for helping him at the right time, even if not everyone was pleased with it. Marcus doesn't like gratitude, especially from someone he doesn't trust. Brian suggested forgetting old grievances and starting from scratch. But it is not so simple, because not long ago, he set the mysterious warriors of the Mains on Marcus. Marcus had to face one of them and feel the full force of the enemy. Gawain was strong, but compared to Brian, he was nothing. Meanwhile, Mr. Chun decided to find out what kind of relationship Teresa had with the champion. He would be happy to marry his granddaughter to Brian if the opportunity arose. Even with the competition, Teresa has no idea what her grandfather is up to. Today they are all taking part in the program Raising. The program promises to be hot. Brian is asked the most questions. Viewers want to know his secrets. There are millions of screens, ratings are growing by leaps and bounds, and incomes are breaking all records. The champion's advice is simple. Try again and again until you get it. Everyone expected something brilliant, but he only repeats platitudes. Viewers feel disappointed. Such phrases will not help any newcomer. Ratings plummet, and the program becomes a failure. Fred is shocked. A brilliant idea has turned into an outright disgrace. But Brian doesn't care. He came for a reward, and he will get his. If someone tries to deceive him, there won't be a single piece of glass left in the studio. He's not someone to be played with, especially considering how much he knows. He immediately noticed a photo of Fred with Harry. The brothers were back in action. Let's remember, Harry is the same streamer who deceived Brian for many years and profited from his success. At the very beginning of history, when the world changed, he died from his own greed. The champion remembers how the brothers ruined the lives of streamers for pennies. The contracts were murky and many suffered from their greed. They have ruined many lives by profiting from other people's talent. Brian didn't forget anything. One careless word and Fred would fly out the window. All Fred can do is bow his head and fulfill all the champion's demands. Now all the crystals of the TV company officially belong to the player. According to the contract, he has 2 hours to remove as many magic stones from the storage as possible. Fred was sure that Brian wouldn't be able to do anything in such a short time. He thinks he's outsmarted everyone, but he doesn't even realize that he's playing with the most insidious predator in the entire tower. In the principal's office, Fred looked at a photograph of his brother, remembering the bright moments of their friendship. He then threw the picture in the trash and said that the living should live in the present day. His brother was a hindrance to him even after his death, and now Fred is determined to fix the situation. It may be necessary to involve journalists and create a scandal to destroy the champion's reputation. He returned to the vault, confident that the player had already taken enough stones. The brother was shocked to see that the entire storage was completely empty. The girls in charge of security looked like they were crazy. They petted the little dragon and claimed that he was the cutest monster they had ever seen. Bruce actually ate all the stones, and even that didn't seem enough to him. Fred immediately lost consciousness, feeling the blood stop circulating in his body. This worm still tries to use dirty tricks, but now it doesn't work. The monster has increased its level and is gradually turning into a creature capable of helping its owner. Brian calmly went home for a well-deserved rest, unaware of what was happening in the nearby hotel. There, high-ranking hunters from China continued their training. They are surprised that Brian managed to form an alliance with key players in Korea. The guy is developing faster than expected and is not really at odds with Marcus. The Chinese are confident that Marcus and Brian are allies despite their differences. We will have to destroy those who do not want to cooperate with China. There are already many talented players on the red list who are in danger of dying. Brian and his friends don't know this and continue to live peacefully. Recently, the hero showed Marcus a special mirror he received on the previous floor. This mirror is a portal to any place on the first 10 floors. The players met in the Elven Forest on the 6th floor, and Brian called Marcus for a reason. He could have handled it alone, but for some reason, he decided to take Marcus with him. After activating the mirror, the barrier collapsed, opening a new portal. Very quickly, 2 professional killers found themselves on the 10th floor. This place is called Safe Haven. There are many stone warriors guarding the boss. The stalker must deal with them alone. This is possible if you don't wake up the main boss, the invulnerable stone giant. If Marcus holds off the enemies and delays the boss for 1 minute, Brian will give him a serious duel. The stalker immediately accepted the challenge and rushed to attack. He is willing to risk his life again and again for the chance to defeat his opponent. He rushed at the stone warriors, forgetting about the fear of death. The next morning, an unusual person appeared in the hair care store. It is impossible not to recognize such a player, even after a change of image. Teresa changed her hairstyle, but her face remained the same. She recently met the same commander with whom she conducted the raid in the ruins, Christopher. Teresa came to activate her hair restoration coupon. Together with Christopher, they returned to their normal appearance and felt relieved. But it didn't last long. The curse still works, and Christopher continues to suffer without a perfect hairstyle. He will have to suffer for a long time because of his image, which prevents him from meeting girls. The curse became a punishment for all his sins. He had to become a better general, thinking not about money but about allies. Because of his greed, other people suffered. This was unacceptable. But he is reformed and is now on the path of goodness. Christopher can become the head of the St. Teresa fan club and teach newcomers to the tower. Let's go back to the 10th floor and see how the sword song technique works. Marcus has always been an excellent swordsman, and that hasn't changed now. His movements are honed to perfection, strikes at the right angles, causing serious damage to stone statues. He destroyed all the soldiers and now must hold out for a minute against the boss. If he succeeds, he will be able to fight Brian in a fair duel. For this, he is ready to risk his life. The boss seemed like an invincible monster, and this feeling was intensified when he opened his eyes. The player felt cold. His body refused to obey his brain. When Marcus regained consciousness, he realized that he was in a hospital and was experiencing serious health problems. This is what happens to those who overestimate themselves. Emily was there and explained to him what had happened. He guessed that in front of him was Brian's slave, carrying out all his orders. After awakening, Stalker received a gift, a large black crystal. He remembered fighting the boss of the 10th floor who activated the invincibility skill. The boss took no damage. Neither physical nor magical attacks hit their target. Stalker's sword broke in the fight, and Marcus lasted only 20 seconds. Then the main character entered the arena. Exactly the one he was waiting for. Brian activated several powerful skills and challenged the invincible boss. The monster was known for his inflexibility, but the champion confidently dodged the attacks. His movements were so light that they angered the boss to the depths of his soul. The gravity in the zone increased 5-fold. Marcus had never experienced such pressure. At one point, he thought Brian would die, but something incredible happened. The masked man activated the first level barrier and instantly increased the magic. He concentrated his power in the center of the barrier and tested the boss's strength. The stone statue experienced horror as it began to be torn apart. For any other player, this would be impossible, but not for Brian. He defeated the boss in front of his opponent's eyes, as if mocking Marcus. All that was left of the monster was a small stone. To copy the invincibility skill, all you had to do was defeat the enemy, and Brian did it. The champion gained an invaluable skill and sent a gift to his wounded friend. Of course, it was just a mockery. There is no other way to call it. Meanwhile, Brian is still on the 6th floor in the Elven Forest, looking at the stats and exploring new possibilities. I haven't posted videos on the Ghost channel for a long time. Time to fix that. Alice decided to intervene in his thoughts and distract his master. She noticed that someone was watching him and advised him to be careful. Brian ignored the warning and paid no attention to the ranger. He doesn't need a fight. He's going to move on and solve other problems. Meanwhile, events in Beijing were developing rapidly. The Chinese guild lost the opportunity to go to the 5th floor because of Brian, and now they learned that he went up to the 10th. One of the guild leaders lost his ear due to his weakness. His name is Liko, and now he will have to buy a hearing aid. Niamgung, the leader of the Chinese guild and a top-ranked player, is now in personal control of the situation. For some unknown reason, Brian has returned to the 6th floor. The Chinese guild wants to take advantage of this. The boss gave the order to burn the Elven Forest along with the champion of the trial tower. It is now clear that Pathfinder is working for many Chinese players. They want to destroy not only the forest and Brian, but also all witnesses. The tracker watches the victim, trying not to show himself. Doesn't he realize that he is in the Elven Forest, one of the most dangerous places in the tower? The Elven Forest is a great place to relax, as the 7th floor will only open in 3 months. It's always fun here. You can hear music and the noise of a crowd of young tourists. The young elf has long been interested in a special guy. It doesn't seem like he has a purpose. He just seems lost. Only an experienced person can navigate this forest, and the girl is sure that Brian will not get out. She was surprised when he knew where to go thanks to the smell. To navigate by smell, you need to spend a lot of time in the forest. Ordinary people don't even know this trick. Now Brian has almost reached the legendary Veil of Illusion of the Elven Forest. Players who fall into this barrier begin to walk in circles, immersed in endless hallucinations and illusions. The elf decided to keep an eye on Brian, and when he ran out of energy and lost consciousness, she would take his body outside. But Brian turned out to be smarter than many and calmly passed through the illusory barrier without falling into the trap. This greatly angered the elf, who was sure that she had this guy on her hook. Meanwhile, Brian was seriously hungry and decided to show off his culinary skills. His skill, Table of Another World, allows him to cook anything to satisfy his appetite. The elf also felt hungry and decided to go down closer to the source of the appetizing smell of meat. But in fact, in this forest you can't cook animal meat. For the elves, it's a real insult. Brian loudly declared that he was not cooking meat, but soy-textured powder, and this was true. Having smelled what was prepared, the elf finally realized that in front of her was a real bean delicacy. The elves of the Tower of Trials love cooking and everything related to it. For them, food and music are sacred things, although they strictly prohibit the meat of animals. Brian decided to play a trick and offer the elf to try his unusual delicacy. The elf simply could not refuse such crazy pleasure. The food turned out to be incredibly tasty. The girl felt such bliss for the first time. She looked like a child who had not been fed for several years in a row. Brian was generous and fed her several plates. After that, the elf introduced herself. Her name is Sylvia. She is the ranger of this forest. She apologized for the unexpected attack and is ready to do everything to make amends. This is exactly what Brian was waiting for. From the very beginning, he wanted to get to the elf village. There was always beauty there. Green meadows, the rich scent of flowers, and music flowing everywhere. The village chief's name is Pink. At first glance, he seems like a cheerful and happy man. The same cannot be said about other elves. They are wary of strangers. In this sacred place, people are not held in high esteem, so Tesla is ready to shoot at the first opportunity. He is a proud ranger, 100% confident in himself, and it would be nice to copy his shooting skill. Brian reported that he had received an invitation from Sylvia. He immediately blocked his opponent's arrow, showing that it was better not to joke with him. Elves who are rude to guests risk losing their heads unless they change their behavior. Sylvia finally intervened in the conflict and ordered her friend to calm down. She said that this guy can cook a dish that the elves have never tried. The faces of everyone in the room changed upon hearing about the unusual delicacy. The leader immediately asked everyone to calm down, and drool began to play on his lips. Now, a little about figs, a special fruit that grows in the forest. It contains a lot of mana, and by eating it, you can significantly increase your characteristics. During the Moonlight Festival, elves gather the harvest and express their gratitude to the forest. It was on this holiday that Brian was going to surprise them with his culinary masterpieces. Today, the elves are real greedy, ready to eat everything he cooks. Such a quantity of delicious dishes has not been seen here since the great coming of the gods. Nobody breaks the rules. After all, they are not eating meat, but a soy dish. The elves' bodies are filled with vital energy, and an influx of happiness hormones is felt. Tesla looks extremely unfriendly. He is still convinced that they are trying to poison him. Because of this, he was left without a portion, and envies his friends. Meanwhile, the boss had already tried the dish and said that he had never been so happy. The Moonlight Festival began. The music started playing loudly, and everyone started dancing. The players in the forest couldn't help but hear the cheerful sounds of the holiday. They realized that today was a holiday for the elves, and now they would not be able to go to bed early. These guys were discussing the customs of the elves and did not notice the approaching danger. The masked ninjas are already here, which means it's time for a bloody massacre. Young and inexperienced players became innocent victims of circumstances. It all happened because the Chinese guild promised the boss not to leave any witnesses. Meanwhile, the elves continue to enjoy the holiday and have a good time. They don't even suspect that the sacred holiday will soon be under threat. Already, representatives of the Chinese guild are closer than anyone could have imagined. They watch and wait for the perfect moment to strike. The ninja remain undetected, and Brian continues his argument with Tesla. He wants to compete in shooting and prove that he is not inferior to his opponent in any way. The loser must leave the sacred forest forever. Tesla is not used to refusing such challenges and is ready for a duel. An archery competition always attracts attention. Only a blind person would refuse to watch this show. The warriors are ready, they have received weapons and are focused on the target. Tesla has a lot of support, so Brian decided to call someone to his side. He opened a portal and summoned a small dark dragon into this world. The stranger always shoots first. Today will be no exception. Brian was confident that he would hit the target, but his preparation failed him. Tesla smiled. He felt that the newcomer would not cope and would soon leave the forest. He straightened his shoulders and aimed the arrow straight at the target. At the last moment, a small dragon appeared above him to play its part in the battle. He activated a unique skill, Fear, available only to him. For perhaps the first time in his life, the seasoned ranger felt real, insane fear. It only lasted a few seconds, but it was enough for Brian to break down. Everyone around felt fear, and the fun stopped. The elves scattered in different directions, like willow petals falling in the wind by the river. The arrow never reached its target, a complete failure. Tesla did not understand what had happened, and his opponent and the dragon enjoyed their victory. There were no special prohibitions, which means that any skills could be used. Now Brian has fulfilled all the conditions and copied his opponent's skill. His shooting has reached a new level, and now he is not inferior to the best elves. Tesla refused to admit defeat and insisted on a repeat test. He still doesn't realize that Brian has already mastered his skill and has become his equal. The elf hit the target straight on, with pinpoint precision. Sylvia knew that Brian would lose and be forced to leave the forest. She asked him to apologize to Tesla and admit defeat because he was the best archer in the forest. In response, Brian just smiled and activated his ice skill. This guy always comes up with something unusual, and now was no exception. Using ice, he sent the target high into the sky. All this is to increase the difficulty and match your level. The energy of Blood Fury combined with precision, and a new skill was born, Scarlet Magic Projectile. With the destructive black flame, the shots became more powerful and accurate. Now Brian is the best archer not only in the Sacred Forest but in the entire Wild West. Even the legendary Legolas couldn't repeat such a shot. The spectators who gathered for the show did not regret coming. They saw something incredible. The target split into two parts as if it had been struck by lightning. Tesla admitted defeat and promised never to return. Everyone was upset. Their close friend left the tribe for the first time in his life. Brian tried to stop him, reminding him that there was a festival going on. He doesn't want to spoil the atmosphere and suggested changing the terms of the contract. At first, Tesla didn't understand anything, but he decided that the idea was not bad. Everything changed when he accepted the terms and very quickly regretted it. All the elves gathered at the celebration could hardly contain their laughter. In the area where Brian lives, only men with a very strong spirit wear suits like this. People call it veterans' attire, and in the modern world it is even respected. It was difficult to contain my emotions. Loud, horse-like laughter immediately rang out around me. Tesla became so angry that he started beating his friends. It's good for him to taste defeat sometimes. This guy always won before. Everyone was sure that the party was a success until suddenly strange screams were heard. One of the guards, with a clouded gaze, approached the boss. The whole crowd fell silent. No one danced or sang songs anymore. The Outer Horizon member was seriously injured, missing an arm, and barely retaining his sanity. He reported, "The invaders are already here. The invasion is inevitable." The guard said that masked men came without warning. They are all highly trained and educated to kill without mercy. The guards tried to stop them, but there were too many killers. They used different skills and fired at the elves from long range. Only one guard managed to escape, and now he could barely speak. All eyes turned to the boss. Now he had to give the order. Penn shouted loudly, calling on the entire settlement to prepare for battle. The elves grabbed everything they had at hand: swords, arrows, spears, hammers. All the high-ranking rangers gathered, preparing for war. Brian was in the middle of things, feeling completely out of place. He became furiously angry, as if someone had disrupted his plan and tripped him up. By that time, players were already facing problems. They tried to stop the mercenaries, begging them not to touch civilians. But these guys didn't understand. The Chinese guild had received orders not to leave witnesses. Today, everyone in the forest must die. The unexpected guests mercilessly killed everyone around them. The forest turned dark, and the holiday was completely ruined. The murderers thought that there would be no resistance. It's ridiculous. Tesla and his archers were already there and began shooting at the villains. Later the boss came, saw the bloody forest, and felt his heart squeeze with pain. All these little children should have had a chance at a full life. They were brutally killed, without even being allowed to say goodbye to their families. The soul of every elf cries. Emotions cannot be contained. Even Tesla bowed his head so that no one would see the tears. He ordered his assistants to listen to his next order. Now we need to evacuate the weak elves to the center of the village, and then begin a circular defense. All enemies must be mercilessly destroyed. The elves are obliged to avenge their fallen brothers and sisters. Revenge is a sacred thing, but do they have a plan? The killers act in a coordinated and efficient manner. It is clear that this is not their first order. They know every corner of the forest. Even without communication, they carry out the boss's orders. Real professionals. There are over 150 assassins here. They surround the forest and move in to find Brian and cut off his head. They search for the main target, leaving no chance for escape. No matter how strong a champion is, sooner or later his defense will crack. This is why the killers are confident of their victory. Brian understood the situation and decided not to hide and not wait for the guests. This guy never backs down, he only moves forward. He took off his warrior mask and realized that the Chinese guild had come to him. He recognized the girl he saw before the TV show. Today they will have to answer for interfering with the celebration with their new friends. Everyone just received an emergency message. It was reported that Brian had been found and all efforts were to be made to destroy him. The killers try to group together, but their plan is thwarted. The champion of the trial tower prepared the elves and gave clear instructions on how to defeat the enemy. Tesla listened carefully and now knows what to do. Meanwhile, Brian had already begun the cleansing using the Demon Sword King. He is incredibly good in combat. Even experienced killers begin to fear him. Everyone around runs in different directions. The mercenaries had a clear plan. Find the main target and group up. Brian understood this, so he agreed with the elves to act differently. They did not stand in the center of the village waiting for the enemy, but went forward to break the fist of death. The China Guild thought they were smarter than everyone else, but that was a mistake. Their plan was based on the fact that Brian would sooner or later return to the village to protect the inhabitants. There, the assassins were about to reunite and begin their attack, but Brian was in no hurry to return. All these plans were ridiculous. He saw through his opponent from the very beginning. When some of the killers reached the village, they broke out in a cold sweat. They were scared. In front of them stood an ancient vampire, activating bloody spears. This skill is enough to kill all guild members. They can't cope with such a monster. Alice waited for her moment for many years and finally felt a taste of sweet blood. Brian forced her to eat regular human food, but this beauty had long dreamed of the main dessert. Betty received a message that all her partners were dead. They kept asking for help, but everything happened too quickly. It must be admitted that Alice didn't even break a sweat. It was too boring for her. The surviving elves watched her and tried to understand. Can this girl be trusted? They have the same ears, and this is usually enough for friendship. But now you need to think about your rivals, and only then plan your friendship. Betty called for reinforcements and ordered everyone to gather around her. The main target has been found. All that remains is to destroy the champion. With the help of injections of psychotropic poison, this should be an easy task. The poison makes troops resistant to fear. The champion of the trial tower no longer scares them. They are like zombies thirsting for blood. Brian doesn't care who stands in front of him. The enemy will be destroyed. The number of opponents is just a number. You just need to combine skills and be on the alert. Brian never had a problem with this, which is probably why he achieved such heights. The elves are not going to sit in safety and wait for the end. The champion helped them, and now they want to thank him. Sylvia and Tesla showed why they are considered the best warriors in the squad. Just the two of them together caused serious problems for a high-ranking player. Cheeto had to use all his strength to escape their deadly embrace. He hadn't been this tense for a long time, and these were just ordinary elves. He approached Sylvia, preparing to rip her head off. The girl was incredibly scared. She realized that she wouldn't be able to stop him. Suddenly, there was a scream and a powerful explosion. The whole forest shook. Only top-ranked players can hit such shots. You don't have to worry. Sylvia is fine. Tesla saved her at the last moment. But this doesn't mean that you can relax and go watch TV series. Not at all. They have angered their opponent, and now they must contain his mad onslaught. Brian has it simpler. He has already cut dozens of killers in half with his sword. Betty realized that there was no point in hiding any longer. The others hadn't made it in time anyway, and she simply couldn't wait patiently. It's time to activate the spiritual poison and show what she's really capable of without hiding her power. Brian was completely prepared for this development of events. He didn't even flinch or take a single step back. He felt that this was the perfect moment to give her a real masterclass and show her the difference between the levels. All that was left was to activate the protective barrier and raise the attack characteristics to the limit. From that moment on, victory became a matter of time. It was called the pure realization of a tactical advantage. For the first time in her life, Betty faced an opponent so confident and powerful that she was at a loss. And it is worth remembering that she is one of the best warriors in China, a recognized elite of her class. Having received several crushing blows, she decided to take revenge and get even for each defeat. It was even funny to watch this. Brian had already destroyed more than 1,000 opponents of this level. For him, such battles are no more difficult than cracking nuts, although sometimes there are surprises. Just now, Betty was able to break through the defense and poison the enemy with one of her best moves. Gradually, the poison began to spread throughout the champion's body, and he felt his consciousness becoming clouded. The Chinese guild player had already begun to celebrate his victory, but wasn't he relaxing too early? The champion of the trial tower could activate skills to accelerate mana recovery at any time. His regeneration has always been at an incredible level, and now nothing has changed. This monstrous poison was only a temporary hindrance, and it was time to end the battle in style. The ice technique was the perfect choice for clearing out pesky enemies from the area. Brian raised his sword and was about to behead his enemy. The whole situation was in his favor. At that moment, Betty's partner, a player named Cheeto, was approaching the battle site at incredible speed. He jumped as high as he could and swung to stop the execution. His blow was devastating. The forest was filled with a roar that carried for many kilometers. This guy clearly wasn't going to back down and let his team members get bullied. Betty and Cheeto teamed up, and now the champion of the trial tower could be in real trouble. Brian began to think about how to defeat the new enemies, and to do this, it was necessary to analyze their parameters. In those seconds, he wondered how the analysis could be connected to the tower system. As soon as the thought of the system flashed through his mind, the surrounding reality began to rapidly distort. The opponents noticed these changes and decided to use the moment to regain their strength. Of the entire Chinese team, only 2 remained. Almost the entire squad was destroyed by the elves. Cheeto felt fear for the first time in a long time and said that maybe he should retreat. This guy was too dangerous. Betty replied that she had a plan, took off his mask, pressed herself against him, and kissed him on the lips. All this was done to activate a special skill known as poison injection. The effect of the skill increased resistance to fear and made the mind less susceptible to doubt. Now Cheeto was ready to die, just so as not to betray his boss and not regret his choice. He activated his second form sword technique and moved forward as if he had nothing left to lose. Betty did the same thing. Her venomous snake sword technique could become dangerous even for the elite. But this could hardly frighten Brian because he had just activated the soul sword of the 8th form. His body became a receptacle for a dark spirit. The forces of evil responded to the call of the champion. The battle lasted for several minutes, but those moments seemed like an eternity, and then the barrier blocking the connection dissipated. Bloody bodies, broken swords, and the remains of destroyed equipment lay everywhere. Cheeto was wounded and could barely crawl. Even blocking his fear did not save him from torment and madness. A moment later, he breathed his last. The heart of the experienced warrior stopped forever. Having won confidently, Brian copied the skills, 1,000 poisons, and source determination. He absorbed the greatest strengths of his enemies and felt new energy flow through his veins. Betty was also destroyed. On the same day, she and Cheeto set out on their final journey. The attempt to eliminate the tower champion failed miserably. He turned out to be even stronger than love. From this terrible battle, a quarter of the elven forest was burned, and many elves were killed. Tesla lost the battle with Cheeto and was seriously injured, and was only saved by Sylvia's help. In the end, he thanked Brian for saving the forest, and promised to change his attitude towards outsiders. The elves quickly rebuilt the village and accepted what had happened without unnecessary panic, simply as a fact. For them, Alice became a symbol, an idol, like a deity who descended from heaven for salvation. Brian clearly realized that all the troubles of the elves began because of his problems in the real world. To somehow make amends, he activated a powerful protective barrier around the entire forest. Meanwhile, the main headquarters of the Chinese Guild had already learned about the events in the dark elven forest. The vice chief, known as King Kong, refused to accept such a shameful and painful reality. He found it hard to believe that Brian was so dangerous and elusive. His magical power exceeded all expectations. This guy was a real madman. He no longer fit into the ranks of ordinary tops. Now he stood above, outside the scale. Dozens of liquidation options were discussed, but all of them were naive and useless. A resident of Murim from the 21st floor, the head of the great clan, Mr. Gundobad, intervened in the conversation. He insisted that without understanding the basics, it was impossible to defeat a truly strong enemy. His clan personally takes on the elimination of Brian and is already preparing a plan of attack. He promised to discuss strategy with the Chinese guild boss and lay out his vision for the future. From the video fragments, it became clear that ordinary players will not be able to cope with this monster. Brian used the sword dance, a technique only available on the higher floors of the tower, which said a lot about him. While the villains were gathering their forces, the elves continued to rebuild the village after the tragedy. For the first time since the Great Battle, their boss appeared. He wanted to say a few words. He acknowledged that the losses were terrible and that the day could not be forgotten under any circumstances. But we must move forward, for the sake of restoring the home and prosperity under the shade of the trees. Mr. Pan suggested continuing the Moonlight Festival and seeing off the souls of the dead. The residents enthusiastically supported his proposal, and the celebration continued. They raised their glasses to their brothers and sisters who would no longer be able to share these moments with them. Brian put his sword aside again and threw himself into preparing the treats. The stranger whom Sylvia met by chance in the forest turned out to be a surprisingly kind person. Everything was going perfectly until a character no one expected came onto the stage. There was an instant silence. Even the music stopped, as if it sensed something. It seems Tesla has fallen in love with this image and now doesn't want to look any different. All his life he believed that strangers were hunting for the secrets of the elves, and especially for the fruits of the trees. In the end, the alien invasion turned out to be not about the fruit at all. It was a massacre for the sake of blood. He admitted that the real contribution was not his, but that of an ordinary outsider whom no one was expecting. Today he put on this suit of his own free will, to keep his old promise. Everyone took his words in stride. Everyone except Alice. She laughed so hard that she fell to the ground and couldn't calm down for a long time. Then a friendly laughter rang out. The festive atmosphere became truly bright. The elf boss, observing this, decided to talk to Brian alone. He took him to a sacred place where no one had been allowed before. As a token of his gratitude, Mr. Pan gave him an ancient musical instrument, the Dekar. Playing on it increased all parameters, making the owner even stronger. Brian admitted that he is not a fan of music and would prefer to receive something else. He was always a bit cheeky. That's what made him famous. He liked the legacy itself, passed down through generations of elven ancestors. But this gift was too valuable. It was once received for saving an ancient creature. The artifact could only be obtained by a worthy resident of the village, and not by a random stranger. Together with his boss, Brian returned to the party and once again immersed himself in the atmosphere of fun. When most of the guests were already tipsy, he decided to take a short walk to the temple. Previously, it was protected by a second-level barrier, but now for some reason it has disappeared. Brian remembered Mr. Pan looking at him strangely during the toast. He didn't understand it then, but now he had a strange premonition, as if everything had been planned. It seems the elven boss did everything possible to ensure that the outsider had access to the relics. It's time to see what's going on the third floor of the tower, in the mysterious Temple of Hatred. With all these endless battles, sudden skirmishes, and constant disasters, many have almost forgotten about the existence of the mysterious organization of the Mains. At the moment, its members are desperately trying not to interfere with what is happening on the 10th floor because they really don't want to lose control over their relics because of some two strangers, a ghost and Brian. These naive fools still haven't realized that both of their enemies are actually the same person. Melina disdainfully considers them to be absolutely blind and stupid creatures, incapable of distinguishing truth from illusion. Every time Brian's name popped into her thoughts, the magical mark on her face began to glow unbearably, as if reacting to the memories. She knows that if she tells the truth, her life will end instantly, and that is why she remains silent until now. Suddenly, she noticed two strangers who shouldn't have been there, and she instinctively reached for her weapon. But in response, these strange guests only smiled ominously, revealing long, sharp fangs and opening their blood-red eyes. Just a few seconds later, an unimaginable massacre, comparable only to the nightmares of the underworld, erupted in this ancient temple. Apparently, real vampires have arrived here, and judging by their behavior, they clearly distinguished the taste of every drop of blood. Melina was frozen with fear. Her skin was covered in goosebumps, and the blood in her veins seemed to freeze. She realized that the vampires had come specifically for her, to suck her dry to the last drop, and it seemed that her last hour had come. But at the most critical moment, she was suddenly saved by black energy that burst out right from the center of the temple. The mysterious masked man recognized these guests, and respectfully called them representatives of the noble family of the night, offering any possible assistance. The vampires finally felt respected, and were glad that someone recognized their true strength. Now they are in the mood for a long conversation. The 7th floor of the trial tower opened automatically 3 months after players began their stay on the 6th floor. The participants began to actively prepare for mastering a new, even more severe and unpredictable level. At the same time, on the 1st floor, near the Moon Lake, an important meeting is being held in which the faction leaders are participating. The meeting organizer is pleased. Everyone arrived on time and carried out the tasks assigned to them. He only invited those he could truly trust, although some were clearly not happy to work with him again. Old Man Albert and little Margaret immediately began to complain that they were tired of life in the organization and had long wanted to quit. But Brian, as usual, showed cold logic and reminded that the organization is obliged to pay large compensation for the death of employees. After these words, their opinion instantly changed. The desire to leave evaporated as quickly as it appeared. Now we can get to the main thing. Brian wants to know what happened to each of them during the time he was away. The director of the Black Raven Guild cheerfully reported that things were going well, and the company was thriving. There is also information that a certain Johnny, operating on the 7th floor, is looking for a mysterious feather that can open the way forward. The 7th floor of the tower is a harsh, windswept tundra, full of dangers and challenges. To get through it, you need to overcome a whole chain of obstacles from the very entrance to the exit. And this is not a walk at all. Due to the extreme terrain conditions, this floor is considered one of the most difficult and requires serious preparation before the raid. Everyone is sure that Johnny is hunting for the first Phoenix, because it is he who can show the way to the next level. Meanwhile, Marcus had fully recovered from his wounds, was discharged from the hospital, and gave Brian a threatening message. "If I see you, I'll kill you." He seems to be fine. These words are completely in the spirit of Marcus. Yakamoto is now also on the champions team. He is immensely happy to see his god again, and is ready to serve him until the end of his days. In the Temple of Medusa, he quietly stole the necessary artifact, which is why everyone is now in a panic. After all, a national relic has disappeared. Andrea is responsible for the 5th floor and has made significant progress lately. Power on its territory has already been distributed, and now it is rapidly increasing the size of its army. The rest of the team were shocked when they realized that the real floor boss was among them. When they found out that this was not a joke, they were so scared that it seemed like a huge Godzilla was coming towards them right now. They will have to get used to the idea that Andrea is not an enemy, but an ally, albeit one with a terrifying status. It's time to listen to Melina, a main employee who has valuable information. She reported that their organization had encountered a powerful faction that had arrived from the upper floors. These are representatives of the Decuses family, and they have not come down for formalities. They have a serious conversation. They know that the Mains are hunting for the 11th floor relic and plan to profit from it. The vampires also lost a prisoner trapped in the ruins of the first floor and are now desperately searching for the fugitive. The condition of the deal is to receive the traitor's bracelet, which is supposedly hidden on the 11th floor. The Mains want to get this relic at any cost, and for this, they are ready to enter into an alliance with vampires. Feeling that the tension had reached its limit, Brian dismissed everyone. Otherwise, he would have simply burst with emotion. Alice seemed to have completely lost it after this news. Her mind was filled with darkness. She declared that she hated the Decuses family and dreamed of tearing these petty nobodies to pieces without mercy. They were the ones who betrayed her many years ago, and now her revenge will be relentless and merciless. Brian once promised to help the vampire get revenge, and now it's time to keep that promise. However, he asks everyone to keep a cool head and not make rash decisions. Alice will need a huge amount of mana to restore her strength, and now is not the time to expose herself to attack. They will be out of the public eye for a while to gather energy and come back stronger. Alice is unhappy, but she will have to trust her master. She simply has no other choice. We'll have to find a way to calm her down. For example, give her a whole bucket of chicken legs as moral compensation. Now let's see what's happening on the 7th floor in the frozen and merciless ice tundra. The Eastern Sea has turned into an icy desert, and unprepared players freeze to death within minutes. Neither 3 pairs of socks nor several pairs of pants will help. The frost penetrates to the very heart. This cold is worse than any fight with monsters or even an S-class boss. Johnny, the leader of the second raid group of the Tangun Guild, tries to remain calm, but inside, anxiety rages. He dreams of being the first to pass this level, and for this he is ready to do anything, sparing no effort. At this moment his assistant calls him. An unexpected guest has appeared, who is worth greeting. This guest turns out to be the tower's champion himself, the great and terrible Brian. Johnny becomes even more nervous and immediately refuses any help. He wants to reach his goal on his own, even though Brian hasn't offered him anything. All the champion cares about is the phoenix feather, and upon hearing this, Johnny's expression changes. He's not going to give way because he considers the 7th floor his territory. But in reality, no guild can control it. There are no prohibitions or boundaries here. Brian offers fair competition and ignores any attempts at intimidation. Thus begins a new race between them, the official battle for the phoenix feather. The Tangan Guild has already posted guards everywhere and is patrolling the area. The players were under strict orders not to allow outsiders in, especially people like Brian. Everything changes when a legend appears before them, a champion known throughout the gaming world. Many of the guards are his fans, and none of them dare to contradict him. They only advise you to be careful. They say that the forest ahead is dangerous and can be deadly treacherous. But the champion has not listened to warnings for a long time. He only asks not to interfere with him and moves forward. Johnny gathers a group and gives orders to monitor every move of the enemy. He is sure that if Brian gets to the feather first, their entire mission will fail. After a few minutes of walking, Brian notices traces of a recent battle. There was clearly a massacre here, but there were no bodies to be seen anywhere. Only scattered earth and drops of blood. He hears someone else's footsteps approaching and reminds them that he asked not to detain him. The pursuers pretend that they just want to help, although it is clear that they are acting on orders from the boss. They won't be easy to get rid of, so Brian decides to take them with him so that he won't have to rescue them later. He understands perfectly well why they are here and has no illusions. He warns them that following him is dangerous and could end very badly. Now is not the time to quarrel. A much more serious test awaits them ahead. At the very entrance to the forest, there is a rock on which the sign of the ice trolls is carved. These creatures are the heroes of ancient legends, and each of them inspires horror. Ice trolls are considered the strongest middle-class monsters on the entire 7th floor. They usually live in the mountains in the west, but for some reason, they ended up here. This place is the only way to the island where the first phoenix is hiding. The trolls are not afraid of the cold, and it seems they themselves came for that very feather. The situation is becoming increasingly strange and is unlikely to be resolved peacefully. Brian instantly senses the approaching danger and gives the order to retreat. Dozens of sharp arrows and spears fly towards them. The attack has begun. Young and inexperienced players run in panic to take cover. They find refuge behind the trees and freeze, waiting to see what happens next. Meanwhile, the champion himself steps forward and steps towards danger without hesitation. He sees a blazing scarlet light rapidly approaching his head. Perhaps this is the first real blow. These monsters should have realized long ago that their spears are useless here. All they can do is come out and show their true faces. And finally, ominous silhouettes appeared on the distant hill, the shadows of terrible creatures. These were the same 2 vampires that we first saw during the conflict in the Temple of the Mains. As soon as they approached and called Brian cute, the storage ring on his finger began to vibrate strangely. The tall guy's name is Lord Bertion. He is over 1,000 years old and has already reached level 108. Brian immediately ordered all players to retreat and run as fast as they could. They found it hard to believe that he really intended to fight these monsters alone. But this is what distinguishes a true legend, the willingness to meet the threat face to face. He will stay and fight so that the others can survive because there is simply no other way. His dedication and courage do not go unnoticed. He wins hearts with his actions. To copy a vampire's skills, a champion must raise 4 death flags and still remain alive. Each flag raised blocks 1 skill. The first will be spiritual poison. The battle began. Terrible monsters furiously rushed at the player. While the trolls rage in battle, the vampires watch the events with cold blood. Like spectators in the theater of death, everything is taking an even more exciting and dangerous turn. To stand up to the trolls, you'll have to go all out and show off your entire arsenal of skills. Liord introduced his family dynasty, the Decasis family, and next to him was Ophelia, another representative of the ancient vampire clan. They were the ones who summoned the trolls and started kidnapping people. Now it can no longer be hidden. It seems that Brian is the first person who did not chicken out when he saw these creatures. The vampires are sure that they lured him into a trap, but in fact, he came to this meeting himself. The mains gave the vampires a list of survivors from the first floor. Among them were such personalities as Saint Teresa. Besides her, a mysterious ghost and a swordsman named Marcus managed to escape. The fourth survivor was a young man whom everyone thought was just a porter, Brian. It was he who helped the vampire Alice von Ataraxia escape from the first level. Brian knows for sure that he shouldn't expect help from the outside world. By this time, the mains should have already come out and started clearing the tundra. Now the vampires are demanding answers, starting with the most important one. Where is Alice? The champion just chuckled and said he had no idea who he was talking about. He then took out the legendary relic of the elves and invited the vampires to draw their weapons as well. If they are truly confident in their abilities, let them prove it in battle. They didn't hesitate and activated the dark fighting spirit, directing it at the player. But Brian had already encountered similar attacks and was therefore able to defend himself immediately. Although this fight is somewhat new to him, he knows exactly how to proceed. Ophelia reminded her ally that the player must not be killed. He must remain alive. Liord remembered this well, but the opponent turned out to be much stronger than he expected. They had to resort to a bloody blockade, an ancient skill of their clan. It blinds the target for 30 seconds, giving them a significant advantage. Brian felt like he was in a bloodbath, but it didn't scare him. He simply smiled, ignoring the temporary discomfort. The element of fire is his ally, and with its help he is able to dispel any bloody darkness. Such tricks clearly don't work on him. In this battle, he won't give in even to an ancient vampire. It was this man who gave Alice a chance to escape. And this alone speaks of his strength. The vampires underestimated the enemy and are now reaping the consequences of their overconfidence. Brian knew in advance that they would try to make contact. He was looking forward to this meeting. And now he's going to tell them something they definitely didn't expect to hear. It also has its own sources, scattered throughout the tower. Seeing the advance of the forest trolls, the players in the tundra began to retreat in panic. Panic reigned everywhere, and the air seemed to turn into a viscous substance, saturated with fear. It was then that mysterious hooded figures appeared on the battlefield. They drew their weapons, making it clear that they had no intention of running away. With the help of a holy blessing, they called forth the light of the sun, which pierced the thickness of darkness and malice. Trezor gave the command, "Everyone who wants to survive, get into formation." Johnny and his partners realized that not all was lost. The trolls came to kill, but did not realize that their own hatred would turn against them. A battle worthy of being called the Battle of Infinity has begun. Stalker used the legendary Laplace sword to destroy the first wave of monsters. Only now did the vampires realize that they were the ones who had fallen into the trap of a skilled hunter. He made them believe in their own genius, and then brought reality down on them. The battle raged, blood flowed like a river, and the battlefield plunged into chaos. The mains, who had recently been confident of their victory, were now lost in indecision. An elite squad, unfamiliar with fear, came out against them. Each of these fighters knew how to use special techniques in combat. Furious gusts of wind scattered enemies in all directions. Teresa empowered her allies and gave them fearlessness. Lancelot quickly assessed the situation and realized it was time to retreat. He felt the bitterness of defeat, realizing that he had been deceived. And suddenly, from the other side of the forest, a strange light shone. Liord felt the familiar energy, but continued the fight without retreating. He used bloody techniques again and again, trying to stop his opponent. Brian knew that the decisive moment had come, and now there was no time to lose momentum. The appearance of the paladin disrupted all the vampires' plans, and they began to retreat. Do they really naively hope that they will be able to escape? No one will let them go. Let them not even dream of a quiet shelter. The daylight skill will force them to rethink their strategies. The impact was so powerful that one can only guess whether they managed to escape or dissolved into ashes. By that time, the second death flag had been activated. The element of fire was now sealed. All this time, Alice was exhausted in her attempts to free herself, torn apart by hatred and despair. The Tengen Guild camp miraculously survived this bloody storm. Everyone thanked Teresa and her squad, who appeared at the most necessary moment. The mains would soon start a second wave, and Teresa suggested retreating off the floor. The leader realized that Brian was behind this, whom he had underestimated again. By that time, the champion had already returned and greeted his friends. None of them were seriously injured, as if it was just a warm-up. Even Marcus showed up, although as usual he was dissatisfied with what was happening. No one understands the whole picture yet, but everyone is hungry for answers. The high-born vampires of the upper floors have united with the mains, now acting as a single evil. Brian, based on experience, is confident that all this is for the sake of a breakthrough. As soon as he said this word, everyone fell silent and stared into his eyes, deep as a bottomless ocean. Ice trolls immune to the cold guard an ancient relic, the phoenix feather. It provides protection from the cold, but that is only part of its power. By combining it with another artifact, you can open a portal. Members of the Tengen Guild have been kidnapped, with many disappearing without a trace. The villains are probably trying to escape the tower using both the feather and these people. Teresa trembled with horror as she realized that the tragedy in Amsterdam could be repeated. But she needs to stay calm. She has strong allies nearby who are ready to protect her. Brian certainly has a plan. He's always one step ahead of the game. His confident smile made it clear that he would not allow them to break through. Meanwhile, it became obvious that the vampires had survived the impact of daylight. They returned to their leader and knelt before him. The head vampire was perplexed when he learned that the very same player, who was considered a loser in the past, now possessed amazing power. The boss was furious and deeply disappointed that his best subordinates had failed in their important task. If things continue at this rate, they won't be able to catch the escaped Alice, and then the situation will get out of control. In battle, this guy was in no way inferior to the ancient vampire, which seemed impossible. Ophelia also noticed that this player had a strange, almost aristocratic vampire aura about him. This is already good news. Now the vampires have confidence that the goal will be achieved in the shortest possible time. At the same time, Brian also did not waste time. He developed a plan and left several partners in the forest. He intends to attract the enemy's attention using ordinary drones acting as bait. Teresa and Stalker received combat missions and are now ready to carry out any instructions from their commander. This guy is always grumpy, but in the end, he always completes the tasks, no matter how difficult they are. The Tengen Guild decided to evacuate and leave the tower, caring solely for their own safety. They will all return to the cozy and safe nest, all but one. Johnny refused to leave, even though no one asked him to. He believes that he is obliged to protect the camp of his guild because he is the one responsible for everything. The champion went to the freshwater lake, which is considered the point with the maximum accumulation of mana at this level. When the tribe is in trouble, their leader comes here to restore his energy. This is usually enough to solve any problem, even for creatures of colossal size. This morning, the trolls came out of their tents and saw something extremely unexpected. Right in the middle of their camp, a man with a white flag was walking around. Many thought it was a prank. Brian made Johnny carry the flag so that none of the trolls would attack them first. Brian himself went to negotiate with the leader, and with his words, drove him into a rage. Clouds were gathering over the players' heads. One wrong word and their heads would roll. The chieftain had no intention of forgiving the champion. His death would be the only worthy end to the conversation. The head of the tribe personally challenged the best player in the world to a duel, such is their custom. Brian is not one to turn down a challenge. He accepted the fight with Klaus without hesitation. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Chinese Guild, feverish preparations for a new attack continue. It has just been revealed that all three of the guild's best players have fallen in the Elven Forest. It was a real punch in the gut for the boss. He demands permission to personally destroy the champion, but Gundabad told him to shut up and admit that Brian was too strong even for the entire Chinese guild. These words were a crushing blow to his pride. He, who considered himself invincible, suffered defeat. Today, passers-by heard cries of rage and despair outside the Chinese guild office. At this time, Brian didn't care who he upset. He had more important things to do. Now he was fighting the troll chieftain, and all his attention was focused only on that. The troll had several unique abilities, including the terrifying death scream. These sounds are capable of crushing a warrior who is not prepared for such a destructive wave. Luckily, Brian had recently mastered defensive barriers that could repel even such brutal attacks. The troll turned out to be stronger than expected, but even that was not enough. Brian's victory was only a matter of time. His power grew with every second. In his last days, he fought like a man possessed, like a demon who had come to the battlefield. Using the Tomb of Swords, he unleashed all his fury on the enemy, and Klaus fell. Even the trolls and Johnny were stunned by the battle's swift end. But the leader was still breathing and admitted his defeat, not wanting to continue the fight. The champion knew the customs of the forest trolls well. They always keep their word. Having lost, they unconditionally submit to the winner, fulfilling his will for the rest of their lives. Brian intends to use this power against vampires and mains for the sake of the coming battle. All this time, the trolls supported them because they considered the vampires to be the more powerful side. Klaus admitted that he was defeated not by Ophelia or Leord, but by a being more powerful than both of them combined. This vampire's name is Michael, and in his presence the cold of the tundra seems like a sultry resort in Rio. As long as he lives, the trolls are incapable of victory. Even if they combine all their forces, they are afraid to go against such power, and it seems that they are ready to die right here. Brian thought seriously when he heard the name of this high-ranking member of the Decasus family. He offered the trolls another path. Not to die, but to rise and take revenge on the vampires for everything. The champion promises to restore the tribe to its former glory if they unite and obey his instructions. To prove his seriousness, he leaves Johnny as collateral, a guy he doesn't feel sorry for at all. While Brian was looking for a way to victory, the enemies were becoming stronger with each passing minute. They constantly find reconnaissance drones flying too openly. Reconnaissance is supposed to be stealthy, but these drones seem to be making their presence known. Michael ordered Ophelia to head to the lake and find out what was going on there. The Iceblade tribe had not been in contact for a long time. Perhaps Brian had lured them over to his side. If this is true, Ophelia must destroy all trolls without exception. At the same time, Lord is preparing something special. Apparently, the key moment is near. Brian gave his final instructions and prepared to deal with the pesky drones. His gaze was so heavy that the very air above the lake trembled. It seemed as if the goddess of chaos had personally descended from the heavens to unleash her fury on all living things. Thunderclaps shook the area around the lake, and Brian's friends began to worry about him. But they can rest assured, their captain is always nearby, even if he is not visible. He had already returned from the lake and completed all preparations for the implementation of the plan. At this time, Ophelia stood on the shore, surprised, observing the strange things in space. A two-star barrier of illusions appeared in front of her, almost as if it were alive. She saw beautiful silhouettes, but the next second, the whole illusion was destroyed. Saint Teresa, the instrument of justice and light, descended from heaven. For centuries, vampires have destroyed worlds, burned out lives, and reduced civilizations to ashes. But everything comes to an end, and now they must answer for their crimes. A battle began in which the trolls decided not to retreat. They fought for their future. The paladin with the fiery sword rushed forward like a punishing light. Ophelia was trapped, like a rat trying to steal cheese from a mousetrap. Teresa dealt a crushing blow, and the vampire's body pierced the rock. She didn't come here just like that. This is a chance to show what she's capable of. Today she is in high spirits, which means her enemies will be in trouble. The mains received their orders and rushed towards the players' camp, hoping to catch them off guard. But instead, they found themselves in a deadly trap, a real cauldron of chaos. And this is just the beginning. This is what happens when you go against the champion. Lancelot does not enter the battle yet. He watches and evaluates every step of the enemy. Sandra, nicknamed the Fire Fist, rages alone, her attacks shaking the earth. She is not inferior to anyone in strength and speed, but Teresa is not nearby, and the chances become equal. Soon Sandra was surrounded and felt a lack of support. Usually at such moments, Teresa would appear and eliminate half of the enemies. She is not around now, but that does not mean that Sandra is left alone. Ball James waited patiently for the signal, and finally heard it. At that moment, he activated an anti-tank mine made of pure mana. Lancelot and his army realized that real rock and roll was about to begin. Explosions thundered everywhere, and even the smallest creatures could not survive in this hell. Only thanks to her phenomenal speed did Sandra manage to escape the destruction zone. The mains tried to stop her, but only found themselves under new waves of destruction. Michael got in touch and admitted they were trapped. Lancelot's self-confidence had led him to believe he was dominant, but he now realized how wrong he had been. He immediately gave the order to retreat, canceling all plans of pursuit. Their path was forward, but now they turn and leave. The opponents realized that they had fallen into a trap. Brian's plan was in jeopardy. Realizing that the mines could not be dealt with, he ordered a retreat to the mountain ridge. By that time, it was already too late. The enemies suddenly began to attack, as if emerging from the void. It was a devastating blow from which only a few could survive, and only at the cost of incredible efforts. The players retreated in panic and burst out into the open snowy plain. The terrible saber-toothed wolves and their sinister masters rushed in pursuit, giving no chance for a break. The plan had failed miserably. Now all that was left was to improvise and hope for saving flexibility. Running through the deep snow was almost impossible, and that was why the wolves were rapidly closing the distance. Then the plot changed abruptly. Lancelot suddenly froze, overcome with numbness. He saw all three of his comrades rushing straight towards the masked figure. This was the same mysterious ghost about which there were so many disturbing rumors. Now it's worth stopping this story and rewinding the film back to the evening of the previous day. The building of the main guild of China was full of excitement, noise, fun, loud toasts. It was at this moment that a man in a ghost mask entered the room with the intention of destroying everyone present. He behaved so self-confidently that no one doubted. In front of them was a real elusive ghost. This guy called the Chinese guild pathetic weaklings and advised them to change their profession to running a Chinese restaurant. The ghost dealt with everyone who tried to stop him in cold blood and approached the leader. If Namgung is unhappy with what happened, he should personally come to the 7th floor of the tower and restore order there. However, if he dares to challenge the ghost, he will have to fight not only with him, but also with his partner, the champion of the test tower. Such impudence had never been seen here before. No one simply had the words to respond. That evening, the Chinese guild suffered a crushing and humiliating defeat. The boss was beside himself. Rage was literally eating him up from the inside. And now this mysterious guy is already on the 7th floor, right in the heart of the icy tundra. Namgung finally saw his enemy. He stood before him, calm and confident. Brian walked past the ghost and smiled weakly, while Marcus barely suppressed his rage. He had to put on a mask and play this role in order for the champion's plan to work perfectly. After a short pause, they rushed in different directions at top speed. A fierce battle began between two giant armies, full of chaos and tension. A small misunderstanding led to the demons and the Chinese guild starting to fight each other fiercely, without even understanding the reasons. This was enough to turn the tide of the battle and satisfy Brian's plans. Lancelot was convinced that he was fighting the army of the Phantom. At the same time, Namgung believed that his goal was to destroy the champion's army. At this time, Brian and his allies hid and watched the battle from afar. They found themselves in a mysterious permafrost valley, a place that almost no one knew about. There he called his friends to warm up and finally calmly discuss the further plan. At that moment, the leader of the trolls was already here, formidable and free. Previously, the trolls were subservient to the vampires, but now their shackles have been removed. They are willing to help Brian in exchange for his final release. All the members of the champion's team were gathered here, alive, unharmed, ready for battle. The enemies were heading towards the island with the Phoenix Feather to escape the tower, but Brian and his team had a clear advantage. It is necessary to carefully prepare for the last throw. Then everything should go smoothly. Luckily, Brian had planned everything in advance. Reinforcements were already on hand. The portal to the 7th floor opened and 4 armed fighters entered, ready to carry out the leader's orders. Brian extracted the mana core and presented it to the head troll as a sign of respect and gratitude. This core was called the Essence of the Soul, a rare artifact for which trolls were willing to risk their lives. Now they are no longer slaves and can be freed from the power of the vampires forever. The last step remains, to put an end to the threats of the 7th floor. Brian left his hiding place and openly challenged the enemy. Michael appreciated his bravery, although he did not understand why the enemy had so stupidly given away his location. In recent days, the vampire realized how smart his opponent was. That's why today's inexplicably stupid act seemed suspicious. Brian transferred the soul essence to the trolls, but he still had one more energy ball left in reserve. He intends to use the relic to even the odds in the upcoming duel. Today was the first time he had met Michael face to face, and he didn't quite understand what to expect from him. Brian had to stop the vampire and prevent him from leaving the tower, and Michael, in turn, sought to complete the plan and find Alice. Each of them had their own motives, but in the end, one of them had to win. Just as tensions reached their peak, Michael demonstrated his power. Everything that was happening now was part of a bloody technique known as the blood route. This technique allowed the creation of creatures from human blood. The vampires have already captured many players in order to use their blood at a critical moment. They sought to leave the tower in order to seize even greater power and enslave not only it, but also the Earth. No one but Brian could stop them, which is why this battle was so crucial. Michael had no intention of sending his monsters directly to fight the player. The blood demons will bring him the Phoenix Feather, and he will fight the opponent. This self-confident fool doesn't even realize that he's still playing by the rules that Brian has long known. The champion foresaw every possible turn of events and was prepared for everything. His fighters were just waiting for the signal to open fire and stop the bloody army. Michael shouldn't have been distracted. A flash of daylight was already moving towards him. One flash of this powerful technique is capable of incinerating any monster. True, this won't have any effect on Michael. It will probably just make him angry. The legendary vampire stood firm and was ready for a full-fledged battle. He vowed to beat his opponent until he begged for mercy on his knees. However, it will not only be difficult for the champion, his comrades are also in danger. They fought off the first wave of demons, but immediately felt a lack of strength. In such icy conditions, it is extremely important to have fighters who can use fire magic. Old Man Albert hasn't gone hunting for a long time. Today it's time to remember his youth. He enjoyed fighting and inspired the younger generation with his skills. Teresa didn't give in either. She skillfully took the blows on herself. Flashes of her holy power inspired players with faith in success. Even when Teresa could stop a whole squad of bloody monsters, each player received a clear task and their own territory, which they were obliged to defend. The slightest mistake could ruin the whole plan and destroy bright hopes. Brian ordered to fight to the last drop of blood without retreating a single step. As a leader, he had to set a personal example and defeat the main enemy. Michael did everything to destroy the main player and decapitate the entire team. He had to give it his all, because during this time the champion had managed to copy many powerful skills. Just now, he used the holy power of the paladins that he had received on the first floor. The vampire could not boast of such techniques. All that was left for him was a thirst for blood. All this will not end quickly. You will have to roll up your sleeves and persistently dig your way to victory. Meanwhile, Michael's assistants completed the task and returned to their master. It looked like they were going to fight 3 against 1 opponent. Vampires never played by the rules, and they weren't going to today either. Brian had to come to terms with the fact that he was alone against 3 monsters. This had not frightened him before. He remained calm. First, it was necessary to focus on protection and saving strength. Only after several blows could the weak points of the enemies be determined. The champion had always been able to see vulnerabilities, and now he had to show that quality again. If the vampires have allies, then the players will also have their own support forces. Andrea arrived on time from the 5th floor and immediately applied what Alice had taught her. This technique is only available after passing the 5th floor. Her skill was called Boundary of Another World, also known as Level 4 Barrier. And only now, Brian decided to release his last hope for freedom. The real fun begins as Princess Alice takes to the stage. The vampires immediately changed their faces. Surprise and fear were reflected in their eyes. Only Michael smiled a little when he got what he wanted. She finally came out of the shadows to take revenge on those who betrayed her. The restrictions have been relaxed, meaning Alice will be able to show off most of her abilities. She has been waiting for the opportunity to take revenge for a long time, and now she is not going to restrain herself, even if the owner asks her to. Vampires must understand, there's only one princess, and everyone else is her slave. She has lost so much while being locked in an endless prison. Now it is time to bring justice. The terrible monsters raised their heads and saw the princess flying high into the sky. The demons filled the entire territory and thought that they could win the war through numbers. Now they must learn their lesson and understand that quality is much more important than quantity. A huge number of demons were destroyed with just one technique by Alice. It must be admitted that it was beautiful. Even the players didn't suspect anything and were very scared when they saw the bloody dagger of death. Teresa looked into the distance and tried to understand what was happening there. No one told her that a vampire princess with maximum skills would appear. She just killed half the enemies with one attack and piqued Michael's interest. He became very interested in this woman because such efficiency is difficult to achieve with regular training. Brian ordered the princess to fight Michael. The champion will join the fight a little later. He doesn't want her to take everything on herself because he sincerely considers Alice his ally, not a slave. Much water has flowed under the bridge since the last meeting, and there is no point in thinking about formalities now. Or Alice rushed forward and did everything to make that arrogant worm finally shut up and stop polluting the air with his filthy mouth. She delivered the maximum blow and expected the result to be stunning. It didn't go so well. The blood demons were destroyed, but Michael withstood the blow and even smiled. Tears appeared in his eyes because his opponent was too weak for such a battle. Even though Alice received the blessing, she still didn't return to her previous maximum. Again and again she attacked her opponent and only forced him to hit back. Michael put on the beast's mask and filled his entire body with bloody power. Now he wants to show the princess how much his strength has grown over the past 1,000 years. Brian is not out of work. We must not forget that there are 2 more vampires who want him dead. He doesn't care one bit about it. He always enjoys stretching his legs and having fun. He had just fought 3 vampires at the same time, and Michael was among them. Once the princess has taken on the main vampire, defeating these 2 donkeys will not be difficult. By absorbing souls, the champion has learned to partially take away the opponent's powers during battle. Life force restores the entire body. Such a skill is available only to higher beings. Now the boundaries of the champion's strength are completely blurred. In simple words, he can progress forever. All you have to do is direct this power against the vampires and show the difference in levels. With a little skill, even immortal beings will begin to suffer from pain and horror. At the same time, Alice continues to fight her worst enemy. Right now, everything is not easy at all. The pressure of the higher vampire feels like a truck dropped on your head. Alice doesn't have enough mana right now. She feels the initiative flowing out of her hands. Michael takes great advantage of his energy advantage and constantly channels his mana into brutal attacks. Again and again, explosions are heard with noise. The tundra has never seen such a battle. Half of the blood demon army survived. They continue to follow the plan and search for the phoenix feather. This means that the giant trolls can finally fulfill their part of the deal. They try to get ahead of the demons and get to the phoenix feather as quickly as possible. All this can be compared to a short-distance Olympic marathon. In this story, Johnny must play an important role. With the help of his agility, he must reach the magic stone and take control of it. Getting through the monsters will be very difficult, but you can't sit in a safe place all the time and rely on other players. Johnny always wanted to be a hero, a successful and invincible warrior that everyone else admires. Now he has such an opportunity. Klaus has distracted attention and paved the way for him to the magic stone. The only thing left to see is whether this guy will take advantage of the chance of his life or not. Klaus acted with the utmost selflessness. He also had his own motivation, freedom for all the people. For this purpose, he is ready to give his life just to get rid of the monstrous oppression of vampires. Finally, the moment of truth came. Johnny took the first step and no longer had the right to look around. At that fatal moment, he remembered a significant day for himself. Then he received the title of second captain of the Tangun Guild. He was promised everything: money, fame, and respect. At that moment, it seemed to him that he was standing on top of the world, but he still had a lot to do to truly become the best. Much time has passed since that day, but this player's goals have not changed. Once he got the opportunity to prove himself, he never doubted for a second. He raised his sword and destroyed the bloody port, as Klaus told him to. The magic circle immediately began to disappear, and this instantly affected the course of the battle. Michael stopped for a moment, looked around, and felt a loss of strength. At the time, the players felt the opposite effect. Their fighting spirit went through the roof. Brian realized that his friends had done it. Now they were halfway to victory. By that time, the champion of the testing tower had already managed to submerge Ophelia in the water. All this was necessary in order to find out what the vampires were striving for. They are interested in the 29th level, even though it contains dangerous and cruel Imperial forces. Michael is interested in Balmung, which the Empire has. That's what it takes to risk so much. Now Brian finally learned the enemy's plans and realized how confusing everything was. Balmung is the name given to the best Dragon Slayer sword. Only with this weapon can one kill the dragon living on the 48th floor. It's time to activate the Brand of Sorrow skill and give Ophelia a chance to make things right. She can choose death or try to live in a new reality for herself. The brand dissolved into the vampire's body, and now she became a slave to the champion of the Tower of Trials. Brian had better hurry. One of his best allies is now in mortal danger. Alice overestimated her abilities and faced big problems during the battle with Michael. He's going to put her back where she always belonged, in the eternal prison. Another second and Alice would never have gotten free, but Brian came to the rescue in time. He once again showed that they are allies who never forget about each other. Now it will be he, the player whose name is known to everyone, who will fight the main vampire. For such a battle, you will have to squeeze the maximum out of your body, activate all skills at the same time, and also hope for luck. Because of this battle, we completely forgot about Johnny, who found himself in the center of a deadly trap. They came to his aid in time and saved this guy from severe suffering. I looked down carefully and saw what this player was capable of. He defeated absolutely everyone with a broken sword, as if he was just playing PlayStation. The great and powerful Klaus is dying. He needs urgent help. Teresa is not used to refusing friends and allies. She is already rushing to activate the restoration magic. Sacred healing can restore health even to a nearly dead creature. This requires a lot of mana, and eventually even Saint Teresa passes out from exhaustion. Marcus remained the leader of the squad and remembered the captain's words. Brian asked to retreat as soon as the mission was completed, and under no circumstances to approach Michael.
It's too dangerous here now. The legendary vampire is doing everything he can to tilt the battle in his favor.
They clashed again and again, trying to throw their opponent off balance. Through countless battles, Brian has learned to understand his enemy's weaknesses well. Before, this gave him an advantage, but now it only causes problems. Michael became even more angry, and even Alice began to worry about her ally. She ordered the champion to retreat, although he must take a hit to survive. It may seem stupid, but Brian is sure that he should stay, and Alice needs to protect herself with the Perseus relic. She tried to stop him, but no one listened to her. Within seconds, Michael had gathered all his power to direct it against the player. Bloody lava engulfed everything around. Visibility approached 0. Even the tower's legendary figures would be unlikely to survive such an attack. For the first time in his long life, Michael used all his mana against an ordinary human. For Brian, it was supposed to be an honor before death. Michael looked at Alice and told the princess that the parasites were gone and they could continue their fight. After this, the girl looked up and laughed loudly. Michael, on the other hand, changed his expression. He couldn't understand why she was so happy. It was only when he too looked up that he realized that the man he had called a parasite had survived that insane blow. Not only did Brian survive, he was also smiling, showing in every way that now was the time for a rematch. Everything happened so quickly that many still did not understand how he managed to overcome such a powerful explosion. The whole reason is the skill of 1 second invulnerability, which was copied from the huge stone guardian of the 6th floor. This skill is used against the laws of nature and consumes a huge amount of energy. Brian sacrificed his mana reserves to withstand the blow and launch a swift counterattack. Michael put all his strength into the strike, and now he is left without a single drop of mana. His protective barrier was automatically removed, making him an easy target for the Beast King. Now the battle will take place on a collision course. Everyone has a chance to win. Michael tried to end the battle as quickly as possible and completely forgot about Alice's presence. The vampire princess has not gone anywhere. She has stayed here to finish the job and take revenge for the betrayal. Together with the champion, they will do everything possible to rid this world of the vile and stinking vampire. Not only the inhabitants of the forest, but also influential people on the 39th floor were watching this battle. They admired this player who made Michael use all his power. Only now have these individuals accepted the fact that the vampire could lose. For now, they are not going to interfere and want to continue to watch from the sidelines. These strange entities will come to light sooner or later, but for now it's better to return to the battle. Michael fought desperately and grabbed onto life with both hands. It was clear that he was losing his composure and control over his own body. Never before had this vampire been so close to defeat, but there is a first time for everything. Alice felt her second wind opening up, and she realized that the moment of truth had arrived. Brian intuitively felt the same and desperately went forward. Now is the best time to get rid of annoying Michael. The princess's pinpoint strike caused this vampire to bleed to death. She moved closer to his face and, as if looking into the camera, began to address someone else. The princess knows that there are other people watching this battle now, and she addresses them directly. Alice will definitely take revenge on all the dirty traitors and leave no one alive. They can all be sure of this because the princess has serious support. Brian finally made his next move and plunged the huge sword into the vampire's body. Blood poured from the mouth of this terrible creature. Now his song was sung. Mission complete. The player survived the battle with Michael and completely copied his skill. He now has the ability to activate his claws with the hidden moon. His level has become even higher. Now he can relax, lose consciousness, and fall into Alice's arms. The princess felt happy. For the first time in a long time, she met a person she could trust. For a long time, she didn't understand why he wasn't helping. Now everything fell into place, and it was time to say a simple thank you. Chaos and discord began in the upper floors of the tower. These proud clowns could not believe that Michael, whom they had sent to kill, had himself been defeated. The blood conductor is also destroyed. Now without this stone, it is impossible to attack the Empire. Only one person remains cool and asks not to jump to conclusions. They didn't lose anything, but on the contrary, they found the one they had been looking for so long, Alice. When Brian opened his eyes, he was already in a more comfortable place. Teresa was the first person he saw. It became clear that everything had ended in success. He is surrounded by friends and does not have to worry about anything for the foreseeable future. They all did a great job, each fulfilling their own mission. You can eat a little, relax, and not think about the next floor for a while. It was hard to forget that all this time there had been a fierce struggle between the China clan and the main squad. Only now did Namgung finally stop and try to understand why they were fighting at all. All this time he thought that Brian was leading the rivals, although this was not the case. They all have one common enemy, and only now have they realized that they are on the same side. It's really funny. The battle stopped immediately. The warriors went their separate ways. Ophelia has been watching them all this time, but whose side is she on? She was lucky to survive, but in return she received a strange mark that constantly reminds her of itself. She heard footsteps behind her. Melina was approaching her. The girls began to accuse each other of betrayal, and endless insults rained down. A brutal massacre was only a matter of time, but things are not that simple. As soon as the vampire tried to kill the human, the system warned that it was impossible. Fighting between slaves is strictly prohibited. Now you can forget about hostility. While Ophelia gets used to her new life, Brian rejoices at receiving the phoenix feather. Now its cold resistance has been increased more than 5-fold. Together with his friends, he enjoys the holiday and does not deny himself anything. Klaus thanks his savior for saving his people from eternal suffering. For a champion, there is no other gratitude than 500 magic stones monthly. The troll boss was going to get away with simple words, now he'll have to add magic stones. Marcus was there all this time, waiting for the opportunity to get even with the champion. Instead of another sword fight, Brian offered him another bet. They must catch the biggest fish, and the loser will face a terrible punishment. Marcus agreed and immediately jumped into the water. He kept repeating the mantra that he would win. Words will not help when it comes to fighting underwater monsters. Brian lured him to this place on purpose so that Stalker wouldn't act smart anymore. When he lost consciousness, he was immediately pulled out of the water and brought back to his senses. The champion got rid of unnecessary problems and began to examine Michael's relic. The vampire wanted to use this item against Alice. It contains great power. During the celebration, Johnny disappeared somewhere. No one has seen him for a long time. His boss had just learned that the new floor of the tower had been cleared by Brian and his team. He started yelling at Johnny and accusing him of incompetence. Johnny promised to do everything himself and failed again. It's weird. This guy really wanted to be the best, but even after losing, he smiled and looked happy. He felt like he was part of this victory and had surpassed himself. News about the clearing of another floor quickly spread throughout the world. The head of the Awakened Association Department, Bobby, reported to the president everything that had happened. For now, no one is going to show their intentions. The association will wait. We need to let this guy celebrate his victory, because the main thing is that the whole world is okay. There is chaos today near the central building of the capital's eastern district. Everyone is running in different directions and shouting about some VIP protocol. People look excited, rolling out the red carpet and pouring champagne. There were even servants who scattered rose petals on the floor. All this is necessary in order to impress one noble person. Alice is happy and likes being treated like a real queen. Today she has another shopping spree thanks to the opportunities Brian has given her. The manager of the jewelry store is in ecstasy today. He made a lot of money for this beautiful woman. In fact, we should thank the guy who has remained in the shadows all this time. Brian has learned a lot over the past few days, such as the technique of using the necklace. Michael wanted to seal Alice again, but why not just kill her? There are things that Brian does not know. He must keep the relic and try to solve all the mysteries that haunt him. He had just received an unexpected letter from the mysterious Rick Hennessy, known for his strange invitations. By accepting the invitation, he will be able to participate in the Masquerade Ball, which is held on the first floor of the majestic Tower of Trials. Masquerade is one of the special quests that only opens after completing the 25th floor. When the Tower of Trials was still considered a game, Brian had already received an invitation once and attended this fiery masquerade. The game was unpopular, so he came alone, danced a little, and ended up starting a huge fire. This time everything is different. A huge number of rankers received an invitation, which means that real fun and unpredictable events await them. Besides, Alice will definitely be delighted when she finds out that the champion is taking her with him to such a luxurious party. The player and the vampire decided to take a walk through the nameless city located in the neutral zone of the first floor. They wanted to pick out the perfect costumes for the ball, but they didn't expect to meet someone there. Marcus also received an invitation and is going to look like he did in his best years, carefully choosing his image. There had never been a time when he saw Brian and was happy. The champion always caused a storm of negative emotions in him. The last time Brian tricked Stalker again was by organizing a drawing competition in icy water. I had to explain that everything was according to the rules, and Marcus himself chose the path of danger, failing to complete the task. He decided to trust the champion one last time, although deep down he knew that he had been deceived and made a fool of again. Brian came here supposedly to choose a suit, but this is only the official version, covering up the true goals. He began to walk around the room and suddenly noticed a strange, piercing aroma. This amazingly delicious smell immediately caught his attention because it came from a rare flower that was only found on the 16th floor. It's quite strange to smell this aroma from a simple goblin living on the very first floor. There were other oddities as well. During the conflict between the players, the other goblins lost consciousness, but not the shop owner. This happened when Marcus activated mana pressure. In such cases, only creatures with incredible strength can resist. The goblin was very surprised to notice Alice, as if he had seen her before. He seemed to immediately understand who she was, and that seemed even more suspicious. He only plays the role of an ordinary leader, but in reality this character is not inferior in strength to Rick Hennessy himself. He could be called a middle manager, and judging by his sarcastic laugh, this is absolutely true. The goblin confirmed the players' guesses. Brian guessed everything except one important point. The goblin is not a middle manager at all, but a much more powerful individual, and Rick is actually his subordinate. Now this is intriguing. Brian clearly did not expect such a turn of events. He analyzed the goblin and learned that it was a high-level manager named Hastings. For those who don't understand, this goblin is one of the very same managers who once created the rules of the tower. In the past, Brian had dreamed of meeting such a creature, and now he had such an opportunity. For his attentiveness, the champion earned a free suit, although in his heart, he wanted to get much more. It took a little provocation for the goblin to issue an additional invitation for Alice as well. This curious conversation ended just a few minutes ago, leaving both participants thoughtful. Alice warns not to mess with the creatures that create and rewrite the rules of the tower. Apparently, Brian is confident that he knows what he is doing and considers himself more dangerous than any manager. Well, the moment of truth has finally arrived. The masquerade ball is about to begin. Judging by the motley composition of the guests, even representatives of the Samurai Guild were invited here. Its current master is a man whose name many prefer not to pronounce out loud, Horn. He and his faithful assistant, whom everyone simply calls Fatso, are discussing a certain mysterious relic. They just learned that the China Guild also received an invitation to the ball. During the conversation, Fatso was accidentally pushed by a cute girl. He was incredibly angry. The last time that happened to him was when he didn't like a burger at a restaurant. Within a second, this massive mountain of muscle and fat was lying on the floor and was afraid to even move. The guild boss clearly didn't expect his main bodyguard to be so weak and helpless. Alice didn't come here to put up with the antics of fat people. If anyone tried to interfere with her, she would tear him to pieces. It's really better not to joke with this woman. Over 1,000 years of life, she has developed a special sense of humor and limits of what is permissible. The guild boss didn't like this. He thought that a simple warning would have sufficed. After these words, Brian took out an ice hammer and began to beat Fatso with obvious pleasure. It was as if he was deliberately provoking everyone with his actions, inciting conflict. The champion then analyzed the opponent's characteristics and realized that Horn himself was surprisingly weak. The guildmaster continued to shout, and Brian decided to take off his mask so as not to hide his face anymore. Everyone around immediately turned their attention to him and, of course, recognized the famous superstar. Then an ice prison grew around them so that no one could interfere with Brian and Horn. He warned his opponent not to get in his way. In the past, the Chinese guild did not listen to this advice and deeply regretted it. The samurai should not repeat their mistakes. The master was furious. He remembered Brian's face and internally hated him. Meanwhile, Brian had already entered the central hall and began to enjoy the atmosphere of the masquerade. Teresa also received an invitation and is now next to Maria, for whom she once worked. The stalker is also already here as always, trying to attract attention with his outrageous costume. He set his sights on two notorious players, Little Casey and the Judro gang of hooligans. These are players from Europe who are notorious for causing conflicts and then brutally killing people for fun.
It's best to avoid such madmen, but for Brian they are just a source of rare skills.
It became clear that he was up to something again, and the ball promised to become even more fun and dangerous. Also, here is the vice president of the China Guild, Mr. Lau. After everything that happened in the Elven Forest and the icy tundra, he is thrilled to hear that Brian is attending this ball. The guild boss ordered not to touch the champion, but even standing next to him is dangerous. Now everyone's attention has shifted in another direction. Some kid with a tiny horn on his head runs around the room and asks strange questions. His name is Carmen. He is a low-level manager of the Tower of Trials. He had already heard that the invited guest had been beaten, and now he wanted to sort out the situation. Brian said that Fatso was to blame himself, and, as an apology, he was going to send him Sora's flower. The manager clearly didn't like these words, and he threatened the champion with the death penalty. Everyone around realized that the fun was over, and a bloodbath was about to begin. Brian decided to take off his mask to demonstrate his special status. It seems that Carmen doesn't know this guy and doesn't care who is special here and who is not. If he wants something, he will definitely get it no matter what the cost. Alice didn't like all this. She activated blood mana and prepared to kill any enemy. Brian asked her to stop, and at that moment, there was a loud, piercing scream. Carmen heard his name and became scared like a little child in trouble. A senior executive entered the room with his loyal assistant, Rick Hennessy. He won't let anyone offend his guests, especially some little unicorn named Carmen. The tension instantly eased as Carmen dropped to his knees and began to apologize to his boss. Everyone around was excitedly discussing what had happened. It's not every day that you see a senior manager. The unicorn had to justify himself and promise that such behavior would not happen again. He apologized not only to the goblin, but also to the overconfident champion. An adult, but still strong man on the upper balcony was watching what was happening very closely. He had heard about Brian for a long time and was now going to hold serious negotiations with him. Next to him was a sage from Morim, with whom they had waged a long war. Only the champion of the Tower of Trials can put an end to this endless bloodshed. Meanwhile, Rick Hennessy activated the megaphone and made an important announcement. He will now host the event and asks everyone to remain calm and attentive. All these people received the invitation because of their perspectives and unique opportunities. Today, everyone will be able to choose a faction with whose support they will rise higher up the Tower of Trials. The main event of the masquerade is approaching. Everyone must show their importance and their skills. The guests, who came just to have fun, were shocked. Instead of a delicious dinner, they had to go through a harsh dungeon. The player with the highest rating will receive an exclusive advantage when choosing a faction. Everyone was stunned and did not understand how to react to such an unexpected turn of events. In front of each of them there was a button, by pressing which they had to choose the floor of the tower where they would go. Maria urged everyone to calm down and suggested that they unite to pass the test together and increase their chances of success. Even Stalker admitted that this time they were forced to act on the same side, although he didn't like it at all. Not everyone agrees with this decision. Some players still consider other characters to be their enemies on the way to the higher floors of the tower. They stubbornly refuse to cooperate and do not notice the truly important processes that are unfolding around them. By this time, Brian had already pressed the button and selected the Valley of the Dead King on the 25th floor. This is where he and all the other players went to take the test, and as it turned out, this floor is not as simple as it seems at first glance. Brian made the choice for everyone, as he could no longer stand the endless arguments and empty bickering between the players. Sometimes this guy is jokingly called a psycho, and this is partly true. Today's choice was another confirmation of his reputation. The Valley of the Dead King on the 25th floor is known for its merciless difficulty. To get out of the valley, you must either go through a treacherous labyrinth or be recognized by one of the local factions. The players did not receive proper training, which is why psychosis and panic began to grow among them. Nobody knew anything about this place, and everyone hoped that Brian had some kind of rescue plan. Perhaps he really did have a plan, but just recently he suddenly disappeared somewhere. This guy knew what he was doing. He went to the temple to find the secret space hidden within it. There are 5 main paths connecting to the king's tomb, and the player can only choose one door. The other players will probably think that they are in possession of untold treasures or other riches. But in reality, choosing the wrong door leads straight into a death trap filled with restless spirits guarding the tomb. Only Brian knew that the right move was to choose nothing, because when time ran out, the doors would open themselves. A salamander, also known as the Spirit of Fire, emerged from one of the doors. In just a second, he transformed into a giant monster, called to protect the tomb of the Salamander King. He was going to punish the man for his impudent intrusion, but the man did not even think of feeling fear. Brian glanced at his little pet and asked it to protect its owner. For the dragon, this was a chance to enjoy some tasty prey and show how much stronger he had become recently. The intimidation skill took effect almost instantly, filling the space with an oppressive aura. The huge fire monster trembled with horror, as if it were a small child in front of a formidable predator. Meanwhile, the players remaining at the entrance to the temple felt the approach of something incredibly dangerous. Powerful streams of fear burst forth from within, enveloping everything in their path and paralyzing the will. By that time, Teresa had already approached Alice and began bombarding her with questions about where Brian had disappeared to. Everyone was wondering where this guy had gone, but only Stalker understood. The champion was there, where the wind of horror was blowing from. It's his signature style to do things in a way that no one else would dare to do. Alice decided to show clearly what would happen if she acted rashly. She threw the stone beyond the temple doors, and the hidden death traps were instantly triggered. Now everyone understood that it was better not to go there, and agreed to wait at a safe distance. At this time, spirits began to appear in the temple, coming out of other doors. They saw a salamander in a very strange state. The creature was drenched in sweat and begged everyone to shut up and repeat after him before something terrible happened. Salamander warned the other spirits that there was a devil here, with whom they should not have any dealings. For the formidable dragon, all these spirits were nothing more than hearty food that fueled his mind. The head of Morim, Master Gundabad, was shocked to see what was happening in the temple. It's not every day that you get the chance to watch a player summon an ancient dragon to their aid. Brian has already managed to subjugate all the spirits, received more than 5,000 rating points, and took first place with an impressive margin. Many will say that this is just the beginning, and that is true, but the gap already looks frighteningly large. Almost all of the tower's factions expressed interest in the champion, and the situation quickly became more and more confusing. Brian managed to get through to Murim's boss, who got straight to the point without wasting time on pleasantries. The conditions were simple. Either the champion joins his faction, or dies. Brian didn't even listen to the old man until the end, and immediately refused the offer. He gathered the spirits and told them that now they would have to do all the dirty work instead of him. After this, Benheimer from the Kingdom of Caladium, which is part of the Empire, got in touch. He also wanted the champion to cooperate with him, promising in return powerful support in passing the tower. The player was inclined to accept this offer. It seemed that this was exactly the outcome he was expecting. In return, all that was needed was to agree to one condition, which promised extremely interesting consequences. Meanwhile, let's return to the players who continue to make their way deeper into the tower. It would take them several hours to figure out all the traps at this pace. It was becoming increasingly difficult for Maria to control this situation, as some of the players had gone after the girl with silver hair. The system suddenly announced that the conditions had changed. All players who died from traps and lemon tours would automatically return to the ball. This change was due to the player everyone calls the champion. What is he up to this time? Some participants immediately rushed to meet their death, just to return to the masquerade as soon as possible. It seemed like it would be painful, but the system was unlikely to be able to deceive the raid participants. Brian had calculated the entire scenario in advance, and specifically chose this floor. Now even Maria is interested in cooperation. Lau advised everyone to calm down and carefully reread the system messages. Upon returning to the masquerade, players will lose all accumulated rating and points. Brian specifically arranged this to get rid of competitors. Lau tried to reason with the players, but it seemed like no one wanted to listen to him. Only Brian offered real ways to save himself, while Lau just continued to criticize everything. It was at this moment that Lau felt his master trying to contact him. Using the technique of remote communication, Gundabad was able to talk to the student without appearing in the temple. Things have taken a dangerous turn, and now the master has ordered the destruction of the champion. Lau could not handle this alone, and Gundabad had calculated the situation in advance and proposed a different plan. Meanwhile, Benheimer fulfilled all his conditions. Now Brian could move on calmly, but to do this he needed the help of the spirits. They had to carry out a special operation and protect the player from all possible traps. If even one speck of dust fell on him, he promised to tear the spirits to pieces. After overcoming the traps, they came across the body of a murdered player who never returned to the banquet. Each player was automatically returned to the masquerade if they died from traps or monsters. But if the body remains here, then the killer was another player. Only a crazy brother and sister who came here from Europe are capable of this. Brian had long dreamed of copying their skills and finally got the chance to do it. It's time to talk more about Casey and Judro, especially about what their past was like. Once they witnessed a terrible scene, a psychopathic maniac dealt with their parents in cold blood. Oddly enough, even after this horror they did not give up and continued to fight. Working in pairs, the brother and sister still managed to avenge the death of their loved ones. Something inside them broke that day, and they were never the same again. If their perverted desires can be satisfied, the ability to copy a unique skill called shared access will open up. First, you'll have to at least withstand the hail of their crazy attacks. Right now, the brother and sister are rapidly approaching the champion, which means that the battle has already begun. Their technique is impressive, but they act too sweepingly and aggressively. Because of this, each attack is easy to predict and parry for an experienced fighter. The brother and sister knew very well that they were going to fight one of the strongest warriors in the tower. Now they have activated the skill Twins, combining their efforts into a single deadly force. It is immediately obvious that we are dealing with real madmen who are eager to enjoy the smell of blood. They cannot be compared to ordinary opponents. They enjoy the suffering of their victims and try to prolong the agony as long as possible. Let's leave Brian alone with these bloodthirsty madmen and take a look at the Empire. Benheimer accepts congratulations. It's not every day that you get to sign a contract with Korea's strongest player. Boss Murimya is disgusted to see the satisfied faces of the Imperial pigs. He made an unforgivable mistake. He became too carried away by the ancient dragon, and now he is forced to correct the consequences. To do this, they had to summon the leader of the Phantom Blood, known for his dark deals. Apparently, they are about to conclude an extremely dangerous agreement, a story full of obscurantism. Everyone thinks that the Dark Spirit should kill the champion of the Tower of Trials, but this is not true. The Master asked him to get rid of only the players who were part of Brian's team. To fulfill this order, you will have to pay a truly enormous price because the Dark Forces do not work for free. Gundabad cannot allow the champion to finally go over to the Empire's side. He does not intend to make his enemies stronger and therefore takes on the task of solving the problem personally. Now let's get back to Brian, who is still on the defensive and patiently waiting for the perfect moment to attack. Gradually, the champion begins to activate his skills one after another and absorb the souls of his opponents. With each soul he absorbs, his mana steadily increases, but instead of being sad, his opponents, like true madmen, rejoice at this. This is how real psychopaths behave. You need to end the battle as quickly as possible. Otherwise, they can influence the champion's mind. Satisfying the demands of these twisted opponents to copy their skill will be extremely difficult. The sharing skill is definitely worth it, but how exactly do you get it? Perhaps we'll just have to destroy these two and not waste any more time on useless negotiations. Brian was about to chop their heads off when suddenly the two of them fell to their knees. They realized that even together they could not defeat him, and now they wished to enter the champion's family to be closer to his strength. At first glance, this seems like complete nonsense that is impossible to believe. But life sometimes throws up such surprises. Brian activated the Destroyer's brand and calmly copied their unique skill. Sometimes, to achieve success, you just need to trust in chance and a little luck. Today, the champion was lucky. Perhaps for the first time in a long time, he won with almost no use of force. Now we can move on to other members of his already impressive family. Teresa, Alice, and Stalker continue to comb the temple in search of the leader. The vampire princess senses his energy and thus finds the right path. Suddenly, strange sounds were heard, and the air became sticky and viscous, making it difficult to move forward. Turning around, the players saw that a squad of phantom blood was following them closely. The leader of the demonic sect of Murim turned out to be a creature known as Darkness. He had no intention of letting these players meet their leader and declared that their path would end right here. By this point, Brian had already accepted the idea that he would have to come to terms with the new members of his family. The crazy couple could now be considered his brother and sister. He strictly demanded that they not kill people unnecessarily and at least slightly curb their bloodthirsty nature. It won't be easy. Casey and Judro are used to smelling blood every morning and every evening. To keep them in line, you will have to establish an official rule and force them to follow it. While the brother and sister were enjoying their new status, their leader suddenly sensed an impending danger. He had an uneasy feeling that other members of his family were in a difficult situation. And indeed, at the other end of the temple, a tense battle broke out. Alice keeps aloof for now and doesn't interfere, letting Teresa lead the fight. The princess had used up too much mana searching for Brian and now needed to recuperate. The stalker has it much more difficult. He entered into battle with the leader of a demonic sect. All this time, he called himself the greatest swordsman in the world, and now the time had come to prove his words. He must show his true level and cut his enemies into tiny pieces. The skill Deadly Sword Dance has been activated, meaning the shadow pigs will be destroyed. Marcus has become one with his sword, but will it be enough to defeat the darkness? Stalker had never met an opponent of this level before. This is a completely different league. A few seconds later, Marcus fell to his knees, blood gushing from his internal wounds. He found himself in a critical situation and could not protect his own rear. At such moments, the support of comrades who are ready to lend a shoulder is especially important. Teresa arrived in time and managed to repel the monster's deadly attack, but she had to get distracted, and now Alice was left without cover. The princess reacted to this calmly, as if she felt that help was near. As soon as Brian sensed danger, he immediately came to the rescue. His lightning strikes cut down more than 10 ghosts in just 1 second. The leader of the demonic sect clearly did not like this intervention. Everything went awry. Brian appeared at the right moment, and now the course of the battle will change dramatically. He had previously warned his new allies that only the bad guys could be killed. Now he only needs to point his finger at those he considers enemies. And as soon as this happens, 2 bloodthirsty madmen burst onto the scene, enjoying the smell of blood. No, they are not vampires, but in some ways they do resemble these ruthless creatures from the abyss. Mrak overestimated his own strength and dangerously underestimated his enemy. Dealing with him turned out to be easier than expected. He turned out to be just an empty shell with an inflated ego. When the shadows saw the death of their master, doubt and fear crept into their souls. All that was left to do was to clear the temple of the remaining evil spirits. Today, Marcus looked at the champion with completely different eyes. Brian managed to destroy the enemy who repelled his special attack with 1 blow. This clearly showed that Stalker would have to become much stronger in order to even get a little closer to the champion. It didn't take long for Casey and Judro to complete their assigned tasks. The Shadow Squad was completely destroyed and the area was cleared of enemies. Now it's time to use the spirits to open the way to the royal tomb. However, the thirst for profit distracted Brian for a moment, and he lost concentration. He didn't notice that one of the warriors was pretending to be dead and was still breathing. Let's go up to the real world and see what's going on in the Neutralization Guild office. Today, there is a high-ranking employee named Xiao working there. Her partners have long since left for the tower and have not returned, and she is starting to get nervous. She absent-mindedly watches the busy avenue, trying to understand the thoughts of passers-by. They all look calm and carefree. Do they really not understand what is really going on? The world these people live in is too vulnerable and cannot go on like this any longer. There is no need to sow panic among ordinary people, but it is necessary to act immediately. Everything seems foggy and mysterious for now, but very soon everything will become clear. In the meantime, let's return to the tomb that the spirits of the king have just opened. Streams of gold and diamond energy burst forth. This aroma cannot be confused with anything. The royal tomb allows each player to choose only one treasure. Anyone who shows greed will be immediately cursed with a terrible royal disease. The black bell is about to ring, and the road to the exit from the labyrinth will open. It seems easy to leave the labyrinth, but this is only a deceptive impression. A shadow soldier appeared in the doorway, having survived the encounter with the crazy family. He took out a mysterious scroll and activated it, changing the space itself. Immediately, strange phenomena began to occur around. Lightning and thunder distorted the fabric of time. A portal opened, from which warriors appeared, led by the leader Murim. Lau did an excellent job and Gundabad was pleased with his work. Altering the space is strictly forbidden, but the master seems to care little about the laws of the Tower of Trials. The leaders cannot observe what is happening in the labyrinth, and that is why chaos will reign here now. The master took out a strange black pill and crunched it into his mouth. He began to greedily chew the relic, and within a moment his appearance changed dramatically. Even the Hulk would envy his new appearance, and this warrior is already over 100 years old. Marcus was too happy too soon, thinking that it would be easy to get out of the labyrinth. Now, escaping from here alive will be an incredibly difficult task. Master Marima arrived with his army, and there were too many enemies to defeat only with united forces. Luckily, Brian can summon allies, so there is no need to worry about his safety. The 5 spirits instantly switched to battle mode and turned into terrifying monsters. Now it will become clear who is the true ruler and the coolest boss here. An incredible battle has begun. Murim against an entire armada of spirits. Who do you think will emerge victorious? This time, players don't even have to interfere. They can just watch. The huge warrior did not waste time and went around the flank, attacking the enemy from the rear. His target was the main enemy, and he used a technique known as the Wall of Waves. The peculiarity of this skill is that its power is divided into many destructive streams. Therefore, it is impossible to defend against one blow. You need to withstand several energy waves at once. This would destroy a normal player, but not a champion. He is not afraid of close combat, because he already has the main relic of the 25th floor in his hands. The Horn of Despair is known to every self-respecting warrior. After its sound, catastrophes begin to occur, tearing apart everything in their path. Everything changes when the owner of the relic makes 4 sounds. Then luck comes. The master stated that he would not allow Brian to survive in this chaos, even after causing 3 disasters. He's not scared by these threats, but let's see what he says when the relic actually works. The horn had just called for despair, and the 3rd plague had appeared in the tomb. The first tomb disaster is a black killer scorpion with a penchant for fresh meat. He began to attack mainly the warriors of Murim because they were the most defenseless. The spirits and high-ranking players retreated to a safe distance in time. Marcus realized that the situation was taking a bad turn and activated the battlefield selection skill. Gundabad called the enemy a madman who does not understand what he is doing. Only a madman who is not afraid of his own death could launch a tsunami. In response, Brian just smiled and calmly activated the appearance of the 2nd disaster, as if it was a joke to him. The second catastrophe of the tomb was a clay predator with countless razor-sharp teeth. Muriam's warriors faced an even greater problem. More than half of their squad had already perished from 2 disasters. The leader is still alive and calls his main assistant for help. Lao is seriously injured and has no desire to participate in these deadly races unless absolutely necessary. The boss orders him to retrieve the relic that summons disasters as quickly as possible. If Brian loses this artifact, the situation will again fall under Muriam's control. Taking the horn will be extremely difficult. There are monsters swarming around, ready to devour anyone. Only a master of his craft is able to defend himself from all attacks and maintain balance. The master decides to use patience and experience to defeat the skilled enemy. After the 4th sound, the horn brings incredible luck and the champion strives to achieve this as quickly as possible. Gundabad is eager to seize the opportunity. It will guarantee him victory. By this time, the champion had already caused a 3rd disaster, and the chaos had reached its climax. The 3rd plague of the tomb was the monster of wrong thoughts, which even the dead fear. Everyone he hits with his magic begins to dissolve and disappear from the world of the living. It only took a little effort for Brian to achieve incredible success. As soon as he approached this moment, Lao lost his balance and dropped the Horn of Destiny. By chance, the relic ended up in Lao's hands, and that's already interesting. The master was delighted and declared that victory was now guaranteed. He ordered his assistant to hand over the relic to him immediately, but Lao remained where he was. What does this mean? Did he really decide to betray his master? Lao was tired of serving and for the first time in a long time decided to show selfishness, thinking only about himself. Brian and Gundabad simultaneously ordered him to stop, but Lao did not listen to anyone. He made the 4th sound and received incredible luck at his disposal. The royal tomb has found peace, but not in the way you might think. A player from the Neutralization Guild, Shao, witnessed a strange scene at sunset. Everything around turned scarlet, and every living creature felt the change in space. People screamed, threw down their phones, and ran in panic. The 3rd generation disaster has broken through into the real world. That's all we need. Marcus and Teresa were safe, but they reacted to what was happening differently. Teresa paced, nervous, and desperate to get back into the fight. Marcus tried to calm her down. You can only exit after completing the skill or defeating its owner. There are only 5 minutes of rest left. The skill will soon wear off. She is too worried about Brian and does not understand what is really going on. Marcus has long noticed that the champion has most of the situation under complete control. He develops strategies that others cannot, so even now everything is going according to his plan. There's no point in rushing. He'll be fine, so it's better to just take a breather. Marcus was right, but he underestimated the role of chance that changed everything today. Returning to the tomb, they saw that all the troubles had disappeared. Lao was on his knees, screaming and sobbing like a child. A huge screen hung above them so that all participants could witness the punishment for the disturbances in the royal tomb. A breakthrough has occurred. The owner of the tomb gives a chance for repentance and opens a portal to 3 disasters. Lao saw his house burning in flames, but the master did not allow him to rush to his death. Now nothing could be changed. It was necessary to listen to Gundabad and not interfere in the battle of the strongest. Muriam's warriors took the wounded and returned to their homeland. Only now did the master realize that he was lucky not to touch the relic. If this happened, the monsters would break out into Muriam and destroy its lands. Today he didn't kill Brian, although luck was on his side. Now the inhabitants of the earth suffer because of the actions of one reckless guy. If Lao hadn't intervened, nothing terrible would have happened. Brian watched the proceedings in silence, caught in a strange state of frustration. The spirits felt that it was better not to approach the leader and not to disturb him. After a short pause, Brian entered the portal, ignoring his friends. By that time, the disaster had already affected every resident of the city's central district. The Neutralization Guild office was seriously damaged. Shao managed to survive, but not for long. There was a deadly scorpion nearby. She tries to survive by using the Qi defense skill. It's enough to hold the brunt of the blow, but the pressure breaks the body like a brittle cookie. People are running in different directions. Today, everyone is saving only themselves. Shao decides to fight to the end and wait for his friend Namgung. Another moment and the fragile girl will break under the onslaught of the monster. Today, she was lucky again. She had reliable allies nearby. Brian asked his friend to hold the scorpion for at least 10 minutes. Stalker promised to cope and moved the monster to another battlefield. Shao looked at the champion and tried to understand why he was here and what he was trying to achieve. It's time for her to realize that everything in this world is done for the sake of accumulating experience points. The champion does not think about saving others. He only cares about his own progress. It is unclear whether he really thinks so or is just pretending to be a cynic. In any case, he is here, just like the Holy Paladin from Amsterdam. Each high-ranking warrior chooses a monster for a duel. Marcus is fighting a scorpion, which means Teresa will have to take on another disaster. Now those who died because of the monster do not disappear. Their minds are clouded and they turn into classic zombies. Teresa has to think not only about the main boss, but also about the people around her. This is what happens when inexperienced players play with dangerous relics. Meanwhile, Marcus continues his fight with the scorpion in another area. He carried him away from the civilians and engaged in a one-on-one duel. Even while fighting the monster, Stalker sees Brian's image before his eyes. Perhaps for the first time he sees him so confused and unsure of himself. In such moments, you shouldn't laugh. You need to lend a shoulder and show that you can be relied upon. For Marcus, this is a chance to step up and show more than he usually does. He always dreamed of being number one. Now he needs to take his chance. The third disaster moved to the eastern part of the city and engulfed several large buildings. The system has activated a hidden quest. The champion must defeat all 3 disasters. The reward depends on the result and speed of execution. After the attack on Murim, Brian planned to take everything he could, but Lao's greed changed everything. Now a huge number of civilians have suffered. All this is unbearably irritating and makes you act twice as aggressively. When Alice offered to help, Brian refused, saying he would take the brunt of the blow. To win, he intends to use the second-level speed barrier. This skill gives him additional abilities, including the activation of the mandala. Now he is able to calculate everything with perfect precision and inflict a crushing defeat on his opponent. Teresa does not have such a rich arsenal. Her capabilities are much more modest. However, the paladin has learned to use her skills with maximum efficiency. She tries her best to heal the zombies or at least keep them at bay. But the true target is not the infected people, but the monster itself, known by the nickname Hermit. He was so named because even the monsters of the abyss could not stand his presence. Banished to the other world, he now finds himself on Earth. The monster considered himself invulnerable until he encountered a paladin from Holland. Teresa managed to land a precise blow and find a weak spot in his defense. But one blow is not enough. You have to build on the success. The hermit became furious and decided to use the energy of the local residents. Teresa immediately felt her strength leaving her and remembered her childhood. She was always told that it was important to save people from danger. Even if it threatens one's own life, even if there is almost no hope of victory, the girl remembered these words and swore to always serve the family of Laurenti. Today, her principles have not changed, but her faith in her own strength has gradually faded. The hermit turned out to be too strong. His death aura drove me crazy. He destroyed the townspeople so cruelly that it was unbearable to watch. Teresa's strength left her and she fell to her knees, unable to breathe. Paladin thought that it would be better for her to die herself than to see these atrocities. It's not just Teresa who is struggling. Everyone who is struggling with adversity is experiencing extreme hardship. Brian, while completing the quest, realized that it was much more difficult than it seemed at first. The champion noticed that Teresa was not coping and rushed to help. At that moment, the portal distorted reality again. A spirit of evil fate has appeared from the other world, the intervention of the Tower of Trials. The magical load on the caster's powers has doubled. A battle broke out between the monsters, and the people found themselves victims of circumstances. The protective barrier saved from the flying debris of death.
Only now did it become clear. Brian had done the impossible.
He combined his skills and subdued the evil spirit's mind. It cost him almost all his strength, but now the spirit carried out his orders. Thanks to this, the hermit was completely destroyed. There was almost nothing left of him, a beautiful but merciless murder. By this time, Teresa was showing signs of decomposition. Was she really dead? Her heart was still beating, but Alice warned that if the paladin fell, the consequences would be catastrophic. Brian understood this. He knew that there was a future in which he would be afraid of Teresa. Meanwhile, the Black Scorpion was torn to pieces. Marcus has never progressed so quickly. Stalker has stood the test and proven that he is capable of playing a leading role. Today he discovered new reserves in himself and believed that he could catch up with the champion. You can't underestimate this guy. His journey is not over yet. Marcus has earned a new sword that brings 1,000 fortunes. With all these battles, many have forgotten that the trials are part of the masquerade ball. The goblin ordered everyone to return to the ceremonial hall immediately upon learning of the incident. He apologized to the players for Murim's interference in the quest. But he's not going to limit himself to apologies, realizing that this is not enough. The Murim forces have committed a serious violation that cannot be ignored. The manager confiscates all of Murim's coins of power, condemning them to poverty. The Murim representatives are furious. They have not been accumulating their strength for so long for this. One of them hurried to find his boss and report what had happened. Walking through the hall, he noticed a legendary sword, known to every self-respecting warrior. The player immediately accused the sword's owner of theft. Marcus looked at him as if the devil himself had possessed him. This sword was given to him as a gift, and he will not allow anyone to insult his name. The blade of the sword has shed blood for the first time. Such is the fate of those who do not watch their words. Marcus didn't even realize that he had just completed a quest for Brian. The champion gifted the sword to Stalker for the kill, and as a result, he received a speed bonus. Even in such small things he finds benefit. This is another level. After the invasion, an awkward situation arose and the manager apologized again. Brian did not go through these trials in vain. He demanded that 2 requests be fulfilled so that the manager could atone for his guilt. The goblin then addressed the guests and announced a grand performance. The champion of the Tower of Trials refused to choose a ready-made power. He wants to create his own, which will lead him to the top of the tower. He managed to score maximum points and fulfill the secret condition. Nobody understood how he found out about this condition, but that is no longer important. The representative of the state forces exercised the right of refusal. He is clearly unhappy that Brian is creating his own faction instead of teaming up with him. The champion actually promised an alliance, but changed his mind. Benheimer warned that Brian would face serious sanctions if he terminated the contract. Everyone is watching the situation, waiting to see what happens next. If Brian retreats, everyone will realize that his new power is nothing more than a dream. Therefore, he must go to the end using even Alice's power. Shared ownership of artifacts makes this possible. Alice shared her abilities with the Blood Lord, strengthening him. The champion is now able to control the blood of all living creatures nearby. A truly terrifying power. The Blood Lord is not a toy, but a deadly technique that is best not encountered. All the guests at the masquerade felt powerless before this force. It was impossible to lure a champion to another faction before. Now it's obvious. Brian forced Benheimer to admit his mistake and apologize. The situation has stabilized, and no one was seriously injured. The goblin watching him remembered the conversation with Rick Hennessy. Then the librarian promised a deferment for outstanding results. There is some kind of agreement between them, and this is quite intriguing. Hastings says nothing about this, preferring to keep it a secret. A disgruntled Benheimer promised to meet the champion under different circumstances. Now it is more important to restore the city after the monster attack. People were never given a clear explanation of what happened. A huge obelisk was erected on the square in memory of those who died during the breakthrough. People came here to honor the memory and shed tears. One of the strongest members of the Neutralization Guild received special attention. She had to admit that the most powerful fighters had disappeared from the guild. If it weren't for Brian and his friends, Xiao would have died too. The champion of the Tower of Trials put on his hood and headed towards the obelisk. Without him, there would have been even more victims, but it's hard to think about it when you see the tears of those who lost their loved ones. This can't happen again. Brian needs to plan his missions better, or he'll have to bear the consequences. After a few days, everyone returned to normal life. Alice still can't believe that Brian intends to create a new force. To do this, he will have to spend a mountain of coins and invite all his friends to the faction. After Xiao's interview, attention to Ray increased. There were too many subscribers as well as messages. Within a few minutes, all of his relatives received invitations to join the faction. Marcus was the first to answer, and then the others followed suit. Only Teresa upset the champion by saying that she was already in the group and could not betray her allies. She was the only one who declined the invitation, and it was unpleasant. Level 5, Boss Andrea also received her invitation to join. Brian doesn't just gather players, he cares about everyone. It expands the funding of levels to unlimited scales with the help of the reproduction coupon. You need to eliminate the monster and get a reward in the Sanctuary of the Sun. This will allow you to revive solar forces and feel like a deity on Earth. Brian felt energy filling his body, and he was getting stronger every day. His improvement never stopped, and at times he seemed like a real fanatic. It was the first time Alice had seen such a calm, even frightening expression on a person's face. More frightening than a vampire's. She increasingly noticed oddities associated with her friend. When he used the Bloodlord's power, she found it suspicious, since only the tower members knew about it. Alice decided to ask about it personally, but at that moment the system intervened again. Strange things started happening to the princess, and Brian noticed it. But then she forgot everything she wanted to ask. Strange, isn't it? Now the champion's plan is simple. Get to level 8 and finish what he started. In the conversation with the goblin, in addition to forming a faction, he had another request. He delivered a message to the man from Murim offering a deal. After that, it was time for the meeting on the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials. By that time, representatives of Murim had already appeared on the horizon. The addressee of the letter was a member of the Black Wind Society, Mr. Yang. The champion did not come empty-handed and knew how to make an exchange. The word Murim is heard often, but few people understand what it means. Murim is one of the leading forces of the middle class, a world where superhumans who have accomplished great feats live. The strongest among them is called the Flying Horse, and is worshipped by a sect known as the Faith. Mr. Yang is the worst regarded person in the clan because of his abilities. Having received all of Murim's coins, Jan felt an insatiable thirst for success. This man is over 40 years old, has many martial techniques, and a high level. To copy his skill, Brian needs to give Ian hope of success, and he knows how to do it. He is ready to give away what he brought with him without further ado. The champion acted confidently, although his interlocutor had brought the stormtroop with him and was ready to attack. Holding the book of fencing in your hands is like winning the lottery. But when Jan opened it, he saw something completely different from what he expected. His menace disappeared, giving way to surprise. Instead of the legendary book, he received the childhood diary of a swordmaster. Brian had gone to great lengths to steal it, but Ian thought it was a dud. He came down here for a lot of money, not for the sake of children's drawings. The champion sets out to prove that he is the disciple of the Parasite King, Master Phalador. The Parasite King is a figure known to everyone in Mora. Outside players don't know about it, but Brian does. Yan accompanied the master and would not tolerate anyone mentioning his name without permission. Judging by the champion's smile, he was deliberately provoking the conflict. Warrior Marima activated Black Sky and dealt a death blow. He intended to destroy a common man, but he couldn't even break through his first barrier. The gifted diary gave Yan hope, and the condition for copying the skill was automatically fulfilled. Now Brian copied his opponent's technique and combined it with his own. He gradually becomes a better version of himself, and he absolutely loves it. Murum's warriors must remember his name forever. People like the champion should be respected. Everyone in the tower will know it. After the show of strength, no one doubted that he was Felidor's disciple. The clan members immediately fell to their knees and bowed to the king's disciple. Jan looked happy and thanked fate for the chance he had. Brian defeated them with a simple trick. An innocent joke became the key to victory. On the 8th floor, players were greeted by a giant labyrinth, known for its incredible size. Its size can be compared to the diameter of the Earth. It is so huge that it even has its own inhabitants. But apart from the size, there are almost no threats there, and it is quite easy to get out of there. All you need to do is find the energy crystal hidden inside. No need to fight bosses or risk your life. Just find the crystal. Melina has recently become an important figure in the Mine Association. As they say, she has risen up the career ladder. She went to the 8th floor to investigate, just like other hunters for fame and money. There you can earn money by selling rare artifacts. You find items and return with a profit. Most players don't try to get past the floor, but that's not the case for Brian. Melina just wanted to relax and go shopping, but it wasn't meant to be. Avanzalot assigned her to investigate the double waves on the 8th floor, so here she is. These waves are caused by the movement of massive layers. Just as Brian was thinking about this, the threat crept up on him. Only Melina's reaction saved the champion's life. She expected gratitude but heard only criticism. She should have been more careful and not rushed at people like an angry dog. Brian asked her to calm down and not attack her ally, George from the Black Storm group. Currently, he doesn't trust Brian and is subordinate to Ian. Gain his trust, and the ability to copy skills will open up again. You need to prove your reliability and show your best qualities. Melina, having decided to joke about his clothes, behaved too recklessly. Soldiers emerged from the shadows, ready to cut her throat at any moment. After that, she turned around and left, deciding that she was no longer needed. Now attention has switched to a place within a radius of 20 kilometers from the spot on the 8th floor. There are many players here who are alarmed by the disappearance of the reconnaissance squad. Jack from the Lockheed Guild is especially unhappy. He is sure that something is wrong. There shouldn't be any serious threats on the 8th floor, but there's clearly something scary going on up ahead. Using the body enhancement skill, Jack prepares to take the blow no matter what happens. An avalanche of weapons is flying towards him, and he must show maximum flexibility to survive. He hadn't felt such power since training with the Master, although there shouldn't be any strong monsters here. During the attack, all players mobilized their resources. In front of them is just a pack of goblins, but it feels like a kraken has attacked. The sorceress decided to clear the area with a fireball herself. After the blow, she said that she could now relax. But the attack didn't work. The goblins were still alive. On the 1st floor, such monsters would have been destroyed in 30 seconds. Here, everything is different. Even the experienced sorceress did not have time to react to their attack. The goblins turned out to be much stronger, as if they had mutated after the explosion of a nuclear power plant. Jack and his comrades felt the breath of death behind them, and at that moment, amidst the chaos of swords and arrows, he appeared. Quiet and unperturbed, George seemed to walk on water, calling on everyone to remain silent. His one command was enough for the goblins to part with their lives. The players had never seen such filigree technique. It was a real masterclass. Next to the warriors of Murum stood a red-haired girl and the already legendary Phantom of Fear. Despite the appearance of new participants, the arrows continued to fly forward. In such cases, it is better to use bloody skills without even getting dirty. The goblins were replaced by more dangerous enemies, forest trolls. The ghost activated the Demon King's sword and decided to stretch his legs a bit. For a long time nothing was heard about him, but today the time has come to break the silence. The terrible monsters began to crumble under the incredible pressure of the ghost. Even experienced players couldn't track his lightning-fast movements. So Brian gradually wins George's respect and he succeeds. Murum warriors only recognize those who demonstrate skill in combat. There shouldn't be such monsters here. Someone clearly interfered. This is a tougher challenge for the boss from the 9th floor, and everything looks really weird. Brian finally understood the meaning of the double wave that Melina was talking about. This means that the 8th and 9th floors have combined, creating the ultimate obstacle for the champion. Now watching it pass will be doubly interesting. Rick Hennessy recently went on vacation and was enjoying some time at home. He didn't bother anyone and imagined himself as a prince, bathing in warm milk. Everything changed when Brian contacted him with an offer for a new contract. Next time, Rick decided to ask to be warned in advance. The battle is still raging on the 8th floor. The fight does not stop for a second. Monsters attack from all sides without warning, acting in Brian's style. The ghost used a special remedy that only works on goblins and monsters. One only has to inhale its aroma, and the creatures of the tower begin to obey it. Brian took control of the goblin squad and ordered them to move forward. Physical strength must be conserved. The 8th floor is huge, and mana reserves can easily be depleted. Brian is well aware of who he is dealing with and knows that he is being watched. It is studied not only by the bosses of the tower, but also by George himself. He's trying to figure out if the ghost can be trusted, and the players are still in shock. No one warned them about such a dangerous test on the 8th floor. When the wounded warriors retreated to a safe place, they noticed a strange creature. It called itself a faithful assistant of one of the people and prepared to kill. By this point, Brian had already ordered the goblins to stop. He purchased a few cheap items and activated the 3rd level barrier. With the help of the element of fire, the process of melting the metal began. A cheap pickaxe has been transformed into a diamond tool worth a fortune. The goblins were then given the order to move towards the wall. They were going to dig a tunnel and do everything to make sure that the conquest of the 2nd floor would take less than a week. The ghost surprised again with his approach, but did not foresee Carmen's appearance. The baby unicorn is already here to stop the 8th floor from being destroyed. Carmen asks him not to take any rash steps because he has hostages. Jack and his entire crew are trapped and experiencing excruciating pain from lightning strikes. Carmen told them to follow him quietly so that no one would get hurt. Everyone was ready to give in, but the ghost decided to protest. When he doesn't like something, he immediately demonstrates his strength and the consequences of disobedience. Brian never cared about the hostages. He only thought about his own success. He then used a long-forgotten skill and activated the black cocoon. Carmen couldn't take the blow, and his plan failed completely. This is what happens to those who overestimate their strength and challenge Brian. The monsters of the 9th floor continue to watch what is happening. With the opening of the portal, it became clear. A bloodbath could not be avoided. The monsters were well prepared, but the champion decided to act quickly and deal with them all at once. Defeating an entire guard is not easy, but he has no choice. The ghost ordered his allies to follow him no matter what happened. He is not going to abandon his people and will go to the end for their safety. Hearing this, George remembered a moment from the past that changed her greatly. At one time, she was terribly worried about herself and the future that awaited her. Now he forgot these fears, looking at the master and completely trusting him. His trust has reached 20%, and that's not the limit. The main boss ordered to attack the invaders in exchange for the lands of the 8th floor. The Blackstone Time Killer volunteered to personally destroy the masked bug. He thought size mattered, but we already know that it doesn't. Brian destroyed it with the first blow, and everyone around froze, not daring to move. This is how to demonstrate power, quickly and without words. There are supposed to be 3 9th floor bosses here, but only one is visible. It seems to be a clever plan, although the boss is scared and is just stalling for time. He orders the monsters not to stop and promises a reward for the ghost's head. By this time, Jack had already escaped the clutches of death and was trying to contact command. There was no connection, and then he remembered the special reception. Panic broke out in the Awaken America Association a few hours ago. Ashley was the first to sound the alarm when she noticed that Jack had not returned on time. She asked to mobilize strong American players, but was refused. The head of the emergency response team, Hadith, was confident that with the situation being destabilized by Russian and Indian players, there was no need to act hastily. The 8th floor is just a huge labyrinth. You just have to wait and Jack will contact you himself. She is too much in love with this player. That's why she is so nervous. She's in a foul mood today, and it's best not to disturb her. No one is in a hurry to save her husband, although his life depends on it. And suddenly her ring began to glow, transmitting a request for a vision show. With this effect, she could see what the player saw. Ashley witnessed the bloody massacre and at first did not even understand what was happening. Her husband asked her to warn the world that the rules of the tower could be broken. Jack is still alive and can be saved, which gives his wife hope. Brian is currently broadcasting live from the 8th floor. He appeared on screen for the first time in a long time wearing the Phantom Mask, proving that he is still one of the best. The audience is waiting for Ghost to fight Brian to see the fight of the century, but it is unlikely that this will ever happen, and it is better not to think about it now. The boss fight on the 9th floor is not an easy task, especially when the opponent is a creature called Hatasha. George still hasn't gotten used to the fact that the ghost is always balancing between life and death. For him, taking monstrous damage is a common occurrence. The monsters are confident that their most powerful attacks are capable of tearing apart a player who meets them for the first time. But their opinion changes when they see his true power and capabilities. Tired of fighting, the ghost ordered the spirits to take the initiative into their own hands. Now the monsters have worthy opponents, and the players have a respite. Thanks to the spirits, it became calmer. Melina decided that now she could rest and relax a little. Hasn't she realized yet that this is impossible with Brian? He ordered her to attack immediately with the brand and not to return without the head of one of the monsters. Alice wanted to help too, but her strength should be saved for something more significant. Right now, everything is under control, but the situation can change at any moment. Today, Brian is fighting terrible creatures, and his friends don't even know about it. Many of them are having fun and enjoying a short vacation. Sandra, Iron Fist, invited her friends to her grandfather's house to have fun. On TV, they saw the ghost out hunting again. The 8th floor seemed like an ordinary labyrinth to them, but now it became clear that everything was not so. Teresa watched the battle closely, trying to understand what was going on. She noticed a girl and a strong warrior whom she had never seen anywhere before. Melina has already managed to find a common language with George, although he clearly doesn't like it. Someone tell him that any relaxation can cost him his life. Just now, 2 more bosses of the 9th floor arrived here, King Lizard and Black Fang. Their feathered ally was glad that the brothers had finally come to the rescue. They carry a special weapon. The Lizard King clutched a charred colossal bone in his hand, capable of destroying the owner's weapon forever. Black Fang boasted of the branch of pure fatigue, which dealt constant damage that could not be cured. To the Phantom, these are just boring relics he's seen before. He doesn't understand why the bosses hid for so long and are now arguing about who's in charge instead of fighting. They forgot that they had a common enemy that they had to attack before it destroyed them. George trusts the ghost more and more, and now even calls him king. He sent his warriors to protect Brian and stop anyone who came near. Finally, we can see this guy not only giving orders, but also fighting using shadow play. A sea of blood immediately spilled around him. For the first time in a long time, Black Fang felt wounded. Melina didn't lag behind, demonstrating her new close combat skills. Brian wanted to help her and ordered her to protect an important artifact. Only if the mirror remains intact will the girl be able to get out of here alive. Her Cobra Whip technique was revealed in all its glory today. The spirits, as always, are at their best. Excellent mobility and destructive power. Brian was in control of the situation and decided to engage in battle with the Red Lizard. To do this, he needed the help of the Black Dragon and flight techniques. At the most crucial moment, the broadcast was suddenly interrupted. Viewers were furious. It was clearly not about the internet. The broadcast should not be cut off at the most interesting point. This should be prohibited by law. Meanwhile, Rick Hennessy was carrying out the task assigned to him by Brian. He had long suspected the similarities between the ghost and the champion, and now everything fell into place. In exchange for his help, Brian promised him a tooth from an ancient dragon family, highly valued in the New World. Rick set up a barrier at the request of an ally. Everything was going smoothly until the system reported an error. The librarian immediately disappeared into another area, leaving his place unattended. The barrier that prevented strong creatures from descending to the 8th floor was still working. That was until a mysterious figure appeared in the librarian's hall. The hero's enemies turned out to be well prepared. Now the barrier is deactivated. This means that the terrifying creatures will be able to descend to the 8th floor and ruin the Phantom's plans. He doesn't know about it yet, because all attention is focused on the monsters of the 9th floor. To reduce their numbers, you need ranged weapons. Only the boss can defend himself with his special technique. All other monsters will be roasted like grilled chickens. Due to constant problems, Hitachi was forced to use light bolts. This skill burned through colossal amounts of mana, but was able to stop most enemies. So far, no monster has been able to reach the ghost. They took numbers and completely forgot about the importance of quality. Moreover, none of them noticed the important relic in the center of the battlefield, the thread of faith connected with the mirror, which destroyed the barrier. Melina had protected the artifact and was now reaping the fruits of her labor. Now the object summoned a terrible creature to help its owner. There was a monster in the tower that was ready to come to the aid of the ghost. This monster is so big and strong that legends have already been composed about it. Troll boss Klaus answered the call and showed up with his squad of assassins. Not only players, but also monsters from different floors are already cooperating with this person. Strengthening the bonds between allies makes Brian nearly impossible to stop. Not only does he develop his skills, but he also gains serious support. Klaus was merciless and killed everyone he didn't like, and he didn't like everyone. He remembered very well how Brian had freed him from the slavery of the vampires, and now he tried to thank his savior. The situation had changed dramatically, and the bosses on the 9th floor clearly didn't like it. Everyone was busy fighting, except for the main initiator of the show. Hitachi has just received a challenge to a personal duel with the Phantom. Brian showed that he wasn't afraid even of the boss of the 9th floor. This underscored his strength and demonstrated his willingness to take responsibility even when he could rely on his allies. A sign of a true leader, but today it may not be enough. To win, he must show his best. Brian was so fearless that he rushed at the enemy with bare hands, like a suicide bomber from a cult. Having activated the Demon Lord's sword, he knew that one touch could be enough to achieve victory. The ghost came closer and said quietly, "Today, you will die." The atmosphere became tense, and then there was an explosion and a blue wave of calm rolled in. It was so beautiful that even a camera could not convey the perfection of the technique. The monsters realized that it was time to retreat. The battle was lost. The Phantom was congratulated on taking over the 8th floor, but this time all participants deserved gratitude. The champion leveled up, proving that even a boss merger doesn't scare him. In this moment of general joy, he remained serious. Brian felt like he was missing something and suddenly heard an evil laugh. Katash, being on the verge of death, smiled and muttered something unintelligible. Listening closely, Brian could tell that the monster considered him 10 times weaker than the true ruler of these lands. After these words, a strange portal opened right above the ghost's head. The champion's premonition did not deceive him. Intuition is always stronger than knowledge. Everything around was painted bloody, and the smiles disappeared from the faces of the victors. Brian then delegated the task to someone who was confident that the librarian would eliminate the threat. But he didn't take into account that the enemies would be more cunning than Rick Hennessy and would be able to get down to the 8th floor. The demon came to compete with him personally. This battle promised to become legendary. Let's rewind time 60 minutes back. The battle has not yet begun. Melina said goodbye to Brian, but he stopped her. He realized that the waves had been prevented, but he didn't understand why she had hidden the reason for the investigation. The girl had a hard time. She immediately began to hide and blame the management for everything. Lancelot reported that by following the waves, one could meet a special creature. So Brian contacted Rick and asked him to set up a barrier to prevent stronger creatures from reaching the 8th floor. Rick failed to complete the task. And here is the result. A special being descended to punish the one who thwarted his plans. What interests him most is not the Phantom, but the vampire princess. He was informed of Brian's power, but for a demon, a human is no problem. Ghost skills don't work. The level difference is too big. He tried to get at least some data about the demon, but the system gave errors. Had to activate Fortuna to see a drop of hidden stats. Thus he learned. Before him was the legendary Macedros, the Death Eater. Brian just smiled and said that he had been expecting him to come, as if none of this surprised him. He came out of the spiritual world and tried to restore energy. The age and level of this monster are unknown, as are all of its key characteristics. It is only known that he is a member of the Hellish family, has the title of Count, and possesses high-level magic. All allies were immobilized, and Alice lost both stamina and energy. Now we can only rely on ourselves, but there are almost no chances of winning. The demon was eager to find out how Brian knew his name, and now the player has only one path to survival. He called himself a dark apostle, accompanying one of the demon kings, a callous soul named Boris. At first, Macedros didn't believe him. It all seemed too far-fetched. But Brian did not give up and continued to talk about the secret association of people who worship demons. He stated that he and his comrades had found traces of Macedros. According to him, Mentor Boris did not strive to obtain a rank in hell and just indifferently went with the flow. Over the years of serving the demons, Brian became much more vain and ambitious. Now he dreamed of accompanying another king and honestly admitted it. The information, coupled with the magical background, partially confirmed the player's words. He really did resemble an apostle, but the question remained, was he of any use? Macedros is willing to overlook the apostle's ruining of his plans in order to appreciate Brian's worth. The player had to prove his worth and do it immediately. The demon's soul barrier was suddenly blocked by another protective barrier. Brian, through his warrior, tapped into the power of the ancient Egyptian god Osiris. Upon learning of this, the ancient god howled in rage like a wounded piglet. He never allowed his skills to be used, and now he vowed revenge. But Brian didn't care. He needed the solar radius to survive. Divine Egyptian power struck Macedros. He looked at the apostle from a new angle and recognized him as an ally. After this, the spiritual world dissipated, and the players once again breathed in the fresh air of freedom. Nobody understood anything because for them, no more than a second had passed. Some players with lower mana reserves experienced serious physical problems after this shock. George felt that powerful magic was affecting him and immediately looked at the king. Brian was fine, but a strange object appeared in his hands. The demon handed him the key of the rift, which was necessary to break the contract with Boris. You just need to find the crack in the tower and use the key there. Macedros met the Dark Apostles and admitted that Brian was the most daring of them. They had to agree to cooperate, because their paths would cross again. Now the champion could not forget these words and returned to them in his thoughts again and again. The demon had already encountered other apostles, which meant that there were other players in the tower who had reached that level. Even Alice didn't have such powerful magic, and Macedros was able to surprise her. Entering into a false contract with this demon is like sitting on a keg of gunpowder. Sooner or later, everything will explode, but now it doesn't matter, because in the champion's hands is the item that opens the next floor. He reasoned simply, he needed to survive here and now, and he didn't care about the future. George looked at the king carefully, trying to figure out what he was going to do next. It seemed like the champion intended to head to the Great Magic Library. That's where the man who failed to fulfill his obligations was located. Great mid-level manager Rick Hennessy had to explain his actions. The barrier was created but soon stopped working. Brian was in no hurry to believe these words. Everything had become too confusing, and now no one could be trusted. That day, Miriam entered the state, and Rick was obliged to be present during the battle. He controlled the battle but was unable to maintain the barrier. The war between Miriam and the state surprised the player. It seemed that Miriam's strength would be exhausted after the recent events. The contract between Rick and Brian was coming to an end, and the librarian offered to choose any of his artifacts as an apology. Even the chance to obtain such items was considered a great success. The champion chose the Compass of Consumption, an artifact that points to resources hidden in the tower. For Brian, it was a perfect deal and he was pleased. All that was left was to hope that the low-level manager would be punished for his misdeeds. Rick vowed that he would do everything to ensure that he never poked his ugly head into the tower again. It's time for Carmen to answer for everything he's done. Today, he came to his boss to ask for forgiveness. In response, I heard only insults and a harsh sentence. The boss linked the 8th and 9th floors and provided a high-level monster, but Carmen ruined everything again. He begged for one last chance, but no one listened to him anymore. The boss of this terrifying slug turned out to be none other than the Goblin Hasting. He was surrounded by nothing but simple-minded creatures, and he asked his ancient masters not to worry. He swore that he would fix everything and help the monsters penetrate the sacred lands. The next day, an interesting video was received at the research center. With the rise of the Phantom's popularity, many questions have arisen. Who will win, the champion or the Phantom? Everyone was interested in this except the main character of the events. He had risen 7 levels since the recent battle and was simply enjoying the moment. At that moment, Alice approached him, clutching the pendant of power in her hand. 15 minutes ago, events occurred that are important to tell. Alice returned home to contact an old servant named Bellis. She came to say hello and offer him to serve the princess again. It was a great honor for him. The vampire had been waiting a long time for his mistress to return. The problems started when Bellis found out everything that had happened. He couldn't believe that his beautiful princess was now forced to serve some masked man. He needs time to vent his anger and come to terms with it. Brian realized that this couldn't go on. Returning home, he decided to impose sanctions. Alice was shocked but afraid to interfere. Her servant suffered humiliation and could do nothing about it. Only in this way will he understand that the champion must be obeyed unconditionally. After settling the issues, it was time to take a little walk. In the city center, an unexpected meeting took place between people who were supposed to be enemies. The Empire seemed to be flourishing and now bathing in gold. Benheimer liked the outside world and had already managed to dissolve into it. They decided to move to a cafe to talk in a more comfortable setting. The Heavenly Demon had completed his personal training, and someone had noticed him while invading the 24th floor. This presented a new problem for the champion. Marima's strongest man had awakened too early. According to the original scenario, he was supposed to wake up much later, which means the Orthodox faction intervened and ruined everything. Now they had allied with the Heavenly Demon, and the tower was in danger of falling into chaos. The meeting was not scheduled to ask Brian to eliminate the Sky Demon. The Murim invasion is the Empire's problem, and Benheimer has come for a different reason. During the last invasion, their defenses were reset, and upon investigation, it was discovered that a spy had been discovered. There was a rat in the Empire, and now they asked Brian for one thing, to track it down. If he captures the spy, he will be provided with support and a better route to the upper floors. Brian will be contacted when everything is ready. Finally, Benheimer said that Murim is preparing something big. If a champion wants to weather the storm, he should start preparing now. The demon's invasion of the lower floors, the appearance of the Heavenly Demon, and the war in the middle floors, too many troubles had been piling up recently. Everything is not going according to the original scenario and is unfolding much faster. Now the natural question arose. Would Brian be able to continue to cope with all this? His head was in complete chaos, and it couldn't go on like this any longer. You need to change the environment and at least get away from your problems for a little while. This could be done on the first floor of the Tower of Trials, which now resembled something like Disneyland. Most people don't even realize that on the first floor there is a cozy relaxation area hidden like a real oasis among the endless challenges of the tower. Alice took with her a faithful assistant who, out of habit, is ready to throw himself at any problem, protecting her from all the dangers of the world. During their walk, Brian noticed Teresa nearby, and today there was a special mystery in her gaze, as if she was hiding something. The girl decided that Brian had a lover, and now she felt awkward being around him, not knowing how to behave in this company. She is also tormented by a sense of guilt because she refused to join the Champions organization, and now the memory of this weighs on her conscience. To make Teresa feel more confident and not get bored, Brian invited Stalker, who always knew how to amuse those around him. He did not gather his friends for an empty walk because every action of the champion is thought out and has a hidden meaning. At this moment, the system sent an unexpected notification about the activation of the hardcore theme park, causing interest and anxiety. A strange hair appeared from the thick darkness, reminding everyone that the goal of the event was extremely simple: to escape and survive in this hellish amusement park. Skills and items are completely forbidden, and players will have to face monstrously strong inhabitants of the park, and there are no exceptions to this rule. As soon as the park officially opened, monsters began to appear out of nowhere, filling the space with a threatening flock. The terrifying raccoon immediately tried to attack the vampire, but at that very moment received a crushing blow right in the nose. The hare froze in complete surprise because he had expected panic and chaotic flight of people and not such cold-bloodedness. In reality, everything was different. Each of the participants knew perfectly well what to do and acted in a coordinated manner, like a well-oiled machine. Players took on the monsters without hesitation, tearing them to pieces and leaving no chance for resistance. During the trials, the team learned to act as a united front, and now confidence in battle has become a natural state for them. The hare, not believing his own eyes, begged to stop, but it was too late for negotiations. While Brian and his friends were destroying the amusement park, an important conversation was taking place on the 24th floor of the Empire. Arthur managed to single-handedly destroy one of the Empire's key orders, cementing his reputation as a ruthless fighter. The head of the Miram army, Tony, thanked his subordinate for the brilliantly completed task. Having received colossal powers from Miram, Arthur now perceives the outside world as a children's sandbox, where there are no worthy opponents. He is free to leave the tower and is already ready to carry out the task, to kill Brian without the slightest doubt about it. Arthur is confident that he will tear his opponent apart, but one thing worries him. The champion has too many allies who can interfere. Tony fully agrees with his concerns and takes it upon himself to eliminate all of Brian's potential protectors. First of all, we will have to deal with the Saint of Amsterdam, better known as Teresa. It is under the protection of the Empire, and for Morim this is a rare opportunity to get rid of many problems at once. Neither Teresa nor her friends suspect that a real hunt will soon begin for them. A few days later, Teresa returned to her native Amsterdam, unaware of the impending threat. There she met her boss Maria and shared stories about the fun time she had at the amusement park. This conversation helped Teresa to shed the burden of her worries and regain her peace of mind. Brian may seem rude and selfish, but he is always surrounded by kind and reliable people. Now it becomes clear why he is so unshakable. Within him lies a source of unshakable confidence. He always knows what to do and never doubts for a moment, even when everything is falling apart around him. Every minute spent with him is filled with drive and fun, and Teresa keeps these memories as a special treasure. During the conversation, the saint noticed the unnaturally red sky of Amsterdam, which was alarming. Such phenomena do not happen without a reason, and experienced players immediately understand that trouble is coming. At first, it seems like an earthquake, but it soon becomes clear that a dangerous breakthrough has occurred. Teresa prepared herself for battle, but her confidence evaporated when she saw who was coming for her. It's been a while since we've looked at the 5th floor, where Andrea's in charge. This girl cannot be underestimated because as the floor boss, she is constantly growing in strength and experience. Recently, Andrea has been training with Brian and has adopted many useful techniques from him. Sometimes strong players appear on its territory, but now it has become powerful enough to stop anyone. Natasha has been transformed, and the locals will soon become part of the champion's army, expanding his influence. During one of his training sessions, Brian received an unexpected call that changed the course of his plans. The leader of the Players Association, Mr. Hassan, said the situation was critical and required immediate intervention. A large-scale invasion has begun, covering all of Europe and threatening irreparable consequences. Over 16 new gates have been recorded in the last few hours, and the number is growing along with civilian casualties. The guilds are hastily forming lines of defense, trying to somehow hold back the enemy's onslaught. But it is almost impossible to hold out for long in such conditions. The monsters attack in an endless wave. Only max-level players like Maria, the leader of the Olympus Guild, are able to influence the course of events. Teresa is also here and has offered to make every effort to cleanse Amsterdam of the monsters that have overwhelmed it. At first, the battle seemed to be going well, but suddenly Maria felt the presence of an incredibly powerful enemy, awakening a primal fear. She was grabbed in an instant by a monster that was emitting mana of a terrifying level, like the embodiment of chaos. Even Maria, the leader of Olympus, was powerless, and for a brief moment the thought flashed through her mind, this is the end. The protective mana shield was torn apart and her body was pierced by a giant sword, leaving her unable to resist. Everything happened with lightning speed and cruelty. Maria had no chance of surviving, even theoretically. Teresa witnessed this tragedy and was shocked by what was happening, unable to comprehend what had happened. Panic and confusion filled her, she lost her concentration, and didn't notice another monster approaching. Having taken a crushing blow, Teresa struggled to her feet, overcoming the pain that pierced every cell of her body. The Great Knight of Doom had been looking for her for a long time, and now it became clear the chances of getting out of here alive were vanishingly small. She felt like she was balancing on the edge of life and death, and the outcome of the fight would be decided by chance and luck. Today, all over Europe there is hellish chaos. People are fighting for their existence, clinging to hope and faith in miracles. It's at moments like these that true heroes are born, and now special class fighters Casey and Judro are showing themselves. They had just received a call from their boss, who realized that they needed to act immediately. Casey and Judro were in Germany and were enjoying the fight to the fullest, feeling the adrenaline rush. For these two, fighting is a holiday, because it gives them the right to kill enemies and know no limits. Hearing Brian's request, the madmen immediately agreed to help their beloved leader. Meanwhile, at the main office of the Awakening Association, an extremely important conversation was already underway. More than 40,000 dead across Europe, and this is only the beginning of the bloody countdown. The major guilds are holding back the defense to the point of exhaustion, but without urgent help, the barriers will not hold and will fall. If Europe falls, Asia will be next, and Hassan cannot allow that nightmare to happen. He gathered his best players and begged them to intervene and stop the waves of horror at any cost. Each of them is obliged to enter the battle and do everything possible to prevent death from coming to their native lands. After learning about everything that happened, Brian left Andrea to continue training on his floor. Alice can't use her powers in her current state, so it's best for her to stay safe. She will mentor young fighters, gaining experience and preparing them for future battles. In the meantime, Brian can focus solely on the critical situation in Europe. Right now, a raging battle between good and evil is ongoing in Amsterdam, and the city is bursting at the seams from the scale of the clash. Teresa is holding back the onslaught of the monstrous enemy with all her might. Every second of the fight is unbearably difficult for her. Even her divine sword technique was unable to penetrate the Great Death Knight's defense. With each passing minute, it becomes more obvious that the saint will not be able to withstand the growing pressure and will soon fall. Her body was shaken by the most brutal blows, and her energy reserves were melting away before her eyes, leaving no chance for recovery. Suddenly, Lord Byron appeared, ordering his knight to stop the attack for a moment. Byron finally understood why the Murim forces were so desperate to get rid of the saint. There is a pure and incredibly strong divine power raging within her body. But along with it, there is a strange energy that arouses interest. He decided to kidnap Teresa and break his promise to Murim, giving in to temptation. The girl captivated him much more than any gold or profit, and now Byron needs only one thing, to possess her. Casey and Judro watched the events closely, and the photos they took were immediately sent to the champion. When Brian saw the pictures, he felt a surge of rage and anxiety that he hadn't felt in a long time, so much so that he even felt a moment of fear. But now there is no time for emotions. The situation in Europe requires immediate action and complete concentration. The warriors of Muriam control almost all events on the continent, showing no mercy, and suddenly they felt the approach of a colossal force, superior to their own. Looking up to the sky, they realized that one of the strongest Muriam players in decades was approaching them. This is Ruth, the fearsome volcano queen whose name inspires fear even in the elders. She arrived to check whether Byron had fulfilled his earlier promises and did not dare to break them. When the warriors appeared, Byron began to play the role of a loyal ally, smiling and generously distributing jokes. He then confirmed that Teresa was supposedly destroyed by his sword, hiding his true intentions. Meanwhile, a special death squad was rapidly approaching Amsterdam, preparing to land. Bobby surrounded himself with the most experienced professionals and reminded them that once they landed, there was no turning back. After making sure that Brian was satisfied with the team's composition, he ordered everyone to prepare for the operation. Each of them understood that they had to give their best to ensure that the operation went without a single glitch. Sandra was beaming with happiness. Finally, she had some real work ahead of her, but James couldn't hide his nervousness. This was his first fight outside the tower. Stalker, as usual, remained silent, first expressing a desire to enter the fight but never explaining his motives. Brian warned the team that Byron is a powerful mage and a dangerous boss and should not be underestimated. If you continue to supply the enemy with bodies, his army will not dry up, so you need to destroy as few zombie skeletons as possible. Meanwhile, players from all over the world are breaking into Europe in various ways, each trying to contribute and support the others. Right now, swarms of air monsters were rapidly approaching their helicopters, threatening to intercept them in the sky. James took on the role of a cleaner and activated the King of Technique's skill, honed to the limit. He methodically destroyed all enemies approaching without warning, leaving them no chance. Brian decided to show that he still remains the most fearless player in the whole world. He opened the helicopter door and calmly stepped into the void, as if he had a reliable parachute behind him. In flight, he activated a powerful barrier and caused a devastating snowstorm. The ice prison swallowed up almost all the monsters that filled the airspace. He then summoned his spirit and went into battle mode, eagerly awaiting the real party to begin. The rest of the team felt a surge of strength as they watched their leader's confident actions. Even Byron felt something significant and disturbing change in the atmosphere. He immediately realized that a new formula of high-level magic had been activated nearby, and that someone special was heading towards him. Brian, on the other hand, clearly calculated the moves of his enemies and understood perfectly how they acted. He knew that Byron would be interested and would definitely call his dragon for help. But the champion of the Tower of Trials also had his own dragon for such occasions. Byron clearly did not expect to meet an ancient creature from legends and myths on the battlefield. The battle broke out instantly. The players did not warn the enemies of their attack. They acted as quickly as possible, knowing that traitors were hiding in the enemy army. Casey and Judro disguised themselves as skeletons and managed to infiltrate the enemy squad. Their main task was to find out the location of St. Amsterdam and hand it over to the Allies. Casey wanted to contact the leader, but at that moment the Great Knight of Doom stared at her. The brother hastened to reassure his sister, assuring her that the knight was not looking at them. However, he soon realized that he was wrong and the knight really was going to destroy them. Now the real fun has begun. The masks have been thrown off, and there is no longer any point in hiding, as if the era of prohibitions has ended. Meanwhile, Brian and his team were engaged in a fierce battle with a giant dragon skeleton. Stalker and the champion acted in perfect synchronicity like two bosom comrades. I had to activate as many skills as I could to finally fight off this monster. The skeleton was shattered into many pieces and no longer posed a serious threat. Now we can feed Bruce and think about our next steps. The players found themselves right in the heart of the enemy camp, which surprised Byron quite a bit. He immediately began to talk about his youth, but Stalker was not in the mood for long conversations. He silently attacked the skeleton, making it clear that they weren't here for idle chatter. Now it's time to take a closer look at their opponent. This monster is over 3,000 years old. It is a level 91 undead, once a great magician of an entire state. In order to copy one of his skills, you'll have to make Byron experience the bitterness of defeat. But this will be extremely difficult because around him there are many allies from Murium, ready to do anything for the sake of the master. They all dream of destroying the champion of the Tower of Trials and getting rid of his influence. Meanwhile, other players were already rushing to the battle site, among them Fedric and Johnny. They too wanted to break into the battle and show what they were capable of. Now it is necessary to saturate Amsterdam with high-level fighters as quickly as possible. Only then will it be possible to seize the initiative and drive the undead out of European territory. Players came here from all corners of the world, dreaming of making this world at least a little better. They rallied around their leaders and fought for a city that was not their home. Everyone understood that this was the only way to destroy the threat looming over humanity. The enemy was extremely strong and had no intention of allowing them to act with impunity. Everyone was trying to rally around the main player, Brian, but at that moment, he was too busy. The skeleton gave the order to Murium's warriors to destroy the champion while he was burning everything around with his fire. Ruth watched Brian especially closely, paying attention to even the smallest changes in his breathing and gaze. Her technique was amazing. To copy her skills, you need to make her fight at full strength and last in combat for at least 5 minutes. The allies warned that Murium was preparing something truly grand. Now, with the appearance of the Volcano Mistress, it has become clear how serious their plans are. Brian had to give it his all, although this time he wasn't alone. Marcus was nearby, determined to prove that he too was one of the best fighters in this world. He ordered Brian to rescue Teresa, promising to hold off the enemies with his swordsmanship. The people of Murium have underestimated Marcos for too long, but now it is time to dispel their illusions. They will have to understand that fighters like Marcus never give up and always strive for the top. He considered himself second only to the champion, and was going to prove it to the whole world today. A fierce battle began, Marcus against the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. His technique had to reach a new level, otherwise he risked losing his head. Ruth was in no hurry to intervene, calmly observing Stalker's style and feeling the strength of his spirit. Brian didn't waste a second and furiously fought his way through the endless ranks of enemies. He was so excited that he almost hit his own allies who were in his way. The flames incinerated even the skeletons, turning the battle into a mesmerizing spectacle. He wasn't interested in monsters. All his thoughts were only about Teresa. He imagined the suffering she was going through now, and it only fueled his rage. Byron tried to determine the limits of this woman's endurance and understand how much more she could endure. The stream of people interfering with him angered Byron, and he furiously tore apart the annoying players. He rushed from side to side, attacking the warriors and not forgetting to torment Teresa. Suddenly, the enraged lion received alarming news from his assistant. Their camp was infested with rats, which managed to escape the massacre. Soon their location will be revealed, and Brian will come here to protect his girlfriend. To avoid problems, Byron gave his assistant a magical relic, a bone made of black horn. He ordered the barrier to be strengthened, more warriors to be gathered, and one special prisoner to be brought here. It was about the wizard who was captured along with Teresa. Hearing this, the woman looked closely into Byron's eyes, trying to understand if he was joking. It was now clear that the Baron was ready to cause her untold suffering. His game was just beginning. Meanwhile, Stalker could barely hold back the onslaught, attacking from 4 sides at once. Only incredible instincts and experience saved Marcus from certain death. His defense reached a new level, and he himself mastered the flying sword technique. During this technique, the blade seemed to dance in his hands, creating a deadly rhythm. For moments, the opponents became slow, and Marcus skillfully took advantage of this. Ever since he fought the Murium warriors on the 4th floor, his strength has increased noticeably. But among these enemies, there was a special woman who did not succumb to cheap tricks. She challenged him to push his skills to the limit and reach a new level. In other words, Ruth was calling Marcus to join Murium's army. She felt the power emanating from his blade and promised to introduce him to a master of the highest level. This could make Marcus the strongest and finally allow him to surpass his main rival. The swordsman tensed for a moment at this suggestion, and then a sly smile lit up his face. Marcus firmly refused. He came not for the power of the enemies, but to save Teresa. The battle continued with the same fury as in other parts of the city. Brian continued to fight his way through the endless crowds of skeletons. He was in a hurry because every second could cost Teresa her life. The Great Knight of Doom had already used the Black Hornbone and was ready to meet the champion. Brian recognized this relic. In the last virtual game, Baron caused him a lot of trouble with it. The champion was in desperate need of support, and at the most critical moment, it finally arrived. Now he had to hurry, and Sandra was ready to do everything possible to save her leader from unnecessary problems. Her whirlwind appearance immediately made it clear to the monsters that there would be no mercy or respite for them today. Many enemy skills were instantly cancelled, and Brian felt a great sense of relief. Sandra had no intention of stopping, and was not at all afraid of her formidable opponent from the abyss. When the knight realized that this girl could not be stopped so easily, he used his relic again. A giant fire lion appeared on the battlefield, tearing the air with its hot breath. Only now did Sandra realize that she had intervened in a battle for players of a completely different level. If the Robot King's skill hadn't been activated in time, her body would have shattered into hundreds of charred pieces. Luckily, her best friend came to the rescue in time and did everything to protect her from this deadly threat. Together with James, they decided to hold off the monstrous skeleton and give Brian the opportunity to break through to Teresa. All of our hero's friends joined forces just to give him some extra time. Brian was already very close. All that was left was to break through the last barrier of skeletons and get to the city center. Byron did everything he could to stop the champion and not allow him to get close to his camp. The champion had no choice but to call upon 2 more madmen for help. The brother and sister were just waiting for the moment to tear off the skeleton masks and unleash all their fury on the enemy. They simultaneously activated their rotating sickles and swirled in a whirlwind, destroying the undead like a tornado. Brian once again avoided losing time and accelerated even more, rushing forward. Teresa was still alive, but her mind was shocked by what was happening. Maria was not only a mentor to her, but also a close friend, almost a sister. They had worked together for many years, and now Teresa could not come to terms with this cruel reality. Maria miraculously survived the fatal wound, but Byron restored her body only to torture her. He blamed Teresa for everything, claiming that if she had been stronger, the tragedy could have been avoided. After these words, a nightmare began, from which Teresa could no longer resist. Drops of foul-smelling resin fell on her face, and her skin began to show signs of decay. Her spiritual gates swung open, and black magic completely captured the holy woman. Brian was already there. He saw what was happening and desperately tried to somehow stop it. Now there was only one thing for him: to save Teresa. Everything else lost its meaning. But no matter how much he hurried, no matter how much his friends tried to help, it was not enough. The Holy Savior fell. The black resin took possession of her soul completely. A terrible energy burst forth, enveloping Amsterdam in darkness and the smell of burnt flesh. Everyone around froze, trying to understand what had happened and how to proceed. Brian stood there dumbfounded and looked at Teresa, trying to see his old self in her. Byron just smiled, clearly demonstrating that he considered himself the winner. Teresa was no longer recognizable. Her appearance had turned black, and her facial features were distorted beyond recognition. Then she took a deep breath and said with relief that it was nice to feel free again. The paladin was reborn into something unimaginable, so much so that even Byron did not believe in the success of the experiment. Now he could control her and give orders, turning the holy woman into his tool. After the transformation, there was nothing sacred left in her appearance, and now she was capable of destroying her best friend. Teresa drew her black sword and prepared to send Brian to the world of the dead. He didn't manage to save her and now had to make every effort to survive himself. The battle between good and evil flared up with terrifying force, and the whole world seemed to tremble. The Holy Paladin fought for humanity for many years, and now finds herself on the side of darkness. It was incredibly difficult to come to terms with this, but sometimes you have to admit that the world is far from ideal. The champion was obliged to continue the fight. Before him was no longer Teresa, whom he loved, but an enemy who could not be pitied. Casey and Judro watched the fight, not daring to even think about intervening. They looked at Teresa without the slightest rejection, as if they were seeing her for the first time. It was the other way around. They admired this woman, who now seemed to them to be equal to Brian himself. The champion himself did not share their delight. It was too hard for him to watch what was happening. He was forced to defend himself and resist an unprecedented force. He had once imagined that they would have to fight, but the reality turned out to be more terrible than any of his fears. With each passing minute, Teresa became stronger, completely absorbing Byron's demonic energy. Only the activation of the Sword Tomb could create any resistance to her onslaught. If Brian doesn't destroy his opponent as quickly as possible, there will be no victory. The dance of the demonic soul blades should have at least slowed her down and made her suffer. Her demonic aura grew with each passing second, and she had to hurry, while there was still a chance to destroy the Berserker. At one point, the champion was close enough to take her head off, but he didn't dare. He couldn't overcome himself and accept that Teresa would have to be killed forever. He may have hoped to resurrect her, but he knew it was too risky. The champion allowed himself to be weak, and Teresa took complete control. She felt Brian's demonic energy, and it awakened a strange delight in her. Brian smiled faintly, as if his carefully hidden plan had just started to work. By this time, Byron was getting nervous and gave the order to Teresa to kill the champion. But she refused to obey. and the situation suddenly turned upside down. Byron's demonic energy was powerful, but Brian's energy was much purer and stronger. Teresa said she was ready to change sides and leave her previous owner. Even in his light form, she liked Brian. And now even the dark Teresa appreciated his strength. To keep her, Byron went to violate the terms of the deal with Muriel. He did too much and ended up with nothing. He had no intention of forgiving such a betrayal and vowed to make Brian pay for everything. Byron activated the Black Gravity Cube of Awakening, and Amsterdam was on the brink of total destruction. Teresa took on the Death Knights and confidently stated that it was no problem for her. The other players also joined in to hold back the onslaught of the monsters. Meanwhile, Brian had to focus on the main enemy of the night. Byron was planning something truly terrible, and the scale of the coming battle was difficult to overestimate. After absorbing a huge number of skeletons, the boss of the 14th floor came to the forefront. His return left even the most dangerous players feeling helpless. The oppressive aura was impossible to ignore. Fear penetrated the mind of every fighter. The association members resisted desperately, although it was becoming increasingly difficult to hold back the onslaught. If the boss unites with the remaining undead, he will become unstoppable and destroy the city. Brian had to prevent this from happening, and as always, he relied on his resourcefulness. He never lost his self-confidence, and this was where his greatest strength lay. The great Knight of Doom had been watching the boss's actions all this time, waiting for the right moment. He had already tasted victory and allowed himself to relax too early. Teresa's battle with the knight was now going to be different from their previous encounter. The girl gained an additional advantage and was going to show what happens to those who offend women. Now she was confronted by a knight, but in front of him stood a dead man with nothing to lose. Sparks flew in all directions. The blows were so powerful that they could have cut the Eiffel Tower. One hit away and there would be no trace left of Teresa. She had to make every effort to save herself from death by looking deep into her own consciousness. To gain true power, she needed to unite with her white essence. Teresa seemed to be split in two, with the light and dark sides fighting for dominance. They had to merge into one whole to become truly invincible. The light side had to explain why they were continuing this fight. Their unity was necessary for Brian to stand firm and prevail in the fight with the boss. As soon as bright Teresa remembered her close friend, her face lit up with a smile and her eyes filled with tears of happiness. Internal unity was restored and Teresa returned to the battle even more determined. Her boldness, confident look, and clear facial lines attracted everyone's attention. The crazy brother and sister looked at her as if she were a deity from an ideal world. Brian had to sharply remind them that there was a fight going on and now was not the time to worship a new idol. Byron sensed that the moment of truth was coming and continued to increase the pressure. He ordered the boss to destroy the champion so that the rest of the players would understand that they had no chance. The blows fell with crushing force. The earth trembled under this monstrous pressure. Even the skeletons fighting on the boss's side were afraid to get too close to him. Perhaps only one madman on the entire field looked at the boss as if he were a nobody. The daylight skill allowed him to attack from a distance and remain confident. Brian punched a huge hole in the boss's skull, and a deafening scream tore through the air. The problem was the undead knights that were constantly feeding the boss. They restored his health and returned the initiative into his hands. Byron saw that the champion had outstanding skills, but sometimes that was not enough. To become the best, you had to sacrifice. To become the strongest magician, the skeleton sacrificed his friends, family, and even his own country. He was obsessed with progress and did not stop until he reached maximum strength. I even had to sell my soul and body, all for the sake of power and greatness. In some ways, Byron and Brian were similar, but they had fundamental differences. The champion treasured his friends and was ready to do anything for them, although no one could guarantee that one day he would not turn to the dark path. Now, he was fighting on the side of good, and that was all that mattered. He activated the fusion and combined the fire element with the glacial power. This made it possible to create a multi-layered barrier of perception of the 10th level. It all sounded confusing, but there was no other way to emphasize the power of the barrier. Even Byron felt a chill run through his bones after the successful merger. Teresa stopped fighting for a moment to see what was happening. She had no idea that this guy was so strong and powerful. Even the northern merger didn't look as impressive as Brian's skills. Infinite magic allowed him to use any ability without mana limitations. Now he was demonstrating the highest level of skill he had ever used. The champion has never been in such form before, but the barrier will not last more than a minute. The rest of the participants in the fight forgot about all their problems. All eyes were on Byron and the champion, as the outcome of their fight would decide the future of humanity. To win, you had to defeat the boss of the 14th floor as quickly as possible. Only speed could deprive the enemy of the chance to recover. Byron kept shouting, accusing everyone of foul play. It seemed to him that the champion had broken the rules of the world and had gained too much power without sacrifice. But envy never led to anything good, and the skeleton should have realized this long ago. Finally, Brian activated Eternal Atonement and prepared to finish what he had started. Now it was the end. No matter how powerful the boss was, he would not survive such a blow. Byron's soul split into atoms and flew into the atmosphere. When the skill's effect ended, Amsterdam fell silent, as if there was nothing alive left there. Against all odds, the champion survived, his heart still beating. But Byron restored his soul and rose from the dead thanks to the power of the undead. To destroy him completely, it was necessary to strike at Byron himself and not at his puppet. Magic could only do partial damage, but Brian knew the secret. To defeat him, it was necessary to destroy the real vessel of life force. This vessel was hidden too deep and was not easy to find. The average player wouldn't have been able to handle it, but Brian had been down this path before. And then little Bruce emerged from the ground, holding a black energy ball in his paws. At that moment, Byron screamed like a slaughtered pig, his gaze filled with horror. The ancient dragon clutched the life force vessel, having found it thanks to the hints of its master. All this time, the champion used magic only to distract the enemy. Byron brought too much pain and suffering to the people of Europe. Many people died, and many turned into soulless skeletons. They begged for mercy, but the undead did not listen to them. It was impossible to forgive such a thing. Now the ancient dragon slowly began to absorb the vessel like a sweet. This is how it was supposed to happen, but someone else intervened. An unknown figure attacked the dragon without warning. The impact caused the vessel to crack and shatter into small pieces. This figure turned out to be a girl named Ruth from Murim. Everyone was scared. The black vessel released its energy into space. Byron burst into tears, his heart broke into pieces and he lost the right to live. His body crumbled into ashes, leaving no trace behind. As a reward, the champion received a special item, the goods of the magnificent mage. But it was Brian himself who did the most damage, although the decisive blow belonged to Ruth. The reward was divided equally, and our hero could not come to terms with it. Ruth didn't even think about apologizing. On the contrary, she was happy with her luck. For her, it was revenge for the unfulfilled contract broken by Byron. Root has high praise for the champion's skills and is willing to fight him when he is ready. After these words, the warlike girl disappeared, and Brian felt that it was difficult for him not only to stand, but also to breathe. Dark Teresa appeared behind him. She had failed to kill the Knight of Doom. He retreated into the portal when he realized his master was destroyed. Dark Teresa called herself Tiara, and having completed her mission, had no intention of staying here any longer. She returned to her consciousness and decided to give Teresa life again. Now they will change places only at critical moments. Teresa returned to normal life and was given a second chance. Brian was genuinely happy about this. This was exactly what he wanted. At the moment of their embrace, Marcus appeared on the battlefield, having survived the fight with Murim's warriors. The day turned out to be long and difficult, but still ended in success despite all the trials. The very next day the fighting resumed, and this surprised no one. The monster Byron died, but Europe was still infested with the undead. The continent needed to be cleared of monsters so that people could sleep peacefully. Players from different countries joined forces and spent a lot of time cleaning up. More than 100,000 people have been affected by the outbreak of the undead in Europe. The decision was made to create a global awakening weapon to protect the population of the tower. The great guilds of the Awakening Association, despite differences in culture and values, agreed to cooperate. All this was done to save lives and prepare for the attack on the tower. When the tower appeared, Brian thought it was no different from a regular game. But he was wrong, and life proved it to him more and more often. Every day he realized more and more clearly how different reality was from the virtual world. Even if he manages to take down the tower, what's the point if there's nothing left afterward? While he was thinking, Stalker approached him. They had not yet discussed the previous battle. Marcus had no trouble fighting strong opponents until a special warrior appeared. Never before had Marcus felt someone overpower him like that with sheer force. This warrior proved to be the strongest of all and called himself the Dark Dragon, King of Heaven and Earth. Hearing this name, Brian flinched as if he had been stung. The Dark King wasn't supposed to show up so early. Once again, things didn't go according to plan. Meanwhile, Teresa was recuperating in the hospital. She felt much better, as did Maria, who had survived terrible torture. Now Teresa has a split personality, and she will have to come to terms with it. She will not be dangerous if you maintain friendly relations with her and find a balance. The source of the Black Sky Demon King's power was demonic energy. The Demon King's curse manifested itself in an unexpected way that Brian never expected. Changes aren't always for the worse. Perhaps Teresa will now become even more useful in future fights. Suddenly, the champion received a call from the president of the association, inviting him to a meeting. Two people arrived at the association who were extremely interested in meeting the champion. This turned out to be connected with the influence of high government structures. A private jet was sent for Brian, and within a few hours, he was on his way. During the flight, the champion analyzed his progress since the last battle. He also managed to copy Byron's skill and could now create his own undead army from corpses. Having finished his steak and left the bone, he decided to test his new skill. It all worked. After a few seconds, a tiny monster hatched from the seed. This ability seemed useless now, but could play an important role in the future. Brian had no idea that the personal effects department was in chaos. There were a brother and sister operating there, striving to be as close to their boss as possible. Meanwhile, in the Association of the Awakened, a conversation was taking place with strange guests. Tired of waiting for Brian, they began to get irritated and escalate the situation. They were Chandra and Aaron, representatives of the Kandar Guild, top-ranking players. Their time was valuable, so they were provided with the best hotel and equipment. But if they cross the line and offend the Korean Association, it will lead to serious problems. Suddenly, everyone became silent as the champion of the Tower of Trials entered the room. Hassan immediately left his office and gave it up for conversation. Brian listened to both of them, since it was they who insisted on the meeting. The players felt a crazy aura of death from him and became very nervous. Now, all the strongest players were concentrated in the tower, and the future depended on what kind of forces the tower-level department would use. If the players continue to climb higher, a great battle is inevitable. Brian was offered to join forces with the friendly forces of Murim, in particular with the Kandar Guild. This would give him access to information about the state and many hidden advantages. Information about troops and camps could not be obtained even on the black market. They also had other exclusive information that was only available after the deal. If Brian agrees, he will even find out who the spy was that allowed Kandara to know everything. The players had no doubt that together they would be able to celebrate victory and destroy all enemies. They waited for consent, but the champion only laughed like a child. With a look of gluttony, he realized that his interlocutors were trying to penetrate his thoughts. Brian refused to form a union. He had always been a loner and had no intention of changing. Then the players of the Kandara Guild called the Korean Association a bunch of ignorant children. Such words on foreign soil should have been punished. Brian quickly showed how colossal the difference in levels is. Now let's move to the mountains of the 21st floor where Murim is hiding. There were two warriors walking around discussing the tower's champion. Next to them was George and the Dark Dragon King of Heaven and Earth, amazed by the stories about Brian. He said that the champion is cruel and spares no one on the way to his goal. Like other villains, he treats his power as a tool. But he also remembered that Brian never abandoned his people in trouble. At their last meeting, they had made an alliance, and now George had to choose a side. The master warned him against becoming attached to the champion. He was a criminal who had defiled many lives. To end this threat, the bloody sword had to be summoned. He had to get Brian back to base alive, if possible. The master wanted to know for himself why George had become so attached to him so quickly. Very soon the champion will have guests, and everything will end in a fun battle. Meanwhile, the door of his room was broken down by the crazy brother and sister. Casey and Judro wanted to live close to the boss and feel like part of the team. Returning home, Brian immediately identified the two fools. They were tired, forgot to hide, and fell asleep right next to the wall. To avoid disturbing the children, Brian went to the Tower of Trials.
There was an anthill on the 12th floor, and the champion immediately summoned spirits and dragons.
He introduced them to a newcomer named Taibon. He was still weak, having joined only recently. The spirits were supposed to make him stronger. Together they went deep into the floor to fight ants and evolve. This is the only way to level up, through battles, blood, and madness. After this, the champion headed to the tower administration. Murim attacked the state ahead of time. If no intervention is made, the administration will fall under his power. After the death of the boss of the 14th floor, there were about 90 days left to clear the 15th. Brian will be busy strengthening the administration while other players arrive at the next level. Benheimer handed him the royal ring, which was to be used. The artifact could teleport the owner to any possession of the state, but only once. To implement its plan, the administration needed strong ties with the state. It was necessary to start with Benheimer, who was important for the future strategy. A second later, the champion found himself in the sacred place. Before him stood the emperor of the state, Reinhard III. The soldiers immediately surrounded the player who entered without permission. There were cries of an invasion. The first impression had clearly failed. Let's talk about Reinhard III, who was called the Furious Lion in his youth. He became a legendary ruler, bringing the state to the pinnacle of power. But after the sudden death of his heir, he fell into despondency for an unknown reason. Having lost his taste for life, the emperor lived in anticipation of death and turned into a decrepit lion. Benheimer was called the emperor's right hand. He did everything for him because they had a strong friendship. Brian asked Benheimer to protect him from the guards, but the comrade suddenly disappeared as if he had fallen through the ground. It seems that this was all a planned test of the young champion's abilities. If he accidentally kills someone, it will be almost impossible to regain the state's trust. All he had to do was neutralize everyone without causing serious harm. Suddenly a cry was heard in the corridor. The guards were ordered to retreat. Grand Sword Master. Abraham and Lord Mackenzie volunteered to fight the intruder. Abraham de Felicia is a 25-year-old master whose skills have become a legend in this state. His partner Mackenzie is a true titan, but even titans have weaknesses. If you find Mackenzie's weak spot, you can copy one of Abraham's abilities. It's strange that the great sword masters are here and not fighting against Murim. Abraham ordered the stranger to surrender and activated the Aurora Blade. Everyone held their breath. It's not often you see a legend show off his skills. Apparently they haven't heard of a tower champion who can surpass any legend. It was enough to activate the first skill to make the opponents confused. Song of the Sword proved that it was too early to write off the champion. There were two sword masters standing in front of them, but Brian's sword was much longer. I said that size doesn't matter, but now I take that back. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and there was shouting and accusations of barbarity against Brian. Prince Bane stated that purple swords were only worn by barbarians, and that was enough for execution. Brian was distracted for a moment and missed Abraham's strike, but he quickly pulled himself together, stepped back, and allowed his opponent to cut through the air. Everything happened so quickly that no one understood anything. The champion had an overwhelming advantage in speed and used it skillfully. He attacked Mackenzie to expose his weak point. When the knight lost his helmet, everyone saw his shining, bald head. The audience was shocked, as if they had never seen a movie with Dwayne Johnson. After that, Brian smiled smugly and put on his new sunglasses. He activated a flash, blinding everyone in the building without exception. People screamed, fell to the floor, and tumbled, completely losing their sight. By the time the light faded, Brian had already disappeared. The warriors rushed to look for the enemy, flying in different directions. Abraham asked his partner to calm down because the damage was not that great. Meanwhile, a man was hiding behind a large painting of the emperor. Brian fulfilled all the conditions and successfully copied Abraham's skills. Very soon, all the inhabitants of the state, even in the most remote outskirts, learned about what had happened. Now the unknown guy was wanted, dead or alive, with a large reward offered for him. Meanwhile, Brian showed no signs of worry and walked calmly around the city with Alice. He had to change his image a little, but it was temporary. Everything could have been simpler if Prince Bayan had not shouted accusations of his barbarity. The champion decided to personally talk to the man who put him on the wanted list. He opened the door and saw a huge man who had obviously been waiting for him for a long time. It turned out to be Benheimer, as calm and balanced as always. He had already prepared a light snack for the guests and invited them to make themselves at home. Benheimer wanted to assess the champion's abilities once again and was pleased with his reaction in the castle. Now it was necessary to quickly find the spy and end the problem. Benheimer promised to prepare the shortest route to the tower administration. To obtain it, the administration had to come under the protection of the state. The old man had shown his intelligence and had finally revealed his intentions. Now it was necessary to reach an agreement. There was fierce fighting for control of the administrative base, which was called the Giant Citadel. The emperor was unable to rule, and his cronies fought for the throne after Reinhardt's death. Instead of uniting against external enemies, they spent their energy on internal strife and the struggle for power. It looked pathetic. At this rate, Murim would take everything without a trace. It would be difficult to plot the route later, but Benheimer had an idea. He offered Brian the choice of the crown jewel in advance to lead the capture and secure the citadel for the state. If anyone finds out about this agreement, Benheimer will be in serious danger. But he was ready to take risks and even sacrifice his life for the sake of success. The system has published a new quest for the first one to capture the tower. It was necessary to earn the emperor's trust, help Benheimer, and lead the state to prosperity. If successful, the champion would receive a third special battle, which suited him just fine. Alice interrupted the conversation, warning that someone was approaching the house. This visit could have turned out to be anything but friendly, and could have resulted in disaster. Benheimer's pursuer managed to bypass the magical plug. It seems he was a great swordmaster. The men prepared for battle, and Alice went to open the door, not at all afraid. A moment later, terrible monsters burst inside, sweeping away everything in their path. Alice was ready. She had just eaten and was not going to let them ruin her dinner and sleep. Therefore, she was the first to enter the battle, demonstrating all her cruelty. Then Benheimer intervened in the fight, deciding to personally clean up the uninvited guests. Brian was in no hurry. He analyzed the monsters and realized that they were the work of necromancy. In the state, this was considered a great evil, which made the attack even more strange. The Black Sky Demon King quickly showed who was boss in this house. The monsters remained outside the house, and there was no time to relax. Red magic bullets were ideal for clearing out multiple enemies. There was no point in drawing the sword. The fight would have been too long and boring. Brian did everything necessary and heard that the organizer of the attack was nearby. It was Gawain of the Mountain Society. He smiled and bowed slightly in respect. All this was extremely curious, but for now, let's leave Brian alone with his adventures. On the 21st floor of the Tower of Trials was the legendary Murim. During training, Ruth noticed a portal opening and became wary. A familiar figure emerged from the portal, the swordsman Marcus, whose name many knew. He should have been grateful. It was Ruth who stopped the Black King from killing the stalker. Then everything was balancing on the edge of life and death, and she intervened to stop the madness. The Black King almost tore her head off for blocking his way. Ruth asked to accept Stalker into Murim and give him a chance in the art of fencing. She stated that Marcus was a temporal mortal soul student and would be able to learn a lot from this experience. Upon hearing this, the master immediately became interested. Of course, it was all a fiction. Ruth improvised and it worked. The temporal mortal soul was a legendary master of Murim. She died long ago, but her fame lived on forever. Ruth remained cool, as if she didn't notice the angry glances from behind her. In fact, the legendary woman was alive. Moreover, she did not age, but reached the peak of her powers. The creator of the spiritual period sword, known as the Temporal Mortal Soul, was a legend whose name was known to all, and it was Marcus who wielded her soul sword. Meanwhile, Brian sent Alice and Benheimer to the royal treasury. He himself stayed to listen to the man in the mask. Alice calmly left him alone with the stranger, confident in his skills. Brian was up to something, and was clearly going to get everything he wanted. Because of the noise, the Imperial Guard will burst in here in a few minutes. This is enough time to exchange information and benefit. Thanks to Milana's help, Brian already knew something about his interlocutor. Gawain was held in high esteem by the knights. He was part of the main team, fought on the front lines, and was afraid of no one. He was also a master of psychological techniques and information extraction. For the sake of fairness, we decided to activate the scales of truth. Both sides took turns asking questions and had to answer as honestly as possible. Lying or refusing was punished by the law of Libra. Both had accumulated important questions, and the conversation promised to be heated. Brian accepted the terms without hesitation, willing to risk his hand for the sake of knowledge. Very soon, knights arrived at the house, attracted by the noise of the battle. When they burst inside, they found that no one was there. The guards scattered around the area, searching for the participants in the mysterious fight. Gawain was nearby, with a bloody hand, and the feeling that he had gotten incredibly lucky in the conversation. He still remembered the first question, which made him feel slightly dizzy. Brian just wanted to know how many Black Apostles were currently on the main roster. Gawain was surprised. Few knew about the Black Apostles. Such information could only be obtained through the association or magicians. The scales of truth forced people to answer quickly and honestly. Gawain had no choice but to report that there were only 3 apostles. He was caught off guard, but now it was his turn to ask a question. He was interested in the secret rule of the 15th floor, the tomb of the Antichrist, how to get there. The champion had extensive knowledge of the Tower of Trials, and likely knew about the tomb as well. This could prove the existence of the tower's administration. Gawain hoped to find the tomb and revive the Devil King. Brian thought for a moment, as if remembering the place. Then he laughed and said he wouldn't say anything. Cold beads of sweat rolled down Gawain's face. He didn't understand what was happening. The scales of truth accepted the answer and did not even react. Brian's hand remained intact. It was impossible to explain how it happened. Black magic seemed to protect him from punishment. It's time to stop and take a closer look at Libra, because its operating principle is surprisingly simple. The scales of truth determined lies by heartbeat. This means that if you slow down your breathing, you can control your pulse and pass off any phrase as the truth. After that, the champion activated the 3rd-level barrier spell Weakening. With astonishing ease, he tore the handcuffs apart and learned that he had to deal with 3 Black Apostles at once. Now, he will finally find out what they are doing here and why they are hiding the truth. After that, the soul seal was activated. All that was left was to complete the plan. Only thanks to his emergency escape skill did Gawain manage to dodge the fatal palm strike. This guy turned out to be truly cunning and dexterous, which cannot be denied. Now he realized how dangerous it was to play adult games with a man like Brian. Finally, Gawain reported that it is not only the administration players who are active here. Somewhere nearby, the same man who had spread the rumor that Brian was a ghost was hiding. Marcus had arrived here with a man from Urim, and it had completely changed the balance of power on the chessboard. At that moment, Brian felt thousands of ice needles piercing his heart. He just lost his right arm and the person he could always count on. It was not the enemy who betrayed him, but the stalker. The stab in the back turned out to be especially painful. With these words, Gawain disappeared, leaving Brian to deal with the consequences alone. Marcus really messed up everything, and now the plan will have to be completely rebuilt. Let's return to the Imperial Palace, where real chaos took place today. Prince Bayan forced all the guards to unite to catch the criminal. The state's prestige was rapidly declining, and this had to be stopped immediately. Abraham, too, was greatly disturbed by the recent events. He couldn't forget how the player activated the Aurora sword, showing that his strength was not inferior to the knights of the Empire. Abraham used to think of himself as the best warrior, but his confidence evaporated. Absorbed in his thoughts, he did not notice what was happening around him. Thanks to the product of the great magician, the player could become practically invisible. Brian entered the palace unhindered and began to walk around the different rooms. He noticed Benheimer arguing with Alice in the palace treasury. The vampire princess wanted to take too many artifacts, and the government official begged her to stop in vain. Now it was Brian's turn to choose the desired artifact. A vast selection lay before him, treasures collected by the Empire over countless centuries. After some thought, he settled on the blood of the red dragon. This blood could hardly be controlled even by the Imperial Mage, but only Brian knows how to properly use its power. Now all that remained was to arrange the battle and fulfill his part of the deal. Brian's first plan was to call his brother and sister who lived at his house. He made a video call and informed them of an urgent task. Lately, the champion had been thinking more and more about the tomb of the Antichrist. Gawain mentioned it for a reason. This is one of the few places in the tower where you can encounter mages. You can only get there with a summoning relic or some other rare item. Brian was now a wanted man and used special magic to avoid being caught. Only Alice saw his true face, but to everyone else he looked like a village freak. After a short search, the required forge was finally found. The best blacksmith in the state worked here, a master named Aaron. His clients were rarely satisfied, and everyone had long since gotten used to it. The forge consistently held the title of the worst place in the state. There was so much trash here that being inside seemed like a challenge. It was hard to believe that this drunken wreck was the best blacksmith, but first impressions are often deceiving. Brian's all-seeing eye confirmed the master's incredible skills. It was necessary to warm the soul of the dwarf in order to copy one of his unique skills. First, he needed to be woken up, and the help could come from a 10-year-old Imperial Royal Prince wine. Hearing about the delicious wine, the dwarf immediately opened his eyes. He instantly perked up and looked like a greedy zombie trying to eat someone's brain. The blacksmith's mood improved and the conversation moved in the right direction. Brian knew what he was doing and offered a fair price for his services. Queen Pendragon's bracelet now belonged to the vampire princess, but the champion didn't care. He was ready to give the relic to the master, just to get what he needed. Having received payment, the gnome immediately set to work, as if he were living out his best years. It seemed as if God himself had destined him to be the greatest blacksmith. All the instruments obeyed him as if they were radio-controlled. One wave of the hand was enough to achieve the perfect result. The princess's bracelet was badly damaged, and Alice became hysterical. She should calm down. This is just the beginning. The destruction of her entire collection lies ahead. Now let's move to the third floor of the Tower of Trials, to the Temple of Transition. Teresa was there today, surrounded by fans from all over the world. She came here at Brian's request, but the crowd that had gathered did not let her pass. Suddenly, loud screams were heard. The crazy brother and sister arrived on the floor. Casey and Judro, as always, scared all the participants of the tests. The fans ran away in panic, and Teresa, relieved, invited the twins to go through the portal. For a long time, they refused to go with her and tried to summon the black version of Teresa. She had to clearly show what awaits those who disobey orders. One more mistake like that, and the twins' heads will roll. Meanwhile, another item from the vampire princess's collection was destroyed. Alice looked depressed and refused to believe what was happening. None of the items had been strengthened yet, as if the dwarf had lost his talent. If he really fails, he will lose his blood tonight. While Brian watched him work, he managed to adopt some of his technique. He said that he also wanted to try and make something with his own hands. The intoxicated gnome could no longer perform miracles and had to pass on the work to the younger generation. Aaron was shocked to see how quickly the boy had mastered the art of blacksmithing. After a few hammer strikes, the player added red dragon blood to enhance it. Such materials were extremely rare. The gnome realized that this was a special person. He worked as if the legendary Thor had kissed him at birth. The copy skill worked, and now Brian has mastered metal breath. Having completed the main part of the work, he returned the hammer to the master. The final touch had to be made by an experienced blacksmith. This was the only way to achieve the perfect result. The dwarf may have felt deep despondency after mastering all the secrets of his art, but in this despondency he found new sensations and strength for creativity. At such moments, life became filled with colors again. Energy overflowed the body, performing miracles that had no explanation. The gnome was unrecognizable. He worked with youthful ardor and the drive of youth. The item quickly reached a critical point of amplification. The red dragon's blood successfully merged with the artifact, and its power increased to the limit. It was now an improved Fang of Pentagris, a deep blue color. Every third attack increased critical hit chance by 7%. If you break the Fang yourself, the attack power will increase more than 100-fold. Everything turned out better than anyone could have dreamed of. The gnome turned out to be a true master. Perhaps for the first time in his life, he realized that he had not been at the top all this time. Today, he had mastered an even deeper technique and intended to continue developing it. Brian decided to take advantage of the moment and offered the master a contract for cooperation. This guy knew how to lure the best specialists to his team. In this, he was unsurpassed. The problem could be the vampire princess, who lost her treasures today. If she is not stopped, she will tear the blacksmith to pieces. But the conflict was interrupted when a strange sound was heard in the old house. The bell rang, meaning that the Empire was under attack. Everyone thought that Murim would launch an offensive suddenly, without warning. In fact, these are not Murim at all. These are giants who crossed state borders and began an attack. Now, most of the knights are fighting on the front lines, and the giants have already broken through to the capital and launched a surprise attack. It will be incredibly difficult to stop them, because there are too few warriors in the capital. Ben Hammer asked Brian to fight the giants in the castle, but now the enemies are here, in the heart of the city. It all looks extremely suspicious, but a man like Brian always has a backup plan. Meanwhile, the battle had already flared up. The capital's guards opened fire to kill. Under no circumstances could the giants be allowed to break through the walls. The problem is that the giant warriors act incredibly cohesively and are clearly carefully prepared for the attack. They kill mercilessly, sparing neither warriors nor ordinary residents. It was clear from the very beginning that the wall would not withstand the onslaught of such powerful titans. One of the giants had already crossed the line, and Abraham realized that everything was about to end in disaster. The giant didn't pay any attention to him. He was attracted by a completely different player. Brian just combined 3 skills and activated Giant Strike. Now his strength could be compared with these terrible creatures, and he was not inferior to them in any way. One blow was enough to throw the giant back beyond the capital. After that, the champion handed the mask to Alice and turned on the recording. It was time to put on a real show. Bloody Skills quickly took control of the giant team. With the help of the speed sword, all enemies were destroyed very quickly. The recording was completed. Now all that was left was to wait for the channel's subscribers to grow. The knights admitted that without the help of these 2 warriors, they would not have been able to hold off the giants. But then they remembered that the guy in front of them was criminal number 1. The prince immediately ran to the scene together with the great swordsman. Abraham felt that now he would have a chance to avenge Mackenzie. Apparently, only Brian remained calm. He stated that if someone wanted to arrest him, he did not object. The prince laughed and said that no one would arrest the hero who saved the capital from the giants. He surprised Abraham and invited the hero to go into the palace to feel a warm welcome. This was exactly the approach the champion expected, but Alice looked surprised. Very soon, they found themselves in the temple, where they were greeted as defenders of the capital. The atmosphere changed dramatically. Brian now felt at home. The prince even apologized for past misunderstandings and said that now everything was fine between them. He ordered that the guest room be immediately prepared and a festive table be set. Just a few hours ago, the champion was considered an invader, but now he has turned into a hero. Abraham did not trust this man and wanted to understand his true intentions. Mackenzie is still reeling from what happened yesterday morning. He needed a drink to relax and get over this shame. Half an hour later, Alice was taking a bath, enjoying delicious wine. They were provided with a VIP level room with their favorite drinks and dishes. The video got a lot of views, and now everyone wanted to know who this ghost girl was and where she came from. Moreover, the prince changed his attitude and was ready to do everything to become friends with the hero. I immediately remembered the conversation with Arun, who hinted that Prince Bayan was a spy for the state. Brian was able to read the man's mind and learn the whole truth. The prince is Muram's spy, but it's best not to tell anyone about it for now. It is necessary to carefully monitor the atmosphere in the palace and maintain a balance of power. Soon the doors of the room opened, and Abraham entered with 2 glasses and a bottle of champagne as a sign of apology. Within minutes, they were talking like old friends, discussing Mackenzie, who was very upset. Brian said that he came to help in the attack on the giant's lair at the request of Benhammer. Hearing this, Abraham seemed to be upset. It seemed like this guy might be another spy who had no interest in the freedom of the state. He is not showing his true intentions at the moment, but he needs to be closely monitored. The state is collapsing along with the greatness of the imperial family. This process began many years ago. Even defeating all enemies will be meaningless without a strong leader. The country will fall apart, and Murim will soon take advantage of this. Brian decided to come out of the shadows and tell the truth. He hinted that he knew about the betrayal of the emperor by the prince and Abraham. It was a shock to the swordsman. He felt that he had just been deeply insulted. The brother asked him to calm down and said that he did not want to fight, but wanted to improve mutual understanding. He understood that for the sake of the country, one could cast aside chivalrous principles and did not blame Abraham. The swordsman made it clear that he had been caught off guard and was indeed working against the empire. He offered the champion much more than Benhammer if he would destroy the giant's lair for the prince. The champion promised to think about it, and the next morning he had already made a decision. He agreed to accept the state commission and promised to destroy the giant's lair. The prince wished him good luck and promised close cooperation upon his return. As soon as the experienced player left the capital, an important conversation began behind his back. The prince didn't care how it all ended. He was going to convey to the boss a request to use Brian and destroy the lair at the first opportunity. In fact, the champion had no intention of playing these dirty games. He will not work for the prince and understands that they are playing unfairly against him. First, he wants to get to the citadel, and only then make decisions about further steps. You need to collect as much information as possible and see the whole picture. Right now, Therese is in the holy state of Ceres. Her light and dark energies combine to create a perfect balance. Nothing like this has ever been seen here, and everyone is studying Teresa with interest from all sides. Archbishop Sabina was especially interested. I understand that Sabina looks strange, but please do not criticize the author of this story. Teresa came here to study the sacred lands. From the very beginning, there were problems due to the companions she arrived with. Geminis are simply not made for a quiet life. They always create chaos around themselves. Teresa is forced to investigate everything that Brian has assigned. She needs a report on a trusted ally because someone is plotting a disaster and is about to attack the 21st floor. Recently, mysterious disappearances have begun to occur throughout the Empire. All the missing were guardians of sacred relics. Due to the military actions, there are almost no people left who can conduct an investigation. Teresa must take control of the case and find the missing priests. She recently contacted a champion who reported that he had discovered a group of giants on the 21st floor. They took advantage of the war between the Empire and Murim, attempting to summon a powerful demon to completely take over the floor. The Holy Empire is very important to Teresa. This is no secret. She values these lands and will do everything to protect them from darkness. That's why Brian sent her to investigate the group of giants and protect the Empire. He promised to send several players to support the investigation. I'm sure if Teresa had known she'd have to work with twins, she would have refused the assignment. But now it's too late to refuse. We'll have to unite with the madmen and tie up all the loose ends. The Empire and Miram take up too much attention, and we forget about the 12th floor of the Tower of Trials. There's still a small skeleton named T-Bone growing in the anthill. He became much stronger thanks to the support of the spirits and the ancient dragon. The ruler began to call his assistant. A few seconds later, T-Bone appeared and showed off his menacing appearance. During all this time, he should have grown into a powerful monster. But something went wrong. He is still too weak, and it is too early to trust him with serious missions. We'll have to give him a simple task, to engage in espionage. Some strange man has been following Brian and Alice for hours, and now T-Bone has to keep an eye on this rat. The little skeleton promised his master to increase his strength. Very soon, he forced the ranger to jump down from the tree and show his face. This man was not alone. He came with serious reinforcements and scared T-Bone. The man in the white cloak is the commander of the White Snake Shadow Corps, Matthias. The Emperor ordered him to bring Brian. He must come and be punished for posing as the Emperor's disciple. This is a great opportunity for T-Bone to show how much he has grown. The same could be said for Alice, who had not smelled blood for a long time. For some reason, Brian asked her not to kill anyone and then raised his head up. He realized that the owner of the hunting dogs, a legendary master, was watching him. Brian pretended to be his student and now must prove to the master what he is capable of. The Dark Dragon wants to make sure that the champion is really as strong as they say. George was also watching the battle closely and hoped that Brian would succeed. To win, you have to be very careful with the White Snake Matthias. He is incredibly dangerous, and the Dark King sent him on this mission for a reason. Matthias has long proven his skills and is considered one of the Master's best warriors. Against such opposition, watching the champions becomes doubly interesting. So far, the best player in the world is not straining himself at all. It is enough for him to constantly dodge for the opponent to lose control of himself. Meanwhile, T-Bone had already destroyed several mercenaries and didn't even break a sweat. An ordinary little skeleton surprises with the skills he acquired in the ant's nest. Alice doesn't even interfere. She was forbidden to kill, and therefore she doesn't want to participate in this children's show. If she had been allowed to bleed, everyone around her would have been destroyed long ago. The White Snakes saw that their partners would no longer help. Matthias was left alone with the tiger. Brian went into berserker mode and was as ruthless as possible. Ice figures completely covered the body of the experienced snake. Only the activation of self-defense helped Madhouse to escape and continue his resistance. He thought the second round would be more successful. It was a big mistake. He should have just fallen on his back and given up so as not to go through this torment. Brian showed the skill Black Skyfear and delivered a blow that was hard to compare to anything. He was ready to finish off the wounded beast, but the master's intervention stopped the beating. The Dark Dragon King asked the champion to stop, apparently surprised, and having earned the master's trust. Alice sensed danger and suggested killing everyone. But for now, it was better not to twitch. The master finally came out of the shadows. It was very interesting. During a virtual reality game, the Trials Tower collapsed and left nothing behind. The Dark King was one of those people Brian could relax and open up to. He was glad to see the Parasite King, also known as Felidor. His characteristics are hidden. It is only known that he is over 70 years old. He gave too stupid an order and underestimated his opponent. The White Snake should not be upset. The champion turned out to be too strong. He easily suppressed all attacks and skillfully launched a counter-offensive. All this time, he kept his main monster under lock and key and was in no hurry to activate Bloody Death. If Alice ever shows true power, even the Parasite King will have a hard time dealing with her. The master called on him to know the player's skills and admitted that he had underestimated him. He had always wondered why George was so excited when remembering the champion. Now it became clear. The master knows that Brian tells everyone that he is his student. At first, he wanted to punish the player, but changed his mind after seeing Brian's black sky. He suggests that the boy give up his stupid phrases and become a real student of the Parasite King. Only a select few receive such an offer. It's like winning the lottery. The White Snake has dreamed of becoming a master's apprentice all his life and finds it hard to bear that Felidor is taking a stranger under his command. Brian is willing to become the Parasite's apprentice, but only if 3 of his conditions are met. No one has ever seen such rudeness here. This guy is definitely crazy. He's clearly crossed the line, and everyone is trying to figure out how the master will react. After a short pause, he smiled wickedly and prepared for the storm. Thanks to his good attitude, Brian thought he had the world under his feet, and it was time to put him in his place. The situation clearly got worse. Alice became nervous. But Brian, on the contrary, smiled. He was not at all nervous and continued to name the conditions, stating that he only wanted a temporary contract without entering into the master's faith. He then said that he wanted to control the shadows and the white serpent for 3 days, which angered the master even more. And then he demanded that George be taken with him. The master had never seen such impudence before. He exploded with anger, like the god of death. Everyone around ran in different directions to avoid being caught in the blast wave. The master gave the player a chance to have the last word before death. Even this did not affect the champion. He continued to smile and play his game. If all conditions are met, he will become Felidor's disciple and fill the missing 13th demon eclipse. The balance of power quickly changed after the champion displayed the power of the black sky. Master has always dreamed of filling the 13th demon eclipse. Now he has a chance. He doesn't understand how the guy found out about this, but he clearly wants to take advantage of the opportunity. After all the horror, peace and grace finally came. The master fell in love with his new student and began to treat him with respect. Felidor ordered his assistants to call Brian Master and listen to his orders for 3 days. After this, it will be possible to officially confirm the status of the student and master. All this time, George was carefully watching what was happening and analyzing Brian. He used to hate him for lying about being the Emperor's disciple, but now he really became one. He is still absurd, and now George will be pleased to accompany him again. The White Snake had better calm down, otherwise he'll start having problems again. There remains one more ally to be found before the attack on the Giant's fortress. Brian prepares carefully for the battle. Realizing that success did not come easy, he needs to be as prepared as possible. The heat near the western gate of the Giant's fortress is unbearable today. Even the most powerful spells cannot penetrate the slightest breach in the defense. Count Javier, the commander-in-chief of the army, is very unhappy about this. He orders again and again to go forward and destroy the barrier. So far, all attempts have been unsuccessful, but sooner or later the barrier must weaken. Only a few knights managed to penetrate to the other side of the barrier. They found themselves trapped among huge giants. To be stuck in front of such a barrier is like selling your soul to the devil. Blood and suffering await all who get there. Giants grew up among the magic of the world tree. They are not only susceptible to curses, but also incredibly strong and powerful. The giants consider themselves special because it was the world tree that chose them. Ruth believes that only giants are worthy of ruling this Tower of Trials. Today she came to check the results of her new student's training. Marcus must show what he learned in the world of Mirim. He didn't expect to find himself so quickly in a place where thousands of warriors die every day. Brian saw that his close ally had gone over to the enemy's side. It was a blow to his heart, and he is not going to turn a blind eye to it. He approached George with a favor. The warrior must complete the first task of his commander. In the evening, Marcus was quietly cultivating in his tent. He tried to find inner harmony and understand the resources of his body. He was taught by a new master, who turned out to be alive, despite the legends and rumors. Marcus sensed a foreign aura in the tent and immediately dealt a death blow. He ordered the one who dared to appear without permission to come out of the shadows and show his face. George warned that he had not come for battle, but to deliver a message from his master. Brian had already heard that Marcus had gone over to Mirim's side, and this news had hurt him greatly. If the stalker returns and reports all available information about Mirim, everything will end with the usual punishment. But if he really has gone over to the dark side, Teresa will find out about it very soon. As punishment, the champion is ready to cut Marcus apart and hang him upside down right in the center of Seoul. Out of respect for the past, he may leave him only underwear, although this is also questionable. Marcus went berserk like a watchdog and had yet another reason to kill the champion. By this time, Brian had completed his preparations and moved into active action. Tonight, he storms the giant's fortress using his most serious skills. Now let's move inside the giant's fortress and see how the attack unfolds. Giants consider humans to be pathetic and completely underestimate their strength. One of the patrolmen walks along the fortress, peering into the dark corners. He notices a small skeleton trying to sneak into the castle. As the giant approached, a talented player appeared next to him. He calmly passed through the barrier's resistance and emerged from the shadows. The giant was frozen with horror and didn't even have time to call for help. The World Tree Tutorial constantly senses how people from all over the Empire are trying to break through its barriers. Now she is talking to the Titan, who assures her not to worry. According to him, no one would dare to break through the maternal barrier. Even if they succeed, they will be dealt with by the Giant King, the boss of the 21st floor, Azog. He addresses the children of the World Tree and says that the insignificant humans dared to attack their mother. This hurts him because the future of the Tree Giants is at risk. If a great nation unites, it can defend its lands and destroy the enemy. The king calls on his brothers to prepare for war and to go forward without fear of death. If the enemy holds the blockade, the giants will begin to die of hunger. But it doesn't matter. Mother is on their side, always ready to help. One of her children suddenly appeared at the World Tree without permission. As soon as he entered the sacred temple, he immediately lost consciousness and collapsed. Everyone rushed to defend the territory, and that is why the champion was able to overcome the barrier and enter the shrine. Only giants could enter here. but Brian used one of them to cheat the system. The World Tree activates the summoning and calls upon the soldiers of Paradise Lost to help. She orders a person to pay a high price for breaking the rules. The player knew that there was a strong connection between the outer and inner barriers of the World Tree. It takes so much energy that it is impossible to use them simultaneously. Double protection does not work. Brian plans to take advantage of this and test Toriel's power. One fire strike was enough to demonstrate its power. Now Toriel must choose, because she cannot hold both barriers at once. Either you have to give up the fortress walls to the people of the 21st floor or lose to the champion. He seemed crazy to her, but he clearly knew what he was doing. At this time, a bloody massacre was taking place in the catacombs of the Holy Empire. The twins exterminated the undead as if they were born for this task. Teresa also took part in the massacre, but there was not a drop of joy on her face, all because the remains of fallen paladins turned into undead soldiers. This is an abnormal situation and needs to be corrected urgently. In the midst of the battle, Brian contacted Teresa to clarify the situation. He ordered to destroy all the undead and then go to the Holy Empire for help from the paladins. The enemy had already been in the catacombs and acted faster than expected. Judging by the gentleman's reaction, Teresa realized that the situation was much more serious than it seemed. At that moment, a stinking skeleton crept up on her, thirsty for fresh blood. Teresa managed to turn around and grabbed him by the throat. The twins laughed happily, showing how happy they were. This meant that Teresa had awakened Tierra, changed tactics, and ordered the extermination of all evil spirits. Now let's return to Brian, who continues to fight with the spirits of the World Tree. The King of the Giants just found out about everything. His mother told him the truth. If the Morning Barrier is not activated, White Jade will be in danger. White Jade is the essence that contains the power of the Mother and cannot be lost under any circumstances. But if Mother disables the outer barrier, the Empire's soldiers and Morim will break into the fortress. The king promised to sort this out and help Mother in her hour of need. In the Murim camp to the east of the Giants' fortress, no one was sleeping either. The soldiers were ordered to attack the fortress, although none of them wanted to die. They were surprised to find that they passed through the barrier without feeling the slightest resistance. The barrier was removed, and Murim had a chance to show his full power. The one who craves this most is the Holy Sword Marcus, who has trained for a long time and has become a completely different warrior. Seconds later, he was already crushing giants with his death blade. It's not every day that you get to see a man defeat creatures capable of overwhelming the strongest people on the continent. The swordsman has reached a new level, and that cannot be denied. Without barriers, the fortress will soon fall, and the Empire will not hesitate. It became clear that the barrier had not fallen by accident, and Marcus understood whose doing it was. Brian is busy with something in the heart of the tree. It remains only to find out his plans. By this time, Toriel had activated the inner barrier at full power. By turning off the external one, she received a huge supply of excess energy. Brian felt all of his base stats plummeting. These curses cannot be removed even by an experienced player's barriers. Toriel defended herself with all her might, and it would have been foolish not to prepare for this. The mind game began. The champion showed that he was not afraid of the power of the World Tree. Only a child born under the blessing of Jade can survive in such inhumane conditions. The player reminded that activating the internal barrier is too expensive. Because of this, the children of the sacred tree are dying outside, and this cannot continue forever. Toriel always believed that all living beings in this realm were subject to her control. Let's see what she says when Brian activates Anubis's judgment. Toriel's powers were immediately halved and her skills were blocked for a full minute. She claimed that no one could get rid of her curse. That's why Brian brought with him the undead, who are immune to any disease. The chosen opponent, T-Bon, instantly transformed into a great Death Knight. He was full of energy and eager to prove his usefulness to his master. The white jade is hidden inside the shell, and the owner ordered it to be brought immediately. Toriel desperately tried to stop this, but it seemed she was already losing control of the situation. Her curse proved powerless. The player foresaw every step and outwitted her. Now she was left without her sacred power, deprived of the jade. It seemed that nothing could disrupt the champion's plans. But it is precisely at moments like these that everything usually goes wrong, and today was no exception. Everyone forgot about the King of the Giants, who promised his mother to solve all problems. With one blow, he threw back the Death Knight and picked up his exhausted mother. The outer barrier went up again, and by then thousands of soldiers had gathered around the fortress. They all felt unbearable pain, fell to their knees, and were unable to move. The giants felt the new blessing of the mother and gained confidence in victory. Brian also sighed easier. Toriel removed the internal barrier because the King of the Giants was nearby. Switching barriers required colossal expenditures of energy. Even the most powerful being in the world couldn't spend that much mana without consequences. You will have to fight without the protection of a barrier with the experienced and incredibly powerful Azog, a giant with whom few in the world can compare in strength and endurance. Brian would only be able to copy the skill of such a monster if he could defeat it with his own power and win the duel without using a sword or spear. T-Bon decided not to interfere, as the champion intended to test himself personally in this battle. By this time, not only the warriors of Morim and the Empire, but also other participants in the upcoming events had gathered near the fortress. There were masked men here preparing to perform a mysterious ceremony, behind which stood the main organization. The secret room on the 15th floor has still not been revealed, although all the relics from the 21st have already taken their places. Gawain is frustrated by the failure of his plan and is now forced to act in an improvised manner. However, in the end it doesn't matter. What they planned will still be realized. As soon as the ceremony began, they immediately ran into serious problems. A swordsman emerged from the forest thicket, and he had no intention of standing idle and just watching. George came here to put an end to any manifestations of dark magic. He began to destroy all participants of the ritual, trying to delay the awakening of the devil. At that very moment, Brian and the giant were preparing to engage in mortal combat. The king of the giants swore to avenge the desecration of the sacred temple. He instantly activated Giant Strike, showing that his power could not be underestimated. Brian was ready for the attack, repelled it, and prepared to unleash his own potential. The player deliberately chose a dangerous path, not to use weapons during the fight. All this is necessary to amaze the giant and obtain his skill of unimaginable power. The champion struck again and again and did not feel defenseless, even without his usual sword or spear. By this time, the king realized that before him stood a man of exceptional strength and courage. He mistakenly assumed that the people who attacked the giants outside the fortress were Brian's allies. In reality, he acts alone and is not interested in either Morim or the Empire. Having activated the Heavenly Demon Emperor's mastery, the champion prepared to put an end to the battle. His blow reached its maximum power and pierced the giant's defense completely. World Tutorial saw for the first time how Azog was inferior to someone in physical strength and martial arts. There are only two ways to clear this floor: get the White Jade of Tariel or defeat the boss. Brian decides for himself how exactly to pass the floor, and freedom of choice remains with him. The giant felt that the divine tree beetles would soon run out of strength and stop helping him. He realized that he had to use White Jade to somehow restrain the player's power. Having absorbed some of the energy, the giant became even stronger and entered Berserker mode. Over the next hour, his strength and speed will double with each passing moment. Toriel ordered her soldiers to protect her until complete safety was ensured. The Berserker rushed forward, thirsting for revenge for everything he had experienced. He unleashed a furious cyclone on the champion, comparable to the action of a giant blender on juicy fruit. A simple man would have long ago become a bloody freshman, but Brian stood firm and did not flinch. He used his vampire's bloody skills to repel this crazy blow of fate. It became clear that in order to win, you would have to combine several skills into a single deadly combo. After a brief moment of thought, the champion used Colossus Strike in conjunction with Claws that hide the moon. He activated the third True Star restriction in combination with the White Beast skill. The system warned that there would be consequences for attempting to recreate the power of a higher being. But that didn't stop Brian. His magical energy had reached an extreme level, and he didn't care about the consequences that would come. The Titan dealt a crushing blow, but did not see the man fly apart under its onslaught. On the contrary, the giant's blade was stopped at the last moment by the hand of God. The right grave hand has been successfully activated, although due to limitations, only 10% of its power can be reproduced. Power ratings have increased fivefold, albeit for a limited time. Brian has less than 5 minutes left to tear the giant apart. It was the first time Toriel had seen a human use the power of a high-class being, and she knew that this guy was special. The giant had no chance left. Despite his size, he felt like an ant in front of a man. The floor boss just signed his own death warrant, and the judge is ready to announce the verdict. Outside the sacred zone, the fighting continued. For a moment, the warriors of Mirim stopped, mesmerized by the unimaginable spectacle. Right before them stood a giant king in a berserker rage. He just took a hit from a divine force and flew out of the sacred temple. Everything happened so large-scale and quickly that it will be impossible to forget this moment. Marcus had never seen such power and was afraid to even imagine who was capable of such a thing. And then he realized it was Brian, wielding a colossal weapon and all-consuming power. His blows were like the touch of death itself. The boss of the 21st floor didn't have a single chance. He didn't even resist. All witnesses of what happened were speechless. They just gaped silently, amazed by what they saw. The spirits gathered around the vampire princess were also afraid to even come close. Only Alice took it all in stride. She always knew that her leader knew no limits. Sometimes Brian is in a good-natured mood and puts on a show of strength for the whole world to see. Today is exactly such a day. The champion decided to remind everyone who's the main favorite in the tower. His attacks looked different. Instead of cold precision, they were filled with pure fury and unstoppable power. The king of the giants fell before the eyes of his vast army. Marcus dreamed of hardening himself in Mirim and reaching the level of his opponent, but he realized that this was unattainable. Deep down, he had always suspected it, but today his doubts had disappeared completely. The Berserker mode was deactivated, and Azog was never able to unleash the power of his ancestors. He began to bleed internally, and he admitted that it was the most crushing defeat of his life. The boss was destroyed, finally giving up the title of king due to his own weakness. The skill copy conditions are met, and Brian can now activate the Berserker power at any time. Toriel remembered how she first came to these lands and created a paradise where no one could harm her family. Now everything turned out differently. The giants fell under the pressure of external forces, and the goddess was unable to protect them in any way. Her will was broken, and she no longer intended to resist. Brian promised that everything would end as quickly as possible. He was tense and extremely focused. The Imperial troops were confident that they had won. They decided to capture the citadel and plant their flags on it. Muram's warriors were in no hurry. Many were wounded and did not know how to proceed. Not all the giants died, but after the king's fall, their confidence was reduced to a minimum. Brian turned to those in the citadel and ordered them to get away. It was his fortress now. Count Javier mistakenly believed that they were allies, but this turned out to be a fatal mistake. If he wants to stay alive and have a quiet dinner of donuts and milk tonight, he better run and not look back. The very next day, the giants had to get used to the new king, a huge troll named Klaus. To strengthen the alliance between the giants, Brian called on his old friend. As the leader of the trolls, he knew the methods of hardening soldiers very well. Together with the World Tree, they restored the base, and the giants vowed not to attack or destroy Jade again. Toriel went to meet the champion and agreed to a truce. Brian made a lot of videos, and his financial reserves increased. Now, he has become much richer and can stop worrying about money for a long time. Many guilds felt the approach of a crisis. No one had ever encountered such an insane force before. They all began to tremble with fear, as if they had lost all rights in front of one person. For his victory, Brian received a gift from the system, a giant soldier's sword. He already had too many weapons like this. He was counting on something more interesting. After the fight, he was visited by Andrea, who also heard about her master's triumph. All that remained was to contact Teresa to bring all plans to completion. George has already conveyed all the instructions of the Imperial Champion and Miriam. If they want to fight for the Citadel, they will have to give up their claims and send ambassadors here tomorrow. The Empire labeled Brian a traitor, and Miriam demanded that Marcus be present at the negotiating table, despite his objections. The stalker should have been punished long ago, because betrayal is no different from a stab in the back. During a fierce battle, George managed to take away from the wizards a mysterious relic surrounded by an aura of strange faith. This thing is extremely unpredictable, and any careless handling of it can lead to catastrophic consequences. Brian reminded his comrades that this was far from the end, it was just the beginning. Now their power will emanate from this place, and they will have to constantly defend the new point of support. The Empire or any other state can attack at any time, and we are not only talking about the inhabitants of this level. Everyone feels like they've gotten too close to creatures they'd rather never come into contact with. To secure the first point, tomorrow you will have to act quickly, and today you will have to test the capabilities of your team. A sparring session began between all team members and their leader. Brian activated the Demon King's sword and prepared to give a real masterclass. The fight turned out to be legendary, although its outcome remained undisclosed. The long-awaited meeting took place the next morning. The forces of the Empire and Murim have arrived to present themselves to the new ruler of the Citadel. The Giant's Fortress is the only place on the floor where armies can move without restrictions. In the event of a war, this is a key point, and both sides are ready to do anything to get it. Javier was still arrogant, acting as if he was the boss here. It's time to show him that his word means nothing now. The Citadel belongs to Brian, and the sooner Javier realizes this, the better for him. The champion's power made everyone present shudder and feel insignificant. The only one who controls what is happening is Brian, and therefore it is he who dictates the terms. The conditions are simple. By tomorrow, they must prepare proposals that could interest the new owner of the Citadel. If they can't come up with a worthy option, they won't get access to the fortress. After the Citadel fell into Brian's hands, the war between the Empire and Murim ceased. If the prince captures the fortress, he will certainly take advantage of this advantage and raise a rebellion. The fate of an entire state changed due to the appearance of just one person. After the negotiations, Brian went to the sacred tree to share his observations. He recounted how the negotiations had gone, and then noticed something unusual. Before him stood tiny children who were destined to soon grow into mighty giants. They were called the children of the next generation, born from the power of white jade. Toriel immediately remembered the day the Citadel fell. She expected Brian to destroy her, but that didn't happen. Instead, he gave her a chance, and she promised to raise these children to protect the new order. King Azog will find a new life, and everything will go in a different direction. White Jade has many hidden powers that even Brian doesn't know about yet. Now he will have his own army of giants, which he can use for his own purposes. George, who had changed his image and became like a mummy at the request of the leader, brought the swordsman to him for negotiations. Brian and Marcus were left alone, trying to understand the champion's true desires. The question was simple. Why did Marcus join the Murim, the ones who once drove Teresa into a deadly trap? For the sake of his goals, he betrayed many and went over to their side despite the fact that many people died. Now he wanted to find out if it was possible to defeat Brian and become the strongest in the tower. Months of grueling training were over, and the stalker was ready to show what he had learned. Brian didn't mind. He was looking forward to the opportunity to demonstrate his superiority again. Both always strove for first place, for the summit accessible only to the gods of Olympus. Stalker was constantly lagging behind, but today he was sure that the streak of bad luck would end. He immediately demonstrated the new technique and rushed forward into the created space. But after months of training, he still didn't become smarter, remaining the same, naive and reckless. His attacks are easy to predict. He acts according to a template and never improvises. Yes, the strength has increased, but it is not enough to reach the top. Marcus demonstrated the 10th strategy of the soul pendulum. He believed that the technique he received from the master would help him overcome the cherished barrier. The natural fury fell upon the champion of the Tower of Trials, who was not afraid for a moment. None of Marcus's attacks hit their target. It was a complete failure. No matter how hard he tried, his blows were unable to touch his opponent. At first, he poured out all his anger in desperate screams and blows. Then his strength left him, and he fell to his knees, sobbing from powerlessness and unable to come any closer to victory. Marcus tried everything. He trained furiously and even went over to the enemy side. But nothing helped, and now it was painful to look at him. Brian sat down next to him, admitting that he was impressed by the level 10 soul pendulum technique. He tried to encourage the swordsman and explained that the reason for his defeats was his excessive haste. Constantly chasing sensations will not lead to success. You need to learn to live in the present moment and act consciously. Actions must be measured and precise, and Brian is willing to help despite their past differences. This act of generosity brought tears of gratitude to Marcus. The stalker remembered their past fights back in the era of the virtual game. Back then, he was always in a hurry and tried to win by speed alone. He gained strength only at the moment when he stopped thinking about victory. Just enjoying the moment, he entered a state in which he became an undefeated champion. It turned out that all this time he had been hindering himself, and only now did it become obvious. It's time to stop crying and get back on the path to the top. The stalker thanked the one he had hated all his life. Anyone who thinks that Brian helped him out of pure altruism is deeply mistaken. In fact, all this was necessary to copy the latest stalker technology. The copy conditions are met, and now Brian can even repeat the opponent's future moves. After settling all the issues, he called the stalker closer. Betrayal does not go unpunished. Such are the laws of the Citadel. The usual calm reigned in the Marine dormitory, only a slight anxiety hovered in the air due to the upcoming uncertainty. Ruth thought that Marcus had returned to training, but when she saw him, she forgot all her plans. He was wearing a penitent maid costume, punishment for betraying the champion. The picture looked impressive. Even in Murim, where there are plenty of men with long hair, such outfits were not worn. Ruth decided to turn a blind eye to the student's strange hobby, believing that everyone has the right to self-expression. Meanwhile, let's return to the wizards who never completed their mission. Today they again offered prayers to the devil, hiding in the depths of the cave. Brian had collected a lot of information and was now able to summon the demon. This could turn out to be a disaster if the champion decides to take advantage of this opportunity. The wizards rush to seize the initiative and establish contact with the demon world. To do this, a sacrifice must be made during the ritual. Gawain was merciless and sacrificed all the wizards who were nearby. He decided to act on his own, seeking to destroy the greatest devilish dynasty. He begged to wipe the place off the face of the earth and give him a chance to become the king of the tower. The passage to the demon world opened, and the key leaked onto the 21st floor. The Crown of Thorns pilgrimage answered the call. It had been in the Citadel all this time. None of the inhabitants of the level understood what was happening. Everyone sensed an impending threat and fell into panic. A monstrous creature emerged from the rift of another portal. Only the most experienced warriors realized that this was the beginning of the end. Everyone in the Citadel received an urgent warning about the arrival of the Devil's family. Those who wanted to save themselves had no choice but to run without looking back. There was no question of resistance. There was no chance of survival. Brian looked worried but not surprised. It seemed that he always had a premonition of this danger, although he hoped until the end that the disaster would not happen. He turned to the Divine Tree, asking her to listen carefully. The most powerful demons will be here soon, and the champion will need Toriel's barrier. She trusted him and activated all the power she had available. All protective barriers concentrated their power on a strictly defined territory. A fierce struggle began, with the pressure on the barrier growing with every second. The demonic spawn rushed into this world, promising to destroy every inhabitant of the floor. Either they will succeed in stopping the monster, or they will fall in madness and fear. The demon sensed the familiar presence of his fellows and was about to find them. Today it didn't matter who you were, a warrior of the Empire, a fighter of Murim, or a guard of the Citadel. Everyone turned out to be equal and must unite to prevent the demon from taking over reality. The ice hell demon named Jasmine has finally shown her true colors. Meanwhile, a rift also appeared in the holy state, leading to the other world. The relic responded to the blade soaked in holy blood and opened the gates to the world of the dead. From them came a demon of the endless hell named Shendu. Only the twins were happy about his appearance, declaring that now the real fun would begin. Teresa was in no mood for jokes. The demon could tear her to pieces with one glance. Suddenly, she felt a heavy hand on her shoulder. The archbishop was nearby. They were all fully prepared and swore to defend the sacred land to the end. The children of light must unite and show the demon that no one is waiting for him here. The players and holy knights rushed to attack. A grand battle was ahead. Within seconds of the demon's appearance, dozens of warriors died in agony. Abraham tried in vain to organize a defense, but the army did not obey him. Panic reigned everywhere. The demon from the upper floors was too strong even for the divine tree. If it weren't for the barriers, the citadel's inhabitants would have burned to death in a matter of seconds. The only thing that saved them was that a tiny skeleton sold fire resistance potions, which gave the knights a chance to survive. Brian went out into the street with a fearless maid, inspiring confidence in people. He maintained his usual calm, although his companion puzzled everyone. Marcus felt uncomfortable in his punishment outfit and would now think twice before betraying his leader. It's time to take action. When Brian saw the crown of thorns of pilgrimage, he immediately knew that a demon would appear. The only thing he didn't expect was that it would be Andre from the upper levels of the tower. In the distance, a portal swirled, connected to the magical world from which the demons drew endless power. While the portal was open, it was impossible to destroy the monsters. Only the barrier allowed everyone to still breathe. But sooner or later the barrier will collapse, and it will become impossible to contain the demon. The champion sent a special group to destroy the portal's magic. All that was left was to hope that they would be able to complete the task. Finding the source of magic in such a vast territory will be extremely difficult. The 21st floor is huge, and now we can only rely on the instincts of the ancient dragon. Meanwhile, Andre summoned assassins, intending to incinerate all the villages of the floor. From underground, Brian addressed the survivors, declaring the start of a war to enslave the demonic killers. Those who show the most diligence will receive additional points in the upcoming auctions. His words are addressed to the Empire and Marim. They need to prove that their cooperation with the Citadel is worth something. Today they will have to unite, otherwise the whole struggle will lose its meaning. Just yesterday, the Empire and Marim fought each other, spilling blood on the lands of the continent. Today they fight shoulder to shoulder against demonic forces. This is the effect of the champion's charisma. Brian, as always, turned out to be the most far-sighted, and no one was surprised by his cunning anymore. Now both armies fought together, occasionally drinking potions given to them by the skeleton. Thanks to this, Brian automatically received all the experience for killing demons. This made him stronger quickly, and he didn't need to actively intervene in the fight. The Swordmaster wanted to prove that he had become much calmer and more confident. He charged forward, allowing his enemies to surround him with the flames of hell. The champion decided that he would never hear about the Stalker again and mentally said goodbye to him. But his joy was premature. Stalker survived, having activated the Soul Pendulum Sword, although he lost his spectacular outfit. Now he felt the long-awaited freedom and wanted to prove that it was too early to write him off. It was not worth calling him a woman. With such a physique, he deserved the nickname Apollo. After the battle, he returned to his previous appearance, once again wearing his favorite clothes. To avoid becoming prey to the demons, he and Brian had to help the knights hold back the onslaught. Fierce battles were also taking place in other corners of the floor. Not everywhere was the fire raging. Jasmine preferred the cold, and her frost was more terrible than any flame. Brian knew what was happening and tried to somehow change the course of events. Everything was moving too fast, and Andre's level did not allow his skills to be copied. To replicate his power, you'd have to endure a direct attack, almost the kiss of death. Drake is a devil of tribal hell, a blood relative of the great devil Guntafor. Toriel was gradually losing energy reserves and barrier strength. She confessed to Brian that she was no longer able to hold back the demon's onslaught. The barrier was crumbling, and it was clear from the start that it was only a matter of time. But she at least managed to stop the monster from the underworld. This was enough for the knights to prepare and unite their forces for the decisive battle. Now Brian intended to demonstrate his power using ice energy. He chained Andre with ice and heavy weights, hoping to stop him at least for a little while. This gave Stalker a chance to activate the Dance of the Soul Pendulum Sword. It was one of the few techniques he had mastered in Morim, and this time the technique worked. The demon suffered, but managed to deal with the shackles. He melted them with his heat and vowed to destroy everything connected to the inhabitants of the 21st floor. The Stalker found himself trapped and realized that he would not have time to dodge the blow. He was saved at the last moment. Good forces pulled him towards themselves, and he avoided the fate of a fried nugget. The savior turned out to be the White Serpent, who arrived with a detachment to also challenge the demon. The champion asked him to evacuate everyone who would be in mortal danger. Whether they like it or not, today they are all one team, even old enemies. This happens once a century, and is always associated with an invasion of demonic forces from hell. The ancient tree was burning, and Toriel could not bear the sight. She knew that her children were there, and they needed to be saved before they burned alive. To contain the flames, Brian activated the sword graveyard. But even the maximum concentration of energy in the weapon was not enough to extinguish the heat. It was necessary to summon the Spirit of Fire, a master in the art of fighting with flame. The direct hit was withstood, which means the champion was able to copy Andre's ability. He was sure that he was fighting a demon, fighting shoulder to shoulder with the rest of the warriors on the floor. But this turned out to be a delusion. The enemy had been waiting all this time for the moment to strike in the back. It turned out to be Namgung, who had been waiting for his moment for a long time. He used the flying swallow sword technique, spinning a deadly tornado. Only Cersei's barrier saved the champion from a mortal wound. Ruth begged her friend to stop, otherwise the demon would incinerate everything around. But Namgung told her to shut up and said that everything that was happening was the will of the champion himself. He insisted that the demon attack was staged and now was the chance to get rid of Brian. The Elven Forest, the explosion in Beijing, and the attack on the Citadel are all links in the same chain. Brian has been constantly forcing Namgung to lose, and today is the time for payback. The champion had not foreseen such a betrayal and was now forced to improvise, preparing for a new threat. Namgung called him a real devil who should be executed, and this was partly true. His blade was about to cut off the enemy's head, but George intervened at the last moment, preventing blood from being spilled. He considered Namgung a madman who decided to fight the wrong opponent. But Namgung didn't care about other people's opinions and demanded that they step aside. He begged George to come to his senses and realized that Brian was not who he claimed to be. Namgung claimed that the champion knew too much about the tower and was hiding the source of his knowledge. Brian didn't reveal all his cards, only promised that he would tell everything when the time came. He called George his close person, and perhaps that is why the swordsman follows his king without hesitation, not doubting his purity. For Namgung, such words sounded like mockery, and he, seething with rage, rushed into battle again. All this time, Ruth watched the battle silently, her face expressing deep displeasure. No matter how much Namgung hated Brian, the time and place of the battle could not be ignored. Now it was the champion who controlled the course of events, and killing him was unacceptable. While Ruth was pondering this, little T-Bone shot her with a needle laced with a sleeping poison. A few seconds later, she sank limply to the ground, plunging into unconsciousness. The small skeleton placed her on a stretcher and carried her away in an unknown direction. Meanwhile, the fight between the two swordsmen continued with the same fury. George had to deal with Namgung and give his master time to focus on the real threat. One attack of the demon had already been repelled, although it had required the expenditure of a huge amount of energy. Now, all that was left was to rely on the group of girls who had set out to search for the portal. If they don't close it, the 21st floor is doomed. Having found the right place, they came face to face with the problem. The terrible necromancy made every effort to stop Andrea and her companions. The boss of the 5th floor was given a second chance at life and strived to reach his full potential. With her actions, she wanted to repay Brian for his help and put an end to the crazy fanatics. The skill, Sentence, was activated, enhanced by the technique of the Holy Scripture. Andrea trained for a long time, honing her mastery of magic, and now her finest hour has come. She no longer had to hide her skills or spare her opponents. Today everything was acceptable. While she was fighting the necromancy, Alice got a chance to close the terrible portal from the abyss. The activation of the destruction spell should have worked instantly, and no one could interfere with it. The connection with the demon world was quickly cut off, which gave hope. Now the monsters could not draw energy from their universe, which meant there was a chance for victory. After long hours of fighting, the twins Casey and Judro were still smiling, although their smiles had faded. They were exhausted to the limit, and each subsequent blow from the demon became more and more difficult for them. Only the support of the Archbishop kept them on the brink of life and death. The Archbishop had no intention of capitulating and refused to break his oath to the gods of the White Light. Teresa also remained on the battlefield, waiting for the moment for the decisive blow. All this time, she hid in the shadows, accumulating strength to activate Divine Fall. After all, a paladin is created to cast demonic creatures back into the depths of hell. Her blow was so powerful that for a moment it seemed that the demon's defense was broken. But this was only a brief weakness. The enemy was still standing on its feet and had no intention of retreating. Even having lost contact with the other world, he still had too much strength. Teresa decided to take a desperate step, ignoring her sister's objections. She was ready to sacrifice all her energy just to protect the sacred land. For some, this place meant nothing, but for Teresa, it became a true home. She was ready to give her life and do everything to prevent the encroachment of darkness. The other monsters also learned about the break in communication with the demon world. They felt like they were deprived of their energy, although even this strength would have been enough for victory. Demons have always considered people to be small bugs, and this is where they were mistaken. When the portal closed, their bodies began to rapidly shrink in size. Brian and his allies realized that this was their chance to turn the tide of the battle. Now the gap in power has narrowed, and a completely different game has begun. Two master swordsmen accepted the challenge and prepared for battle. Those who were not prepared for the heat instantly fell, engulfed in flames. Brian ordered the death squad to retreat and carry all the wounded off the battlefield. Together with Marcus, they once again unite to bring justice. No matter what happened between them, at the decisive moment, they always fought side by side. Andre admired the tenacity of his opponents, asking them not to die too early so that he could enjoy the battle. The demon had not fought in the real world for a long time and felt more alive than ever. His power remained, his speed increased, but his health reserve was no longer infinite. Now, he couldn't maintain his power level through the demonic world. Any wound became a serious problem for him. As for other monsters, the players now had a real chance of success. Teresa felt that she could no longer contain the dark entity. She gave in to Tiana's body, allowing her to challenge the devil. Now she was more like Brian than ever, going through a similar moment. Now they will either stop the madness or give their lives for the dream. Watching the battle was like wandering through the halls of the Louvre. It was like contemplating art that would one day become legendary. Tiana moved so easily as if she had descended from the heavens and did not know the force of gravity. The demon made desperate attempts to stop her. He even summoned from the depths of the earth a monster that inspired primal horror. The paladin didn't pay him the slightest attention. Her endless interweaving technique worked flawlessly. The terrible creature crumbled into dozens of pieces, and not without the help of the twins. They considered it an honor to fight alongside this woman and called her the Dark Goddess of the Sword. Tiana has proven once again that her skills are beyond comparison, even with Teresa's. But fierce battles were also raging in the Citadel. There was not only a battle with demons, but also a duel between two warriors of Murim. Namgung and George were still figuring out who was the strongest. Namgung took the initiative and felt that he was close to victory. Anger still boiled within him. He could not forgive George for his disobedience. And he continued to fight for Brian, despite their recent acquaintance. There was something inexplicably attractive about the champion of the Tower of Trials. Everyone who came into contact with him or observed his actions experienced the same feeling. His passion was difficult to understand, and at times, he seemed overly cruel. But everyone tried to fight on his side for one simple reason. Being with him means almost certain victory. This is probably why George continued the fight, not caring about the difference in strength. The fact that he fought shoulder to shoulder with Brian gave him confidence in the final victory. Now all attention was focused on Andre, who was no longer so confident in himself. Just recently he felt invincible, but now he was tormented by doubts. Having lost the nourishment of the demonic world, the monster began to gradually shrink. The strongest opponents united and attacked him using ancient divine techniques. Step by step they forced him to retreat and resort to a terrible technique called Fiery Hell. The players found themselves transported to another world, an illusion. Here the enemy's stats increased and demonic killers appeared everywhere. The swordsman felt trapped, surrounded by death and despair. The heat in the demonic hell was unbearable. There was a catastrophic lack of air. But despite everything, the players did not think of giving up. For them, destroying dozens of ordinary monsters was not difficult. The main thing is not to forget about Andre and to save strength for the decisive battle. Marcus took the initiative, buying Brian time. He distracted the hordes of monsters while the champion prepared to strike Andre. They had used this trick before, and now it was supposed to work again. Marcus had to stay behind since he was the only one with the battlefield selection skill. This technique transported enemies into an illusory world from which it was difficult to escape. The champion understood that the demon would summon new monsters and everything would start all over again. He had to copy Marcus's skill and try to create an illusion within an illusion. It sounded crazy even for a demon of Andre's level. Brian couldn't believe that the enemy was stuck only on the 40th floor and mocked him. Because of this, his determination to prove who the true champion of the tower was doubled. But before we see this crazy fight, let's return to the Holy Region. Here, every participant in the battle is exhausted and can barely stand on his feet. The demon is still alive, although the monster he summoned has already been destroyed. Tiana amazed the enemy so much that he decided to get rid of her as soon as possible, fearing that she would destroy the foundation of the demonic world. He imagined himself as the keeper of the balance of the floors, as if he were the true ruler of hell. Just now, he activated the special skill Dark Frightening Sky, but the seal of death dealt the demon an unexpected, crushing blow. Behind this blow stood a master who had been searching for Teresa all over the continent for a long time. Tiana immediately realized that he had come here at the request of the champion of the Tower of Trials. He intended to arrive from the very beginning, but was delayed due to the battle with the ice monster in Murim. That enemy has already been destroyed, and now it is time to cleanse the holy domain. The demonic bull naively believed that he would be allowed to leave alive today, but after what he has done, only the end of all torment is in store for him. Master Parasite activated the Dark Frightening Sky on the 21st floor map, and from the very first attack, the legendary demon fell, never having conquered the Holy Land. It was truly beautiful. Only true masters are capable of such things. Now let's get back to Brian and his fight with Andre. Marcus removed the restriction of his spiritual world to see what was happening, but he didn't have time. The champion had already taken the demon into a new illusion. This spiritual world was called the Lonely Tower Peak. Andre was here for the first time and felt like he was being driven into unknown worlds. He was sure that his own illusion was impenetrable until he realized that the champion had been hiding his true power all this time. At this point, Marcus decided to join in and merge his spiritual world with Brian's illusion. Thus, a new area of the unknown world was born. This unique spiritual world was created to seal away the demon from the underworld forever. The stats of all the players increased sharply, which was felt as a slight tingling sensation in the fingertips. But the characteristics of the innate monster, on the contrary, fell, all thanks to the strongest illusion. The demon refused to believe that his spiritual world was destroyed by two ordinary people from Earth, but he had to come to terms with reality. Otherwise, a quick and painful end awaited him. Brian asked Marcus to remember all the hard battles he had ever experienced. All of these experiences were supposed to come together and allow him to feel like a new god of swordsmanship. They activated the Song of the Sword, combined their skills, and went on the attack. The synchronization level increased to the limit, and the demon encountered unimaginable power. His defense cracked under the onslaught of multiple blows that he was unable to parry. Before the fight, Marcus recalled his teacher's words about the way of the swordsman. The mentor taught him to direct the rhythm, movements, and breathing of the opponent against him. With the swords completely fused, it's now much easier to gain an advantage. The demon quickly realized that today was clearly not his day. He fought like a proud lion who should have been put to rest long ago. At that moment, the 11th Soul Pendulum Sword technique was born. It was not just a combination of skills. The world witnessed the birth of something unknown. The demon suffered a crushing defeat. All his illusions collapsed in an instant. Within a few seconds, the devil's magical energy disappeared from the 21st floor. Nimgung looked up at the sky, and for a few more moments, he was unable to utter a word. Deep down, he admitted that the Tower King had surpassed all expectations and defeated the spawn of hell. But rage overwhelmed him, and he decided to kill George anyway, despite the senselessness of this step. His blow would have reached its target, and if not for his fanatical technique, everything around would have been covered in blood. At the last moment, Andrea intervened to save George. She activated the protective barrier and hugged him as if they were old friends. Brian couldn't stand it when someone attempted to harm his loved ones. Alice had long since learned this and was now going to punish the man in women's clothes. While her master was away, she intended to use his power for good. It was necessary to get rid of the one who tried to block the champion's path. Meanwhile, the survivors helped the wounded and tried to at least slightly return to their previous lives. The 21st floor burned to the ground, and the demonic world became a stronghold. Andre called in vain to his master in the hope of being saved. There was no answer. He was abandoned to his fate, and no one came to his aid at the crucial moment. For over 1,000 years, he faithfully served the head of the Demon World Legion, Gunta. But sooner or later, Brian will meet this monster and rip the heart out of his rotten chest. Finally, he suggested that Andre take revenge on the master who had betrayed him. The demon was extremely depressed and agreed. As a sign of agreement, he donated his parting gift, his own heart. This was supposed to help get even with Gunta, who had not come to his aid at a critical hour. Half of the heart ended up in the hands of the champion, and the demon Andre finally fell. The battle for the defense of the Citadel of Giants could be considered over. With the death of the great demon, peace and tranquility returned to the Citadel. Miriam and the Empire, having suffered heavy losses, temporarily stopped disputing over the ownership of the castle. Now the castle belonged to a third party, which excluded further conflicts. After completing all the hidden quests, the champion copied the Primal Flame from Andre. This skill replaced his previous fire element and gave him new fire-based benefits. The demon heart will be useful for observation on the next floors. There was some time to relax and meet with old friends. Master Parasite is back with the beautiful Teresa. The remaining members of the demonic family were destroyed, although it took all their strength and nerves to do so. The master was amazed that the champion had managed to unite the Empire and Muriam, something that had not happened for centuries. The cunning plan worked. Brian once again proved that flexibility and intelligence are more important than brute force. Now he was called a hero who saved the country, and even his enemies admired him. This happens. Yesterday's criminal becomes the leader of the state. The danger had not gone away, but people needed to be given a break and a taste of freedom. There have been few reasons for joy lately. Endless wars and battles have exhausted the common people. No one doubted anymore that Abraham cared about the security of the state more than it seemed before. Perhaps that is why he asked not to disclose that there was another demon hiding on this floor. 3 monsters were destroyed, but that was not the end of it. The investigation showed that there were originally 4 of them. The only information about the rest is from numerous reports of deaths of residents. All floors must be inspected, and extreme caution must be exercised. A strange excitement reigned in the underground dungeon of the Citadel of Giants. This is where Ruth was locked up for everything she did. The little skeleton was going to punish her for her crimes against her master. A listening device was installed on her body. In the future, the champion will be able to learn all the plans of the warriors of Murim. Suddenly, someone outsider burst into the dungeon without a pass. It was the swordsman Marcus, barely recognizable after the battle he had experienced. Tibon tried to stop him, but if he had been bigger, he might have succeeded. The stalker came to take one of the masters and save the bright soul. At this time, Brian did not know what was happening. He was at a reception with the emperor. Together with his friends, he had to bend the knee before the greatest tiger of the empire. For the first time in a long time, the emperor allowed himself to feel joy, although his impenetrable face remained a stone mask. After long years of seclusion, associated with excruciating grief over the deceased heir, for the first time he felt relief and a slight warmth in his heart. He rose from his throne, drew his imperial sword, and for a moment revealed to all those gathered echoes of his former greatness, from which emanated an oppressive aura of power. He did all this only to express gratitude to those who saved the empire from destruction and returned hope to the people. As a token of gratitude, the emperor decided to present the dynasty's highest treasure, the legendary Heavenly Stone, which contains the power of connection with the gods. The people gathered in the palace screamed in confusion, not understanding what was happening and unable to believe their eyes. Their confusion was understandable, because the Heavenly Stone was the greatest national treasure, allowing one to directly contact the deities of the upper world. It is impossible for mere mortals to use this relic. From generation to generation, it belonged only to the imperial family and to no one else. But the emperor did not hesitate for a moment. He ordered that this gift be delivered to Brian, and that a magnificent, unprecedented banquet be held in honor of the heroes. In addition, he ordered that wine and meat be distributed to all the people without any charge, so that everyone could celebrate the newfound peace. The general joy began, a real holiday that people will remember for the rest of their days and will tell their children and grandchildren about it. Everything around was immersed in an atmosphere of jubilation, laughter, and freedom. Here, among sincere emotions, people enjoyed the sweet taste of long-awaited victory. Even the vampire princess and her friend allowed themselves to forget about worries and restraint and decided to have a little fun. Teresa soon joined them, and then the main hero of the holiday appeared, involuntarily becoming the center of everyone's attention. Marcus, finally emerging from the shadows, calmly announced that he did not intend to take part in the dancing and preferred to watch from the sidelines. Brian, fully aware that Stalker was still loyal to Miriam, did not attach any importance to this and remained calm. He felt that Marcus was still committed to the championship team and would always be ready to help them in any situation. Soon the conversation turned to a mysterious demon that had recently appeared in the north, whom everyone knew by the name of Valdemar, or the Poison Demon. Marcus reported that he knew about this monster and that someone had already managed to deal with it alone, which seemed incredible. This came as a real shock to Brian. This turn of events was completely unpredictable, even for him. It now appears that the demon is locked deep within the castle, patiently awaiting his master's command, preparing to fulfill his purpose. He lay in wait, waiting for the right moment to make the next move and upset the precarious balance of power. Meanwhile, the prince was in a very gloomy mood, because his carefully thought-out plans had collapsed with the appearance of a player with the maximum experience. He dreamed of capturing the citadel and overthrowing the emperor, but now all his ambitions turned out to be just an unrealistic illusion. Meanwhile, Marlene, the master of the Gandhara Guild, proposed to revolt and stage a daring coup for her own benefit. To do this, she gathered her loyal assistants, who already had experience of clashing with Brian and his team. The celebration continued, and none of the jubilant crowd even suspected the danger that was already approaching. Only the champion realized that very soon everything could change dramatically and new problems would arise. He kept an eye on his friend's condition, although he could see that alcohol had long since clouded their minds and impaired their coordination. Alice and Teresa became closer in conversation, and Andrea admitted that she could no longer drink and felt tired. She reported that Namegung had fallen and would no longer be a threat, which brought relief to the entire team. This was good news for the leader, and he immediately decided to thank his devoted assistant for her work. In recognition of her merits, she received a rare gift, the Fox Bead, which can grant the power of an ancient Gumiho. When used, the artifact endowed its owner with new, truly unique abilities that could not be copied. Andrea did not hesitate and activated the artifact, changing her appearance in an instant. Now she looked like a miniature fox, ready to kill without hesitation or pity, like the embodiment of predatory grace. Over the years of continuous victories, Brian has collected an impressive collection of unique artifacts that can turn the tide of any battle. Among his trophies was even the Spring Water of Oblivion, which allows him to skillfully falsify vast layers of other people's memories. There was definitely nothing like this in the game, and the champion already had a premonition that this relic would still be useful. The Tower of Trials has been completely redesigned, and it's no longer about experience and levels, but about flexibility of thought and the ability to adapt. The next day, Teresa decided to take a walk around the ancient castle to unwind a bit. In one of the halls, she discovered many ancient relics that the best heroes of past centuries had fought with. As soon as you touched one of these things, a powerful restriction spell would immediately be activated. For those who are not well versed in ancient artifacts, survival in these places is extremely difficult and sometimes deadly. Now the players had to go, instead of the resting place of the royal ancestors, to the sacred zone, where people with impure intentions are not allowed. When Benheimer spoke these words, he looked especially closely at Abraham, as if he were speaking only to him. It was the Emperor who ordered his faithful assistant to accompany the heroes to this forbidden place. The sacred zone is rarely open to outsiders and almost always remains the privilege of the royal dynasty. Here, in a temple of shining grandeur, lies the tomb of the Emperor, from which emanates the aroma of ancient magic. Having defeated the demons, the heroes earned the right to receive as a gift 3 heavenly stones, a symbol of trust and divine protection. These artifacts allowed for communication with the gods of the higher floors, inaccessible to mere mortals. Once upon a time, only members of the royal family could use stones, but now ancient traditions have changed. Only the chosen one became the owner of the stone, and the rejected one did not have the right to use it again. However, the huge statue was missing another, 4th artifact, which had disappeared without a trace. Of the entire team, only Brian knew where the stone had disappeared to and why it had to be used. Once used by a legendary king who had absolute power and recognition from all the gods. After his death, none of his descendants were able to master this relic and reveal its true power. Gradually, along with this, the authority of the royal power also fell, losing its former greatness. The champion was so self-confident that even the unflappable Benheimer could not contain his outburst of emotion. He was already ready to cut off the impudent youth's tongue, but only the Emperor's intervention stopped him. For a true ruler, authority was something that his servants cared about, but not he himself. Reinhard had long since realized that he would never be as great as his ancestors, and had come to terms with it. He has no strength left, all his descendants are buried, and his former authority is irretrievably lost. That's why he asked the champion to take the Skystone and protect the people in his place. During this important conversation, the player felt a wave of goosebumps run down his spine, foreshadowing changes. Suddenly, the protective magic weakened, and the barrier fell under the onslaught of an unknown force that penetrated the king's tomb. Within seconds, they were surrounded by soldiers, armed to the teeth and ready to attack. The prince emerged from the shadows and declared that handing over the imperial relic to outsiders was a grave crime. He finally decided to rise up in rebellion and bared his fangs, directing them against the emperor himself. Mackenzie and the other swordmasters stood nearby, ready to rush into battle at any moment. Benheimer turned his gaze to Abraham, as if checking what decision the young swordsman would make. Abraham slowly drew his blade, showing that he was now on the enemy's side. After this, the swordsman demanded that the players go their separate ways, promising that then none of them would be harmed. In response, he received only a sinister smile from Brian, who categorically refused to obey someone else's rules. Abraham continued to beg them to disperse, not wanting to shed the blood of those who had recently saved the Empire. But raising his sword against these people was unbearably difficult for him, and then another warrior intervened. Marlene suggested to arrange a bloody battle between players and get real pleasure from it. Together with her assistants, she quickly rushed into the attack on the team of champions. But Brian and his friends were always ready for sudden turns of fate and new challenges. They did not lose their composure and entered the battle as if they had been preparing for this very moment their entire lives. Marlene looked at Brian greedily, as if the last tasty piece of pie was in front of her. She had long dreamed of meeting him, especially after the many legends that had already formed around his name. But it turned out to be impossible to scan its characteristics. The screen showed emptiness. This only happens in cases where the opponent's strength significantly exceeds the champion's capabilities. Brian still had a choice: to shed blood or go to the dark side, and time still allowed him to take this step. The Emperor watched the battle, lost in despair and unable to intervene. Benheimer also didn't know what to do, and only hoped that his old friend would find a way out of this trap. Brian didn't feel like he was in a hopeless situation. On the contrary, he was enjoying the fight and breathing deeply. An experienced warrior is not used to remaining a bystander and watching the battle from the auditorium, so he drew his sword and warned that he would now punish the disobedient students. He had always taught them valor and honor, not treachery and hypocrisy, and he intended to remind them of this by force. They may have grown up, but he is still ready to stretch them and beat them with a belt, just like in the old days. Abraham did not consider himself a traitor and was confident that he was acting for the good of the Empire. In his opinion, looking at the current emperor, it became clear that the empire was going into decline and changes were needed. Deep down, Benheimer agreed with these words, although he did not dare to admit it openly. After the death of the prince, the emperor was never able to return to his previous state and continued to lose strength. But this did not mean that the man who had sworn to protect him forgot his oath and abandoned his duty. Even the empire's finest swordsmen are now learning firsthand what the true power of the ancient warriors means. Benheimer had never been so angry. Not even in his youth had such an uncontrollable rage raged in his heart. The very first fight turned into a bloody storm, and scarlet blood gushed out, thick as resin and bright as the blazing sun. The emperor visibly tensed up, barely realizing the consequences of everything that had happened and the gravity of the impending threat. Marlene only slightly curved her lips in a barely noticeable smile and coldly said that this was the end for everyone. Blood did indeed pour onto the ground, and unfortunately, it was not the blood of two young swordsmen, as one might have hoped. For an experienced warrior, such rapid battles proved beyond his strength, and today this has become more obvious than ever before. Both of Benheimer's students had tears in their eyes, despite the fact that they now found themselves on opposite sides of the barricades. After all, no real teacher would raise his hand against his students. The master made a choice and refused to continue the fight. Before leaving, he smiled weakly, quietly apologized to his charges, and admitted that he could not have acted otherwise. His strength left him, his body refused to obey, and he fell helplessly to his knees. Only now did the swordsman realize that the prince they had always served had long since entered into an alliance with the forces of Murim. Moreover, he brought here players who, like himself, had a long-standing relationship with Murim. Everything that happened turned out to be a carefully staged performance, in which the prince deceived even his most loyal supporters. Realizing the danger, Brian advised to take Benheimer and the Emperor as soon as possible and retreat immediately. If Abraham still wants to remain on the side of light, he must make a decisive choice right now. The champion turned to Mackenzie, reminding him of their conversation during the celebration. Then he approached the knight to apologize for everything that had happened between them in the past. Old traumas can only be overcome when a person sincerely wants it and takes the first step. Mackenzie managed to overcome his fear and decided to remove the heavy helmet that had prevented him from gaining freedom for so long. His revealed face became the source of a powerful flash of light directed straight towards Marlene. The blinding beam instantly deprived everyone around them of sight. No one could even discern their own hands. But the champion team was prepared for this in advance and put on sunglasses in time. They used the chaos created to escape with Mackenzie and Abraham, who had now finally turned to the side of light. The prince, maddened with rage, ordered that the fugitives be pursued and that their heads be brought to him at all costs. When everyone had scattered, Brian and Marlene were finally left alone, ready for the decisive conversation. The champion had long been waiting to meet the player who had managed to single-handedly defeat the 21st floor demon. After several exchanges of blows, he was convinced that there was nothing truly outstanding about Marlene. Brian demanded to reveal her secret and show how she managed to do the impossible. Apparently, Marlene's true power is revealed only when her soul and body are completely united. From the depths of her being, the universe of the god of destruction, known as Sheba, burst forth. Now it became clear where the incredible power that the guild leader possessed came from. Once the secret was revealed, there was no point in hiding anything anymore. Everything became completely obvious. Marlene declared with complete confidence that the end had come for the Emperor, and a new era had begun. According to her, there was no one left in the state who would dare to stand up for this old and helpless ruler. She suggested that they stop the senseless fight, join forces, and walk the road to success together. Brian admitted that she was partly right. Only a few of his inner circle were loyal to the Emperor, and they were clearly not enough. That is why he had assembled a squad of fighters in advance, ready to fight to the end for the light side. The champion managed to anticipate all the moves of his opponents and was several moves ahead of them. When Teresa saw who had arrived at the castle, a new hope flared up in her heart. Before her appeared the holy knights of the Archbishop, together with the Mad Twins, who inspired awe even in their enemies. It turned out that Benheimer had known Sabina for many years, and they had maintained a warm, almost family-like relationship. Sabina quickly healed the old warrior's wound and assured him that everything would be fine. There was no point in explaining what was happening anymore, and Brian suggested that everyone just focus on the battle. The enraged prince continued to give orders to his knights to destroy every last invader. But no one listened to him. Sabina came here to end evil and bring light back to the empire. The prince refused to give up without a fight, and decided to use his dark tricks. He addressed the residents of the capital with an important and loud statement. In his speech, the prince falsely accused the emperor of treason and of having entered into an alliance with the rats. For the good of the state, he ordered the people to overthrow the emperor and give the 21st floor a new dawn. The prince was confident that his words would be taken as truth, since faith in the emperor's power had long since been shaken. Hearing these accusations, the knights were stunned, trying to comprehend what was happening and understand who to believe now. There was complete confusion among everyone. Everyone was acting solely on instinct. Seeing the emperor leaving the castle, they decided to stop him at all costs. Sabina intervened to show these knights that they were nothing before the power of the true defenders of the light. After all, those who once swore to protect the emperor must remain faithful to that oath until the very end. The archbishop forbade unnecessary sacrifices and ordered that the knights be beaten so that they would be out of action for months but would remain alive. Meanwhile, the warriors of the Gandera Guild continued to hunt for the emperor with no intention of stopping. The twins took advantage of this moment to get to know their new enemies better and test their strength. Casey and Judro openly challenged the players, wanting to get some exercise in combat. After Brian refused to join them, Marlene had no choice but to try to rip off his arms and legs. The champion was of great value to humanity, so all this time Marlene tried to keep him alive. If he can withstand all her blows, he will be able to stay alive, but as her submissive slave. A fierce battle was about to begin, as the guild leader fought, using the power of the deity itself, the god of destruction, Sheba gave her a feeling of complete invincibility and superiority. Deadly blows rained down on the champion from all directions, leaving no chance for hesitation. But Marlene mistakenly believed that several such attacks would be enough for final victory. It was clear that she had underestimated a champion accustomed to overcoming any challenge. It seemed like Brian was going to use the heavenly stone he had recently received from the Emperor. This spectacle was worth watching. There were too many legends surrounding the stone. Right before everyone's eyes, an attempt to establish contact with the gods of the upper floors began. Marlene should have acted faster to stop this, but she didn't have time. Now she was bound by seals and could only wait for the deities to answer the player's challenge. The Supreme Being intended to reveal himself, although the limitations of the tower did not allow him to do so. For this reason, the only communication possible was through the heavenly stone. The Supreme Being was extremely displeased with this and decided to break the imposed restriction. Brian previously rejected the Dark Apostle and managed to cunningly escape. And now he is trying to contact the deity, and this could turn into disaster. It seems that the champion has become the main target of this monstrous creature, and now he is not to be envied. Rotting heart, Boris once again showed his hideous face and grinned with a sinister smile. It turns out that on the 5th floor we saw only part of his dialogue with this deity. Then Brian refused to cooperate and behaved like a daring madman playing with fire. He called himself a tiger who would not be friends with a dog, but now the situation has changed dramatically. Now is not the time for jokes. The champion urgently needs help, no matter how strange it may sound. Boris responded by simply bursting into childish laughter, declaring that he had no time to waste on trifles. But he was already thinking about a special curse for this guy, forgetting that Brian knew a lot about him. It was Boris who once added additional conditions regarding the maid's costume. Even when interfering with the system, he invariably introduced new demands, enthusiastically following the champion's content. If Boris agrees to help now, he will receive even more spectacular content in return. The demon will get rid of boredom and will once again enjoy endless entertainment. Now the exciting performance could be seen from any point in the Tower of Trials. There was no doubt about that. A few moments later, the barrier that stopped the flow of time was deactivated. Marlene came back to reality and was faced with the relentless cruelty of her new situation. Now before her stood not just a player, but a man who had united soul and body and summoned a powerful ally. Even the god of destruction Sheba felt threatened by the demon king Boris. Boris decided to trust the champion and support him in this fierce battle. The reason turned out to be ridiculously simple. Brian interested him, and that was enough. The demon king's special attack came crashing down on Marlene, leaving her no chance to dodge. She could not resist this force. All she could do was take the blow and dream of a quick death. Their collision threatened to destroy the entire imperial tomb, menacingly shaking its walls. Once the fight is over, Brian will simply blame all the damage on Marlene. Meanwhile, the twins did not slow down and continued to attack the enemies from all directions. Long training with the champion made them much stronger and more experienced. Now, even seasoned veterans could not serve as a serious test for them. Chandra and Arun did not understand why their rivals were so obsessed with defeating them. They had to explain that twins never act with a clear reason or strategy. If they like something, they just enjoy the moment and get pleasure from the process. They almost always enjoyed killing. And now nothing has changed. Teresa had already gotten used to this strangeness of theirs, because sometimes even murders can serve good purposes. She relaxed for a moment, but then felt the dungeon shake from the clash of majestic souls. It really did get unbearably hot there, with two gods fighting using the players' bodies. Brian had to defeat the ancient Cebu, and a simple unification was clearly not enough for this. The demon couldn't share all of his abilities with him, and this seriously slowed down the process. In order to turn the tide of the battle, the champion decided to use the privilege of being the first to conquer the tower. Now he could reproduce the unique ignition skill that was only available to the Supreme Beings. But it was impossible to use this technique again. The chance only came once. Brian was ready to exercise that right and end the fight once and for all. Everything had to end exactly like this, with blood and death of the enemy. The terrible Shibu was unable to defend himself and felt his barrier being broken. Everything happened so quickly that he didn't have a single chance to react. The champion won a confident victory and felt how life once again lifted him to the podium of triumph. At this time, the knights still continued to fight fiercely against the holy monks. The ground opened up beneath their feet, and a wave of unimaginable force burst forth. The union of soul and body was deactivated, and now Brian had to repay the demon with new content. Next time, Boris promised to make the champion his personal apostle. How this promise would end remained to be seen in the future, but their meeting would inevitably be repeated. Now it's time to use level 2 hypnosis on Marlene. Let her sleep for a while and relax. There are important thoughts ahead about the coming rebellion. Until the Emperor takes power into his own hands, the country will continue to slowly collapse from within. To receive the promised reward from Benheimer, this must be prevented. Brian's head was swarming with dozens of ideas and thoughts, and Alice decided to show up to give some friendly advice. She knew how to raise the Emperor's morale and change the course of events. For the vampire princess, such a task was just an entertaining game. She changed her clothes and flew up to the Emperor, wanting to talk to him face to face. Alice called him a pathetic slug, unworthy of the title of heir to the great warriors. Mackenzie almost intervened when he heard that the Emperor had been dared to be spoken to in such a tone. Abraham realized that everything was going according to plan and asked his friend to remain calm. He suggested simply observing how little Alice would behave. She admitted that she couldn't stand the sight of the current weak slug because she remembered him in his youth. Once he was completely different, strong, courageous, and unyielding in his decisions. Alice managed to temporarily summon a soul with whom she had a deep connection. The first emperor appeared before everyone, Reinhard I in person. It was a living legend, about which tales and legends are still told. Seeing him is like dying and going to heaven. The first emperor turned to his heir, trying to understand why he had become such a pathetic imitation of himself. He reminded that the emperor has no right to be despondent, because he is responsible not only for himself, but also for all the inhabitants of the empire. They overcame all hardships together, and the royal family continued to support their descendants even after death. Reinhard III has the blood of his ancestors in his veins, and he must not forget it. Fear is unacceptable. His family is always there and protects him from heaven. He must not let them down, and therefore he must live and be worthy of his royal blood. At that moment, the emperor remembered the dear moments of his childhood. These memories were too valuable to be thrown out of memory. Tears came to his eyes. He seemed to come to life, and for the first time in a long time he felt like a living person. The legend activated the imperial edict, and the heavens shook, parting to the sides. All the fighters froze and fixed their gaze on the deity that had appeared. Even Benheimer, who was still being treated for his wound, was so excited that he was unable to utter a word. The legendary emperor ordered everyone to lay down their arms and stop fighting. The people obeyed, but the prince felt power slipping through his fingers. Now he was nothing more than an insignificant worm thrown onto the ground after a heavy rain. His treacherous rebellion was finally suppressed, and he was sentenced to life in prison for life. The legendary emperor was glad that everything ended well. He smiled and said that the empire should continue to prosper without his presence, as in the old days. Even under the mask, he recognized Alice, whom he had known in life. Her appearance meant that she had managed to get out of the labyrinth, and that was wonderful. I would like to know the whole story that connects them, from beginning to end. Perhaps in the future we will be able to see this truth through Alice's own eyes. Meanwhile, the uprising that had engulfed the capital had finally failed. The prince and his entourage were sentenced to death for treason. By the grace of the emperor, the punishment was replaced by imprisonment in the penal prison where Sabina was already located. Even the swordmasters were no exception, and there was no resistance. Brian didn't have the ability to destroy all of the Gandar Guild members, so they were stripped of all their gold and sent to wander the lifeless desert. Thanks to decisive action, it was possible to avoid a large number of casualties. People, however, still had questions for the imperial government. Doubts were dispelled when they saw the emperor regain his strength and wisdom. The lion returned to his throne. All this became possible thanks to Brian, who managed to make the world a better place here too. Now Benheimer could not go back on his promise and was obliged to provide the champion with the shortest path to the top. He vowed to always remain an ally of this player. It's hard to believe that when they first met they almost caused a bloody massacre at a masquerade ball. The champion did not forget to thank Alice, because it was she who restored the emperor's former strength. The princess admitted that she knew the legendary ruler in the past. It seemed that everything had ended well, and we could calmly move on. Among the people who had gathered to listen to the emperor, Brian noticed a familiar figure. He quickly went down, but the man started running. Only with the help of the blazing flame seal was it possible to stop the fugitive. Of course, Brian recognized her immediately. The smell left no doubt. Ophelia had been hiding in the shadows for too long, but her escape was meant to end this way. Her fate seemed unenviable, especially after the failure of her last mission. The elder vampires beat the girl half to death. Her friends died in battle, and Ophelia, overcome with fear, fled from the battlefield. She returned alone and greatly disappointed the senior masters. They found it hard to believe that a member of the vampire society was humiliatingly begging for mercy from humans. She was ordered to go to the 21st floor and find out Balmung's location at any cost. If she fails to complete even this simple task, she will die alone. Now Ophelia found herself face to face with Brian and attempted to commit suicide, but the activation of the burning soul seal prevented her from doing so. She couldn't return home and didn't know how to live on. Ophelia begged the champion to kill her with his own hands, but it was not in his interests. Now she will serve her new master forever, forgetting about her former nobility. The vampires were still after Balmung, and this seemed extremely curious. Brian told Ophelia to return and tell the masters that she had found a way to find the artifact. The champion had his own plan, which promised to turn into a spectacular performance. The great relic was renowned for its extreme effectiveness against dragons, the Balmung Dragon Slayer. He was sealed in the depths of the 21st floor dungeon, along with the body of a poisonous dragon that spewed powerful poison. It is extremely difficult for ordinary players and residents to even find the entrance to this mysterious dungeon. The entrance's appearance does not follow any patterns. It constantly changes its location. Only Brian knows how to solve this problem, and it seems to involve a guy named Dalton. This is a regular tower explorer, and in order to copy his skills, you must fulfill his request and prove your loyalty to your friends. Brian knew that Dalton had been watching him constantly since his arrival. He suggested that we not be shy and talk openly to help each other. It turned out that the researcher had recently been working on a large-scale project called Tower Rating. Its tables contain a comprehensive assessment of the skill of all active players. He stated outright that he wanted to add Brian's data to this table. Brian was willing to agree to cooperate only if Dalton fulfilled his small request. He needs to find the entrance to the dungeon where the dragon sword Balmung rests. Access to this place is strictly prohibited by the Empire's forces, and that is why the explorer was so surprised. If he can't help, there can be no talk of any cooperation. Dalton couldn't let one of the best players in the tower not be included in the rankings. Otherwise, all his work will lose its meaning and will be of no use to anyone. But if he decides to go in search of Balmung, he may face serious troubles and sanctions from the great guilds. He had to make a choice on which his future destiny depended. Today, the usual cheerful atmosphere reigned in the Black Raven Guild. The guild members carried out their daily workload and did not expect guests. At that moment, the doors swung open and the insane killer twins entered the room. These European high-class psychopaths were known even in Korea. Brian asked them to help with the guild and befriend all the team members. It was simple. All the young players dreamed of joining the Champions Guild. Selecting worthy representatives proved to be extremely difficult, and this caused difficulties. Therefore, the twins were supposed to be a kind of test for new players before their official entry. Anyone who managed to survive would automatically sign the contract, and the rest, it didn't matter anymore. Now it was possible to return to the champion, who had already agreed to cooperate with the researcher. Dalton showed the entrance to the dungeon, which could not escape his eyes. He then activated the skill to forcefully open a portal to a closed space. As Brian and Dalton passed through the portal, they were constantly watched. Ophelia brought one of the leaders of the Vampire Council here. He arrived with an entire army of warriors and ordered immediate revenge on the champion for the damage to the Vampire Association. Meanwhile, the researcher could not tear his eyes away from the biography of Siegfried, the destroyer of dragons and the owner of Balmung. Thanks to the champion, they avoided traps and losses. The spirits did their job perfectly. In such places, they were always invaluable. All because Brian warned them that if even a hair fell from his head, they would end up in hell. It's important to remember that in order to copy the explorer's skill, Brian needs to show how much he values his friends. He remembered this, but now all his attention was focused on the skeleton of the legendary dragon. It was with this sword that the dragon about which so many rumors were circulating was killed. Fafnir died emitting clouds of powerful poison aimed at the hated killer. Almost no one survived contact with this poison, so strong was the dragon's wrath. The sword could only be taken into hands if it itself chose its owner. The champion was ready to try, but events took a different turn. The vampires reached the forbidden territory and saw the legendary sword. Their leader thanked Ophelia for a job well done and allowed her to return home. There were too many of them, and each vampire was eager to avenge their fallen brothers and sisters. In addition, they sought to obtain the sword, which they had been searching for unsuccessfully for centuries. The champion doubted that they could survive the toxic fumes and deliberately provoked conflict. He got his way. The battle officially began. The explorer immediately began to retreat because he had never been strong in battle. Dalton was eager to get out of here as quickly as possible, not realizing that he was easy prey for vampires. Only thanks to the intervention of an otherworldly force did he manage to survive. An ancient dragon named Bruce appeared, who from time to time liked to feast on creatures from other worlds. Then Brian called upon all the spirits and even little T-Bone. He was going to prove to the vampires that a champion never fights alone. If they thought they were in for a warm welcome, they were sadly mistaken. The breath of the spirits will soon show them what happens to those who come uninvited. Ophelia immediately noticed that after the battle with Michael, this guy became much stronger. The ordinary members of her clan could no longer resist him. The leader ordered the weak fighters to retreat and decided to personally demonstrate the power of the Dekas clan. Finally, he threw off his hood and revealed his true face. Amlam de Dekas stood before them. In order to copy his skill, Pure Blood, one had to break free from spiritual subjugation. The spirits could not defeat this monster. It was strikingly different from the others. His bloody techniques immediately made it clear who the true master was here. So far, the champion could only fight back with a fiery spark of holy madness. From the first moments of the fight, it became clear that he was inferior to his opponent in speed. This had not happened for a long time, because speed was considered one of the best qualities of a champion. Now the vampire was going to test the limit of the player's blood power. He activated the blood explosion skill and prepared to deliver justice. The next moment, everything around exploded, and the dungeon was painted in bloody red tones. Only thanks to his instant reaction did the player avoid death in this explosion. Besides the smell, his blood seemed special, even for an ancient vampire. It turned out that Brian was of interest to the vampire clan, not only as an object of revenge. It was they who once imprisoned in a ring the criminal whom Brian freed. Now it's time to bring Alice back. She's always been a member of the Decas clan. During the conversation, Ophelia approached the leader, behaving suspiciously strangely. She was allowed to return home, but she was in no hurry to take advantage of this right. Once that message about Balmung from the 21st floor became her greatest victory. She claimed to have seen the relic with her own eyes and was willing to help destroy the champion. These words gradually restored Ophelia's former respect among her comrades. But activating the soul seal caused her excruciating pain. In fact, she came for a forgotten family heirloom of the Decas clan. Brian ordered her to enter the treasure room and find the cheater's bracelet. When Amlam saw the bracelet on her arm, he was overcome with anxious concern. Ophelia attempted to remove the bracelet's seal, confirming her clan affiliation. There were 10 minutes left before the seal was completely removed, and the leader immediately tried to stop it. Removing the bracelet before the seal was removed was strictly forbidden, and everyone knew this. Amlam could not believe that some girl would dare to attack the head of the family. He prepared to tear her to pieces, destroying her on the spot. Only the player's intervention saved Ophelia from certain death. The champion reminded her that she would serve him for eternity, and these words turned out to be true. After this, a fierce fight for life began. The player had a tough time. His opponents had hidden advantages. Bloodhound is one of those skills that even the dead fear. In order to defend myself, I had to activate the Grave Right Hand and reveal my true power. Only a divine hand could destroy the bloody attack of death. The opponents rushed towards each other and collided in the air. They, like two ancient titans, tried to outwit each other with clever tricks. Their battle had it all: technique, speed, power, and incredible tactical ingenuity. It was exciting to watch, but only if you weren't on the champion's side. Our hero gave it his all, and only one barely noticeable scratch remained on his opponent's body. But it was this scratch that turned out to be what was needed to guarantee victory. By this time, T-Bone had already completed the preparations that the master had requested. The tower's suppression weakened, and the vampire's maximum power was noticeably reduced. The 4th level barrier, known as temporary confinement, has been activated. The seal on the trader's bracelet had been completely removed, and the real show was just beginning. Now all that was left was to add a little blood to this bracelet to fully reveal the seal. Amlam tried to stop this, but it was too late. The owner of the blood was confirmed, and the seal of imprisonment placed on Alice von Ataraxia by the Decas family disappeared. The head of the House of Ataraxia, on behalf of her legendary family, now demanded an answer for all past sins. But before we see Alice's bloody revenge, we need to look into her past. Alice has always been hungry for revenge, but for a long time she could not reveal her full potential. Brian promised her to wait for the perfect moment to destroy the administration with a clever bait. He understood that he was risking his own life, but for the sake of the princess, the vampire was ready to do it. Now he looked her in the eye and assured her that she had nothing to worry about. It's time to avenge all the pain caused by the Decas family. Ataraxia broke the seal and felt free like a black cat on the streets of Paris. Those who dared to speak her name were instantly killed by the clan leader. In a moment, a battle between vampires worthy of legends was about to begin. These two possessed a skill beyond human comprehension. Centuries passed, and Alice still found it hard to believe that all this actually happened. Amlam always opposed the expansion of the hierarchy and remained by Alice's side until the end. Many betrayed her, but he was there, like a loyal friend who knew no fear. That is why now there is no forgiveness for him, and he could not even hope to escape punishment. The unique skill, Red Coffin, suddenly activated. Decas used it to lock his rival in bloody walls. He served her family for years, and then he made the wrong choice and stepped onto a slippery slope. Decas decided to do this because Alice waged excessively bloody wars, which earned her the hatred of many. The betrayal was only a matter of time. Sooner or later it had to happen. But now cheap tricks won't work. She's waited too long for this meeting. Dalton had witnessed a legend and, barely holding back a smile, watched the fight with growing interest. It was as if he intuitively sensed the activation of a special post-apocalyptic portal. Alice von Ataraxia has proven herself to be a true pure-blood empress in combat mode. After her first blow, there was no trace left of her opponent. He had to activate his resurrection skill to get back into the fight. Brian didn't waste a second and decided to use this chaos to his advantage. It seemed as if all these vampires had forgotten that the legendary Dragon Slayer sword was located here. The poison relentlessly devoured the player's body, inflicting colossal damage every second. The vampires who tried to pursue him found themselves between two fires. No one could understand how a person could tolerate this poison. Pure madness. By this time, Ophelia had already made her choice and joined the champion. She had no intention of betting on those who were doomed to lose. It did not correspond to her ambitions. Brian continued to take massive damage. His stats were dropping drastically. Blood was pouring from his eyes, but even that couldn't stop him. He grabbed the legendary sword and activated the protection of the stars along with the skill Black Sky. The poisonous effects deprived him of his sight and his mana stopped regenerating. If he can't get hold of the sword right now, he will die a painful death. He had only one chance, and by a miracle of luck, he got it. The sword recognized him as its master, the dragon's malice died down, and the poison disappeared completely. This was a long-awaited victory for the champion. The legendary dragon slayer Balmuung has finally found a new owner, and together they will begin to make history. The dying vampire smiled weakly, admitting that he knew this would happen. He was just waiting for the person to be able to take the sword and activate the transmission skill. Alice tried to intervene, but it was too late. One wrong step and her faithful friend will lose his head. All this time he tried to understand how Alice managed to escape from captivity, and now everything fell into place. Surely a person who had hunted the legendary dragon slayer dozens of times could not be ordinary. Therefore, Amlam did not allow him to die, and instead handed over the power of the Decus clan. This turn of events could not have been foreseen. It turned everything upside down. The champion of the Tower of Trials was turning into a vampire right before our eyes, an incredible sight. Drops of the clan leader's blood touched his lips, and Brian saw his new appearance. The soul domination stage began, and all effects were doubled due to the purity of the caster's blood. From the outside, it looked as if a demon had possessed the champion. The person had to accept an alien ideology, break his will, and learn to obey unconditionally. The chief's first order was for Brian to track down the Ataraxia ghost. Instead, Brian began to grimace and make strange sounds, like a boy imagining himself to be a vampire. After a few seconds, Alice couldn't help but laugh. She could hardly believe that her close friend had actually become a vampire. Thus, Brian fulfilled the condition of copying the skill, breaking free from spiritual subjugation. Now the skill Blood Explosion became available for use. All you had to do was wish for it, and everything around would turn into chaos. No one could figure out how he did it. Probably the combination of his skills created a powerful protective barrier. It would be strange if such a strong player could be enslaved with a few drops of blood. Finding himself in an alien world, he proved that he was on a completely different level. In the past, he had already defeated monsters much stronger than Decus, and that was why he was able to free himself from his control so easily. He destroyed all the vampires and escaped spiritual slavery. Brian has mastered the blood explosion technique and is now able to detonate blood particles in the air. For an ordinary person, this seemed impossible. He should never have acquired this skill. This is the main mistake of all Brian's opponents. They always underestimated him. This is probably why he has come so far, even though this is just the beginning. The head of the Decus clan tried to escape, but there was no escape from death. The terrible vampire made a fatal mistake and underestimated his opponent. He didn't even take up arms, deciding that he was fighting a common man. But now the Dragon Slayer will repay him for all his sins, and it will be painful. Carelessness led the vampire to defeat, and all that was left was to send him to meet the demons. Conventional attacks were powerless against Amlam. Only the legendary weapon could destroy him. Alice joined the attack and sent her eternal enemy to another world with the flame of Tersus's judgment. In her last moments, she stared into his eyes, quenching her thirst for revenge. Soon, the rest of the Decus family will join him. It's only a matter of time. The flames of the sentence left no traces behind. A vampire who had lived for thousands of years and considered himself immortal breathed his last. He was destroyed, and now only the dead dare to remember the name of this arrogant bastard. The player's level was automatically increased, and he received the Decus seal as a reward. The vampires who survived the battle realized that they had no chance. They retreated instantly, and the unique window of post-apocalypse closed. Alice took a step towards her long-awaited revenge. She expected to feel joy and relief, but instead she felt emptiness. Brian tried to support her and said that she shouldn't get hung up on revenge. It's better to relax and eat something delicious. She probably missed her favorite fried nuggets. We shouldn't forget about Ophelia either. For this cunning girl, a new stage in life was beginning. Dalton was also invited to join the company, the first friendly evening in many years. Thanks to this, Brian also copied the synergy skill. Now, when combining several techniques, he gets a 10% increase in characteristics. All this became possible thanks to his kind attitude towards his friends and the successful completion of Dalton's quest. It's scary to imagine what is happening now in the administrative territory of the vampires on one of the floors of the tower. Today there is chaos, aggression, anger, and a complete denial of reality. Dix's chair burned down, meaning the vampire died, while carrying out his mission. One of those present warned in advance that one should not underestimate a player who managed to climb so high. According to him, this player has the maximum amount of knowledge and impeccable skill. The Goblin Hasting kept repeating this, warning that the player would have to be eliminated, otherwise he would destroy the entire vampire clan. Vampires have a hard time accepting the fact that a human can match their strength. The head of the Ataraxia clan, Mr. Green, demands a report from the manager in order to understand the full essence of what happened. The manager assures that he already has a flawless plan to eliminate the player. His goal is to restore the balance to the tower, which it lost long ago. At this time, Brian did not think about other people's problems and completed his part of the deal. He submitted his stats to the tower's rating system and fulfilled his promise to Dalton. Perhaps they will meet again in the future, but for now their paths diverge. Brian had not seen Teresa for a long time, and she had been looking for him diligently lately. She looked smug, as if she had good news to share.
She recently spoke with the Archbishop and informed him that she intends to continue her training as a paladin.
She strives to improve her skills, realizing that the path of a follower of the Goddess of Light is extremely difficult. To gain great power, one will have to sacrifice a lot. One of the strictest prohibitions is the vow of celibacy. For the sake of sacred duty, she must choose a life of abstinence. Shared moments with loved ones will forever remain just memories of the past. Teresa has no other choice if she really wants to become stronger. By decision of the Archbishop, Teresa de Laurentia retires with honor from the troops of the Holy State. She was freed from all punishments and obligations to the Church. Now she can continue her journey with whoever she wants. Teresa has officially joined the Champions team and is determined to destroy all enemies in her path. Brian didn't know about this and was even a little scared by such abrupt changes. Now Teresa has become a completely different person and knows exactly what she wants. She turned into Dark Tiana and suggested celebrating the event at her house. Everyone had heard that Teresa came from an ancient European aristocratic family, but no one knew how rich her family was. The Laurentia family residence would impress even multimillionaires. Friends gathered here to celebrate Teresa's joining the team. She greeted them with joyful embraces, admitting that she was happy to share this success with her loved ones. A new life was beginning for Teresa. No longer serving the Church, she now helps players conquer the tower. Teresa's father, Dustin, warmly welcomed all the guests. He behaved naturally and quickly found a common language with the champion. He soon got down to business, stating that he wanted to take their relationship to the next level as soon as possible. This was a transparent hint at an imminent wedding, after which Teresa began to behave strangely. She hurried to take her father away from Brian, explaining everything as a minor misunderstanding. The champion pretended not to understand anything, although he might not have been against joining forces with Teresa's family. Soon Marcus arrived with the rest of the team. Everyone was having a great time until the twins spoiled the atmosphere with their dramatic entrance. The Champions Guild continued to grow, becoming stronger and more influential. It was a pleasure to watch how the once small group turned into a squad of elite warriors. The first workshop of the Company of Champions has begun. It was fun to watch, even though they sometimes looked like jungle savages. There's no need to even talk about the twins. These daredevils are hard to describe in words. Teresa felt calm until she noticed that Brian had disappeared somewhere. She became worried and saw through the window that he was walking in the green area. After defeating the vampire, he received the clan seal and was now going to test its capabilities. Upon activation, the Decus clan's treasure vault was opened. Brian was given one random relic. Everything depended on his luck. He pulled out the painting, A Quiet Place. Its meaning can only be appreciated by someone who has mastered the lost language. The player was not too happy about this find. He was much more interested in the lost language itself. It seemed as if someone was trying to push him to learn a language that could open many doors. As soon as he thought about it, the system sent an emergency notification. A mysterious interlocutor contacted him, who had been hiding his true identity all this time. He asked the champion not to worry and assured him that he would not cause any harm. It was the creators of the Tower of Trials who finally decided to speak to him directly. Meanwhile, Teresa continued to walk around the house looking for the champion. She felt like he needed support, as if he was depressed after the last fight. Back in his streaming days, Brian only had about 20 viewers, whose support helped him overcome financial difficulties. That was the first time he completed the Tower of Trials and remembered one of the subscribers with a mysterious nickname. And now this man has shown up again, claiming that he has always dreamed of seeing a fight between a ghost and a champion. One of the spectators turned out to be the manager of the Tower of Trials. It was hard to believe. They have a long history. The creators supported Brian so that he could not worry about money. They even sent him to the gym to keep him in shape and fully focused on completing the tower. He was always different from other people who gave up quickly. The creators believed in its incredible potential. Where others gave up, Brian rejoiced and moved on, eventually reaching the top. The clues about the lost language were given to him deliberately. It was not an accident. Now he had to go through the Tower of Trials in the real world. This is exactly what the creators wanted. Brian asked a logical question. What would happen if he refused? The answer was clear. Then all of humanity would perish. That was how it was originally intended. The girl with white hair found her friend in a dark park. She came over to see what he was doing there and to make sure everything was okay. Brian glanced mysteriously towards Alice. By that moment, he had already decided on his next steps. They sat down by the fountain and had a heart-to-heart talk. Brian reminded her that he always keeps his word and will help her see her revenge through to the end. Alice felt surprisingly calm next to him. Once an enemy, he had become her best friend. St. Teresa watched this conversation silently. She was pleased to see that her close friend was doing well, but her dark side remained dissatisfied. Tiana had long been insisting that Brian should belong to them. The next day, the holiday was over, and it was time to return to the gray, everyday life. But the fun brought the team closer together, which will certainly have an impact in future battles. At a critical moment, this unity will play a decisive role. During the flight, Brian recalled yesterday's conversation with the game's creator. He was reminded of the need to complete the Tower of Trials and warned that the 50th floor was no longer the same as before. But Brian wasn't afraid of this. Not only the tower had changed, he himself had changed too. If before he went through the tests alone, now everything is different. He had a large team ready to sacrifice themselves for him. This is more valuable than any victory in the game. Brian headed to Sandra's house to meet her grandfather. Mr. Chun looked stronger and more energetic than ever. His magical power increased. He almost reached the peak of his capabilities. Now the master has already passed the Tower of Trials using the system. Here you can gain power that is not available in the ordinary world. Brian was glad that he had once secured the support of such an ally as Mr. Chun. Although he had not undergone formal testing, his strength would be sufficient for the highest rank. Mr. Chen looks remarkably similar to the Parasite King, as if they were siblings. Finally, we can get to the point. It is obvious that Brian did not come here for no reason. He intends to take Sandra to conquer the 15th floor of the Tower of Trials. This level contains the Tomb of the Antichrist, a dark and joyless place. The tomb is home to the boss ruin who has the most infamous reputation. Already now, many players and guilds have gathered around the Tomb of the Antichrist. They all dream of cleaning this place, especially the most powerful organization in Europe, Olympus. The Tengen Guild is also located here, led by that same guy named Johnny. These two guilds have joined forces with Gandhara to undergo a series of difficult trials. There is no success yet, and this makes them seriously nervous. Even the first guard turns out to be extremely difficult, and reaching the boss is completely impossible. All of humanity places its hopes on the strongest guilds, but so far, it is almost impossible to conquer this place. Marlene is still upset about her recent failures. The ancient god Shiba forbade her from using his power for her constant failures. Now she must prove herself worthy of divine power by clearing the Tomb of the Antichrist. Today she noticed an unusual stir in the players' camp. Everyone was surrounding the new team of hunters led by the champion. Brian gathered 3 allies: the beautiful Teresa, Firefist Sandra Tan, and the bald James. Everyone rushed to greet the hero as soon as he appeared. He didn't expect to meet so many familiar and unfamiliar faces here, which turned out to be a pleasant surprise. And then Brian surprised them even more by directly stating that he wanted to join the raid group. He is not interested in trophies, awards, or coins. He came only for the Wailing Witch. More precisely, he needs a witch skill called Black Tears. This skill will be extremely useful in the upcoming fight with the dragon. Looking around the area, Brian realized that there were too many professional players around. It's like a buffet for him. He can copy any skill and get stronger right in the middle of battle. To get Maria's skill, it is enough to show her your magic. She's already grateful to the champion for saving her life. This time, Teresa decided to stay close to her friend and stay away from Maria. She was sure that they would have fun. They would have to kill monsters again and fight tirelessly. But Brian cooled her ardor by asking her to remain at camp so that Maria could accompany him. This is necessary to copy her skill, but Teresa doesn't understand this. He explained that he had a good reason and asked her to trust him. After he revealed the plan, the tears disappeared from the beauty's face. Now she was ready to fulfill any of his requests without the slightest objection. The players did not waste time on unnecessary preparations and immediately went to the temple. This place is divided into 7 zones. There are no monsters here, only the Wailing Witch herself and her creations. They can be called the disciples who represent the 7 deadly sins. The sin of pride appeared first, and that was enough to cause horror. The players prepared for battle. Cold sweat appeared on their foreheads and goosebumps ran down their spines. Johnny was sure that Brian was nervous too, but he was wrong. The champion asked the other players to step aside and not interfere with him clearing the temple. At this time, the witch watched those who were endlessly trying to penetrate her domain. She has long dreamed of being left alone and for them to stop invading her home. Behind her stands Gawain, a representative of the main association, who shares her sadness. The Wailing Witch, also known as Isabella, is the ruler of the Tomb of the Antichrist. All her life, she dreamed of a quiet and peaceful existence, spending her days caring for her students. Her only desire is to be left alone, and that's what really matters to her. Gawain assures that he has come precisely for this purpose, and asks the witch to trust him. To do this, you only need one step: open the 7th room. His right hand, a girl named Tristan, will take care of everything immediately after the doors open. Meanwhile, the players continued to be amazed by the champion's actions. When the Pride Monster attacked Brian and his team, there was no panic. The champion sent Sandra forward to show her full power. Firefist once again demonstrated incredible strength at a critical moment. Now the embodiment of pride was on its knees, its immunity to damage gone. The monster became vulnerable and could be easily sent to its creators. All that was required was to humble one's pride. Everything in Genius is simple. Johnny and the others were amazed at the skill of Brian's team. Their interaction was flawless. It is almost impossible to achieve such coherence. After defeating the first monster, it was time to face the second sin. The Apostle of Despondency appeared at a time when players experienced monstrous laziness. They didn't want to do anything, which is why the Apostle's defense was halved. He fell almost instantly. He didn't even have to strain himself. The other players found it difficult to accept that Brian was winning with such simple methods. They tried to cleanse the temple with brute force, but all that was required was to turn on the mind. The Apostle of Wrath fell only after Brian had a 3-hour psychotherapy session with him. The Apostle of Greed was defeated by showering him with countless coins. Brute force didn't work here. Flexibility and intelligence were required. Meanwhile, Marlene retired to pray to the god Siba, but he no longer answered, and instead she heard the voice of a living person. The guild leader was scared. She didn't understand who was hiding in the shadows, a friend or an enemy. Tristan activated Whispers of Darkness and promised to help her solve all her problems. But Marlene wasn't going to listen to nonsense. She didn't come here to betray the light. However, problems began when Whispers of Darkness finally worked. God abandoned his servant, and Marlene found herself vulnerable. During this time, Brian and his team continued to exterminate the 7 deadly sins. It was the turn of the Apostle of Adultery. The fight with him was a real test. If Teresa were here, she would probably refuse to follow the leader's order. Even Maria had to close her eyes so as not to see all these depraved scenes. There were only 2 apostles left, after which a meeting with the mistress of the temple was to take place. Maria told Brian that Marlene had disappeared. She had not been seen for a long time. Many players followed behind, collecting mana crystals from the fallen apostles. They took no risks and were already mentally calculating their profits. Only Johnny urged them on, ordering them not to be distracted by sweet dreams. At the same time, he noticed Marlene, who looked strange and alien. She wasn't supposed to be here. Her job was to accompany Brian's team. A second later, the guild leader activated the resonance skill and began to destroy everything around. With one blow, she brought down the wall, the only way forward. Johnny became nervous and demanded to explain her behavior. But looking into her eyes, he realized she no longer hears him. He reacted too slowly, missed the blow, and felt the sword cut through his body. Seconds later, Maria was contacted by her assistant, who reported serious problems. Marlene destroyed the corridor and attacked everyone in a row, like a wild cat unleashed. Even the head of Tangan suffered, and panic began among the players. No one knew what to do. Maria suggested going back and clearing the passage, not noticing who exactly was already moving towards her. Unexpected guests ruined all plans. There was no turning back. Brian felt a chaotic energy coming from the wailing witch Isabella. She was furious to learn that her beloved sins had been destroyed. The Apostle of Gluttony immediately rushed out to avenge his brothers and sisters. This huge glutton was ordered to exterminate all the people in front of him. He hadn't eaten for 30 seconds and was ready to destroy the entire supply of nuggets on the south coast. Maria tried to stop the fat boar with fire magic. This turned out to be problematic. It would have been much more reasonable to retreat to a long distance and look for a way to win there. Fire spells didn't work. A completely non-standard attack method was required. Around the neck of this monster hung the corpses of monsters that once inhabited these lands. The only way to cause damage was to eat them, as the boar himself did. The first thing you need to do is increase the distance and not become dinner for an insatiable enemy. During the retreat, Brian activated Voracious Eye and turned it on Isabella. The Wailing Witch had lived for more than half a millennium and cursed the very fact of her birth. To copy her skill, you will have to return her to the moment of transformation and surround her with warmth and care. The players behind also had serious problems. They were attacked not only by a mad woman, but also by a huge monster, the embodiment of envy. Gawain managed to create chaos here too. He should have been expelled from the tower long ago. I wouldn't be surprised if over time he becomes one of the champion's main problems. Dangers were looming from all sides and had to be stopped as quickly as possible. The Dark Forces tried to establish contact with Brian, offering him cooperation. With their help, he could become a Dark Apostle and solve all problems without difficulty. But the champion did not even consider this proposal, realizing in advance all the danger. He had a plan for victory, part of which was the support of Dark Tiana. His strongest reinforcements emerged from the shadows and the real fun began. The opponents tried to catch Brian off guard, but he responded in kind. The prepared surprise was ready. Tiana received all the necessary information in advance. Brian announced that the one who once summoned demons would be sent to the Holy State. His ominous energy could be felt everywhere. For Teresa, this place meant more than just a homeland. Gawain had destroyed too many of her loved ones. Now, for the sake of revenge, she will have to give her power to the dark side. Gawain must die immediately and suffer before death, like a puppy that dared to cross the path of a lion. Teresa wanted to do it herself, but she lacked the courage. Tiana quickly realized her condition and took control of the situation. Only she had the courage and determination to take real revenge. This was not a problem for her. The opponent was not a strong man at all. He was just a pathetic cockroach, hiding a thirst for power in the depths of his heart. Besides Gawain, there was still the monster to deal with. The players ran away in fear. No one could take control of the situation. The experienced master, having read the message from the student, decided to warm up a little. He proved that even in old age one can maintain excellent fighting form. You just need to train regularly, and don't forget to watch Kung Fu Panda. Now it's time to deal with the glutton by using the drone summoning. Precision strikes should help Brian realize his plan. He tore the baked mummy off his opponent's neck and decided to have a barbecue. To do this, you had to activate the restaurant of this world and use the recipe for the glutton. This magic could transform any ingredients into illusory delicacies, making the impossible possible. Even the best chefs can't cook that fast. Only one plate was left without monster corpses. You need to empty all the dishes, even if the psychological trauma remains for life. Such is the price of victory. Every victory has its downside. The horrific dead monster suddenly turned out to be a surprisingly tasty delicacy. Players felt a kinship with the Apostle of Gluttony and were now able to deal damage to him. Only Brian refused to eat the stinking corpse, enjoying a juicy veal steak. His comrades were less fortunate. Such is the price of friendship with the champion. To quickly forget about what they had eaten, the players turned all their anger on the fat man. It was hard for them not to remember what they had just eaten, and they tried to distract themselves somehow. Activating the skills allowed us to inflict serious damage on the monster. Gradually, he lost his power, becoming defenseless against true strength. Isabella watched the battle, and pitch-black tears appeared in her eyes. Brian hovered above the ground, smiling, and said that only the last victim remained. The witch burst into tears, releasing black tears, and begged to be left alone. This was Isabella's main weakness, tears that attracted attention. But sometimes the main weakness turns into the most dangerous weapon. The tears turned into deadly threads that attacked the enemies. Only flexibility, reaction, and high speed could prolong life in this fight. As soon as the tears touched the target, they came to life, feeding on negative thoughts. Brian warned not to touch the tears, otherwise the players' minds would be affected by the witch's power. Her tears were becoming a serious problem, and a solution needed to be found immediately. It turned out to be simple. I had to wait until she cried her heart out. It sounded absurd, but this was the only way to defeat this unusual opponent. In the meantime, let's move to the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials. Andrea has long been the local boss. There used to be the fanatic ruins here, but now the place has changed. All this became possible thanks to the master who mentored the current boss. This master turned out to be Alice, who had been feeling sad more and more lately. She felt like she was supposed to accompany the champion to the 15th floor. Recently, during a general fun time, she became friends with Tiana. Together, they drained an entire tank of champagne and reached a grave condition. It turned out that they could be friends, although they had not communicated before. During a candid conversation, Tiana admitted that sometimes she wants to lock Teresa in her soul forever. The vampire princess became wary when she heard these words, although she knew that it was impossible. According to the fallen paladins, Tiana has always been the embodiment of disaster. Alice believed that the champion would cope with all the problems, but she still wanted to be there. Perhaps she didn't trust Teresa and her dark essence, or perhaps she was simply afraid of the witch of the 15th floor. Fearing the Black Paladin is the right decision. Seeing how Tiana had just beaten up Gawain, it was clear how cruel she was. The guy couldn't even imagine that she would be so strong and powerful. He was forced to capitulate and beg for mercy, but the paladin would not accept apologies. Mercy is only for the soft and weak, but not for Tiana. He must suffer for his actions, and no god will save him. The skill Witch Hunt, famous for its mesmerizing beauty, should now work. The only one who was unable to enjoy it was Gawain, who had just been burned during the witch's farewell ceremony. Such is the fate of those who create too many problems. Tiana only wanted revenge, but she got much more pleasure from it than she expected. At these moments, she resembled a mad woman who had lost control of herself. And again the thought came to her to lock Teresa in her mental prison forever. Meanwhile, Isabella created new apostles from her own tears to protect her. Brian ordered his friends to get active and asked Maria to stay away. It seems he intends to show her his magic in order to fulfill the quest conditions and gain her skill. This guy was always one step ahead and proved it again. There hasn't been any ice magic for a long time, but it is one of his main trump cards. The right combination of ice skills with other attributes could change the course of the battle. Each team member knew their task, and Sandra was especially eager to fight. With the help of James's drones, she approached the monsters and activated the power boost. After that, her Delta combination reached a new level. The team went beyond the usual boundaries. They were more than just a tank, attacker, and healer. Each focused on unique skills, making them doubly dangerous. Even a third-tier curse would hardly have saved Isabella from facing reality. The barrier crumbled into dust, and with it the witch's last hopes for salvation disappeared. All this time, Brian didn't even think about staying away. He came here to take over not only this floor, but the entire Tower of Trials. Now he had activated the 9th-tier defense magic, a technique known as the layered barrier, shining like a glass dome. The champion had never demonstrated anything more spectacular and captivating up to this point. He then summoned an ancient scorpion to bring justice to the cursed witch. For a while, he seemed to forget about his goal, to copy her skill, which required traveling to the past. Only a little later did it become clear why Brian was putting on this whole spectacle. He tried to impress the best magician in Europe, Maria from the Olympus Guild. She was amazed that a person who did not consider himself a magician demonstrated the highest level of mastery of magic. Maria felt uneasy as she watched him absorb new knowledge about magic with astonishing speed. The skill copy conditions were automatically met, and now Brian could use Hellfire in any critical situation. The witch could not cope with the overwhelming emotions. The pressure reached an extreme level. In an instant, she found herself in an abandoned, God-forsaken room full of strange figures. There was a charming voice that listed all 7 deadly sins known to mankind since ancient times. The voice called on the witch to free herself from the shackles of sin and finally find the peace she so craved. Isabella was no longer supposed to be a crying witch, but rather a person who was given a second chance. After these words, she relaxed, and her protective magic melted away like smoke. The scorpion's strike reached its target. A small, defenseless girl was crushed by the death train. Once a brilliant witch, she went mad after encountering the 7 deadly sins during magical experiments. Now Isabella was back in her own childhood, becoming a tiny baby again. This bitter ending for the perfected witch required correction and a new path. Brian copied the skill Black Tears and completely absorbed the power of the crying witch. Now that Isabella is no longer a threat, it's time to return to the rest of the players and find out what happens next. Tiana had long since lost her mind, and now she could not be stopped. She continued to torture her enemies without stopping. Marlene was especially hard hit. Tiana beat her relentlessly, reminding her that the guild leader had to be much stronger. The experienced Mr. Chun was forced to intervene to stop this madness. He couldn't stay away, but his strength was not enough to subdue the ruthless paladin. With one punch, Tiana knocked him out cold, not even noticing the age difference. After this, she turned to her opponent and continued the merciless beating. Raising her sword, Tiana decided to behead the one who was too weak to defend good. They desperately tried to stop her, but she didn't want to listen to anyone. Only the champion's timely intervention saved the others from unnecessary casualties. No matter how great the hatred, killing a guildmaster without the permission of the group leader is not allowed. Johnny was in critical condition and urgently needed the help of a healer. But Brian couldn't be distracted by that now. His thoughts were on Teresa, not the distraught Tiana. He channeled demonic energy, causing her to feel a strange excitement and inner tension. Tiana felt no fear. Brian had failed to kill her last time, and now she was not afraid of him. Someday he'll thank her for sticking around. Sooner or later, he'll need a woman who isn't afraid to get her hands dirty. Tiana contemptuously called Teresa a hypocritical gentle mouse who was unable to accept the fact that it was necessary to kill. She will hesitate until the very end, and this will only make the situation worse. Tiana promised that when the time came, she would come back and do all the dirty work herself. After that, she allowed Teresa to return to the real world. Brian was worried that the alter ego was increasingly taking over Teresa's body. This should not continue. There was still one unresolved question, the secret of the 7th room of the tomb of the Antichrist. The fugitive Tristan was there now, conducting a strange ritual of summoning dark forces. She was helped in this by a relic, the Drum of War and a teepee, which strengthens the connection with the abyss. The location met the requirements, and special conditions were automatically triggered. The Supreme Being sensed the relic and finally rose from the depths of hell. This monster was called Hargan, a mid-level demon who had never set foot in this world before. Tristan explained that she was a member of the Demon Association and was offering her soul as a sign of loyalty to the new master. At that moment, the champion's voice was heard. He instantly understood what was happening here, but this didn't frighten him at all. Games with mid-level demons were long gone. Tristan begged the demon to deal with this man who was interfering with the mission to resurrect the Demon King. For Hargan, who had just landed on the ground, it was a chance to stretch his muscles and make his enemy beg for death. He believed that he was dealing with an ordinary person, not realizing that completely different laws operated in the tower. This was not hell or the underworld. Here Brian had long had special privileges. It was as if he had already taken out the popcorn and was getting ready to watch a thrilling performance. While the demon was trying to comprehend what was happening, a crushing blow was dealt to him. Tristan, confident in the demon's invincibility, felt awkward and confused. Brian continued to calmly watch what was happening and was in no hurry to intervene. The real Demon King Lord Boris fought in his place. Hargan immediately fell to his knees and began to apologize like a naughty child. Lord Boris originally intended to destroy him, but now decided to soften the punishment for the young demon. He limited himself to a martial arts lesson, adding a couple of educational blows. The Demon King enjoyed the show put on by the Tower Champion and hated being disturbed. For Tristan, it was a real coup. She couldn't believe her eyes. The main organization had only dreamed of having a connection with the Demon King before, and Brian had long been his close friend. They weren't just friends. Boris watched the champion destroy his enemies as if he were watching his favorite TV series. Due to the system's limitations, the Demon King could not stay in the tower for long. He returned to his quarters, continuing to watch the battles with a can of cola and a bag of chips. Brian then turned his attention to Tristan, wondering what to do about this problem now. Time after time, he had to deal with the consequences of the Manhwa organization's plans, and it was starting to get annoying. While he was thinking about the decision, Marlene woke up after a long period of unconsciousness. Her beating was extremely brutal, but the guild leader managed to survive. The ruins on the 15th floor were finally cleared, which was immediately reported by all news channels. The cleanup operation was met with many difficulties, and some leaders were seriously injured. In the end, the players emerged victorious thanks to the one they called the champion. Now they were returning to Sandra's mansion. Everyone who had completed the raid had arrived here. Participants received generous rewards for their success in the Temple of the Antichrist. Brian gave most of the loot to his friends, keeping only the most valuable relics for himself. After receiving black tears and hellfire, there was little that could interest him. When everyone had left, there was an awkward silence for a few seconds. Brian called Teresa in and finally started the conversation that had been brewing for a long time. There was no point in hiding. Everyone already knew she was back. After being imprisoned in the mental prison, Teresa clearly experienced severe psychological discomfort. With her own hands, people dear to her were almost killed, and Gawain was burned. The Archbishop said that the dark version is just the embodiment of repressed feelings and desires. It was painful for Teresa to realize that this dark version was not someone else, but a part of herself. Brian tried to support and reassure her, acting as a wise mentor, giving targeted advice. He explained that until the main organization and their ideological followers are destroyed, humanity will not be able to get rid of its problems. To help people, sometimes you have to step over yourself and eliminate villains like Gawain. Over time, such situations will only become more frequent. The higher the rise, the more serious the tests. This time they were lucky. Dark Teresa did not have time to cause too much trouble. But if Tiana decides to kill someone again, the question arises. Will Teresa be able to stop her? Brian couldn't stand this vulnerability. It made their team too fragile at critical moments. Teresa took his hint and suddenly decided to leave. Alice wasn't sure if she should be so tough now. The champion could be more flexible. Teresa was really having a hard time and needed support. Who, if not Brian, should have provided a strong, reliable shoulder at that moment? But he did just that, hoping to toughen Teresa up and make her more determined. Teresa is not one to break under the weight of other people's words or cold indifference. Sooner or later, she will gather her strength, wipe away her tears, and come back stronger than ever before. Now, let's move on to the main's backup base, where they are trying to figure out, in a panic, how to live on. It had been more than 3 days since Gawain's death, and the relic used to summon him had been wasted. The only place on the lower floors where demons could be summoned is now completely destroyed. Milana tried to maintain a semblance of calm, but her confidence was shattered when she encountered the unexpected guest. She saw Tristan, and the connection to Brian was clearly visible on her face. The champion, anticipating future threats from this organization, increased his network of spies. On the 5th floor, he also has everything under control thanks to Andri's coordinated actions. The 25th floor, connected to the giant citadel, continued to strengthen and develop. To be ready for new challenges, you must always stay at least one step ahead of your enemies. All the leading guilds had already rushed into battle with the boss, everyone except the champion. Meanwhile, Brian had leveled up again, reaching the 100th step. Progress was faster than during the virtual game, but that no longer bothered him. The upper floors had undergone major changes, and now Brian was wondering what to do next. There were several months left before the final cleanup, and this time had to be spent with maximum benefit. The Dark Emperor had been waiting for him for a long time, promising training that would be extremely intense and without the slightest indulgence. Now let's take a break from the players and eavesdrop on the creator's conversation. It promises to be quite entertaining. Right now, a scheduled meeting of the managers of the upper floors of the trial tower is taking place. A conflict broke out between the deities of Northern Europe and Egypt, which took the lives of many of their followers. The balance of power on several floors was upset, and this is the issue that the meeting is dedicated to. The managers are required to ensure that the tower rules are followed, so that the 7 crowns that give access to the top floor go to the right player. They shouldn't interfere in other people's affairs, but it seems Hastings has completely forgotten about that. Traces of ancient entity mana have been detected on the 50th floor, and everything points to Goblin's involvement. Apparently he broke the rules, although he stubbornly pretends that he is acting within the law. Hastings reassured his colleagues that he would never let the council down. This clever rogue acts extremely cautiously, and so far it is not possible to get close to him. He was doing a good job, and there was no reason to remove him yet. Meanwhile, Brian and Alice reached the 25th floor of the Tower of Trials, Miriam's territory. Today, Alice prepared especially carefully, wearing her favorite outfit. They were to go to the sacred mountain hidden behind George. This was clearly not the place to wear a formal dress. Brian received a message from the manager asking him to go to Mirim after the battle with the witch. Only 2 messages passed through the system's filters, but they were enough to understand that something important was hidden in Mirim. This was the territory of the Heavenly Dragon Sect, also known as the Heavenly Demon Palace. Local warriors desperately tried to find out where the Supreme Commander had disappeared. His absence infuriated his superiors. They still hadn't been able to find him. Recently, the sect has received impressive resources and rare artifacts. All this was given in exchange for support in the war against the Empire. Without a Supreme Commander, serious problems could arise, and the Dark Emperor understood this very well. In fact, the Commander-in-Chief was only away for a short time and did not consider it necessary to keep the sect informed. He paid special attention to the third most powerful member of the sect, a warrior named Guillermo. He tried to remain calm, although the Commander-in-Chief had been absent for several months. In conversation, he allowed himself to call his mentor the Old Dragon. Suddenly, everything around was plunged into an ominous purple aura. Guillermo measured his opponent with his gaze and finally suggested that they engage in a duel. What's going on here is still a mystery, but it's incredibly fascinating to watch. Felidor asked him not to provoke a conflict just because of the absence of the Commander-in-Chief. Even as an old dragon, he had enough strength to protect the sect from any enemy. Guillermo was also far from simple. Having gone through a metamorphosis, he managed to revive his youth. The student that Felidor summoned should arrive here soon, and his power will impress every witness. It looks like we'll be seeing a battle between Guillermo and Brian very soon. Time to place your bets. The champion had already reached the heavenly castle of all demons. As they got closer, they noticed a guy with glasses who tried to figure out who was posing as the Dark Emperor's disciple. George immediately bowed low and politely greeted the guards. Brian, as usual, smiled and joked, demonstrating a complete lack of fear. This behavior did not please the guards and quickly provoked a conflict. A deadly cloud of poisonous fog was moving towards them. This technique was passed down from generation to generation, serving as a punishment for disobedient enemies. The guard had no personal grudge against Brian. He was merely following his master's orders by activating the deadly fog. George immediately retreated, advising Brian to do the same. But Alice intervened, stopping the attacker so that they could enjoy the spectacle together. There is no need to panic when the champion takes the stage. While everyone was trying to hide from the poisonous cloud, he, on the contrary, was happily inhaling its aroma. Even poison ivy has never seen its deadly poison turned into a weapon. Brian didn't just take a risk, he enjoyed the moment, relying on his 1,000 poison skill to completely neutralize the threat. From the very first seconds of his appearance, he made it clear that he was a force to be reckoned with. Let's take a short break and breathe in the fresh air of the Marima Mountains. This was the location of the Temple of the Heavenly Steed, known for its intense training and ability to temper even the weakest warriors. The 8th leader of the cult was Master Liam, and today he learned that a Right Protector apprentice was heading their way. Before the young man could take his place in the temple, he had to be greeted with dignity. Poison Ivy was already on his way there, determined to prove his superiority, and was certain that the Right Defender's finest student would drop dead from his poison. This is what the master thought until he found out what really happened. His favorite student returned in a terrible state, barely able to stand on his feet. Never before had the master seen Poison Ivy in such a sorry state. All this was arranged by Brian, a guy who was not even expected here. He was mistaken for an invader and was immediately surrounded by armed warriors of Murim. Master Liam swore that the man who had harmed his student would not leave this place alive. At this moment, a loud laugh was heard, and an extremely powerful and influential character appeared. He ordered the master to calm down and stop making senseless threats. No need to kill anyone. King Parasite introduced his student and stated that he was ready to protect him from any problems. Around this time, Teresa returned to the Holy Land. Sabina happily embraced her after months of long separation. But those around her greeted Teresa with caution, remembering the events that had taken place. Many people hated her, and she had to get used to it. Life always alternates between white and black stripes. Suddenly, footsteps were heard. 2 strong warriors were approaching. Sabina instantly activated her killer mode, preparing to destroy the uninvited guests. But she loved the twins and enjoyed spending time with them. In fact, they came here with a serious mission, to prevent the catastrophe that was threatening because of Teresa. Here she could focus on her training, completely free from distractions. In the Bright Temple, one could pray and feel a connection with the Lord. If the dark entity consumed her, Teresa asked the bishop to cut off her head immediately. The twins didn't understand why they were going to such extremes. After all, they had always considered Tiana their friend. Teresa immersed herself in cultivation and found herself inside her own consciousness. Her strength has increased greatly in recent times, but is it enough to challenge the dark side? Tiana was looking forward to this meeting and promised to make it really hot. Now let's return to the masters, who still cannot come to an agreement. Liam couldn't believe that his student could be defeated by a man who was now treated like an honored guest. Brian received all the privileges of the Temple of the Heavenly Steed completely free of charge. King ordered that this fruitless bickering cease, otherwise he would immediately demonstrate his power. His divine aura was enough to silence even a battle-hardened swordmaster. Once the master's anger had subsided, Guillermo and Liam were able to exchange a few words. Guillermo explained that there was no point in attacking Brian now. He had to wait for the perfect moment. There is no need to rush for now. When the time comes, the champion will fall along with his teacher. Brian was not yet aware of the problems associated with these Murim sects. All his thoughts were occupied with training and preparation for the next floors of the Tower of Trials. He spent time with the master with pleasure and felt an incomprehensible but strong connection between them. The master looked relaxed and not at all worried, and Brian recalled the events of the virtual game. He had passed this floor dozens of times and remembered the scenario of the Dark Emperor's death very well. The traitors will stab him in the back and Mr. Felidor will not even suspect it. Right now, he was about to entrust his student with an extremely important task. To do this, they had to train continuously. This is what the master expected from Brian. The rest of the champions team waited for now, without interfering or rushing events. They led almost normal lives and rarely appeared in the Tower of Trials. Much time has passed since the beginning of their passage, and now the first winter has come after the great change of the world. The tedious battle with the 15th floor boss had been broadcast for almost 8 weeks straight. The audience was left with the impression that nothing new would ever happen in this dismal world. Many warriors were looking forward to a period of calm and peace, but when it finally arrived, everyone felt a strange uneasiness. The absolute silence was disturbing. After all, a storm always follows a long calm. Brian had no right to relax. All his time was taken up with training and improving his fighting skills. After the master's lessons, a person either broke under the pressure of trials or became a new being. King Parasite forced Brian to step beyond his usual perception. Constant difficulties tempered his character and turned his will into real stone. Watching these training sessions was excruciatingly boring. A long and monotonous process without any spectacular moments. Over the years, Brian had almost forgotten why the Parasite King had no students left. All previous young masters died during their training. The harsh reality of Murim spared no one. In the game, everything was simpler. There was no sense of the weight of real trials. Perhaps the master did not know how to be a good mentor, or perhaps he simply enjoyed the suffering of his students. The champion had long avoided such training, but now he could no longer delay the inevitable progress. The future remained unconquered, and Brian had to change from within to meet the new challenges of the 50th floor. He was going to prepare as much as possible, even if it meant combining the efforts of all factions. Now let's see how Teresa's transformation is going in the Holy Empire. Months of grueling training gradually changed her from the inside, just as Brian changed. Around her, streams of unbridled power boiled, intertwining divine holiness and hellish fire. A fierce battle raged within her soul that showed no sign of stopping. Teresa had a hard time. Fighting internal demons is always more difficult than fighting external enemies. Again and again she fell and rose, because that was the only way to change. Tiana once again lived up to her nickname, the Indomitable. Until Teresa understands her own desires, victory will remain out of her reach. She had to endure defeats and humiliations again without giving up. Each cultivation was cut short by the severe wounds left by defeat. But having recovered, Teresa again picked up her sword and returned to battle.
It's been a while since we visited other representatives of Murim.
A warrior named Ruth was at her mentor's side today. She watched the student eat, sleep, and train without stopping. After months of hard work, he surpassed himself and became the new rising star of Murim. Stalker broke all previous records and reached a new level. He made the master remember the times of her youth, when she trained just as relentlessly for strength. Ruth had been watching Marcus more and more often, and it was hardly a coincidence. Perhaps soon, their connection will become much closer than before. Meanwhile, discontent was growing within the ranks of Murim over the treaty concluded with the cult of the Sky Steed. The alliance did not bring any tangible benefits, but only brought a new war with the Empire closer. The Sky Steeds rarely kept their promises, and perhaps that was for the best. A new disaster was brewing on the horizon, and new information was quickly coming to the fore. Thanks to his bug, Brian eavesdropped on Ruth's conversations and learned important news in time. He didn't object to Stalker's training, since his faction was clearly preparing to strike at the Sky Steeds. Until Murim took decisive action, Brian was going to look for key clues. He felt constantly watched and preferred to remain in the shadows. In this, he was helped by the monk's technique, obtained on the previous floors. Brian kept an eye on those who might strike him in the back, so he could know the moment of attack in advance. Only a few people knew about the hidden cave next to the Heavenly Palace. The most dangerous criminals were kept here, and Liam and Guillermo's visit was clearly not accidental. A new quest had just been activated. It was necessary to find a clue connected with a conspiracy brewing in the Celestial Steed cult. The outcome of this mission could seriously affect the balance of power. Brian accepted the quest and already the next day had a clear plan of action. He informed the master about his visit to the cave. Without strict control, this place would have plunged Murim into chaos long ago. Brian noticed that Liam was visiting the place too often and found it suspicious. King immediately showed interest and went into the stone prison. He explained to the guards that he had only brought the student on a short excursion. After receiving permission, they entered and Brian instantly activated his fire powers. He understood that soon the guards would report everything to their superiors, and he would not be able to escape. The cave was guarded by demons, monsters that served as an impassable barrier for all prisoners and outsiders. The champion admitted that he is increasingly worried about his master. He saw that Guillermo and Liam harbored hatred towards the Parasite King. Recently, the master was unhappy with the fact that Brian was distracted from training by extraneous thoughts. He brought him here to fight the demons and show his progress. The master's approach remained unchanged. He always pushed his students to the limit, balancing on the brink of death. At the same time, Liam was leisurely walking in the fresh air. The guards reported to him that the Parasite King and his disciple were currently in the cave. By that time, Brian had already awakened the dark heavenly power of the steed within himself. He destroyed monsters as if his life depended on it. After the death of one of them, a strange magic circle appeared. Felidor had never seen anything like it. It turned out to be a fragment of the flame. Normal monsters shouldn't have relics like this. Someone deliberately placed it here. It could only be Liam or Guillermo, there was no doubt. Together with his assistants, Brian continued to explore the cave. At this time, the master went to meet with the allies. He visited Liam to have a serious talk with him and Guillermo. Felidor felt that they were hiding something from him in the dungeon. He strengthened his death aura so much that the Sky Steed could barely breathe. Guillermo intervened in time and the tension eased a little. Liam chose to go outside to get some fresh air to catch his breath. He left the two alone to finally reveal their true intentions. Meanwhile, the Sky Steed arrived to see his student. The 10th rank cult acolyte nicknamed Exquisite Dragon, Jennifer, was deathly afraid. The master ordered her to immediately follow him into the dangerous cave. Liam clearly remembered the hint Guillermo had given him. Using telepathy, Guillermo ordered to go to the dungeon and sort out all the problems. By this time, Brian had already reached the 5th level of the underground dungeon. The most dangerous criminals were held here, and he could not afford to lose concentration for a moment. All this time, the champion was looking for a hint from the system. And just now, finally, he received it. He expected something valuable, but instead he encountered the Sky Steed and his apprentice. The master was clearly hiding something in his hands, and Brian had an unbearable desire to look at it. Jennifer asked her mentor to move on and promised to stop the impudent upstart herself. But how she was going to deal with 3 high-class warriors remained a mystery. It seemed absurd. She had already heard about Brian and knew how to act against such a talented opponent. She had a partner who had been thirsting for fresh blood for centuries. He languished in this prison for many years and now he will finally break free. Several other deadly prisoners were planning to escape with him. There was a tough battle ahead, and Brian couldn't do it without the help of his friends. George rushed forward, but the champion stopped him in time. If the enemies release prisoners, they can play by the same rules. For example, throw Alice to be torn apart. The vampire princess could very well be called a monster that escaped from control. But even when she found herself among criminals, Alice did not show an ounce of fear. They spoke with the supreme mistress of the night, who had never feared anything. Meanwhile, little Taban was fighting monsters on the upper levels of the dungeon. A man with a kerosene lamp summoning fragments of flame rushed past him. It was the master who decided to collect all the evidence scattered around the dungeon. While Jennifer was fighting the old dragon's disciple, he was hunting demons to start cultivating. Problems began when it became clear that Jennifer was trying to outdo her mentor. She ran as fast as she could, but the vampire princess was already rushing after her, thirsty for blood. In just a few minutes, Alice left behind a scattering of corpses. At the end, Brian asked her to restrain her anger, but it seemed she did not hear him. In the Heavenly Dragon Castle, no one suspected what was happening. One of the senior master's students turned to his brothers. He said that right now Guillermo and the Parasite King are fighting in the training arena. To see such a fight, people were ready to give up breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Everyone dropped what they were doing to see who would emerge victorious from this hellish battle. From the very first strikes, the masters proved why they are considered legends of martial arts. Those who stood closest were scattered to the sides by the deadly aura. Felidor felt betrayed and poured out all his rage in every blow. But the cunning snake Guillermo only smiled and dodged questions. At that moment, Liam saw the surprise that the student had prepared for him. A monstrous spirit, unparalleled, appeared before him. Releasing this monster would be like unleashing a natural disaster on the entire floor. The masters will have to be distracted if the creature breaks free. But for now, they suspected nothing and fought with each other as in the old days. They were connected by too much, accumulated over many years. Once upon a time, the 3 of them fought for 3 days against an irresistible spirit, and only the intervention of the legendary Lord saved them from death. The master ordered Guillermo to ensure that the monster was destroyed. But looking at the monster, a daring thought occurred to him. He decided to subjugate it to his will and use it for his own purposes. It was akin to selling your soul to the devil, only in other words. And now the kerosene lamp has summoned the flame fragments again. Having united, they rushed straight into the body of the monster. The awakening of Yaksha's powers has begun. The restoration process has already begun. Brian and his comrades ran into this sector of the cave and froze in horror. They didn't expect that Guillermo and his allies would do something like this. Yaksha is a spirit capable of destroying even gods, also known as death itself. The system has activated a new quest. You need to stop the monster that threatens the celestial steed cult itself. The further possibility of advancing through the tower depended on this, and Brian had to save the cult. Yaksha was considered an intermediate-level warrior, but his weapons could destroy even high-ranking opponents. This monster was controlled by a kerosene lamp. Yaksha had no choice but to obey Guillermo's orders. Liam spoke on his behalf and ordered the destruction of all enemies of the clan. He pointed his finger at the champion and his friends, declaring them to be uninvited guests of the Heavenly Palace. There was no way to avoid a collision, and all that was left was to prepare for battle. Yaksha accumulated his strength in captivity for many years. Now all this power burst out, frightening even the seasoned champion. Those who summoned the monster have already realized their fatal mistake. Even Marcus and his experienced teacher were not prepared for such a turn of events. Alice asked to be given the opportunity to rush into attack first. Lately, she has accumulated a lot of energy and has been increasingly coming to the forefront. She revealed the technique of the Blood Sphere, a deadly demon from the underworld. In response, Yaksha deployed overwhelming chaos, defending himself from the torrents of blood. Compared to this creature, the little vampire seemed like just an ant. The hellish flames threatened to incinerate even the princess. Little ancient dragon, Bruce couldn't watch his beloved friend being torn apart. He rushed into battle with a roar, at least to distract the monster. It was a true gentleman's act. Jennifer didn't believe that in front of her was the same Yaksha who had once almost destroyed all of Murim. But she shouldn't be distracted. George was nearby, still thirsty for revenge. He asked her to step aside and not interfere, since his goal remained Liam. But the master, on the contrary, ordered the student to destroy all the infidels and cleanse the cult of suffering. Against the backdrop of the fight with the monster, all these arguments seemed empty. It was much more important to understand how the champion was going to stop the monster. Alice stopped holding back her rage and unleashed her full arsenal. But all this was nothing more than smoke and mirrors. All that was needed was to buy time for the champion to deliver the decisive blow. Before our eyes, the reading of world memory was activated. An unlimited database of all recorded skills was formed. Upon reaching the 10th level of multifaceted consciousness, almost all of the opponent's skills were revealed. In order to copy Yaksha's power, he had to be destroyed before he could cause irreparable damage to the cult. Brian had only one chance while Alice and Bruce distracted the monster. He had to act with lightning speed and without error. There was no time to think. From tens of thousands of accumulated skills, it was necessary to choose one that was capable of carrying out the massacre. Meanwhile, George was doing his job. He had to get the kerosene lamp that controlled the monster. But the little dragon was too confident in his own powers. He rushed at the enemy and missed a monstrous blow of incredible force. Then there was an explosion of blood, as if reality itself was trying to bring him to his senses. Alice did her best, but was woefully behind schedule. She was inferior to the monster in speed, and her vampire tricks were of no use. Enraged, Yaksha went into berserker mode and doubled the number of his arms. One of his most dangerous moves was called the Traitor's Ultimate Power. Colliding with him was like being hit by a meteorite, flying straight at you at a terrifying speed. Alice found herself in an extremely difficult situation and is now completely unable to come to the aid of her hero. It's time to remember Teresa, who is still waging a debilitating internal war. It looks like she's losing her fight again and finds herself on her knees before her ruthless opponent. But despite all the defeats, injuries, and humiliations, Teresa continues to try to rise up and look forward with pride. Tiana wants to understand why she needs all this and why she doesn't give up even in a hopeless situation. The thing is, Teresa doesn't want to become a burden to Brian at the most critical moment. If he ever needs her, she wants to be there for him no matter what the circumstances. This is the same motivation that the vampire princess feels. In this, they are incredibly similar, and this is why it is so difficult to break their unbreakable fighting spirit. Alice did everything she could to cover Brian with her own body and give him at least a few precious seconds. She just needs to buy him some time so he can deliver the finishing blow and kill the monster. Even if for this, you have to sacrifice yourself and endure the most hellish torments. When the next blow reached its target, it seemed to Yaksha that he had finally destroyed one of the enemies. But in fact, the champion managed to react and literally snatched Alice from the clutches of the world of the dead. All that remained was to hope that at the cost of her sacrifice, she had been able to gain at least a moment. It was at this moment that Brian's various skills merged together, born from a special power within him. Armor was created only seconds ago, but it is already ready to turn the tide of battle. Alice, meanwhile, returned to the Ring of Brahman to regain her lost powers. Due to the endless explosions, Liam lost control of the lamp, which was too important for him. Now this demon is no longer obliged to obey orders and can cut off its former master's head at any moment. This is always the case when you summon a creature from the underworld. Sooner or later it breaks out of control and turns the world into ruins. The man, who imagined himself to be the master of such a powerful creature, turned out to be an ordinary self-confident fool. All the players gathered in the cave felt helpless in the face of this disaster. Only the champion, dressed in new armor, straightened his back and resolutely walked forward. Yaksha longed to absorb his energy to restore his power, but today he would not succeed. Lightning speed combined with armor made the monster suffer and retreat. Brian easily dodged the first attacks and landed several accurate series of punches. Thanks to his rich experience, he had a keen sense of distance and was able to anticipate every move of the enemy. But one had to be extremely careful. One blow from the monster was enough to knock down even an ancient dragon. By avoiding direct confrontations and acting wisely, he will surely find a chance to gain the upper hand. For Jennifer, everything that was happening was the collapse of her familiar world. Her values collapsed in an instant. She has just lost the master she trusted implicitly, and now she must figure out how to move on. George tried to calm her down. Now was not the time for panic and mindless tears.
We must unite all our forces to stop the monster and prevent it from destroying all of Murim.
But it was clear from Jennifer's look that she didn't believe for a moment that Yaksha could be stopped. She also saw dozens of criminals who had been locked up for many years burst out of prison in explosions. Brian's heart was pounding. Too many threats were looming at once, and the situation was critical. It is in moments like these that the true heroes of humanity emerge, those who take responsibility and step forward without thinking about the cost. This is not just experience, but an innate strength that Brian must take advantage of. Most of the prisoners have already become victims of the monster, which has sucked the last of their strength out of them. Yaksha needed all this to regain his lost power and become even stronger. Now is not the time for long strategies and complex plans. You need to act, attack, fight, tear the enemy with claws and teeth, not giving him a chance to recover. Speed allowed him to dodge any blows, and the new armor reliably protected him from unexpected attacks. Such a combination could pave the way to victory, but it would require a bit of luck. It was the perfect time to team up. Even little T-Bone, made from steak, was ready to help. The same can be said about George, who managed to convince Jennifer to take their side. They will all fight to the end, no matter how monstrous the losses. Legends will later be composed about such heroes. This is truly a legendary moment. Feeling a surge of determination, Brian activated the Black Shadow Superfast Strike skill. This was the first time this technique was used against such a dangerous enemy. Yaksha felt the familiar imprint of ancient technology and immediately realized that before him was a disciple of the Parasite King. This technique would have been enough to win if Brian had managed to perfect the strike to absolute perfection. But he studied it for only a few months, and this is catastrophically little to reach the level of a legend. In order to ignite the maximum fighting rage in the monster, Guillermo warned him in advance. Like, if he does not give it his all, he will die. And in some ways he was right. The weak always give in to the strong. At such moments, bright ideals disappear and force crushes any virtue. Perhaps these are the laws of the universe, but this does not mean that we should forget about honor and conscience. Teresa was at that moment in a death trap from which it was not easy to escape. If she dies here, she will never be able to return to her body again. The twins tried to reason with her, but now the help of someone much stronger was needed. Sister Sabina had already arrived, sensing the spiritual surges in the temple, and rushed to help. While the Archbishop was trying to turn the tide, the champion was going through a similar ordeal. Despite his imperfect technique, he continued to fight and prove his strength. When death was already near, another ally appeared and came to the rescue in time. It was Master Parasite himself, having defeated Guillermo and ready to unleash hell on the battlefield. He asked Brian to watch his every move carefully and remember every detail. Felidor will retire someday, and Brian should not regret missed opportunities. He is obliged to fully master the master's technique right now and pass it on from generation to generation. The rocks trembled from the unbearable tension. The air literally crackled from the discharges of the aura. It was difficult to move. Both opponents had released the ultimate aura of death. The turning point was not only happening here. Something similar was happening in Teresa's soul. A higher power entered her body, giving her a chance to resist the darkness that was devouring her from within. The same thing happened with Brian, who felt the support of a much more experienced mentor. He walked forward, stopping at nothing, even if he had to forget about his own safety. At that moment, Felidor remembered a long-ago training session with a student who urged him to complete the 13 demonic forms technique. When Brian said these words without flinching, a strange feeling of recognition arose in the master's soul. He realized that if past lives really existed, then Brian had been with him in each of them. As a result, Felidor completed the legendary technique and moved to a new level of martial art. Now Brian could follow the master and absorb this unique skill. Together, they created a stone fist that could break through anything. The monsters of the abyss were once again seeking to break free and plunge the world into chaos. But there will always be those who will not allow this to happen. The final stage of the Skysteed skill just connected 2 generations of heroes. The double blow brought down all the power on Yaksha and sent him towards his own devil. The associated quest was automatically completed, and the reward was the Shadowgate artifact. Now it was possible to breathe a sigh of relief, especially for Teresa's fans. After all, she had just forced her dark essence to respect the power of light. Now she no longer needs darkness, because the light has shown her the true path. She has gained complete control over her dark side. But at what cost? Sabina put all her efforts into helping, and now she has been amazingly transformed. All the jokes about her changing appearance are no longer appropriate, although they used to cause laughter. Experienced craftsmen often sacrifice themselves for the future of younger generations. Apparently, this is how it should be. Sooner or later, everyone understands that children should get the best. King is a man who has gone through thousands of trials and never backed down. Today he was seriously injured, and even the highest healing did not help due to the destroyed energy channels. George received orders to urgently evacuate the master to a safe place. Whatever happens, the Parasite King is still too young to retire. The focus now turns to Jennifer, who faces a crucial choice. Her mentor died a terrible death, and her previous ideals collapsed overnight. What's next? Where to go? Who to follow? And what to do? She noticed that at the place where Yaksha had disappeared, a special artifact of indescribable flame appeared, shrouded in a frightening aura. This artifact measures each person's contribution to the death of its owner and seeks to determine who exactly is responsible for what happened. Brian contributed about 70% to the victory, and now he is the one who should bear the brunt of the counterattack. The news that after Yaksha's death, an indescribable flame had awakened instantly spread throughout the tower. This time, the monster was destroyed not by the Skysteed, but by a man whose name many are afraid to even pronounce out loud. The goblin failed again, his carefully constructed plan falling apart once again. However, he should not blame himself unnecessarily. He needs to continue trying to correct the situation. Now, taking advantage of what happened, the dark forces have the opportunity to weaken everyone outside the tower. The insignificant Hastings fell to his knees and vowed to serve the most ancient being even more diligently. Events quickly take a dark turn, and it becomes both eerie and exciting to watch. After the story with Yaksha, a wind of change blew noticeably in the celestial steed cult. Guillermo, who announced the loss of the Sky Steed and the Dark Dragon, put forward his own candidacy for the role of the new leader of the cult and was going to establish his own order in Murim. This led to the dissolution of all alliance treaties, and the ominous prediction came true. In Murim, voices are growing louder, calling for war against the cult of the Sky Steed. Some factions have not yet entered into conflict, such as the cult of the Siren Master. Its leader is trying to decide what to do, resist the coming storm, or let things slide. Marcus said that he would have to take a short break from training and go outside the tower. If it were something minor, he would have stayed, but the situation is completely different. The system has declared an emergency assembly, and all Players Corporation employees are ordered to immediately report to the Awakened Association. Rumors of an invasion have only just begun to spread, but they have already put everyone on their feet. Brian warned that they would soon have serious problems with the most powerful organization in the testing tower. A full-scale invasion is planned, and the people have no more than a week left. He got this information from a reliable source, and now the association president is having a headache about it. Gathering the world's strongest players will prove difficult. There is no evidence to convince them to come to Korea. Each master is a national treasure of his country, and few would agree to leave their homeland to fight an unknown enemy. To win them over to your side, you will have to present irrefutable evidence. Brian will have to do this and get at least some information. Meanwhile, a new blogger associated with the testing tower is rapidly gaining popularity on the internet. He calls himself the greatest prophet of the 21st century, or simply, The Voice. He calls on everyone to listen to his advice and not leave home without another prediction. In fact, this pseudonym is actually Yakamoto, a member of Brian's guild who carries out his minor errands. To expand his influence, no effort should be spared, and so the fortune teller turned into a blogger. Brian is methodically strengthening his position, and he is doing it very well. The fortune teller quickly won over an audience. People believe him and are ready to follow him anywhere. The first to change their minds were the members of the Samurai Guild, who completely trusted Yakamoto. Then the Olympus Guild and the Pacification Guild followed suit. They all flocked to one city to become part of a new history of prophecies. The matter is becoming increasingly serious, and the question involuntarily arises, what is the champion himself thinking about? This time he forgot about fun. There is a task ahead, and he asks Marcus to look after the other guilds. The champion collected all the data about the impending disaster and passed it on to Stalker for analysis. They have no more than a week left, and there is still time to prepare. Now he sets out in search of what will help him achieve a decisive victory. As soon as Brian left the room, Marcus called his ally out of the shadows. It turned out to be Teresa. The cunning mouse had been eavesdropping on the conversation the whole time. She still resents the champion, but still loves him with all her heart. The hero went to a special place where secrets are closely intertwined with hidden knowledge. It was Rick Hennessy's huge library, and he looked especially excited today. Brian brought Yaksha's trophies here and asked to keep them for safekeeping. For defeating the monster, he received the artifact of the Shadow Gate and opened a portal to the domain of the Supreme Rulers. Brian stepped through the portal and headed into the unknown without a single doubt. It was now in the possession of High Steward Victoria. The High Guardian of the tower immediately recognized the champion. Everyone had been talking about him lately. This player became a real headache, and the only one who managed to get here. Now Victoria is trying to understand why, out of all the managers, he came to her. Meanwhile, representatives from various guilds gathered to discuss the impending threat. Marcus began to study the data that the champion had given him. He quickly realized that their forces were clearly not enough to stop the invasion. The enemy's power was frightening from the very first lines of the report. All they could do was stall for time until Brian found a more effective way to win. Teresa was determined to give the champion every extra minute to find a solution. He had always succeeded before, and now no one doubted his skill. Brian just shared his thoughts with Victoria and thereby made her angry. He hinted that Victoria was not doing her job well, and immediately felt a strangely attractive aroma emanating from her. I had to calm the angry woman down and show her the flame that flared up every time the ancient creature penetrated to a new level. One of the most ancient creatures that the tower's managers are required to monitor was showing dangerous activity and upsetting the balance of the tower. It's not hard to guess that Hastings is behind all this. He had finally crossed the line, although the situation was still under control. Brian asked Victoria to help him restore balance to the tower. This is part of her job. Managers should not allow such failures, and what happened is their personal miscalculation. If they turn a blind eye to the problem, the balance will collapse and all plans will turn to dust. Victoria is obliged to give him special powers so that he can restore justice. After receiving a special quest from Victoria, Brian returned to the library. The meeting went well, but he had no intention of showing any emotion. As always, cold, calculating, and even a little mocking. Victoria offered a deal. If he could clear the 16th floor in 24 hours, he would receive a unique artifact as a reward, the soul's passionate desire. This artifact will allow you to banish the ancient creature and restore the disturbed balance. Victoria promised that if he succeeded, she would personally become his patron, and this already sounded extremely tempting. The deal was done, and now Brian had to move on. Clearing the 16th floor in one day will be extremely difficult, but nothing is impossible. Rick prepared everything necessary, although he had to work hard to get it. Brian decided to use his main weapon, which had saved him more than once during the ascent. Meanwhile, alarming reports of a threat began to appear on the streets of Korean cities. All unawakened citizens were advised to remain in safe shelters. Many decided that this was just another exercise, and did not realize that a storm was approaching that could wipe out an entire country. Most ordinary people continued to live as if nothing was happening, and that was what was most frightening. Many were unhappy with the actions of the Awakened Association, but few could offer a worthy alternative. Meanwhile, the association president met with Ashley Friedman from the press service of the American Association of Awakened People. She arrived with her husband Jack, their duet remembered by everyone from the previous chapters of history. The couple came to help with the defense, selflessly and without unnecessary pathos. This decision is connected to their past, once Jack and his squad almost died on the 8th floor of the tower. They found themselves in hell, where they desperately needed salvation. Then a mysterious ghost in a mask appeared, dispelling all doubts. He destroyed the enemy and saved the American soldiers, and now they have come to repay the debt. The same can be said about the master of the Neutralization Guild, a girl named Xiao. She remembers that she owes Brian something, and decides to pay her debts. She recently met Maria from the Olympus Guild, and the meeting was a bit awkward. There was still a week left before the disaster, and Maria offered to show her the surroundings and introduce her to Korean culture. All new alliances in the player world were closely monitored. Marcus did not miss a single detail, taking on leadership responsibilities and completely controlling the process. St. Teresa was nearby, helping with all her might to prepare for the impending invasion. The entire team of champions is finally assembled, and each of them is ready to put everything they have into the upcoming battle, sparing neither their strength nor themselves. Marcus decided to give a motivational speech that most of the players found both strange and surprisingly honest. He admitted that he hated Brian to death, although he understood perfectly well why so many people liked this guy. Despite their mutual contradictions, all the fighters on this team have one undeniable common feature. Each of them has experienced dramatic changes thanks to the champion, and now it's time to repay him and pay for the chance to change their own destinies. The speech really got the audience going, and now all that's left to do is wait patiently for the rest of the week while Brian looks for the best way out of the situation. We already know that the champion has headed to the 16th floor of the Tower of Trials, where a special challenge awaits him. A special quest has just started. Clear a floor alone in one day and obtain the artifact Passionate Desire of the Soul. Before him lay a vast tropical forest filled with giant insect-like monsters and a deadly swarm queen. Usually a cleanup of this level would take at least a week, but today there is not a second of time. Along with the champion in this jungle, there were two girls who could be called his devoted companions and even slaves. They are desperately trying to survive and are looking for even the slightest chance to get out of this trap alive. Brian showed up just in time, and with one swift left hand saved them from certain death. The girls don't understand why he brought them here on the very first day of the floor's opening and demand an answer. Emotions are running high, there is too much fear and tension, but only Melina is truly angry at Brian. Tristan, on the other hand, seems to have fallen completely in love with the champion and is ready to idolize his every move. However, now is not the time to figure out who loves whom more. They are in a devilish tropical jungle, where the slightest relaxation means death. Even just surviving here is already a feat, not to mention exterminating all the monsters and getting to the main boss. In this fight, you will have to use weapons of mass destruction, leaving your enemies no chance. Kruger's akimbo-style dual pistols make for the perfect tool for this type of cleanup. The champion destroys monsters with unprecedented speed, turning into a ruthless sniper of the martial arts world. The Scarlet Shooter's skill allows even the most ordinary person to shoot like a Hollywood action hero. Each bullet gains mystical power and penetrates any defense, leaving no hope for the enemies. This style perfectly matches the champion's image, and if everything that happens is recorded on video, it will surely bring him thousands of new subscribers. Gradually, as the forest is cleared, it stops seeming like a death trap and becomes safer. The girls hardly interfere in the battle. The champion takes on the entire burden of the fight. Between fights, he manages to discuss rumors about the main association in case the spies manage to get something worthwhile. The association is currently conducting secret negotiations with the tower's top managers, trying not to attract unnecessary attention. Behind all this is a man named Nietzsche, who always operates behind the scenes and rarely appears in public. Melina tries to hide important information, not suspecting that Tristan is crazy about the champion and is ready to reveal everything she knows. The girl in the mask immediately reveals the whole truth, failing to hide a single detail. Their current security clearance is too low to get a full picture of the negotiations between the mains and the managers. Nevertheless, the intrigue is captivating, and it is difficult to even imagine where this diplomatic process will lead. It is necessary to find out which of the top managers are involved in the negotiations and what goals they are pursuing. Brian instructs the girls to penetrate deeper into the association and provide him with fresh information. But there is no time to continue the conversation. There are monsters swarming around, waiting to die. The first of the high officials the champion encounters is Hastings. He is the only one who immediately recognizes the player and at the same time looks at him with poorly concealed suspicion. Everything points to the fact that this goblin is behind what is happening because he constantly talks about balance and the need to control the tower. We'll have to make him answer for what he did, but today is not the time to sort things out. Now, all the champion's strength and attention is focused on completing Victoria's quest and completely clearing the floor. Victoria is amazed to see how skillfully Brian handles firearms and perfects their use. However, viewing the broadcast is interrupted by a sudden system notification. The ancient being begins its attack, and everyone understands that this moment had to come sooner or later. Even those who did not believe in the impending threat now look at the situation completely differently. Brian didn't expect everything to happen so quickly, and it takes him by surprise. Now the main question is whether his friends will cope without the help of the leader and whether they will be able to gain at least a little time. A huge rift suddenly opened up in the center of the city, turning the streets into chaos. The president of the association immediately declares a general evacuation of the civilian population. Panic grips the city, and Alice realizes with horror that everything has gone wrong. The invasion began much earlier than even the most dire forecasts suggested. The champion has no choice. He urgently needs the help of the vampire princess. She vows to sort things out and not let her leader down at a crucial moment. Meanwhile, Brian combines the skills of the Swift Blade and the Sun Realm, creating a new Wind Realm. Sometimes such combinations seem simple, but the result is always impressive in its destructive power. The champion must complete the clearing of the 16th floor as soon as possible and return to his friends. A truly catastrophic threat looms over the real world, leaving no time for reflection. Dark energy envelops the country, players are seized with panic, and run without looking back. The twins never tolerated cowards who abandoned their comrades and ran from the battlefield. They will not allow anyone to avoid the battle, because today everyone is in the same boat and there is no way out.
There will be no retreat. The champion is far away, and this is the best chance to show his true strength.
All those who have previously hidden in the shadows must come into the light and shine like the brightest stars in the universe. Either it will end in the end of the world, or humanity will once again prevail over the darkness of the abyss. A monstrous ancient creature emerges from the portal, and even seasoned warriors tremble like children at the sight of it. Frosty cold instantly fills the space. The blood runs cold in the veins, and sweat freezes on the skin. The ancient predator Smaug has gone hunting, and now it is almost impossible to stop him. Not only Korean players, but also volunteers from all over the world are ready to give their all to hold back the enemy's onslaught. The mages activate the triple shield, but no one knows how long it will last. Attacking players rush forward as if it were another raid against a boss. But the ancient creature cannot be compared with the usual bosses from the Tower of Trials. It is something completely different, frighteningly unknown and terrifyingly powerful. Madness can only be defeated by madness, and that is why all hopes are pinned on Gemini. These two have always laughed in the face of danger, and today they have a chance to prove that it's not bravado. Their coordinated attacks are distinguished by frightening accuracy and bring the first tangible successes. The monster is cut into pieces, but the joy turns out to be premature. This does not guarantee victory. On the contrary, the situation is rapidly deteriorating. New monsters are born from each part, and there are more of them. Let's take a look behind the scenes of this battle. and see who is behind what is happening. Before us is a strange woman with scarlet eyes and a black tattoo encircling her face, like a mark. She appears to be a vampire and has an open hatred for anything related to human cities. Having stepped outside the tower for the first time, she looks at the world with obvious disappointment. Hastings promised her to catch a special player and tear him to pieces. So far, everything is going according to plan, and the manager only asks the vampire to be a little patient. But Brian is not one to sit back and watch his friends get hurt. He's about to step in. When his battle begins, he will surely live up to the expectations of all his supporters. After each defeat, the black goats become more numerous, resembling the mythical Hydra. For players, this is a very worrying sign. The containment plan did not work from the very beginning. Even the highest-ranking elite fighters can't cope, let alone ordinary players. At such moments, a leader who can unite people around him is especially needed. Marcus already intuitively feels that now is the time to prove himself. He had trained for years to master Murim's experience and strength, and now the time had come to act. First of all, he gives the order to evacuate the civilian population and then prepares for battle. With the help of the incarnation of Anubis, the evacuation takes place quickly and without unnecessary panic. The players scatter through the streets, following his orders, but Marcus himself remains in place.
This doesn't scare him away. On the contrary, he feels a surge of determination.
Today, his opponents will be the Black Goats and his spiritual sword. Right now, before us is the spiritual sword martial art in its 12th form. The stalker merges with the weapon and begins to administer justice without a shadow of hesitation. There is no place for dark forces in the world of people, and it does not matter whether they admit it or not. For Teresa, this fight is an opportunity to prove that the light within her can overcome any outer darkness. Now they act together, and even the dark side is completely under control. This symbiosis opens up incredible possibilities and bestows truly destructive power. This battle will become legendary thanks to the activation of the exclusive divine skill Loyal Holy Nation. This mode is known as the Hatred of Joan of Arc and looks extremely impressive. Brian walked his path alone for a long time, and only now he managed to find reliable friends. Perhaps this is what the top management of the Tower of Trials was trying to achieve. Right now, the champion finally saw the boss of the 16th floor. The Queen of the Legion stands before him. All that remains is to destroy her, take the reward, and return to his comrades. Today the task is especially difficult because the Queen has called for reinforcements and ordered her beetles to protect her at any cost. There is no time for a long fight, and you need to break through the insect invasion as quickly as possible. At the same time, the fight must be not only effective but also spectacular. His friends can't hold off the invasion without his help. They need a champion right now. He clearly understands that the strength of his comrades will not be enough with such a number of monsters. Brian had anticipated this situation in advance and had prepared a special plan. Fierce battles are raging around the world, but only the radio station remains aloof from the chaos. Station President Mr. Fred completed all assigned tasks and collected significant reserves of magic crystals. This should be enough to call in some truly powerful reinforcements. Brian has planned everything down to the last detail, and now it is impossible to contain the impatience awaiting the outcome. The artifact Unifying Faith merged with the Boundless Mirror thanks to the Vampire Princess. Using such skills outside the tower requires enormous resources, and only Alice is capable of doing so. I had to pawn a lot of items and spend mountains of crystals and magic stones. As a result, all the players outside the station witnessed a real miracle. As already noted, the main threat lies in the sheer number, not the strength of the monsters. Therefore, serious reinforcements were needed, and the ideal choice was a legion of trolls. Klaus brought his allies, ready to help his old friend in his hour of need. He happily recognized Johnny, with whom he had once fought side by side on the same side. And if you think that this is all, then you shouldn't rush to conclusions. Brian was clearly inspired by the final scene from Avengers: Infinity War. He called upon all his legendary allies for help, including Andri and the giants of the Citadel. The spectacle is mesmerizing. Now the balance of power on the battlefield has completely changed. The horde of Black Goats lost their numerical advantage. They are faced with a select army of titans, ready to fight until their last breath. They were all gathered here because of one man, the champion of the Tower of Trials. He has helped each of them in the past, and now he is reaping the fruits of his actions. Soon he himself will join his comrades. This moment is not far off. The 16th floor of the Tower of Trials is engulfed in flames and chaos. This happens when a player comes here whose name even the bravest monsters are afraid to pronounce. The Legion Queen is destroyed along with her limitless army of insects. The floor was cleared in less than a day, and the reward was the unique skill, Heart of the Troops. It allows you to significantly enhance the abilities of all summoned creatures. In addition, the champion received the coveted Passionate Desire of the Soul as a special gift. This mysterious artifact awakens the power to understand the very essence of existence. This is the key to defeating the ancient creature, and now all that remains is to finish what was started. One of the high-ranking observers passed on many valuable tips to Brian. He constantly guided him along the path of least resistance. Without the help of this pair of girls, the champion would have had very little chance of stopping the invasion. Combining his skills, Brian moves into the hidden picture space. This place, filled with ringing silence, is known as the Ancient Temple, and now it welcomes a new hero. There are strange stones all around, and the walls are covered with the forgotten language of ancient civilizations. All the conditions for studying the Lost Borders have been met, and the second exam for class change begins. A man named Belter de Roanmask appears in front of the player. To copy his skills, you must pass the test. Hold Belter with a barrier for more than 1 second. But we are not allowed to enjoy this fight, and are sent back to Seoul. Here, the vampire princess does everything she can to stop the onslaught of the black goats. She is assisted by professionals with whom it is a pleasure to work side by side. The trolls, who had been bored in their lands for a long time, will now remember this day as something truly great. After this battle, they will not want to kill and shed blood again for a long time. This moment will divide their lives into before and after. The same thing will happen to the rest of the battle participants. It is impossible to avoid it. There is always a battle that changes a person forever and does not allow him to be the same. Today is exactly the day when there is no place for hypocrisy and weakness. Only honest and selfless warriors will be able to survive in this bloody meat grinder. Blood, the smell of burnt flesh and flashes of magic. All this awaits the fighters in the center of Seoul. The vampire's punishment is revealed in all its power and is now directed not against people. Alice is unable to replenish her strength through the contract and ends up having to use up her own energy reserves. Belus is obliged to protect the magical crystals that feed her power. Without these crystals, the defensive line will collapse and the champion's entire plan will be in jeopardy. Too much depends on Alice today. This is her finest hour. But in addition to the black goats, we have to repel attacks from other monsters. People in black suits emerge from the portal, recognizing the vampire princess and condemning her protection of humans. Behind them appears the same woman who spoke with Hastings earlier. This is the great and terrible head of the Levicida family, Abigail von Levicida. She acts decisively and is not going to let anyone interfere with her plans. The Hall of Public Execution is activated, but the current leader of the Ataraxia clan demands that Alice's life be spared. He orders his warriors not to kill her, but they still need to capture her. Dirty traitors is what the princess calls these rats who decided to stand in her way. Judging by their behavior, they could hardly wait for the opportunity to go to the grave. The skill, Path of Blood, will demonstrate to them the true power of this terrifying woman, and we return to the ancient temple. Before us is a legendary master of barrier techniques from an ancient kingdom that existed thousands of years ago. He has created all the main barriers of the Tower of Trials, and now the champion must endure the fight with him. The chances of surviving this fight are extremely low, and everyone understands this. The man who created all these techniques is able to repel any attack with ease. His level is unattainable, and comparing him to other barrier masters is pointless. With one movement of his hand, he analyzes the strength of any opponent. Belter is a true god of barriers. There is no other way to describe him. Before fighting, he wants to know the player's motives, why Brian decided to study barriers and not something else. This path is incredibly difficult, but at the same time fascinating in its complexity. Barriers allow you to create your own world that belongs only to you, and this is truly a divine gift. But Brian doesn't like long conversations because he is first and foremost a man of war. Therefore, having answered the question, he immediately rushes forward and delivers a crushing blow with all his strength. But even this is not enough to damage the opponent's barrier. It is so impenetrable. If Brian is studying barriers, then he is as stubborn as Belter himself. Even if you spend your whole life mastering this skill, you may not reach the top. Belter isn't going to let anyone get past him. He is like a black goat, whose only goal is to destroy everything. Many players are already teetering on the brink of death and are unable to continue the fight. Even elite warriors face serious difficulties, and ordinary soldiers cannot cope at all. The monsters appear again and again like endless waves of the ocean. Marcus has trained at sea for years to gain strength, but even that is not enough. In difficult times, he remembers Brian's voice asking him to look after the champion team. A smile appeared on Marcus's face, because Brian always asks for the impossible. We'll have to fight anyway. There's no other way out. Master Siren is watching this battle. She is pleased to see her student in perfect shape. But why did she come? She simply responded to a student's request without thinking about the consequences. The same can be said about the Dragon King, Mr. Felidor. He has little spiritual energy, and leaving the tower in this state is extremely risky. The master could not sit quietly in safety while his student fought a great threat. To navigate Winter Soul with confidence, they need a fast car and an experienced driver. Mr. Chol fits that description perfectly, which is probably why he's here. Brian also called him and warned him about the approaching storm. He asked Mr. Chol to help the inhabitants of the tower in this difficult moment. Not all of them are hostile to people. Among them, there are those who are ready to side with humanity. The two masters, like two drops of water from the same lake, finally met. The afterburner mode is activated, and Mr. Chol remembers his youth. Perhaps he had a brand new Lamborghini or Mustang from a new collection back then. While he demonstrates miracles of speed, Alice continues to fight the traitors. Many vampires have imprisoned her at some point, and the list of those who must die is long. In the past, the princess had already destroyed half of the traitors. Now it was the turn of the rest. Abigail urges her to stop bluffing and finally surrender. She considers this fight pointless. The forces are not equal, and the outcome is predetermined. If Alice could use her full potential, she would have won long ago. But now that is impossible. She fights solely for the faith of her master, who has always taught her perseverance. Abigail never understood vampires who sided with humans. Groveling before weak creatures is pointless, especially for higher vampires. She intends to put an end to this disgrace right on the streets of Winter Soul. The Transparent Tree's special spear is activated and aimed at Alice von Ataraxia. The minions of the Ghost Tree have emerged from the blood and are ready to carry out the orders of their leader. Alice's opponents have become much stronger, and it seems like this is the end. She tries to defend herself with a blood barrier, but this only delays the inevitable. Continuous attacks destroy her defenses and rapidly deplete her energy reserves. Abigail is enjoying the fight and is preparing to deliver the finishing blow. She is upset that Alice never activated her spear because without it, the battle cannot be called complete. The princess looks weak, confused, and almost hopeless. She must no longer bow down to people and disgrace her family. Alice is ready to endure anything, just so as not to fall to her knees and give up. She even cut off her beautiful hair, following Teresa's example. This is what legendary women do, proving that hair is only part of external beauty. True beauty is always hidden within, and there is no arguing with that. The princess never gives up, which means the fight will continue until the last drop of blood. Now let's look at a champion who does everything he taught his friends to do. He doesn't back down. He goes forward and tries again and again to win, even if it seems crazy. His opponent is strong and unshakable. He is not afraid of the techniques of the man from Earth. Even the signs of the zodiac are not able to break through the protective barrier of Belter. Something much more powerful is needed here, for in the art of barriers he has no equal. And yet it is strange to hear that someone who so adores barrier techniques considers them pointless. Belter dedicated his entire life to barriers and loved his craft immensely. Death overtook him at his desk, where he spent all his time. He realized the meaning of his life only after he became a ghost of this system. No matter how much time passed, no one ever cared about his art. But he won't let anyone surpass his legendary technique. The art of barriers is one of the most unpopular in the tower, despised and considered unnecessary. Many people believe that attack is more important than defense, and in some ways, they are right. Brian understands the master better than anyone, because he spent his life playing video games and never achieved recognition. He had been told more than once that he was the only one playing at that difficulty level, like a blind man who didn't notice the rest of the world. But even without recognition, this does not mean that a person is wasting his energy and time on his favorite thing. Step by step, you can discover unseen worlds, and it's exciting. As they say in Japan, a samurai has no goal, only a path. Belter remembers his past and the moments that made him happy. One day he created a special barrier and despite his loneliness, was genuinely happy. All his efforts were not in vain. That's the point of the whole story. The simplest barrier turned out to be the most important in his life. Brian asks to be given the opportunity to use the best techniques to save the innocent. He acknowledges Belter as the first barrier master and asks for his support. Sometimes you don't need strength to win, you just need to unite with your enemy. But this advice is unlikely to help Alice. Her situation is completely different. No matter how much she fights, the result is the same: defeat and pain. Dead legends fell to their knees because of her stubbornness. Many great vampires died because of her actions, and her entire race now hates her. They call her the shame of the clan and the puppet of the people, not realizing that everything has two sides. Now this shame must be washed away. One blow and the princess's head is cut off. Hope leaves Alice, and warm tears roll down her cheeks. Alice von Ataraxia began her journey among humans with hatred. Over time, hatred gave way to mistrust and then turned into true friendship. Brian promised to restore her family to its former glory, and at first she agreed out of revenge. This was her most cherished dream, her burning desire. But then everything changed. Brian opened up a completely different world to her, a world filled with support, respect, and the warmth of friendship. From these feelings, something greater is sometimes born, an eternal force that cannot be stopped. And now the revenge she has dreamed of for so long is slipping out of her hands. She doesn't think about death. In her head, there are only warm memories of the connection with a loved one. Now revenge doesn't matter, because there are things that are much more important. Brian raced to save his friends, fighting and making his way through the jungle of the 16th floor. He then showed flexibility and managed to find an approach to the barrier legend. All this gave him an advantage and allowed him to return to Earth in time. Alice's head is still in place, and now she can stop crying and look to the future with confidence. The champion saved the princess with his boundless magic and dedication. Now he can use any magic skills without spending mana. Half an hour of such power should be enough to perform a miracle and change the outcome of the battle. Abigail had always dreamed of meeting this special player. Now she has a chance, but it will come at a high price. After passing the Belter test, Brian received the second rank of Barrier Master. He has completed his study of the Forgotten Language and is now able to create runes of greatness. This path will be extremely difficult, but he is ready to go through it. Youth gives him wings. One can only hope that he will achieve everything he wants. Belter believes that this guy will be able to use everything he created in his youth. The analysis of the technique is completed. Energy destruction is activated. Even the legendary vampire acknowledges the power before him. Abigail called him the greatest being in the galaxy, but her own self-confidence was her undoing. Now looking at this technology, she trembles with fear. Brian directed an eternal release of energy at the vampire. The impact was so powerful that it could be seen even from space. The blood barrier tried its best to protect its owner, but this is clearly not enough to stop a man with such skills. Brian is able to do everything without spending mana, and this gives hope to humanity. Even Teresa felt his presence. He was finally near. This guy always shows up at the right moment to write his name in gold letters into history. Having activated his full potential, he began to cleanse the earth of the otherworldly creatures of the ancient world. They were all wiped off the face of the earth, and not a single person was harmed. Almost nothing remained of the terrible monsters, a true art of monster extermination. Of the entire squad of vampires, only one supreme leader survived. The entire clan was destroyed by just one spell, a disgrace to the vampire nobility. Other vampires were always tormented by the question of how Alice managed to escape from her eternal prison. Now everything became clear. A special player helped her. Abigail no longer thinks about Alice. Now she thinks only about her own skin. She started to run, but it was too late. The hunt had been declared, and the wolf had caught up with its prey. He has no intention of letting go of the creature that has caused him so much trouble. No bloody tricks will save her. They will only delay retribution. The champion has no intention of wasting time on trifles. He intercepted her bloody power and turned it against its owner. The ancient binding barrier was instantly activated in the player's favor. The 9th level rune seals are now ready to take effect. The multiple barrier technique with the Sagittarius zodiac sign looked dazzling. The vampire queen screamed in defeat and desperately grabbed onto the ghostly thread of life. But the words of traitors mean nothing, especially after all the atrocities they have committed. The Soul's Desire artifact is capable of reaching its target even in the far reaches of space. The accuracy of the hit is almost absolute. Abigail signed her own death warrant. She can scream, fall to her knees, and beg for mercy, all in vain. For her sins came retribution, a painful, cruel, and merciless death. Abigail von Levicida is destroyed, a sad end to a vile creature. The Soul's Desire artifact allowed energy to reach the source of the rift. Brian turned his gaze to his true enemy, the instigator of this whole war. He reminded her that her time had not yet come and that she should not have fun creating obstacles for humanity. All that remains for Ancient Valantia is to wait for the meeting with the champion on the 50th floor. He demanded that she disappear and never return. The invasion of the ancient power has been stopped. Korea has withstood the blow. Sometimes champions see the future or have strange illusions. Brian found himself in an unfamiliar place, badly wounded and overcome with fear. His mentor and even Alice showed no signs of life. They all suffered severe wounds in this legendary battle. To succeed in the Tower of Trials, you will have to leave them behind and continue climbing. After the vision, he opened his eyes and felt a rough tongue on his face. The little ancient dragon greeted his master joyfully. They were overcome with cries of joy and wild hugs. You have to be careful. In such excitement, it is easy to injure the leader even more. Due to the overload, Brian lay unconscious for a whole week and finally got some sleep. He thanked his friends for their support and admitted that he felt much better. That same winter morning, full of sadness and sorrow, arrived. The Awakened Association held a ceremonial funeral for all those killed in the tragedy. The best players from all over the world have come to see the one who saved them all. A huge crowd gathered at the memorial to the victims, wanting to pay tribute to the fallen who protected civilians. Thanks to the preparation, it was possible to avoid heavy losses among civilians. Mostly players who came to help died. 121 players did not return home after this legendary battle. Their bravery will forever remain in the memory of not only those present, but the entire Awakened Association. On that day, humanity learned the truth about the inhabitants of the tower who stood up to protect the human world. Troll leader Klaus took the microphone to say a few words. One day he met a man who protected his people from the attack of vampires. After this, Klaus decided to repay the debt and came to protect the lands of people. While fighting vampires, he met an amazing guy named Johnny. They fought side by side as if they had known each other all their lives. From enemies, they became true friends. This happens sometimes. Now Klaus sees his friend off and asks him to rest in peace. From that day on, the world was split in two. There appeared those who became more afraid of the inhabitants of the tower, and those who sought to exploit their existence. Teresa is concerned about how these changes will affect the fate of humanity. She hopes that people will continue to follow the path of light despite the dark pages of the past. Brian thanked his friends who held the line during his absence. He praised Teresa's incredible bravery and said he was proud of her growth. When he lost consciousness, he remembered a few moments. Teresa looked stunning as the paladin saving his life. Looking at her, you understand that only the path of light is capable of transforming a person in this way. She didn't give up, wiped away her tears, and proved her strength. It was beautiful. Even her dark side is forced to admit that it was all worth it. Now everyone is discussing friendship with the inhabitants of the tower. Is this a chance or a new threat? People are trying to find answers and figure out how to feel about it. Humanity miraculously managed to survive the disaster. But this is not the end. Everything that is hidden in the tower can be overcome. But will the manager help next time? The president of the association invited Brian for a serious talk. The champion has done a lot for the city and asked to keep the portal open. People want to know why. Is it really necessary? He explained that they were not fighting the ancient creature itself, but only its advance guard. When an invasion occurs, the occupant of the 50th floor sends a reconnaissance squad forward to weaken the enemy. The invasion is not complete. The gates cannot be closed. Any problem can be solved if you find the right key to the right door. To relax, Brian went to Sandra's. Her home is a joyous place, with many players gathering to unwind after a nightmarish battle. The world's first magical hot springs appeared right in her bathroom. Here, the Parasite King is undergoing recovery, healing from a severe injury. Hot springs purify the energy of the soul. Thanks to this, the Master feels significant relief and rest. Even Master Siren is appearing in the real world more and more often. She enjoys soda and the benefits of civilization that she has not seen for many years. And many other girls would not mind enjoying the hot springs. That's why it's fun and cozy here. A friendly atmosphere reigns. All that remains is to calm down the Parasite King, who is irritated by the noise during the restoration. Mr. Chul called Brian into the hallway. He has a serious conversation about Felidor's condition. His body is riddled with cancer cells, as if he had been exposed to intense radiation for a long time. Nobody knows how much time he has left, months or just a few days. At this time, preparations are underway in the secret passages of Miriam to strengthen the warriors' positions.
Guillermo still hasn't been able to locate the right defender.
The first 20 floors of the tower have been searched, but it's as if he's disappeared into thin air, as reported by Simba, a 4th-rank commander. The Dark Dragon King, despite being seriously wounded, managed to reach his student. The long exposure to the poisonous stones left him with only a slight cough. He miraculously remained unharmed. Guillermo intends to seize power over the central plane, but for now the cult is too weak. He needs a much more powerful force to win. Now he is about to activate the power that will help him conquer the entire central continent. This could not have happened without the help of that very goblin, the supreme manager of the tower. So far, everything is going according to plan. The ancient creature has given birth to many creatures for the war. These warriors are neither alive nor dead. They are truly dead. Guillermo drew a symbol with his right hand. Now he would lead the army forward. The Murim alliance must fall soon. The cult of the Sky Steed will finally get a chance to take over the floor. Jennifer is still undecided about her future, as if she were standing on the scales and looking for the right path. Still, she leans towards the light, and so she calls George to tell him everything. More than 3,000 dead people have moved towards the central plane. These monsters are created by pure mental power, the likes of which no one has ever encountered before. Several floors could be completely destroyed. This cannot be allowed. George immediately met with the champion and passed on all the information. As expected, Valencia launched an invasion inside the tower and created an army from scratch. George will work on restoring his mentor, and Brian will try to stop the disaster. He'll need the Parasite King's power soon, so he needs to get it back as soon as possible. On the 25th floor is the city of Luoyang. The leader of the Murim Alliance is King Ben, a man of incredible experience and charisma. He met with his allies, and they were all deeply concerned about the situation. The army of the dead is approaching inexorably. It will be extremely difficult to stop it. After the first battle, we had to retreat. The forces were unequal. If this continues, the clans of the Central Plains will fall one after another. We'll have to unite and fight to the death, but even that may not be enough. No one wants to obey someone else's orders and die on the battlefield. We need to restore order, and this requires a decisive leader. Ruth felt the tracking skill activate. A strange aura enveloped the space, and someone from the real world appeared. It was Brian, with Mistress Siren sitting on his back. Everyone was surprised. How did he get in here without special permission? Siren stood up for the player and stated that he was their best hope. He is truly the right defender's best student and has made unprecedented progress. The Dark Dragon has saved Murim more than once. Now it is his student's turn. The chief shaman objected. He didn't trust a stranger born outside of Murim. Not everyone is ready for dialogue. The tension is growing with every second. Any spark can explode a conflict. Brian had to take control of the situation and present his vision. The threat is not limited to the central plane. The bloodbath will engulf all of the middle floors. The champion called on everyone to put aside their pride and listen to his plan, otherwise everyone would die. Meanwhile, in the Holy Land, Sabina is gradually getting back into shape. Other players are training with her and are feeling better. Mackenzie and Abraham have gotten back on track and are now happy. They once did hard labor, like other prisoners, until Sabina took them under her wing. The goddess of light always gives a chance to repent. Soon the hooligans will have the opportunity to atone for their guilt. At the same time, Alice is strolling around Murim carefree. She cannot deny herself the pleasure of trying local delicacies. And if it weren't for the annoying Marcus bothering her, life would be much more comfortable. The champion returned and reported that the negotiations had gone well. The player's plan was liked by local leaders, although questions remained. In fact, he was being a bit disingenuous. The Miriam representatives were furious when he demanded the treasures of each clan. He was called crazy, and only Siren was able to resolve the conflict. Brian would gladly destroy the entire Miriam faction right now. He was already pretty fed up with them. But among them, there are worthy mentors whose value is inestimable. After the war, measures will have to be taken to ensure that they cannot freely leave the tower. Then people will sleep peacefully, and the balance of power will be restored. The champion suggested going to a reputable establishment to solve pressing problems. The main problem now is hunger. You need to eat well and then think about great things. During lunch, they were joined by Ruth, sent by Siren. Soon, a representative of the Shaman clan, Jerry, entered. He was unhappy with the recent commotion in the boardroom. Jerry is considered the most talented shaman, and he has long wanted to prove his skills. He dreamed of saving Miriam from death, but Brian deprived him of this opportunity. The champion heard this and decided to have some fun. He loudly declared that he considered shamans to be stinking squirrels rummaging through garbage dumps. Ruth tried to stop him, but in vain. You have to understand, this guy always does what he thinks is right, without thinking about the consequences. It's better to drink delicious sake and enjoy the food. After a few sarcastic remarks, Brian found himself in danger. The offended shamans surrounded him with young warriors of their clan. This is exactly what he was trying to achieve. The champion got bored and arranged a light sparring match. He asked Alice not to interfere and to continue her dinner calmly. Then he stood up, took a few steps, and jumped high into the air. The visitors realized that a pogrom was beginning and hurried to leave. Brian recently watched a documentary about ballerinas and borrowed some elements. He never stops learning and driving his enemies crazy. For him, it's a way to find inner balance. It doesn't matter who the enemy is. Shamans, Greenpeace, or ghetto gangsters. In the right mood, he will turn any ingredient into the perfect dish. Jerry's assistants were knocked out within the first minute. The leader was left alone, activated the Sword of Primordial Chaos, and rushed to attack. Too hasty and overconfident, the champion usually punishes such mistakes. He's in a good mood today. Perhaps Jerry will get away with just some knocked out teeth and a broken nose. If you're unlucky, you'll end up in intensive care. After trying to land a crushing blow, Jerry realized that Brian wasn't even trying. The enraged shaman rose to take revenge, ignoring the pain in his joints. To calm him down, the champion offered to try his special dish. It was reminiscent of the scene in Ratatouille when the critic returns to his childhood. Jerry remembered his youth and his mother's favorite dish. She promised that if he ate more, he would become strong and great. Remembering these moments, he could not hold back his tears. It's not every day you see a talented shaman cry over delicious food. Now even Alice wanted to try it. Due to the endless battles, Brian completely forgot about his subscribers. He needed to have some fun and make something worthwhile. Now he has not only attracted attention to himself, but also captured the shaman leader breaking a taboo and eating meat. Jerry is now under Brian's control, and there is no need to worry about him betraying you anymore. Siren's guarantees still do not satisfy the Miriam Alliance. She is asked to put away the sword and speak like a human being without resorting to force. A few minutes later, the doors opened and a representative of the shaman clan entered. Jerry assures that Brian is the only one who can cope with the dark forces and advises to listen to his plan. The best disciple of the shaman clan personally vouches for him. Everyone was stunned by what was happening. Now Brian had influential support. To do this, we had to use a lot of tricks, but that doesn't matter anymore. The Miriam Alliance is ready to give him a chance to fix the situation. He may be an outsider, but there is no other choice. The champion asked to gather everyone and introduce them to the new commander. He will show you how to act to defeat the army of the dead. Meanwhile, the enemy army was rapidly approaching the central zone. A collapsed road blocked their path ahead. As soon as the dead stopped, huge stones fell on them. It became clear that they had fallen into the trap of an experienced predator. The entire army was covered by a powerful rockfall. From the top of the cliff, Stalker and his combat partner watched what was happening. Even such a crushing collapse was not effective enough. The dead survived, but that's not surprising. The Stalker's task is simple: to delay the enemy's advance as much as possible and gain time. Guillermo receives regular reports on the army's progress. He was informed that the dead were under constant attack. Someone learned of their route, and the balance of power in Miriam changed. The leader of the Celestial Steed cult guessed that the old dragon's disciple had intervened. Due to outside interference, Guillermo will have to reveal his main trump card. In the capital of the Empire, on the 21st floor, a talented dwarf works. He continues to do dirty work, and today he received a new assignment. Now he will have to work with the legendary Dragon Slayer. He had been waiting for this moment his whole life. His finest hour had come. He also completed the previous task. Only light polishing remains. The weapons are ready for war. Preparations are coming to an end. Brian was surprised to see an Imperial representative in Murim. Teresa arrived with everyone without prior notice. She searched all the places where the dead had reached. Only in one of them were there many survivors, thanks to an unknown rescuer who protected the residents. This rescuer was sitting behind Teresa, and perhaps he had some unusual power hidden within him. He didn't emit magic, but that could have been a deception. Using the Eye of Gluttony, Brian analyzed the stranger. His name was Floyd, and all characteristics were hidden. The Sky Steed is almost out of power. If you help it recover, you can copy any skill. A new quest has appeared. Awaken Floyd's desire to fight. This will unlock memories of the battle in which he lost his power. It will be extremely difficult to regain what was lost and awaken the will. Meanwhile, strange creatures filled with darkness were watching everything that was happening. The champion and his team continued to help the survivors. Many villages were destroyed by the dead and needed support. Brian decided to use his culinary skills and feed the hungry. The aroma of the stew spread throughout the area and was irresistible. These actions inspired not only ordinary people, but also warriors who considered him a scoundrel. It was a chance to get closer to Floyd. The player offered him something to eat and restore his strength. Skyjumper refused, saying that it would be better to give the food to the children. He had clearly been starving for over a week, but still didn't take a bite. Strange guy. By copying the Sky Steed's sacrifice skill, you can advance in the tower 7 times faster. That's why it's so important to get his power, even though it's not easy. We need to awaken his will to fight, and perhaps Alice can help. She looked at the owner and said that she felt the power of the dead. The princess felt the energy of the creatures subordinate to the ancient being. People sensed the approaching danger and began to panic. While everyone was running away, the dead had already approached the destroyed village. Guillermo became the new Sky Steed and ordered to capture Floyd and destroy Brian. The Bloody Order was activated. The dead went on the attack. The Night of Bloody Choice covered the village with a protective barrier. It's almost impossible to get out, and the power of the dead is growing. Murim's warriors felt their stats weaken. They were trapped along with frightened civilians. Brian was in no hurry to attack. He was carefully studying the situation. Not all is lost yet. Teresa is nearby, and her holy power is capable of breaking the barrier. She immediately proved her strength. It became clear that the dead are not immortal at all. Alice is also ready for battle. It's funny to see the union of a saint and a bloody vampire. Brian asked her to take her time and act sensibly. We need to stall for time while he prepares his plan. Together with Teresa, they will cope, especially with the dark side of the paladin. The champion smiled, seeing that everything was going according to his script. The only thing left to decide was how to get Floyd out, as he was not responding to the danger. He looked at his hand and thought, "Is this the end?" At that moment, Simba approached Brian and demanded that he kneel down. The champion refused, stating that he would never do so in the homeland of his mentor, the Dragon King. Hearing these words, Floyd's face lit up with hope. He seemed to remember the parasite king he had known for many years. They had often conversed, and that was when Floyd first learned that Felidor had found an apprentice. This surprised him. Few people would agree to train with such an old-fashioned master. The Dragon King said that his student was daring, cunning, and attentive to those close to him. Only he will be able to accomplish a feat that is beyond the reach of Felidor himself. Apparently, they were talking about the completed 13th form of martial art. By the time it is activated, Felidor will already have retired. Skysteed couldn't believe what he heard. 6 months ago he left home, considering his life over. Fate gave him another chance. Brian completed the quest and awakened Floyd's thirst for battle. He laughed so sincerely that his enemies recoiled. They thought about calling paramedics and psychiatric help. The allies felt the joy of their leader. Their attacks became even more furious. Dozens of the dead were destroyed. Alice wanted to continue, but Brian asked her to restrain herself. It's time for T-Bon, who recently rose from the ashes like a phoenix, to prove himself. The dead do not fear the living, but they fear the dead. T-Bon had always been successful in carrying out his assignments, and now his finest hour had come. T-Bon couldn't hold back his tears and thanked his owner for everything he had done for him. It was a sincere gift, a true Death Knight module. During the day, while completing the task, he received a special drawing from the customer. Having solved it, he began to create amazing things that every blacksmith dreams of. The skeleton operating system has just been activated. It was the dwarf who made this system a reality, allowing a tiny skeleton to control a huge body. The activation of the magical currents ended, and the enemies felt the confidence leave their hearts. Finally, the time has come to show what a tasty steak skeleton can do. Now no one will dare to underestimate him. He will turn into a ruthless killer, a real Godzilla. At the control room, T-Bon was enjoying the moment, shouting incessantly that he wanted to destroy those stinking pigs. He looked incredibly impressive, and even the blood abundance technique couldn't stop him. The opponents went mad and activated a form reminiscent of a berserker. In this state, the dead lose their fear and attack from all sides, fully aware of the risk. Now they could be called suicide bombers, but this did not frighten either T-Bon or his allies. The Spirit of Fire also decided to have some fun and demonstrated the Soul Flame skill. It was so spectacular that the other spirits couldn't resist giving it a like. Then they looked at the skeleton and admitted that he had come a long way and deserved respect. Hearing this, the tiny skeleton could not contain his emotions and felt like the happiest creature in the universe. Inspired by his success, he tore the horrifying corpse to pieces. Having defeated the giant enemy, he rushed towards the leader of the criminal gang. At that moment, all the spirits joined forces and delivered a legendary blow of the elements, which eyewitnesses will remember for many years. After this, the Night of the Dead automatically dissipated. The army of death was destroyed, and the young shaman could not believe that all this was not a dream. The mighty commander Simba, who led the army of the dead, fell under the onslaught of tiny chupacabras. Such creatures are rarely encountered outside of Murim, so the locals find it hard to believe what is happening. There are still many demonic armies left, and they will continue to attack, outnumbering and covering new directions. Holding the Central Plains would not be easy, but Brian was now convinced that nothing was impossible. He offered Floyd help and assured him that he knew how to regain his lost strength. A few hours later, the champion and his team returned to Loyang. Each of his visits caused surprise, and today was no exception. The champion reported that Guillermo was gathering an army and leading it here, and a fierce battle would soon break out. All this time, Guillermo was waiting to deliver the decisive blow. It is necessary to gather all forces for defense and prepare traps on the ground to slow down the advance of enemies. If all goes according to plan, the undead will be held off and Brian will be able to deliver the main blow. And as always, he didn't miss the opportunity to talk about money. The champion stated that the situation was critical and that each clan was obliged to provide jewelry. An argument broke out. The head of the Shaman clan declared that he did not believe in the tales of the guy from Seoul. Jerry was starting to get nervous and mentally begged his boss to calm down. He knew that there was a force behind Brian that was better not to mess with, and he had experienced it firsthand. A few days ago, he had a serious conversation with representatives of the clans and his own boss. Everyone understood that sooner or later Brian would demand a reward, and no one liked that. The boss told Jerry not to pay the champion and not to give in to his manipulations. Now, during the argument, he ordered the disciple to intervene and support him. This floor was connected to the mentor and Teresa, so Brian could hardly contain his emotions. But if the conflict continues, he will stop playing the role of the good guy. Sensing the growing danger, Jerry barked at everyone to be quiet. He then stated that he personally saw how Brian strengthened Miriam's fighting spirit and strength. Jerry stood up for him and assured everyone of his competence. The elders should have listened to these words and stopped doubting the champion. After 2 hours, Brian received treasures from all the clans. After Jerry openly supported him, the factions had no choice but to hand over the reward. He decided to go against the elders, and it wasn't just about blackmailing Brian. This kind of thing doesn't happen often. Now this man deserved respect. Among all the treasures, a special artifact stood out, the bracelet of the returning warrior. It once belonged to a man who had visited another world and ended up in the tower, and now it allows you to open gates to other worlds. But there is no time to rejoice. A new threat lies ahead. Brian reminded him that the army of the dead was already approaching, and if it reached Luoyang, it would be too late. No matter what the circumstances, a champion has a plan, nothing else matters. He gifted his ally with the legendary Plum Blossom sword known to every blade master. Everyone knew that Brian never gave gifts without an ulterior motive. The next day, full-scale preparations for the battle began. Some worked out of loyalty to the master, others to protect people from ancient evil. Brian was preparing to keep his promise, nothing more, nothing less. Everyone concentrated on defending the city, while the commander-in-chief walked through the mountains. During the walk, he and Marcus met the 9th head of the Celestial Steed cult, Master Floyd. He finally came to his senses. Although his magic was still not felt, he completely exhausted his powers and temporarily became an ordinary person. We need to help him recover, and that is the main task. To do this, it was necessary to set up a barrier and activate pure air magic. Brian took control and asked the master to trust his instructions. It sounded cocky, but Floyd agreed to play by his rules. They were joined by the Right Back and Lady Siren. The Dragon King did not expect that they would meet again. For him, it was a real holiday. But his strength was leaving him with each passing day. The disease was inexorably devouring his life. Siren believed that Heavenly Steed should not have left his sect. This upset the balance in Muriam and brought many troubles. She came to help, because only by uniting can we stop the darkness. By this time, the 10th level barrier was already in effect. The Territory of Ether technique. The masters had to restore Floyd's strength by showing him several techniques. Floyd went into deep meditation. At this time, his friends were waving weapons and using techniques. From the outside, it looked impressive, like a master class for young warriors. It's not every day that you get to see the collision of yin and yang energies. This activated the enhanced energy of ether, which was transmitted to Floyd through special shields. This allowed Brian to enter the memory of the Sky Steed using a special space. The system reproduced individual memories without allowing them to be interfered with. Brian was in the liquid state of an observer. This was new to him. Looking around, he noticed an incomprehensible battle with a monster. Only his attentiveness allowed him to discern Floyd in his prime. His opponent was the ancient mistress of darkness, Valencia. It was a simplified form, but her power remained enormous. Now it became clear how the Sky Steed lost his powers and became an ordinary person. He fought the ancient creature and gave all his energy to at least slow it down. During the battle, Floyd used the Sky Steed sacrifice skill. In the first phase, he called upon the aid of heavenly dragon flight. Every move he made was perfect, his legendary skill unfolding before our eyes. But even these techniques did not impress Valencia. She was too strong. For Brian, this is a chance to study his future opponent and understand her strengths and weaknesses. At the same time, he remembered that the main goal of the mission was Floyd and his path. At this time, a huge army of Murim had already gathered in Loyang. For the first time in many years, they united for one great goal: to defeat a common enemy. Even the fearless warriors were surprised to see unexpected allies. It's not every day that a huge robot and tiny spirits fight side by side. This war will decide the fate of not only the Central Plains, but the entire Middle World, including the Tower. Meanwhile, Marcus was still next to the champion, not taking his admiring gaze off Lady Siren's techniques. She looked as if she were 18 again, light, beautiful, and graceful. At that moment, Brian continued to be in the memories of the Sky Steed. He watched the devastating attacks and desperate battle with the ancient monster. Valencia were too strong and clearly enjoyed their superiority. The inevitable moment arrived. Floyd fell to his knees, proving that he was just a mortal fighting for the light. Valencia knew about his artifact, with which one can leave this dimension. She came specifically for him. The crown of omnipotence was her goal. This is one of the 7 crowns needed to ascend to the 50th floor of the tower. Valencia demanded that he give up the artifact and retire peacefully. If he gives in, no one will be able to stop her. Floyd understood this and was ready to give all his strength to prevent an invasion of the outside world. He spent all his internal energy to throw the artifact away. The crown broke out of the barrier and even left the floor. The memory immersion ended and the champion had to return to reality. Meanwhile, the army of the dead had already approached Loyang, causing terror among the residents. Simba's student has come to avenge his teacher and drown everything in blood. But the Murim faction did not waver. Their determination to fight to the end did not waver. T-Bon and his friends looked at the warriors as if they were children. He said that if they were afraid, they should stay behind while he dealt with the evil spirits. For the warriors of Murim, this became a challenge that forced them to cast aside their fear. They raised their long swords and sharp spears, rushing forward, forgetting about doubts and pain. The great battle has already been written into the annals. All that remains is to find out who will be its winner. Having completed the analysis of the memories, the champion returned to the world of the living. He immediately noticed that the master was suffering from a serious illness. There was a risk that, in an attempt to save the Heavenly Sun, the Dragon King would give his life. Brian came up with a plan. Ether's missing energy could be replenished through Marcus. Together, they are able to reveal their maximum and give Floyd the strength he needs. The young warriors trained for a long time to show everything they were capable of. They filled the space with streams of power and flame. This is exactly what was missing. The Sky Steed began to absorb the energy, and finally saw the light of hope. A ray of heaven pierced his heart. Everyone around ran away, unable to withstand the monstrous pressure. When the fog cleared, they saw that the Sky Steed had returned to its true form. Divine power emanated from him again, a sign that the hero had been restored. Brian has fulfilled the copy conditions and obtained the Sky Steed sacrifice skill. This is the same skill he used to summon a dragon in battle with the ancient monster. Floyd was now in debt to Brian and openly admitted it. The champion was tormented by only one question: where did the crown of omnipotence disappear to? He didn't hear an answer. He felt the impending danger. A new threat attacked Murim's best warriors from all sides. Only the barrier saved them, and then everyone saw a monster in the sky, which made even seasoned pirates call for their mother. The collision of 2 opposing energies gave birth to this monster. Guillermo had long dreamed of becoming a Sky Steed, and now his potential seemed limitless. He appeared riding on the blue dragon of the 4 directions of the world, which was more dangerous than an entire army of the dead. No master understood how to act in such a situation. It seemed that nothing could be worse than the battle with Yaksha, but they were wrong. Guillermo mastered the Blue Dragon Guide technique and freed one of the guardians of the 4 directions. He even managed to subdue the monster and make it obey. The mere scent of the dragon terrified even the most steadfast warriors, and its aura of death weighed on everyone around it. Using the technique of total solitude, Guillermo subdued the legendary creature. Brian wasn't surprised at all. He had foreseen this turn of events and had taken the bracelet of the returning warrior with him. After activating it, he used the hand seal technique and entered the secret code. This established a connection with the chosen point in the dimension, opening up space for miracles. After the fight with Yaksha, Brian was especially worried about his little black dragon. He fell into a strange state. He lived as usual, but after training, he fell asleep with sadness on his face. The reason was a wound received in a fight with a monster. The first defeat is always hard for proud creatures, especially for ancient dragons. His wounded pride had to be restored. The best cure for the pain of defeat is the taste of victory. By combining his techniques, Brian gave Bruce incredible new potential. Through the linked portal, they were transported into a forest filled with endless magic. There, the full activation of hidden forces began. Before everyone appeared the majestic poison dragon, Bruce Almighty. Now we are about to witness the War of the Dragons, and this is truly something special. Constant skirmishes between players are boring, but a real dragon-on-dragon battle is a spectacle. Each dragon has unique techniques. They are akin to great sorcerers. The blue dragon's wrath rushed towards the yellow death. In response, Bruce activated the Sword of Rebuke technique, a glittering death ray. The clash of the elements turned out to be more beautiful than any northern lights. Now the champion is calm and awaits a triumphant victory. Guillermo's dragon turned out to be weaker and hastily retreated. The new Sky Steed still couldn't believe that his plan had collapsed so quickly. He peered at the player, trying to understand, is he a human being or just a creation of the system? Brian liked being called a regular nerd. That's how it all started. Once he was just a gamer, now he has become a legend that is talked about everywhere. After gaining the firearm skill, he began to use swords less often. It's all because of the John Wick movies, which inspired him more than they should have. But Guillermo was no simpleton either. His skills probably surpassed even Marcus's. In order not to lose, he used the White Flame Pearl artifact to summon small dragons. This meant that the Sky Steed had decided to show off his full arsenal while his undead were putting pressure on Murim. The battle had been going on for several hours, with blood and suffering all around. Thanks to the spirits and Taibon, Murim was still holding on. They still had a chance to hold off the onslaught, and so far everything was going according to plan. Without this reinforcement, the city would have fallen long ago under the onslaught of the undead. But this could not continue forever. The endless stream of enemies would sooner or later break through the defense. This war had to have a solution, and now everything depended on the champion and his battle with the dragons. We need to destroy Guillermo, the source of the infection, as soon as possible. Then returning to Luoyang will allow us to repel the attack of the dead. The Sky Steed summoned the dragons and gave them an order. They must destroy the right defender and his followers while the champion is busy fighting. The small dragons posed a serious threat, but the player only smiled, not losing confidence. He clearly had a plan and believed that the masters would be able to stand up for themselves. Marcus decided to delay the enemies and give his comrades a chance to escape. He once again showed dignity and the spirit of boundless freedom. Then he activated the Death Pursuit Sword, the 13th form of the bee sting. By this time, Brian was watching his opponent closely and could clearly see him losing his composure and confidence. The preparation for this battle had been going on for too long, and the champion had already calculated every next step of the enemy, as if he were reading an open book. But his opponent continued to surprise him, even at long distances, without losing his cunning and fighting spirit. Meanwhile, the warriors of Murim noticed the flags fluttering on the horizon, and their hearts filled with hope. Within a few seconds, it became clear that enlightened brothers and sisters were rushing towards them, carrying the will of light throughout the world. Sabina gathered the best of the best under her banner to drive the darkness beyond the floor and restore balance. Now the dead will be forced to acknowledge the power of the light. Their days of dominance are coming to an end. Just a moment ago, the warriors of Murim felt that they were losing control of the situation, but now they have regained their confidence and advantage. For perhaps the first time in history, they witnessed the Empire's warriors come to their rescue. The Holy Paladin has brought with him an army ready to participate in the legendary battle of good against darkness. Previously, there were misunderstandings between them and Murim. Centuries-old enmity separated them, but now all this is in the past. For the sake of fighting a common enemy, they are ready to forget grievances. This is what true warriors of light always do. Guillermo realized that his chances were fading and decided to take a desperate step. He absorbed the Pearl of Light and began to merge with his dragon, taking on an unimaginable form. Now his new dragon form resembled a mutant from the X-Men comics, personifying indomitable strength. He vowed that no one would dare to underestimate him again, and the champion would pay in full for the insults inflicted. Their fight became so large-scale that it was visible from different corners of the entire floor. The blue dragon's attack left behind nothing but a scorched wasteland, and was nearly impossible to stop. But the champion foresaw this and asked the dwarf in advance to speed up the execution of the special order. The time has come to see in action not only the divine armor but also the legendary blade of the Dragon Slayer, the sword Balmung. This sword has been given a new, enhanced form by the unique technique of the Great Blacksmith. Coupled with the divine armor, it reveals incredible potential that inspires fear in all dragons. However, absolute power alone does not solve all problems, and Brian learned this truth long ago. He once thought otherwise, but the testing tower proved that brute force alone could not win here. Activating the ancient runes, he marked his opponent's blade with glowing hieroglyphs. The 4th rank gravitational field had already taken effect, and Guillermo felt its devastating effect on himself. He didn't understand what was happening. His body was distorted by pain, and it was already impossible to return to its previous state. It turned out that all of Brian's cunning combinations were part of a carefully thought-out plan. From the very beginning, he pursued a clear goal: and step by step led the enemy to the inevitable outcome. By marking the blade, he could now activate the true power of the ancient runes. It's time to throw the last words to this pathetic and stinking enemy. The world they live in requires not only brute force, but also cold reason multiplied by experience. Conquering the Tower of Trials requires a carefully crafted plan and confidence born from many victories and defeats. Alice watched the proceedings with anticipation, wanting to know what trick her leader had prepared this time. She truly enjoyed the spectacle, especially when the Divine Beast's trap was activated. The spell was broken, and the little dragon Bruce returned to his normal state, and Guillermo's spell was gone. Brian had foreseen all these nuances at the planning stage of the attack. His rich experience helped him to calculate each subsequent move of the enemy. There is only one person in the Tower of Trials who is forbidden to be touched, the Dark Emperor Felidor. And now the time has come to pay for all the sins committed in the past. For Brian, it was a matter of honor, because Felidor held a special place in his heart. Once upon a time, he met him for the first time, just wandering aimlessly around the world, studying its mysteries. Over the years, Felidor became the one who guided him on the right path, giving him meaning to the hero's path. Having activated the Dragon Slayer effect, the champion prepared to take revenge. In the last moments of the fight, he recalled that difficult day while playing the virtual game. Then the Emperor left the world with his head held high, and even the heavens shed tears over his loss. In the game, Brian could start over, meet his mentor again, and pass the tests. But now everything was happening for real, without saving and a chance to replay. In this reality, he will not allow his teacher to die again. After the enemy was destroyed, all the summoned dragons crumbled to dust and disappeared. The mortal threat vanished into thin air as if it had never existed. The forest shook from a powerful explosion, and then deathly silence reigned. The champion received the dragon orb, which can control clouds and rain. Now he could summon small dragons, but that wasn't the end of her abilities. The white flame sphere transferred its power to the released divine beast. The Azure Dragon, one of the 4 divine guardians, finally returned to normal. Brian had freed him from Guillermo's slavery, and now the dragon, filled with gratitude, felt the chaotic energy that filled the area. If the balance was not restored, the consequences could be catastrophic, and the dragon was ready to help the one who returned his freedom. The divine guardians always generously rewarded their saviors and fulfilled their every wish. The dragon looked at Brian in amazement, and clearly understood that he was planning something grandiose. The champion decided to accept a new ally into his team. He activated the brand of destruction and subjugated the freed guardian. Thus, a new employee appeared in his squad, the soft black crane. However, his new form hardly brought him joy, because he looked rather strange. Meanwhile, the undead no longer posed a serious threat. The army of the dead was finally defeated by the combined forces of Murim and the Holy Empire. Even at the risk of her own life, Teresa extended a helping hand and thus won the hearts of the soldiers. Her actions touched even the ruthless killers from Murim. Now it became obvious why she was called a saint. This woman had no equal. By that time, Brian had already reached the underground tunnel under Rainy Mountain. By activating the Stone of Soulful Anguish, he stopped the ancient creature's influence. Then he thanked the one without whose help all this would not have been possible. Jennifer uncovered Guillermo's insidious plans and intervened in the battle of worlds and time. She was glad that she was able to prevent dark times and stood on the side of good. Meanwhile, the soft black crane was getting to know his new comrades. He had to pass a test before becoming a full member of the team. It seemed like he had been underestimated and was about to show off his full strength. But in this form, it will not be easy to do this. Here everyone is equal, and it is better for him to remain calm. It seemed that the troubles were behind us, and ahead lay the long-awaited calm and a sense of peace. All that remained was the gate outside the tower, a mystery to be solved. The battle with the undead became a turning point for the Central Plains. The Empire and Murim, the 2 powerful powers in the region, have made formal peace for the first time in many years. In order to save lives, they united in the face of a common threat, forgetting their past enmity. Many still could not believe in this miracle, like in a children's fairy tale. Of course, there was still tension between them, but it was far from mortal hatred. A fateful conversation took place in Rick Hennessy's great library.
The most ancient being invaded the Central Plains for the crown of omnipotence.
The first time Brian was able to stop a disaster with the help of Victoria, but what lies ahead for them? Now the champion knew more about the Tower of Trials than many of the managers, as if he himself were its creator. The most ancient creature, the crown of omnipotence. Even ordinary players do not know such secrets. Someone from the top management of the tower was clearly behind this attack. Victoria was convinced that this had to be stopped immediately. Hastings can no longer be allowed to commit madness with impunity, but his allies are too influential, and he can only be defeated in an unconventional way. Rick Hennessy soon received an unexpected notification. He invited Brian to take part in the Fight for a Couple festival. The champion looked at what was happening with bewilderment and did not understand why he was invited there. It was strange to realize that he didn't know all the details. After all, he had previously possessed all the information about the Tower of Trials. The most powerful factions of the tower held open tournaments to gain a valuable ally. The Empire and Murim requested the right to hold a fight for the pair in honor of the champion. The forces of the Central Plains insisted that the main player of the tower finally decide on his political views and make a choice. All residents of the region were invited to witness this unprecedented event, which promised spectacle and intrigue. The rewards this time promised to be truly generous, and to participate all you had to do was bring some jewelry with you. The champion still did not understand why he needed to participate in this, in his opinion, ridiculous event. He considered the Murim faction and the Imperial forces to be fools, unworthy of fighting for. What Brian didn't realize was that the patronage of the strongest factions could bring him significant benefits. He was willing to participate only on the condition that he would receive half of all the money earned during the festival. This demand looked like brazen robbery in broad daylight, but he was not going to agree otherwise. Rick hugged his old friend, reminding him that they had been through many trials together and were obliged to find a common language. Meanwhile, the number of viewers had already exceeded all expectations, and it became simply impossible to ignore them. They were greeted with a ceremonial welcome at Rick Hennessy Arena, where two prominent Central Plains figures were introduced. Such tests were carried out only once every few years, and even during wars, new love was often born. Everyone waited with bated breath for the answer to the question, who would become Brian's partner in this crazy struggle for supremacy? The first stage was to determine the location of the decisive competition. Each viewer was given a button on the screen that they had to press to make their choice. Clicking on it would automatically deduct coins from their accounts. The winner was the one who spent the most coins, receiving the right to choose the location of the fight. With every second, simply astronomical sums were spent. The festival was a real money-making machine. There was no longer any doubt about that. While the voting was going on, Rick introduced the participants of the future duel. The first was an imperial princess named Victoria. She came here with the firm intention of giving her father a powerful son-in-law and was ready to do anything for this purpose. The emperor was sincerely happy to meet his daughter, although he noted with sadness that her brother was not there. Her rival was Kira, the daughter of the alliance leader Murim, a real beauty with a fighting spirit. Lately, she had shown more and more courage and determination, which made her father proud. The atmosphere grew tense with every second. Beautiful girls fought for the right to become the champion's partner, and suddenly, representatives of another side appeared in the arena, adding chaos to what was happening. For viewers, it was a chance to take a break from the endless tower wars and enjoy some pure entertainment. The champion's company also put forward 3 of its own contenders, which looked funny and unexpected. Each girl had supporters who were ready to spend maximum coins for their victory. The results were soon summed up. Murim had won and was given the right to choose the arena. The venue was Luoyang Fortress, and simple and clear rules were soon announced. The girls had to take possession of the rose attached to Brian's suit. Whoever managed to do so automatically became his partner. The winner received systemic partner rights, which promised huge advantages in the trial tower. Meanwhile, viewers placed bets on favorites, and Rick received a commission on every coin invested. Participants were transported to a replica of the fortress, illuminated by the lonely glow of the moon. The use of skills was prohibited, and to unlock magic one had to pay. Victoria was confident of her victory and was determined to take possession of the coveted rose. She turned to her father for support and asked him to pay for the use of her skills. The Empire has never been one to skimp on entertainment, and today is no exception. Now Victoria and her assistants have a powerful advantage. Everything that was happening seemed absurd, even praying mantises flirt with each other less aggressively. To win, Victoria rushed to attack her lover, almost cutting off his head. The champion was forced to immediately retreat and flee. At this moment, the Holy Paladin appeared on the battlefield. Surprisingly, it was Brian who invited 3 of his allies to participate in this festival. He promised to reimburse all their expenses and instructed them to distract the other participants so that they would spend as much money as possible. It turned out to be a brilliant commercial move, allowing them to raise capital before the next test of the tower. There was nothing of note in the system store at the moment, but Brian continued to stubbornly accumulate resources. Teresa didn't ask unnecessary questions. The main thing for her was to help the leader. Her efforts paid off. She felt like she was making him truly happy. We should not forget about the representatives of Murim, who have been famous for their determination from generation to generation. Kira was confident that she would be able to win the champion's attention easier than her opponent. But like Victoria, she underestimated the influence of outside factors. Alice had no intention of sharing her handsome man with anyone, and Andrea helped her. Meanwhile, Rick continued to earn crazy money, not missing a single coin. People kept making new bets, ready to invest funds for the sake of their cherished goal. This made the librarian one of the greatest managers in the history of the tower. While Brian was concentrating on saving up the coins, his master finally woke up. He was still in Mr. Chol's house, continuing his recovery. Last time, he barely managed to partially restore the damaged energy, so they asked him to complete the treatment. But the Dragon King did not heed the advice and rushed into battle again, worsening his condition. Now was not the time to worry or interfere in other people's battles. Brian could take care of himself, no one doubted it. The Parasite King is no longer young and has earned the right to finally rest, enjoying his well-deserved retirement. Meanwhile, Brian managed to escape pursuit by 2 Central Plains women. Once again, his allies came to his rescue, but that was where their help ended. In a moment of complete relaxation, Teresa suddenly tried to pick a red rose. The champion only managed to dodge thanks to lightning-fast reactions, trying to understand what she was doing. What appeared before him was not the Holy Paladin, but her dark and insidious essence named Tiana. She didn't want to negotiate. She was only concerned about the Scarlet Treasure. Hearing a noise on the top floor, Alice was distracted from her task. Up until this point, she had followed Brian's instructions to the letter, not allowing anything to interfere with her work. But now I felt changes and turned out to be right in my fears. The Dark Paladin never learned to control himself, which inevitably led to problems. Teresa lost control of her body, because everyone has their own weaknesses. Everything turned out to be not as it seemed at first glance. It was Teresa who wanted to get the rose and turned to her dark half for help. They both had feelings for Brian, but they knew that once they won the rose, they wouldn't be able to truly keep him. Despite this, Teresa was desperate to make him hers and begged Tiana for support. They made a deal. If Tiana helps, then within 3 days she will be able to fully control the body. One could only guess how she would use such a dangerous privilege. Loud screams alerted everyone that something had gone wrong. A battle broke out on the top floor, from which a champion soon emerged. The women immediately resumed the chase, and Rick Hennessy continued to earn coins. But time ran out and the competition came to an end. The participants returned to the stadium. Everyone tried their best, but no one managed to get hold of the red rose. Alice and Andrea successfully completed their part of the plan and could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The Empire and Murim were forced to admit another military draw. It even allowed them to become a little closer to each other. This unexpected outcome subsequently benefited the entire Central Plain. Brian thanked the girls for their support, and Teresa stared into his ocean-deep eyes in response. Her dark half was pleased, as if she had fulfilled the terms of the contract. When the crowd of spectators went home, it was time to take stock of the financial result. Rick and Brian had proven that they had real business talent. All that was left was to write a book about their success. There were 2 promises between them, and the agreement concerned more than just financial matters. However, money no longer occupied the champion. He was concerned with something much more important. Having dealt with all the matters, he went to visit his master. The Dragon King's condition had stabilized, but he was still far from fully recovered. Meanwhile, Rick felt robbed, as if he himself had become a victim of his own machinations. Brian took another valuable artifact from Rick, as if he only found satisfaction when he achieved his goals. Rick found himself in a difficult situation, while Brian, on the contrary, was more successful than ever. He just used a rare elixir to restore his beloved master's health. It was for this purpose that he participated in the festival, following a clear plan from the very beginning. Now the master felt much better, as if he had received a second chance to feel youth again. Brian spent all his savings for this, but remained absolutely happy. It's time to meet with the association president and discuss new fault lines. Brian gave the association a soul board stone that could restrain the growth of portals. Now, exploring the Tower of Trials has become a real breath of fresh air for the association. This made it easier to predict disasters and made it possible to seal portals. Now there was no doubt that the association would cope even with a new major threat. During their conversation, one of the gates completely disappeared, and this was not a miracle, just the work of science. But this did not mean that the world's problems were over. Everything turned out to be much more complicated. Recently, pilots recorded anomalous mana in the Pacific Ocean, similar to the previous disaster. It seems that a new portal was forming on one of the islands, promising new troubles for the world. All awakened were called to warn of this impending threat. No sooner had the previous problem been solved than it was replaced by a new, even more terrible one. The gates are predicted to open in 11 hours, requiring the assistance of all high-ranking awakened. The island grew rapidly, threatening to soon flood coastal cities around the world. It seemed that Valencia had changed tactics and were now acting much more cunningly. At this critical moment, the support of all states was required because the awakened could not hover over the ocean for days. They needed a reliable support, which meant they needed significant funding. With all the fighting going on, it was easy to forget about the vampires, but they never forgot about Brian. First Decasus, then Levisita. All of them had already been destroyed by the champion of the Tower of Trials. The head of the Shepardino family, Anna, was deeply concerned about this state of affairs. None of those sent to the lower floors by order of the hosting returned alive. The blood clans were under threat, and the head of the Atarakia family, Mr. Green, understood this very well. Even the young man who protected Alice managed to stop the ancient creature. All attempts to summon Alice and expand his influence ended in failure. It seems the time has come to pass the guns into the hands of a new generation. This is what the head of the demonic association, Nietzsche, thought. The vampires had made a pact with him long ago, and now he had come to discuss matters in person. Vampires never expected good from demons, and such caution turned out to be not in vain. They decided to get rid of the parasites as if they were ordinary cockroaches. The girls prepared themselves for death in horror. Melina looked especially frightened. She was surprised to find that the blood bonds had no effect on Nietzsche at all. Taking off his mask, he coldly remarked that underestimating demons was a fatal mistake. The vampires decided to listen to their guests and offered to help get rid of the hated champion. Alice had to be captured and brought home alive. Those were the orders. So Brian was faced with two serious threats at once. He had to prevent a catastrophe in the Pacific Ocean and at the same time repel an attack by an alliance of vampires and demons. Having barely had time to rest, he had to plunge into battle again. Now he is definitely not to be envied. But there was good news. Countries around the world contributed military equipment to support the operation in the Pacific Ocean. Players now have a real foothold in the upcoming capture of Zulu Island. Here gathered real masters who had been through the previous disaster and possessed invaluable experience. Meanwhile, Zulu Island continued to grow and volcanic activity increased. At its summit rose something resembling the Tower of Trials, the main mystery of the current anomaly. One of the patrol ships anchored off the island was destroyed. The photographs taken revealed eerie creatures that looked like giant fish titans. Any mistake threatened that these monsters would break out to the coast and there would be many more victims than last time. The army of water dragons became a difficult test even for the strongest warriors in the world. Everyone was waiting for special orders from Brian, as always happened. The radius of the island's cordon was about 600 kilometers. To prevent a catastrophe, the largest operation in human history was planned. Fighters from all over the world have gathered here, ready to help the champion complete his mission. Brian looked at each one carefully and chose the one who might be especially useful. Her name was Julie, and she held the position of second master of the Tangun Guild. She had heard a lot about Brian. They said that he was irritable, but noble. This time, he would once again have to fight shoulder to shoulder with Frederick, the leader of the Tangun Guild. He begged for Julie to be returned safe and sound. She was considered the guild's most valuable asset. It became clear that Julie was seen as Johnny's successor, and her death was unacceptable. Marcus thought the leader made a strange choice. The girl hardly resembled a martial artist, and it was not immediately possible to grasp the meaning of her participation. Marcus remained aggressive and irritable, perhaps driven mad by seasickness. Their conversation was interrupted by a sudden surge of danger. The ship began to rock mercilessly, and the stabilization systems could not cope. A huge monster emerged from the water, clearly not in the mood for peaceful contact. It's time to put Julie's powers of mental taming to the test. Her skill allowed her to tame beast-like monsters, and in a second, the water dragon was subdued. In fact, Julie was already 28, although she looked 15 years younger. She had learned a lot in the Tower of Trials, and her experience was respectable. Brian immediately decided to copy her skill, and Marcus was right to suspect his interest. Brian never did anything without a reason. It was time to get used to that. Now he could afford everything because the hopes of humanity lay on his shoulders. Not a single monster was allowed to break through the cordon line. The survival of civilization was at stake. It was decided to send only a small group to the island to minimize the risks. Brian took stalker and newcomer Julie with him to test her abilities in the jungle conditions. The test seemed mortally dangerous because no one had ever been to the island before. Julie couldn't tame an infinite number of monsters. Her abilities had limits. Brian had calculated all the possible problems in advance and knew how to take advantage of them. On the island, monsters were already waiting for them, clearly preparing a special meeting. This jungle appeared less than a week ago but has already managed to grow for tens of kilometers. Brian had the foresight to take the fire spirit with him. In order to clear the passage, he summoned the skill Fire Flower Path, filling the path with flames. Now the road was clear and there was no need to fear an ambush. Those who were careless about safety suffered and paid the price for their carelessness and lack of preparation. To activate mass teleportation, a magic circle had to be used. Now reinforcements could arrive here to clear the area and create a bridgehead. The first stage of the operation was completed successfully, but the difficulties were just beginning. The monsters, hearing the noise, decided to take revenge on the uninvited guests for their appearance. Stalker had long dreamed of testing his sword in battle in the wild jungle. The ship was also in a state of unrest. Unidentified objects were rapidly approaching them. The monsters attacked both land and sea, proving that they were not mindless creatures at all. Maria met them with a fiery blow, putting on a fiery show. She loved baked fish, and her allies shared this weakness. They all rushed into battle with the monsters, and Stalker demonstrated the technique, Dance of Restless Souls. Julie had never seen such intricate fencing before, and was amazed by the spectacle. Brian chose not to interfere, only using second-rank silence. He planned to explore the area and made sure that Stalker didn't say anything unnecessary. And he made a copy of Marcus to scare away monsters and ward off threats from the squad. For Stalker, this was the most shameful fall in his life, a real disgrace. Julie was worried about Marcus, but Brian explained that he even liked this attitude. They calmly went deeper into the forest, and the champion began to act according to a prearranged plan. In order to deal with the island's monsters, Brian had to copy Julie's skill. To do this, he had to win her trust, for example, by surprising her with a demonstration of his divine perfume. Gradually, the level of her disposition increased, but the process was too slow. Julie thanked him for introducing her to these unusual creatures, but asked him not to do anything like that again. She had long since realized the champion's true intentions and revealed them out loud. Brian admitted that he was acting only for her comfort and the desire to show himself. She had to prove her right to take the place that once belonged to the legendary Johnny. By evening, it was time to start hunting monsters. The hero had a special plan to attract the most dangerous creatures. He smeared his partner with a mixture of honey and monster blood, and a moment later he sensed impending danger. Brian took cover in the bushes and strictly forbade Julie to move. However, the monsters did not attack. They only came up, sniffed the girl, and began to lick her. No one can resist free honey, but what was the whole idea? Brian planned to use the monsters as transport to quickly move around the island. Since there were no horses or equipment here, they had to saddle wild animals. Julie's affection level continued to rise, and soon it would reach the threshold for copying the skill. Only Alice remained dissatisfied with her master's activities, increasingly suspecting something was wrong. During the trip, Melina, who was still serving in the demonic squad, contacted the champion. She reported that the Man Association had taken action and that the jokes were over. Nietzsche walked towards the player through the gate created by the ancient creature, and with him was Anna, the head of the vampire family. They had set traps near the gate and were patiently waiting for him, so he had to be extremely careful. Tristan, still admiring the champion, tried to help as best he could. Nietzsche remained extremely dangerous. His true capabilities were unknown, and it was better to be on the safe side. A battle was brewing that would test whether Brian was ready for a new, even higher level of difficulty. His opponents were already one step away from going beyond the tower. Too many vampire clans have already underestimated the champion's powers and paid the price. Anna had no intention of repeating old mistakes and acted much more carefully. The chief instructed her to take the Guardian of Hell with her to minimize any risks. This hellish monster looked terrifying, although it was hardly more dangerous than Yaksha. The monster's name was Cerberus, and Mr. Green personally lent it to his assistant. Soon Brian would have to face all these threats, and only Julie would be by his side. Having reached the center of the island, they encountered their first serious troubles. The water dragons managed to surround them and prepared to spring the trap. These were mid-level monsters, but defeating them was not going to be an easy walk. They had been keeping an eye on the champion for a long time and were thirsty for revenge for the destruction of their island. Of the entire squad, only their leader decided to fight. The rest hesitated. Everyone knew how strong and powerful the champion was, and they were afraid to rush into battle first. The leader could not condemn his warriors to a senseless death. So he made the decision to sacrifice only one life? His own. It was a strange sight. The skill memorial sacrifice was activated. Having given his life, the chieftain called upon the patron spirit of his clan. The patron of the water dragons turned out to be the sacred spirit, Sikria. Meanwhile, on the sea vessel, the battle continued unabated. Sea monsters attacked again and again from different sides. We had to fight back with difficulty, choking on salt water, and then rush back into battle. Sandra did not lose her fury throughout the battle. It seemed like she had been waiting for a long time for the opportunity to release her accumulated emotions and finally got it. All coastal residents were strongly advised to evacuate inland. The zone was under attack by monsters, and there were too few players left within the city. All forces were concentrated near the island, and it was extremely difficult to protect civilians. Only a handful of madmen continued to wage this war. They intended to prove to the inhabitants of the tower that they were unwelcome guests. Teresa led the twins, who had been waiting all day to meet the sea demons. Now let's return to Zulu Island. Brian had a hard time. Mid-ranking monsters no longer posed a threat to him. The sea dragons called upon the spirit and begged him to destroy the man who had destroyed their island. Julie decided that she had to take command and deal with the threat. Some would call her actions reckless, while others would call them acts of true heroism. Anyway, she stepped forward and tried to subdue the spirit. Within a second, it became clear that this challenge was beyond her. The fearless girl instantly turned into a frightened doe. If it weren't for Brian, there would be nothing left of her. The champion watched for a long time and carefully studied the new opponent. He realized who he should call for help, an old ally, Crane, who was waiting for his moment. At first glance, this little worm could not compete with the spirit, but this was only an illusion. At any moment, the owner could return the dragon to its true form. The blue dragon of the four directions has attained its true greatness. Against his background, Sikria seemed like just a bird that had flown into foreign territory. The silver raven Sikria lost heart and began to apologize and beg for mercy. The issue was resolved quickly. The problem with Sikria was eliminated. They managed to tame him and turn him to their side. The dragon's plan failed, and the chieftain sacrificed himself in vain to save the clan. Brian understood their desperation and didn't want to make things worse. They wandered in search of life, jumping from floor to floor, but this could not continue any longer. He suggested a way out, to unite and work together. In return, he promised the entire race of water dragons a peaceful life on Earth. Julie remembered Johnny's words. He once considered the tower's monsters only a source of experience and profit for the guilds. But over time, his view changed. He realized that monsters also kill only for the sake of survival. They were no different from people. It was possible to negotiate with them and find a common language. You just need to learn to look at the world through their eyes and live in harmony. The water dragons accepted the player's offer, and the winds of change immediately blew. Julie was so impressed with the champion that her interest level exceeded 100%. The taming skill has been automatically copied. Goal achieved. Now Brian set out to find the rest of the monsters and solve all the island's problems once and for all. He activated the portal and opened the way for the allies to move. The warriors were on guard and looked keenly at the surroundings. They expected an attack at every step, but instead they witnessed an alliance between humans and dragons. There were many settlements of water dragons on the island. Sometimes they united, and sometimes they acted separately. Using his taming skill, Brian subdued them all. Julie couldn't believe her eyes. Her limit was only 3 tamed monsters per day. This meant that the champion's mana pool was virtually inexhaustible, and it was impossible not to admire it. Now the island was becoming a stronghold of resistance against the Tower of Trials, which sought to wipe humanity from the face of the earth. Julie was happy to help organize an alliance between humans and the Tower Dwellers. She was sure that this day would go down in history, but would the stalker interfere with it? Seeing the approaching monster, he raised his sword, preparing to attack. I had to explain to him that Brian had made an alliance with the dragons, and there was no longer any need to kill them. The Mana Association was located on this island and fiercely protected its leader. Hearing a rustling sound in the bushes, they instantly prepared for battle. Right in front of them, water dragons appeared, coming to kill. A fight ensued, and Brian took advantage of this to move deeper into the cave unhindered. He felt a strange flow of mana getting closer and closer to his heart. There was definitely a gate ahead, created by an ancient being. There was no doubt about that. To remove the barrier, you need to defeat the one who set it up, and this was clearly a trap. But it's nice to fall into a trap if you know how to act and can activate the skill, Invitation of Aloi Nochi. Alice remained confident until she saw the Ataraxia family's castle. These were recreations of the domains she had once ruled. All this was created by Anna de Cepertino, the head of the vampire family. It was here that Alice's mighty power was once sealed. 2 seals have already fallen, but Alice has not yet regained her former power. Anna intended to trample her into the dirt without giving her the slightest indulgence. Brian was not going to leave his friend without support and invested mana into creating a unique thunder weapon spear. It was the very spear that Alice had dreamed of for many years. The champion kept his promise, giving her the opportunity to taste the sweetness of revenge and enjoy every moment. The unique weapon turned her into a fighter ready to fight to the end. The vampire princess rushed into battle, and the legendary battle began. But that didn't mean Brian could relax, hang out, and drink idly. He himself had to fight Nietzsche and the entire demonic union. Nietzsche was surprised when he realized that his opponent knew his name. Brian tried to attack first, but his skill was automatically rejected for the first time in his life. Nietzsche said that he came to talk because he considered the champion a player who constantly ruined their plans. He recognized him as a worthy opponent for the leader of the demon clan. It's time to find out how strong Brian is and if he can stop Cerberus. The Hellhound charged at the Trial Tower champion. The atmosphere was unbearable. The air seemed devoid of every drop of freedom. But Brian did not give in to nervousness and methodically followed his plan. Under Nietzsche's gaze, all his skills were reset. The fusion was activated. At first glance, it seemed like a problem, but Brian was going to use his opponent's strength to his advantage. Alice glanced at her master more and more often and felt how his mana was being suppressed. Worrying about Brian distracted her from the fight. This could have led to serious problems. The focus had to be on revenge. The opponents unleashed their entire arsenal of skills on each other, trying to destroy their rival.
Alice was left without a spear. Anna snatched the weapon from her hands.
The head of the family intended to demonstrate the true power of the clan and imprison Alice forever. Brian also had a hard time. Cerberus was constantly attacking him with fireballs. I had to show my strength and at least briefly pacify the angry dog. But every missed blow only allowed the servant of hell to rise again. Cerberus guarded the gates of the dead and could not die without the order of his master. As long as Nietzsche kept his gaze fixed on him, Brian couldn't use his skills. The fight continued until the player fell to his knees, begging for mercy. At this moment, the girls in masks were supposed to come out and pierce the champion's body. The favorite blade of the torture masters was eager to feel fresh blood on its edge. Nietzsche wanted to find out what Brian knew about the Tower of Trials and where he got this information from. He knew too much to consider it an accident. In the midst of the battle, a notification came in. An unknown object was trying to break through the barrier. Brian just smiled. He had been waiting for this moment for too long. Finally, Stalker showed up to take part in the fight. This guy's so obsessed with being the best that he is always chasing the champion, wanting to fight side by side with him. Now, they are together again. And everyone knows how such meetings usually end. Cerberus rose from the dead after every defeat. It was extremely difficult to defeat him completely, but now there were 2 people standing against him. Brian asked Stalker to distract the dog while he took care of the old man. The friends joined forces and the real fun began. Nietzsche was losing control of the situation. There should be no one on the battlefield except the champion. His subordinates failed the mission, and now Stalker was helping Brian. The old man was left without support and lost control over the suppression of skills. He took his eyes off Brian, and Melina and Tristan betrayed him at the most critical moment. But this was not enough to stop him completely, just as regular blows were not enough to destroy Cerberus. Brian told Stalker to stick to tactics and not rush things. It was necessary to prove to the world that people were capable of defeating even the guardian of the gates of hell. This would attract the necessary attention. The champion's actions were constantly watched by higher beings. Today, Boris the Demon King enjoyed the next act of this performance with pleasure. He was amazed that Brian was still alive and able to make his evenings brighter. Sometimes he would become enraged when he saw that a common man had skills that even he did not have. Things weren't going smoothly for Stalker either. Nietzsche's gaze periodically reset his skills. This Black Apostle was a real pain, but he could be defeated too. The old man was being fed by dark forces. If you make them turn away, you can copy one of his skills. He was furious that his allies had abandoned him at a critical moment. Feeling trapped, he gave Brian a chance to take advantage of the situation. Taming the Hell monster with a mana burst might have worked. Nobody expected that a simple player was capable of such a thing. All this time, Brian was waiting for the moment to activate the ancient skill, Rune Reading. He sealed the monster and, together with Stalker, prepared to test the power of the old school. The head of the Demon Association was not going to give up without a fight. It was beyond his pride. The players had to fight their way through the thorns and make him experience real fear. When his powers are completely exhausted and he collapses, they will be able to deal the decisive blow. They were already close to this, but a demon intervened in the fight. The world froze, everyone froze in anticipation. Alejandro, another demon who had put too much power into the Black Apostle, entered the scene. He recognized the same man who had once caused a stir in the Demon Kingdom. He heard about Brian from Count Macadros. Alejandro once served the Demon King Boris, but now he was looking for a new master. He had to incarnate in this body only to protect his apostle. He spent a lot of resources on this, but did not regret what he lost. Now he wanted to make the most of it and give the player a choice. Either become a Black Apostle and pay the debt, or die with your comrade. In response, he saw only a smile and a burning gaze. Brian had chosen death. For him, it was much better than becoming a slave to a forgotten demon. Alejandro was already preparing to kill him, forgetting that he was not the most powerful in this universe. A portal opened behind him and a more skilled demon emerged. Brian immediately recognized his old friend and smiled broadly. Boris, who was watching all this, realized that his favorite blogger was indeed in mortal danger. To get out of the tower, the Demon King had to sacrifice a lot of resources or cheat the system. For this, Boris gave up half of his own possessions and half of the contents of the treasury. He used every possible means just to get here. Now he doesn't care about the system's limitations. After all, he is the king of this world. Now Alejandro found himself in a clearly losing position. He had a choice. Disappear from here right now, and then Boris would turn a blind eye to his debt. Or dare to refuse and be beaten like a cowardly dog. A few minutes later, the battle broke out again. The spell was lifted. The Stalker didn't understand anything. Instead of hitting his opponent, his blow hit empty space. The high-ranking Demon King withdrew his patronage, and Nietzsche ceased to be a Black Apostle. Now he was just an old man, and Marcus knew very well whose handiwork this was. Brian just smiled and pretended he didn't know anything. The old man tried to escape as soon as the players let their guard down for a moment. Seeing his allies, he prayed for protection for his boss. But Nietzsche trusted women too much, and quickly paid for it. The dagger he once gave to his assistant sent him straight to the devil. So easily, the two cunning women got rid of the leader of the demon sect. Brian copied the nihilism skill and became the true Demon King. He was reveling in victory and felt superior. Looking at all this, Anna realized that she had made a mistake when she trusted the old man. Humans are inferior creatures whose lives rarely last 100 years. Trusting them is a waste. Alice once thought the same, but then her opinion changed. Just recently, she looked at Brian and believed that he deserved only punishment. He could entertain her for a while, but nothing more. However, everything changed, and she discovered something completely different in people. Now, for his sake alone, she is ready to sacrifice her life. Anna looked into those crazy eyes and involuntarily remembered the past. Green often said that he was worried about Alice, who had languished in captivity for too long. All this time, Anna was nearby, not retreating a single step. Once she and Alice were close friends. After the betrayal, Anna plunged into darkness, and only Green was able to pull her out of there. For his sake, she's ready to do anything. Even activate the Thunderclap Spear and the Lightning of Eternity. Green asked to bring him Alice, and now Anna is ready to fulfill his dream. The Burning Spear of Tursus was activated to protect the princess. Ancient forces clashed for the first time in centuries. Anna tried to explain that for the noble race of night, love is an eternal curse, doomed to tragedy. Alice understood all this perfectly well, but her feelings were not superficial. It was true love. Anna looked at her old friend from a different angle and realized she was telling the truth. Perhaps Alice really can break the chains imposed by fate. She deserves to be happy, especially after all the trials brought by the traitors. Anna looked at her friend with eyes full of love. And then the head of a powerful vampire clan accepted death. Anna de Cepartino died, atoning for her guilt before her best friend. The seal of Alice von Ataraxia has been destroyed. It has now regained half of its former strength. Mr. Green sensed the death of another ally. Meanwhile, the girls continued to beat the dead Nietzsche. The Man Association is unlikely to fall apart. Their bonds are stronger than they seem. They are united by their hatred of the human race. They won't stop trying to implement their plans. The death of the boss doesn't solve anything. The champion will have to destroy the organization again and again. Such is his destiny. Before his death, Nietzsche tried to figure out how Brian made a contract with Boris. There was no secret about it. The champion decided to tell the truth. He promised Boris to become his dark adept, but only in the future because now it is impossible. After the battle, it was time to meet Alice. But she didn't look happy, even after achieving her long-awaited revenge. Now all she wanted was to go home. There was nothing valuable left here. All members of the Sea Dragon Flame realized that the connection with their world had been completely severed. The people prevailed again and goodness triumphed. It was an unconditional victory for humanity over the invaders from the Tower of Trials. The surviving lizards were taken prisoner and transported to Zulu Island. Humanity quickly recovered from its losses and life returned to normal. This applied to everyone except the representatives of the Players Association. They were faced with a serious choice: to destroy all the villains of the tower or continue to live peacefully. There is a split in the Players Association. Perhaps this is exactly what Valencia was trying to achieve. Now no one will ever know. Little Julie was given a chance to stay on Zulu Island. No one would dare harm her. Here, she could communicate with animals and level up in peace.
This would help expand knowledge about the Tower of Trials and play a role in the future.
Rich deposits of magic crystals were found on the island. The dragons supplied them to the champions in exchange for patronage. Brian has restored his financial position and raised his level again. Now he could gradually fight with the higher beings, but first he decided to rest. Sometimes it's worth forgetting about battles and living a normal life. Even if you are an insanely ambitious champion, it is important to be able to take a step back and relax. Alice still didn't look happy, as if she was in another dimension. Even while watching a baseball game, she remembered the past. Anna's last words left an indelible mark on her soul. The princess still finds it difficult to accept the fact of betrayal. At such moments, Brian is always ready to lend a strong shoulder. He cooked her favorite dishes and did everything to make Alice feel at least a little free. But while they were resting, alarm signals came in. Something strange was happening to the twins. They always seemed unusual, but today it felt like the devil had possessed them. Brian was not surprised. He knew that these were higher beings. However, he advised them not to burst into reality so aggressively and without warning. The higher beings apologized for their rudeness and assured them that the twins were fine. Now was not the time for long introduction. Their aura spoke for itself. Brian already understood that these were the gods of Ragnarok: Loki, the god of mischief, and Thor, the legendary god of thunder. They asked to be accepted, whatever that meant. After this, the twins calmly returned to baseball, behaving as usual. Brian left the stadium to help the higher beings, and no one knew how it would all turn out. Teresa was sad to see the champion moving further and further away from her. Sometimes love hurts, but it won't always. The champion led the higher beings to the giant's fortress in the Great Citadel. It was there that the World Tree of Toriel was still located. It had just learned of its mother's death, and it was not easy to come to terms with it. Brian watched the proceedings, replaying the previous conversation in his mind. The gods of Ragnarok heard that Brian knew the location of the Crown of Power. Together with them, he arrived at the fortress and now realized that they wanted a battle. In fact, they didn't need the Crown of Power itself. Everything turned out to be much more complicated and interesting. The conflict broke out immediately after the Mother of the World Tree was destroyed by the bastards from Olympus. While everyone was trying to save themselves, the gods heard Freya's prophecy. Outside the tower, a man will emerge who can challenge the ancient being. He will wear the crown of power and stop the destruction. The gods had to help this man, otherwise they themselves would not survive the coming changes. New heroes are always welcome, and not just on Earth. The higher beings began to show interest in ordinary players too early, as if causing a butterfly effect that shook the entire tower. Suddenly, Brian received a gift, a random box of fortune. This artifact is capable of giving a miracle in the most hopeless situation and works only once. The two brother gods were still considered supreme beings despite the loss of Asgard. So, it's time for them to repay the champion with a favor. By that time, Thor had already fully regained his former form. They just tore up the entrance ticket to the gods' auction. Here, higher beings put their property up for auction, and Brian was going to take advantage of it. The auction of the gods had always excited his imagination, and now he had the opportunity to visit it in person. There they encountered one of the gods of Olympus, Hercules. In his hands, he held the root of the main divine tree, which had once been destroyed. Hercules intended to sell this artifact and openly provoked his brothers. He was surprised to notice that they had brought with them some kind of bug from the human race. Hercules invited the champion to join Olympus, where the real gods live. Brian replied that he was not interested at all and that he had his own goals. The gods of Olympus are impressive in appearance, but in reality, they are just a gathering of the dregs of society. Hearing this, Hercules rose to punish the impudent man. At the last moment, another auction participant intervened. Archangel Gabriel of Eden asked Hercules not to start a fight on neutral territory. Her words were enough to calm the furious thug. Brian asked the brothers to take a walk around the mall and meet up a little later. He was not afraid to be left without support, even in such a dangerous place. It was important for him to get to know Gabrielle better. Meanwhile, viewers have already started placing bets. The auction has started. The host invited gods from all over the world to play for Pandora's box. Guntifer immediately seized the opportunity and bought him. This was another demon king with incredible potential. The hall was filled with many gods that Brian had crossed paths with before. Not everyone was happy about the appearance of this self-confident and arrogant guy. For example, the Egyptian gods were stunned when they saw it at auction. Anubis was ready to tear him to pieces, just to take revenge for old grievances. When he started screaming, Guntifer heard his words. He realized that it was this guy who had destroyed one of the commanders of his army and then used Boris for his own purposes. Guntifer rushed at the man in rage to avenge his losses, but Gabriel told him to be quiet, reminding him that neutrality was in effect here. Killing is strictly prohibited at the auction. Such is the agreement of the gods. These words were enough to stop the Demon King and restore order. Meanwhile, the auction organizers were nervous, unsure whether they would be able to sell the next lot. The first homunculus named Alpha was put up for auction. It was called a true work of art, although in reality everything was more complicated. Alpha is the first artificial human created by the master alchemists. Seeing her, Brian couldn't help but smile. It seemed that it was for her that he came here. Hercules also showed interest. This dirty pervert was already imagining what he would do with little Alpha. He jumped up from his seat to get a better look at the beauty. Hercules demanded that she acknowledge him as her owner, but Alpha refused. In a rage, the ancient god decided to demonstrate his strength and crush the blue bug. But at the last moment, he broke all his fingers. The gods burst into laughter as they watched Hercules' latest disgrace. Alpha turned out to be invulnerable to the attacks of the gods. It is pointless to destroy it. Brian took advantage of the pause and announced that he was entering the fight for the lot. Those who knew the champion understood that he was capable of getting whatever he wanted. At first glance, he seemed simple-minded, but in fact, he was more cunning than most. Alpha raised her sad eyes, trying to understand. Did he really want to take possession of her by force too? Brian smiled and replied that that was too boring. He was interested in more sophisticated ways. He activated the strange object, illuminating the entire trading floor with light. Hercules seemed to recognize what kind of relic was in his hand. It was the Sage's Stone, though only a copy. It contained the energy with which alchemists once created Alpha. She was not fully human, just something in between. Brian knew how to fix this and began to absorb the Sage Stone. The bright red glow made all the spectators close their eyes. Alpha looked stunned and even scared. She thought she would never feel this crazy energy again, and suddenly it seemed to her that a kindred spirit was standing in front of her, although this seemed impossible. Brian promised that she would never feel alone again, which was her worst fear. Now she will become part of the family and will not need anything. These words brought back memories of Alpha's childhood. When she first opened her eyes, the alchemists screamed with delight. Her first memory was of their jubilant faces. Behind them stood the failed attempts. A terrible sight. Then came endless experiments. The girl didn't care. She didn't feel any pain, and she had no choice. But when the alchemist's greed crossed the line, there was no turning back. After this, little Alpha was left completely alone. This continued until she met this guy. He was so similar to her that it was impossible to ignore, and they decided to team up. Alice and all the inhabitants of the house were shocked. Nobody expected that they would have a new family member. The twins quickly accepted Alpha as a younger sister and were understanding. Alice looked tense. She didn't like this at all. While changes were happening at home, Hastings continued to do everything to ruin the lives of humanity. He still couldn't kill the champion, who was becoming more and more powerful. Now Hastings had to justify himself and swear that everything would be fixed. But no one believed him anymore. Sooner or later, this had to come to an end. The ancient creature's messenger, Raphael from the 50th floor, was not going to wait any longer. The manager had to pay for all his mistakes, otherwise there would be no changes. Now Raphael has sent a special squad to kill the champion. They were an elite old guard, personally trained by him. Brian didn't yet know that he was being hunted. He wandered carefree around the 19th floor of the tower with his friends. The new team member had already been introduced to the others. The champion was now focused on finding all the crowns of power that were known to him. You can't relax in these forests. Strangers lurk around every corner. Dryads, connected with the spirit of the sacred forest, reigned here. Brian had been expecting them to appear from the very beginning, knowing that the forest creatures would not tolerate people on their land. They were especially irritated by creatures without souls.